Later, he even served as the commander-in-chief in the demonic capital military district. Even though he is now retired at home for a peaceful retirement, many of the soldiers who were brought up under him have already become influential figures in the military. These are all terrifying connections. As for my uncles and aunts, some entered politics, some were sent to the military by Grandpa, and some. I have to say, my grandpa's education to his children is good. The children of the Tang family span the political and business worlds. If we can make peace with my maternal family, to put it arrogantly like a villain in a movie, we will have a protector. If there are still people trying to plot against us behind our backs, attempting to use power to make us uncomfortable in some routine procedures, they need to think twice. The girl in the wheelchair, with her eyes lowered, listened quietly from start to finish. As for the situation with the Tang family, Lin Zhuan didn't need to explain. She knew that if the group could be on good terms with the Tang family, it would bring many benefits. Even Su Qinj had once thought of using Lin Zhuan's relatives' connections to find a way to tie the group to the Tang family to expand its influence. But she eventually gave up on this idea. Qinj, what are you thinking about? Seeing the girl acting strangely, Lin Zhuan was puzzled, scratching his head and asking, I know you and the Tang family haven't been on friendly terms. Both parties have cut off contact for several years. If you now want to reconcile with them, you might go through a lot of grievances, and I don't want to see that happening. Actually, our current life is already good. There is no need to please anyone else. Su Qinj raised her head, facing Lin Zhuan's surprised gaze with a serious expression. If it had been her before becoming a vegetative person, her eyes would have been only on the development and interests of the group, never caring about the life or death of others. Not to mention that gaining Tang family's friendship with a little grievance would be advantageous to her. She had even thought of utilizing Lin Zhuan's relationship with the Tang family to expand the group's influence. But she ultimately gave up on this idea. Qinj, you're daydreaming? Lin Zhuan's mouth twitched, wanting to tell Su Qinj that she was thinking too much. As the Chosen System's great antagonist, how could a mere local clan make him feel wronged? However, as the saying goes, self-strategy is the most deadly. Seeing Su Qinj move to tears, Lin Zhuan coughed and immediately corrected himself. Heroes can endure grievances, but you cannot step on mine. I misspoke. Let's try this again, Qinj. For you, I am willing to endure any amount of grievances. Lin Zhuan crouched down, gently holding the girl's hand, his face full of affection. Qinj, you don't have to worry about me. How can we see the rainbow without going through storms? This little grievance is a kind of training for me. Remember what I once told you. From the moment I held your hand, our fates interweave. And the reason I want to repair my relationship with the Tang family, it's not just for you, it's also for me. You don't have to feel guilty about it. Please remember, no matter what the future holds, I will never let go of your hand, just as the language of violet speaks. As long as flowers do not wither, meaning is not transmitted, love will remain unchanged for eternity. Violets will endure forever. Chapter 294, Lin Zhuan's Dominating Kiss. There will be no withering of flowers, no time for unspoken meanings. Love remains timeless, violets endure forever. Lin Zhuan's face was full of affection, emphasizing each word. Seeing the girl's expression soften, he took advantage of the situation, further testing the girl's boundaries. Qinj, if you really think I've been wronged, then give me a reward. A reward? What do you want? Su Qinj tilted her head, puzzled. I want a kiss. Lin Zhuan pointed to his cheek with a mischievous smile. ... Seeing this, the girl's cheeks turned red in an instant. Facing the intense gaze of the man, she felt uncomfortable, instinctively avoiding eye contact, not daring to meet Lin Zhuan's eyes. All right, I was just teasing you. If you're not willing, that's fine. Lin Zhuan shrugged with a smile, not pressing further. He never really expected Su Qinj to agree. Especially with bodyguards and maids around, in broad daylight, it would be difficult for Su Qinj to accept such a proposition. But not now. Maybe tonight before sleeping ... Thinking like this, a sly grin unconsciously appeared on Lin Zhuan's lips. Lost in his own thoughts, a hesitant voice interrupted him. Are you ready? Oh what? Lin Zhuan was puzzled, not understanding. He suddenly realized The girl's reaction seemed different from what he had expected. Could it be that OA? Can I kiss you? Finally, Sukinj gathered courage, lightly poking Lin Zhuan's cheek with her delicate finger. She was indeed shy, but thinking about the grievances Lin Zhuan endured because of her, his selfless dedications, she suddenly found herself unable to refuse. Kinj, you. The girl's voice was soft, almost like a mosquito's buzz, but in Lin Zhuan's ears, it sounded like thunder. He never expected Sukinj would actually agree to his spontaneous reward. At this moment, the morning light filtered through the lush branches, sprinkling spakes of light on the two. Sukinj in the wheelchair basked in a golden halo. Her face, like a ripe peach, blushed delicately, a mix of shyness and youthfulness. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall down her shoulders, gleaming with golden hues under the warm sunlight. Her eyes were as clear as a lake, reflecting the brightness of the sunlight. Especially the shy smile on her lips resembled a budding flower, provoking a flutter in one's heart. Kinj, you're so beautiful, W. Admiring the enchanting beauty before him, Lin Zhuan's gaze became somewhat entranced, involuntarily praising her. In his eyes, even though Sukinj wore the simplest red dress when the breeze blew, the graceful swaying of her dress made her look like a fairy descending to earth. The golden morning light on her skin, the delicate texture that seemed palpable through words. In this slightly ambiguous moment, Sukinj seemed to merge with the world. Sunlight, air, breeze, and those two blushes painted a scene of beauty. She sat there quietly, savoring the peace and beauty. The entire scene was filled with poetic and romantic aesthetics. And Sukinj's blushing cheeks became the highlight, adding a touch of shyness and charm to this romantic moment. Why are you looking at me like that? If you don't want to, let's forget it. Faced with the increasingly intense gaze of the man and his heartfelt compliments, Sukinj's cheeks flushed like a ripe red apple. But her heart was filled with indescribable joy and sweetness. It was only now that Lin Zhuan, gesturing towards his cheek, nodded eagerly prompting, "Go ahead, definitely kiss me. Oh 3, kiss as many times as you want, I won't mind. MUA, *3. Oha. Oh doha. Did I hear that correctly? Who's rejecting whom?" Sukinj's emotions were disrupted, the shy feelings slightly diluted. "Close your eyes, don't look at me." As per the girl's request, Lin Zhuan half closed his eyes, crouching next to the wheelchair, cheek leveled for a kiss. Sukinj took a deep breath, closed her eyes, gripped the wheelchair's armrests, rose quickly, and planted a kiss on Lin Zhuan's cheek. In that instant of contact, she could sense the heat on his face, the stiffness in his body, the quickening of his breath. When she planned to retreat after the light kiss, she heard Lin Zhuan's unmistakable voice. "Not enough, Kinj, far from enough. I want more, I want more." Facing a pair of greedy, passionate eyes, the girl was stunned, her mind blank, not knowing what to do. In that moment, Lin Zhuan made his move. Placing his right hand behind the girl's head, he pressed her towards him, their lips interlocking instantly. Perhaps the girl's shy demeanor had aroused an instinctual desire in the man. Lin Zhuan was assertive, his tongue like a sharp sword, breaking through the girl's lips, teeth, fiercely and forcefully. Sukinj, unable to react throughout, her brain completely frozen, allowed Lin Zhuan to act as he pleased. She never expected his kiss to be so dominant and ruthless, leaving her no chance to breathe, only able to make a faint H&G in submission. Chapter 295. Sukinj's affection level rises, acquires new skills. Sticky melon field. It was unknown how long had passed. Sukinj was already dizzy from the kiss, her eyes rolling back, heart pounding fiercely, feeling like she was on the verge of suffocation. Lin Zhuan's domineering and passionate kiss seemed to drain all her strength. Finally, the man showed a satisfied expression, slowly retracting his tongue and loosening his lips. You asterisk cuff asterisk you asterisk cuff asterisk . Sukinj, now liberated, blushing and panting heavily, shot Lin Zhuan a fierce glare before controlling her wheelchair to leave on her own. "Kinj, wait for me . Let's go to the hospital to visit Grandpa now. And you can also meet my unfortunate cousin." Lin Zhuan caught up in 3 or 2 steps, apologizing with a playful smile. He knew Sukinj wasn't truly angry, but rather secretly delighted. Women, don't they all like to say one thing and mean another? saying annoyed on the surface, but actually craving for more inside. And as expected, the situation unfolded just as Lin Juan had predicted. Using his thick-skinned persistence, akin to a city wall, he finally gained Su Qing's forgiveness after a round of flattery, along with an eye roll ~gives_gives. Following that, the two got onto the car together intending to head to the top-ranked city hospital to visit Grandpa. Just at that moment, a series of system reward prompts suddenly rang in Lin Juan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Consuming Su King saliva rewards 500 points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Unlocked the tongue sticky area, rewarding 1000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host! Initiated the close-range sticky mode for the first time, rewarding 10,000 points. Ding! Su King's affection level rises. Sticky rewards increase to 4.01 second. Ding! Host sticky points have accumulated to 500,000, thus unlocking the special skill, Sticky Melon Field. Ding! Friendly reminder, exclusive skill Sticky Magnetic Field, range extended to 5 meters. What? A forced kiss can raise the affection level. So, Kinj, you're really that type of person. Playing hard to get. Should have said so earlier. But this Sticky Melon Field skill, what on earth is that? Can't be something like giving me a field and asking me to grow melons in it, right? Lin Juan opened the system panel curiously to check out the skill introduction page. Sticky Melon Field, gossip about my melons. The host can use the sticky method to find out gossip about any character. Friendly tip, snack on melons daily, and life will be full of joy. Understanding the usage of the eating melon skill, Lin Juan's eyes lit up. Despite being a transmigrator, he primarily had insights into major plot characters from novels. For the most part, he had vague knowledge about minor characters, cannon fodders, supporting roles, and those unnamed characters in the story. But with the revelation from the eating melon skill, this world would no longer hold any secrets for him, allowing him to enjoy every bit of juicy gossip from every person. City's first People's Hospital. Lin Juan pushed the wheelchair, first visiting Grandpa's ward with Su Kinj. After seeing his healthy complexion and good progress, they left the room and headed towards Tang Ling's ward. In a certain VIP ward, Chu Ling, dressed in a striped patient gown, was lying on the soft hospital bed. Around her, medical staff gathered to visit, their faces showing care and joy. They had witnessed how the scoundrel Chu Shang had forced his own daughter to leave the hospital, extinguishing any hope for her survival. Little Ling, didn't expect you to come back so soon. No matter what, it's good that you're back. We were so worried when you left. Really afraid your dad would force you to give up treatment. Don't worry about anything now. Just focus on the treatment. You're still in the early stages of stomach cancer. There's a great chance of successful treatment. You really should thank young Master Lin. He has already spoken with the hospital director, guaranteeing all your medical expenses and arranging the top medical team for you. With this level of medical care, your recovery is just a matter of time. Indeed, young Master Lin is truly handsome and kind. Such a man is every girl's dream lover. If my husband had even a fraction of Lin's qualities, I would be satisfied girl. Young Master Lin will probably come to visit you later. Make sure to thank him properly. If it wasn't for young Master Lin's kindness, how could you have a chance at rebirth? Young Master Lin is like your foster parent. All right, let's not disturb the patient's rest. Let's all go out. She needs rest. Then we'll leave. Ling, rest if you're tired. Watch TV if you're bored. We're going back to work . Facing the care of the medical staff, Chu Ling nodded solemnly, expressing her gratitude to everyone one by one before bidding farewell. And about what everyone mentioned regarding Lin Juan, Chu Ling, of course, was also filled with gratitude. Without his voice and help, she might have fallen victim to that malicious couple. Moreover, she was now at a dead end. Apart from her mysterious cousin, she was a stranger in the city, dragging her frail body, unable to survive. Even the idea of searching for her biological parents seemed out of reach. If he is my cousin, does that make us relatives? He wouldn't harm me, right? I just wonder what his intentions are. According to the recurring plots in Rebirth novels, my cousin must have been framed by enemies in his past life, leading to bankruptcy, separation, and tragic circumstances. And finally, In despair, he committed suicide by jumping off a building, only to wake up and start life anew. In that moment of awakening, filled with flames of vengeance, roaring towards the heavens. This time, I will not let the heavens hide my eyes. This earth will not bury my heart. Let all beings understand my intentions. Let all Buddhas disappear into thin air. Chu Ling's eyes narrowed, immersed in a certain novel plotline. Currently, she firmly believed in the concept of rebirth concerning Lin Juan. In her speculation, there were only two possibilities for her cousin seeking her out. 1. She had a great debt to him in her previous life, and Lin Juan was repaying it in this life. 2. Her revenge plan against Lin Juan was of great significance, and he wanted to utilize her for some purpose. Let it go, don't overthink. Headache. Anyway, whatever the reason may be, he helped me, that's a fact. So as long as it doesn't go against my principles, I will do my best to repay this kindness. Plus, I can hear his thoughts, standing firm by my side. There's nothing to worrying about. After all, I am the woman blessed with the golden fingers of fate. With that thought, a confident smile appeared on Chu Ling's pale face. She lay peacefully on the hospital bed, waiting for Lin Juan's arrival. Amidst the boredom, she turned on the room's TV, watching Chinese animation with great interest. The content currently playing is continued below, Chapter 296 Su Qinge and Lin Juan. It's like a fresh flower blooming on a pile of dragon dung. Just as Chu Ling was bored to death, staring at the TV to pass the time, suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ears, faintly discernible. It seemed distant as if in the sky, but also close at hand, startling Chu Ling to sit up abruptly from the bed. My silly little cousin. When did your taste change and start liking this kind of love and youth manga? I remember she usually likes to read. It should be some dog blood dictator novels and some horror manga, right? Because dictators can make her fantasize about being saved. As for horror manga ... it can increase her adrenaline and make her feel alive. And when identifying with the protagonist, it can give her a sense of the other being more unfortunate than herself. TSK. Basing your happiness on the suffering of others. You're a bit dark in your heart, little cousin. Following that, with a tone that could drive people insane, I can't help but think, could it be my lucky hand has come? Chu Ling widened her eyes, subconsciously looking towards the direction of the door. Sure enough, she saw the figure of Lin Juan pushing a wheelchair into the hospital room. Little sister Chu Ling. Hi. We meet again. How are you feeling? Upon entering, Lin Juan smiled and nodded, greeting first. I'm okay. Thank you, Brother Lin. If you hadn't sent someone to protect me in secret, I really don't know what would have become of me now. Once I recover and am able to work, I will try to earn money to pay for your medical expenses. Chu Ling came to her senses and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Although this despicable cousin often slanders her in his heart, he indeed changed her pitiful life, saving her from nightmares, a fact undeniable and worthy of her gratitude. Little Ling, you don't need to be like this. I've already told you the reason I helped you last time. As the saying goes, save a life, win 7 levels of pagoda. My wife's grandfather has been in a coma recently, which makes my wife unable to think about anything else every day. So I think of doing more good deeds to accumulate virtue for my grandfather-in-law. I hope he will recover and leave the hospital soon, so my wife can feel relieved sooner. If you want to thank someone, thank my wife. Oh, let me introduce you to each other first. After Lin Juan finished, he introduced the two girls to each other. Hello. Due to having received a vaccination beforehand, Su Qinge knew some basic information about the girl in front of her and nodded kindly. Hello, Su big sister. You are so beautiful. Looking at Su Qing's exquisitely beautiful face, Chu Ling was at a loss, even stuttering in her speech. She had never seen such a beautiful girl before, feeling as if she were a fairy descended to earth. With her appearance and temperament, she completely outshone any woman Chu Ling had ever seen, including so-called beautiful female stars on TV. In front of Su Qinge, Chu Ling truly experienced a feeling of inferiority and didn't even dare to meet her gaze. Be confident, little sister. You are also very beautiful. Sensing Chu Ling's low spirits, Su Qinge reached out and held her hand, encouraging her softly. There was no mockery or pity in her eyes, only a deep concern and understanding. Her voice was like a gentle music that touched Chu Ling's heartstrings lightly. Don't let the shadows of the past cloud your vision. Every girl has her own radiance. My mother once said that all women are equally beautiful. Take care of your health, and once you recover, I'll take you to buy beautiful clothes, and you'll become very beautiful too. A gentle voice echoed in Chu Ling's ears, like warm sunlight penetrating dark clouds, bringing her comfort. Looking into Su Qing's profound eyes, Chu Ling felt as if she was seeing another world. In that world, there was no mockery, no disdain, only equality and respect. Thump, thump, thump. Chu Ling's heart started beating faster and faster, as if it wanted to burst out of her chest. A warm current surged in her heart, a warmth she had long forgotten, and an unprecedented sense of excitement. Ah, so gentle, so beautiful, so lovely sister. I think I'm in love. Is this the feeling of falling in love? What do I do? I think I've fallen for her. Under Su Qing's boundless charm, Chu Ling completely surrendered, being bent on the spot tilde tilde tilde. Meanwhile, Lin Juan, clueless, was still boasting happily. To him, praising his wife's beauty felt more exhilarating than praising his own handsomeness. Little Ling, you don't need to feel inferior. Qinj is the #1 beauty in Magic City. How can you compare yourself to her? My wife is stunning and radiant, like a brilliant pearl, dazzling. And you are like dull sand and nothing special. The difference between you two is simply heaven and earth, truly making one marvel at the creator's bias. Ah, of course, don't be too sad. Although you are average looking, as the saying goes. A general among dwarfsy, making the best of what you have, you are somewhat attractive compared to ordinary people. Perhaps realizing his words could be hurtful, Lin Juan hastily added some comforting words. However, the following words seemed more demoralizing, prompting Su Qing to roll her eyes and gesture for Lin Juan to shut up immediately. Brother Lin, you're right. It's normal that I can't compare to Su's sister's beauty, and honestly, I feel that in this world, no one can even be mentioned in the same breath as Su's sister's divine face. On the other side, Chu Ling twitched at the corner of her eye, forcing a smile and agreeing with her mouth, but internally criticizing endlessly. Not only can no woman be mentioned in the same breath as Su's sister's divine face, but no man is even worthy of her. This beautiful and gentle sister is best left to be beautiful alone tilde tilde tilde. Yet now, she has fallen for a certain despicable, side tilde, a flower inserted in cow dung. Okay, slightly more sophisticated, a flower inserted in dragon dung. Chapter 297. The question mark-shaped birthmark on Chu Ling's buttocks in the hospital room. Ziling, I heard that you had conflicts with your family when you returned to the Chu family village this time. And your parents, why won't they let you receive treatment? By all accounts, even the most ruthless parents still couldn't stand by indifferently and watch their child suffer from an illness, right? In order to make Chu Ling aware of her questionable origins, Su Qing planned to gradually lead the conversation in that direction. But before she could say a few words, Chu Ling's expression turned cold, and she bluntly revealed an astonishing answer that surprised both Su Qing and herself, because I am not their biological daughter at all. Hamo_o. What's going on? How does Chu Ling already know about her origins? Could it be a butterfly effect that led to some chain reaction? How much does she know at the moment? That man is not your biological father. How did you find out? Give me the specifics. When it comes to helping others, one should go all out. If I can help, I will do my best. Lin Juan narrowed his eyes and began to inquire carefully. Thank you. Chu Ling nodded in gratitude, deciding to temporarily keep the Tang family's affairs hidden. She wanted to know what Lin Juan was up to, why he deliberately approached her with questions he already seemed to know the answers to. So, after returning home, I felt that my parents' attitudes were not right. Just like Sister Su said, under normal circumstances, even the most heartless parents wouldn't be able to watch their child suffer from an illness without being moved, right? But the feeling my parents gave me was as if they treated me like an enemy, wishing for me to die quickly. That night, I managed to eavesdrop on their conversation, only to find out the truth that I am not their biological daughter, because I was eavesdropping. About my biological parents, I didn't hear it clearly due to being too nervous, causing a commotion that made Chu Shang suspicious. After that, out of fear, I quickly hid in the woodshed while Chu Shang began to bang on the door trying to catch me. Fortunately, the people Lin Jie sent to protect me appeared, rescuing me from the village. So that's the case. It's quite reasonable. Since Chu Ling's words are half true and half false, Lin Zhuan couldn't think of a reason for her to deceive him and didn't have much suspicion. Seeing Chu Ling's eyes turning red, Su Qinj quickly comforted her. Sister Su, do you think I can still see my biological parents? I really want to meet them. Chu Ling's words were genuine. She didn't care about the Tang family's wealth. She just wanted to have the care and love of parents like any ordinary girl. These years, due to the cruel treatment of Chu Shang and his wife, the words parents seemed like a nightmare to her, but it was just a nightmare, and she was about to wake up from it. Soon, she would return to her biological parents and siblings. Her family would drive away the fake heiress who had occupied her entire childhood, making up for the years of lost familial love. She would have real family members who would love and care for her, no longer needing to hide in the dark woodshed, licking her wounds in fear. With 95% certainty about this future, Chu Ling firmly believed, her eyes filled with hope and tenderness. At that moment, Lin Zhuan spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. Don't worry. We will definitely help you reunite with your family. So how do we find them? In the vast sea of people, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. We can use the internet. Nowadays, media and information spread faster than you can imagine. I have some online influence, so I should be able to help you. The internet. Do I need to show up in person? Chu Ling nodded blankly, knowing that she could rely only on this cousin in front of her. I will make all your special circumstances public, which will surely attract widespread attention. As long as your biological parents have been in touch with the internet, they will probably notice you. By the way, do you have any birthmarks or special items on you? Something that can help your biological parents recognize you quickly when they see you. After all these years of being taken away, your appearance may have changed too much for your family to recognize you by looks alone. Having a reference point would make it much easier. Lin Zhuan, speaking calmly, a hint of peculiarity flashed in his eyes. Familiar with the plot, he naturally knew how much Chu Ling resembled her aunt Su Shuyan when she was young. They were almost like two peas in a pod. One was the youthful version, and the other was the affluent lady version. In the original storyline, Chu Ling attracted attention initially due to her appearance. Soon after, her identical birthmark led her aunt Su Xian to believe she was her biological daughter even before a paternity test was done. I don't have any special items, but a birthmark. I have one. On my buttocks, there is a small birthmark. Chu Ling's face blushed slightly, hesitating for a few seconds before quietly sharing her privacy. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhuan's eyes lit up, a subtle smile forming on his lips. Excellent, everything is under control. Not wanting to waste any time, he swiftly pulled out his phone, opened the video recording function, and began recording a video for Chu Ling. Under his guidance. Although Chu Ling was very nervous, she managed to complete her first video recording very well. The content of the video included her childhood experiences of being abused by Chu Shang and his wife, as well as the vile decision Chu Shang made to let her die while suffering from stomach cancer. She made an effort to make it as dramatic and heartbreaking as possible, aiming to make the listeners feel sorrow and tears. Additionally, she revealed how she accidentally overheard that she was kidnapped and not the biological daughter of the evil couple, crying in front of the camera, pleading to see her biological parents before she died. Meanwhile, Lin Zhuan publicized her case of stomach cancer, along with the video of Chu Shang dragging her out of bed in the hospital and verbally abusing her, on his Weibo account. Leveraging the momentum from the righteous obliteration of relatives, which had not yet subsided, all the information Lin Zhuan had just released gained instant attention and caused a huge sensation. Chapter 298. The pitiful background of Chu Ling caused a sensation on the whole internet. Have you heard? Boss Lin is doing good deeds again. Boss Lin? Which Boss Lin? You guys are too naive. Nowadays, when rich people do charity work, it's all for show, putting on an act for others to see. Oh, it's that noble-hearted young Master Lin who sacrificed his own family. He's different, unlike other capitalists who are indeed heartless. But I believe in young Master Lin's noble character. That makes sense. Young Master Lin demanded the death penalty for his own biological father to seek justice for the victims. Where did Boss Lin post the video? Douyin. Can someone give me a link? May the good people always be safe. Due to the incident of Lin Jianjun's drunken hit and run, Lin Zhuan's popularity remains high. When he revealed Chu Ling's tragic experiences from childhood, his current stomach cancer situation, and the malicious faces of the Chu family to the public, the entire internet empathized and grew furious. Damn beasts, damn beasts. Is that even a person? How could they dare to traffic children? Human traffickers should be executed. You can commit a crime, but to mistreat someone like that, even caring for a dog for so many years would develop an emotional attachment, right? This is a living human being. To say giving up treatment means giving up treatment. In a way, how is that any different from murder? After carefully watching the video material about Chu Ling, the entire internet was enraged. The video shot up to the top of the trending list, and views skyrocketed to over 100,000, 500,000, 1,000,000 plus ... The comments section exploded to over 99 plus. Numerous netizens were filled with indignation, condemning the Chu family while feeling sorry for the unfortunate Chu Ling ... Intelligent bald girl. I'm so angry. How can there be such beasts in this world? Incorrect username for idiots to display. The girl in the video is so pitiful. I really want to help her. If her biological parents knew that their daughter was being abused like this, wouldn't they be heartbroken? The more I smell my feet, the sweeter they become. Death penalty. That Chu Shang is just like Lin Jianjun. These two beasts don't deserve to be called human. I strongly demand the judge sentence them to death. Little fairy pulling poop. Is young Master Lin the reincarnation of the Buddha? Is his heart really that good? Seeing injustice and helping out. Not only did he bear the medical expenses for the young lady, but he also rescued her from the hands of the devilish couple. Addicted to the internet with thunder in the crotch, Boss Lin is truly the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Good deeds bring good rewards. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-tiered pagoda. With a powerful figure like the Su group having such a leader who is so virtuous, they are destined for prosperity. The crab that kills from earth. Does anyone recognize this girl? Mobilize the masses to help the poor girl find her parents. Regain true family love. My mother gave birth to me for a reason. I know that Chu family village, the people named Chu in there are all particularly bad. Where are the police? Report it immediately and arrest that couple. Be careful not to let them escape. Angry bird in the crotch. Doesn't this girl look a bit like the popular idol Tang San Shao? There's a resemblance between their facial features. Could it be? Well, Tang Chuan only has one sister, Tangro. I guess I was thinking too much. When the helpless appearance of Chu Ling was exposed to thousands of netizens through the screen, it immediately captured widespread attention and sparked intense discussions in society. This massive online uproar, anyone who has browsed the internet on their phones can notice. For example, the Tang family. Damn it! It's so annoying. In his casual attire, Tang Chuan paced back and forth in the room, his face full of worrying. Ever since he found out that his idol, L, was deceived by his beastly cousin, Tang Chuan couldn't help but constantly think about rescuing his idol. But he had cut off all contact with Lin Zhuan a long time ago. It had been at least 3 years since they last saw each other, and their communication methods had long been blocked. Now, suddenly asking him to contact his own cousin, Tang Chuan felt a bit reluctant, unsure about how to approach him. After all, he had once punched Lin Zhuan hard in the face, breaking his nose, in order to seek justice for his younger sister. Text continues. Chapter 299. Lin Zhuan's uncle and aunt made their appearance at the Tang family. Savages! How can there be such heartless parents? They actually stood by and watched, forcing their own daughter to give up treatment. Oh what? Abuse. Trafficking. So the truth is like this. E=O**. Such a poor girl. After carefully reading the entire post, Tang Chuan's emotions changed one after another. His sense of justice urged him to be uncontrollably angry and deeply sympathetic towards Chu Ling's plight. Especially for some reason. He found that the girl's appearance was quite similar to his own mother's. This instinctively gave Tang Chuan a sense of familiarity, and he felt the impulse to help her. My despicable cousin. This time he finally did something decent. The girl is so young. If she didn't meet her cousin, the consequences ... Wait a minute. Could it be that this is the cousin's true goal? He is a pervert who likes underage girls. The girl in the video is so thin, she looks like a child. If the cousin has ulterior motives and makes twisted requests, a weak and helpless girl like her won't be able to resist his brutality. Tang Chuan furrowed his brows as he preconceived the situation more and more reasonably. No, how can I just sit back and watch? With a burst of overwhelming justice, Tang Chuan was determined to add Chu Ling to his list of those to save, to help her escape from the clutches of his despicable cousin just like he was about to help Elle. But how exactly should I do it? Right, I can go ask my parents about it. It's like the saying goes, 3 blind men feeling an elephant. They, like me, know the true face of the despicable cousin. Maybe they will have other ways. With this thought in mind, Tang Chuan tightly held his phone and walked out of the room in a few steps. When he arrived in the luxuriously decorated living room, he was pleasantly surprised to find both his parents at home. On the sofa, there was an elegant and graceful woman with a well-proportioned figure. She was named Su Shuyun, a powerful woman who controlled Shuyun Entertainment Media Co., Ltd., a large and influential private entertainment conglomerate in the country, mainly involved in film, music, entertainment brokerage, and other fields. It had numerous popular and well-known artists under its umbrella, such as Cai Zukun, Wang Yibo, Deng Chao, Yang Yang, William Chan, Zhang Han, and many more. Today, Su Shuyun was wearing a well-tailored black suit, elegant and dignified. The sharp shoulder line and straight pants all highlighted her authority and decisiveness. At the neckline, a delicate pearl necklace lightly hung, adding a touch of feminine tenderness to her strict demeanor. Her hair was meticulously combed, with each strand seemingly telling of her strictness and self-discipline. Though there were signs of aging at the corners of her eyes, it did not diminish her charm. Instead, it added a touch of maturity and stability. Beside the balcony, there stood a refined and gentle-looking man in his 40s. He had a tall and straight figure, dressed in a crisp suit with a black tie, his shoes shining like mirrors. Under the gentle sunlight, his face showed a kind of calm and depth that came with the experience of years. The slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes added a unique charm, as if the traces of time had lightly brushed across his face, giving him a mature and wise demeanor. This man was named Tang Guowen, the director of the Land and Resources Planning Department. Due to his position, he had access to some of the latest national land planning information. Chapter 300, Lin Zhuan's Aunt Wakes Up. Chu Ling is my biological daughter. Upon entering the living room, Tang Chuan found his parents both wearing cold expressions, and they seemed distant from each other, creating an atmosphere that felt a bit off. What's going on? Did Dad and Mom have a fight? Tang Chuan furrowed his brows. He realized that there seemed to be some kind of conflict between his parents these past few days. The old couple seemed to be in a cold war. However, considering the urgency of the situation, with every second delayed, that poor girl might fall victim to the hands of the vile cousin, Tang Chuan decided to seek help from his parents first. Dad, Mom, I have something to discuss with you. What's the matter, son? Su Shuyun, who was sitting on the sofa sulking, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and Tang Guowen turned around as well upon hearing the sound. The matter I want to talk about is related to our cousin. Listening to his nephew's involvement, the husband and wife furrowed their brows in confusion. Due to the unpleasantness that occurred years ago, they had cut off all ties with Lin Zhuan. They thought that the Tang family would never have any relations with each other again. How did their son get involved with him again? Swiftly, filled with righteous indignation, Tang Chuan vividly recounted the situation to the couple, and finally, they understood the whole story. Humph! This brat never changes! Tang Guowen coldly snorted, utterly disappointed in his nephew, feeling like his efforts to support Lin Zhuan as an uncle had been in vain. No matter how genuinely good he was to Lin Zhuan, all he received in return was coldness and harsh words. He even believed Lin Jianzhen's instigation and inexplicably blamed their family for his mother's death. Tang Guowen could tolerate these things, as he saw Lin Zhuan as just a young boy reacting to the stress of losing his mother. But for Lin Zhuan to satisfy his desires, he actually peeked at his own precious daughter bathing, stealing her underwear. What was even more enraging, This beast intended to commit obscene acts on Tangro when there was nobody home. If he hadn't coincidentally returned home to retrieve some forgotten documents, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And it was only after this incident that the Tang family completely severed ties with Lin Juan. The situation isn't clear yet. Don't be too subjective. Maybe Lin Juan is really doing a good deed and helping that girl find her parents? Su Shuyun's tone was calm, showing little emotion. Unlike Tang Guowen and the others, her work was closely related to the internet, so she naturally understood various pieces of information about Lin Juan in recent times. Whether it was his marriage to the Su family or other matters, all of them were indicating that ... This nephew was really different from before. Humph. Easy to change your terrain, but hard to change your nature. Even Jesus can't teach him, I say. If he really has a good heart, I will apologize to him on the spot. Tang Guowen coldly snorted, his expression icy. Each time he recalled the image of his beloved daughter in disarray, crying uncontrollably, as a father, he was filled with rage all over again. He then promptly left the villa without looking back, not wanting to hear any news related to his nephew. Father, where are you going? Son, ignore your father for now. You said that girl looks a bit like me. Where's the video? Let me see. Su Shuyun disregarded Tang Guowen's departure, her expression indifferent as she turned to Tang Chuan and reached out her hand. She had been a commanding presence in the business world for years, possessing her own unique insight into observing and understanding others. By watching the video, she could quickly determine if the emotions displayed were real or acted and could discern some details about the girl. Mom, not just a bit alike. She is a spitting image of you when you were young. If it wasn't impossible, I would have thought that was my long-lost sister. Su Shuyun remained unresponsive to Tang Chuan's astonishment. There were billions of people in the world, and many looked alike, so there wasn't anything particularly surprising. She took the phone and pressed play. Suddenly recognizing Chu Ling's face in the video, Su Shuyun's mind went blank. Her previously calm expression turned into shock in an instant. She widened her eyes, sat upright, and stared fixedly at the video. After watching the video in its entirety, Su Shuyun was left in shock. A certain incredible suspicion began to form in her mind. 18 years ago. Chu family village? Is this girl my biological daughter? But little Ro. Su Shuyun's breathing quickened as she recalled 18 years ago. Back then, she was quite willful. Even when heavily pregnant, she insisted on traveling to breathe fresh air. And she didn't allow bodyguards to accompany them, finding them annoying. However, when they passed by Chu family village, her water suddenly broke, and premature labor was imminent. Returning to the city at that time was definitely out of the question. In the face of such an emergency, the inexperienced couple urgently heard that a house in the village had just given birth that morning, and they were experienced in delivering babies. So they immediately sought help at the house, and with their assistance, they successfully delivered a daughter. The man of that house at the time seemed to be called Shimshong. To thank them, we left a large sum of money and stayed overnight before departing safely with a convoy to pick us up. Because the process was so dangerous, I still remember the details clearly to this day. Su Shuyun's complexion changed rapidly. She didn't know how to describe her current feelings. Even though they hadn't done a paternity test yet, when Chu Ling mentioned the birthmark on her buttocks, Su Shuyun's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She was almost 100% sure. Chu Ling was her biological daughter, who had switched lives with Tangro 18 years ago. Because of that A-shaped birthmark, she had an identically matching one on her body, and she vaguely began to recall that after giving birth, she seemed to have glimpsed a birthmark on the other's buttocks. However, at that time, she had exhausted all her strength in giving birth, and in her extreme fatigue, she directly passed out once the child was born. When Su Shuyun woke up again, the birthmark on the child had disappeared. She had mused to herself at the time that she must have been mistaken due to her confusion. Chapter 301 Su Shuyun's Heartache and Anger. It turns out, I didn't make a mistake at that time. If only I had been more careful back then. Maybe my daughter wouldn't have suffered so much in these 18 years. Upon learning that her biological daughter had not been living well for these years, enduring not only constant abuse and mistreatment from a vicious couple, but now also suffering from stomach cancer, Su Shuyun, as a mother, felt torn and deeply self-blaming. Mom, are you okay? Oh, why are you suddenly crying? On the side, Tang Chuan was dumbfounded. In his impression, his mother had always been the cold and ruthless female CEO, rarely showing intense emotions. He never expected her to be so emotional today, sympathizing and shedding tears upon learning of the girl's tragic ordeal. "I'm fine." Su Shuyan regained her composure, realizing she had inadvertently lost control of her emotions. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, quickly got up, and headed towards the door. "Mom, where are you going? You haven't given me any advice yet? Just stay at home honestly. I'm going to the hospital to see her." "What? Mom, you're going to the hospital yourself now? Are you going to teach that monster cousin a lesson? And rescue that poor girl? Can I come with you?" "No need. You stay at home and behave. Don't come along and cause trouble." Tang Chuan paused in his tracks, feeling frustrated as he stood in place. He had planned to win favor with the cousin while his mother was reprimanding Lin Zhuan, setting the foundation for rescuing his idol L. Never did he expect to fail before victory. Well, the bridge will naturally lead to the boat. There will be a way. This world devoid of musical beauty needs L, and L will be rescued by him, the savior. In the tumult of Tang Chuan's mind, Su Shuyan had already rushed out of the villa gate. She acknowledged the driver respectfully and stepped into the limited edition high-end Maybach S-Class Vegetative. With a rumble as the car started, Su Shuyan in the back seat finally calmed down slightly, though still dazed and unsettled. It had been many years since she had lost her composure due to emotional turmoil like today, disoriented by the sudden shock that left her temporarily unable to think clearly. Who could have imagined that the girl she had invested so much love and effort in nurturing, Zero, wasn't her biological daughter after all? Starting 18 years ago, the two children's lives were deliberately exchanged under the manipulation of the malicious couple. Their daughter enjoyed prosperity and favor in the Tang family, showered with love by her relatives, while her own biological daughter lived in hell from a young age, subjected to inhumane abuse every day, living a life worse than death. Thinking of this, Su Shuyan felt a sense of suffocation in her chest, her eyes welling up with tears. She didn't know how to face this situation, how to face that poor child. She was at a loss about how to explain things to her family. All these years, everyone had treated Tangro as a member of the family, their own daughter, their own younger sister. Now she had to tell them the cruel truth. Tangro wasn't the Tang family's biological daughter or sister. Her parents were not only wicked, but also the culprits that caused the separation and suffering of her real family. And what about Zero, that child? How do I tell her? No matter how evil her parents are, the child is innocent after all. If she suddenly learns this news, what kind of emotional shock will she suffer? Actually, I should have realized it long ago. Zero and our couple don't really look alike in appearance. But no one ever thought in that direction before. We subconsciously ignored it. Watching the scenery outside the window retracting, Su Shuyan furrowed her brow, feeling agitated. She sighed repeatedly while pressing her temples. Soon, she shook her head vigorously, decided to temporarily set aside her mixed thoughts. After all, the top priority was to go to the hospital and see her biological daughter. At this moment, 1 hour had passed since the successful release of the video, but the buzz kept rising, settling high on the trending list and not budging. Numerous caring netizens noticed a girl named Chu Ling and sympathized with her tragic story, expressing comforting words in the comment section. At the First People's Hospital in the metropolitan city, in the hospital room, Su Kinj was reading out the comments from concerned netizens to Chu Ling. "Ling, look. Many people online are encouraging and supporting you. Yes, everyone is so gentle and kind." Staring at those heartwarming comments, Chu Ling's eyes glistened, feeling warm in her heart. Countless people were sending their blessings, hoping she would find her biological parents soon, overcome the illness, and get through this tough time. This care from strangers was something she hadn't felt in so long. Indeed, if everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better place. I wonder if my real parents have seen this video. If they saw it will they recognize me and come find me? Chu Ling thought like this, filled with hope. The memories of the past years, the pain and loneliness left by her family. She now yearned for true family affection and longed to return to her real family. Chapter 302. The Tragic Ending of Chu Ling. Happy New Year! Best wishes to everyone! In the ward, just as Chu Ling was full of anticipation with a smile on her face, her ears suddenly heard Lin Juan's sarcastic voice. "My silly cousin, why suddenly showing such a stupid expression? Does she naively think that she can regain family affection after returning to the Tang family? So naive, isn't she? Well, it seems like she really did. I remember she originally, after being defiled by Chu Shang and the old village chief, despaired and planned to jump off a cliff. Just happened to be saved by a drama crew filming nearby, going through various coincidences, then finally recognized her family back at the Tang family. Due to her deep longing for family affection, she tried hard to please the Tang family members and my uncle's family after she was recognized. But sadly, my unfortunate cousin, even until the end, couldn't warm the hearts of her family. When she was disheartened, she not only gave up stomach cancer treatment, but also snatched the dog chain from Wang Kai's neck and hung herself in the toilet. Sigh. That death scene was really too tragic. Until the next day when the girl's body was found. TSK, already with bulging eyes, overflowing excreta, long tongue hanging out, neck stretched long. Chu Ling, oh. E=hash. Ah, my death was so tragic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After finally returning to my family, how could they still treat me so indifferently? And in the end, hanging myself with a dog chain I snatched? This is unjust. Originally still having hopes for a bright future, Chu Ling's whole demeanor changed after overhearing Lin Juan's inner thoughts. She knelt in her heart, feeling that the future was bleak. Ice cold all over, she seemed to hear the exclusive BGM of her failed life. Snowflakes fluttering tilde. North wind rustling. Sky, vast and boundless. It hurts. Too painful. Did I destroy the galaxy in my past life? This life is just so unlucky. I really want to start over. Oh. But I don't want to hang myself. What to do? That way of dying is too terrifying. Woo-woo. Life is not worth it. Thinking about the hanging scene described by Lin Juan, Chu Ling was stunned. Completely stunned. If it were someone else saying it, she wouldn't believe it's her future no matter what. But unfortunately, it was Lin Juan who said those words, someone who can foresee the future. How could it be false? Stay calm. The future can be changed. I managed to escape the tragic destiny of being defiled, right? So I can definitely avoid this hanging future. Damn cousin, why do you always talk in half sentences? Just tell me the concrete reason, what led to my suicide in the end. Can't you finish it in one go? Speaking halfway, beware I curse your chicken to be half short. Xiaoling, are you okay? Your face doesn't look good. Sensing Chu Ling's unusual behavior, Su Qin asked concernedly. With a forced smile more ugly than crying, Chu Ling said, Heh, I'm fine. I was just thinking, when will my biological parents come and recognize me? All I see. Don't worry. With the internet so advanced now, your family will definitely recognize you soon. Then you can reunite with your family. Su Qin smiled reassuringly. She knew someone in the Tang family who specialized in internet entertainment and was very sensitive to hot topics. With Chu Ling's popularity so high now, they must have noticed. Maybe someone from the Tang family is already on their way. Cough. Oh, that's good. I really hope to meet my family soon. Chu Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her smile even uglier. Before she overheard Lin Juan's thoughts, she would have been impatient to reunite with the Tang family. Not only to have warmth and affection between family members, but also to live a good life in the future, without having to work hard, carrying debts. But now, knowing the ultimate fate after her return to the Tang family, Chu Ling suddenly felt it was not bad to not reunite. Being alone wasn't bad after all. At least there wasn't any life-threatening danger. Don't worry, Xiaoling. All the kind people on the internet are caring about you and want to help you. I believe you will soon be able to be with your family, feel their love and care for you. Staying with your family, you will feel an unparalleled happiness and fulfillment. You will understand, family affection is the most precious thing in the world. It can overcome all difficulties and challenges. You will understand, no matter where you are, family is always your strongest support and warm harbor. You will understand, with the love and care of your family, your life will become more fulfilling and meaningful. So please remember, you are not alone. Soon, you will have the love and support of your family, their protection and blessings. Lin Zhuan's words were sincere and heartfelt, his gaze genuine, as if he truly cared about Chu Ling, guiding her through her emotional conflicts. Unfortunately, his earnest words, aimed at urging Chu Ling to return to the Tang family as a bridge to repair their relationship, resulted in different psychological reactions in the two girls. Su Qinj rolled her eyes, gives looking strange. Lin Zhuan's heartfelt and generous words, when spoken to anyone, seemed enthusiastic and reasonable. After all, family affection is indeed an immensely precious thing in this world. But this speech, coming from Lin Zhuan, who strongly supported the death penalty for his scumbag father, seems there's something off here. As for Chu Ling, she looked at Lin Zhuan's seemingly caring appearance, and her eyes couldn't help but twitch with a momentary urge to jump up and give him a big slap. Damn scumbag cousin, clearly knowing the ultimate fate of her return to the Tang family. Still spouting those comforting words, hoping to witness her hanging herself, right? How could you be so cruel? How can you say such cold words from your 37 mouth? Woo-woo. I'm really too unfortunate, Thought I became the chosen one of destiny. Who would have expected this unreliable cousin's plot armor, wanting to deceive her to her death, at this moment. Whether online or offline, everyone felt pity for Chu Ling, this poor girl, calling for her biological parents to be found. But none of the netizens knew. In fact, the few people involved in the ward, each knew the reasons behind it, but they just didn't say. It's a game. They just don't say. They love being mysterious. As the thoughts of the people in the room diverged. Click! The ward door was suddenly pushed open, and a dignified and elegant woman rushed in from outside. Finally arrived. Seeing the other person, Lin Zhuan's eyes lit up, a smile unconsciously forming on his face. The newcomer was his great-aunt. Su Shuyun. As soon as she entered, her eyes immediately looked towards the bed, and when she saw Ling's face clearly, her eyes reddened on the spot. Daughter, my daughter. You've suffered. Mommy's here. Su Shuyun quickly walked to the bed, looking at her biological daughter, who was emaciated and pale with great anguish. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Especially Chu Ling on the hospital bed. She was completely dumbfounded, perhaps due to a mother-daughter connection. The woman in glamorous attire in front of her was a stranger, but from the moment she appeared, Chu Ling had a strong premonition that this woman was her biological mother. Child, it's me. I am your mother. 18 years ago, in Chu village, premature birthmark. All the experiences back then prove one thing. Because of that wicked couple, you and Zero were switched in life for 18 years. I'm sorry. It's all Dad and Mom's fault, which caused you so much suffering. If only we had been more careful back then, you wouldn't have been switched. Perhaps fearing that Chu Ling wouldn't believe her, Su Shuyun, with tears in her eyes, recounted her daughter's past experiences. She became more and more pained as she spoke, unable to hold back her tears. While she felt heartbroken seeing the video footage, it was only when she saw her daughter's frail appearance that the visual impact truly sank in. She couldn't imagine how difficult her daughter's life had been, her thin body, the exposed skin on her arms still bearing many bruises and whip marks. Atrocious! If this was only what was visible, how many horrifying memories must be hidden under her clothes? Humble Prince Salute, W. Written for the esteemed readers, New Year Gratitude and Appreciation Poem, on New Year's Eve, with dazzling starlight. Continuing to write, heartfelt emotions. Thank you for your company, sharing time with you. In every word, deep connections. Blessings are expressed, thoughtful. Wishing you good health and longevity. On the creative journey, walking with you, thankful for your warmth and support. May this new year bring good fortune and happiness. Enjoying the novel world together. Continuing to write, moving forward together. More excitement to share with you. Asterisk asterisk. The little prince here wishes you all a happy New Year's Eve. To thank everyone for their continuous encouragement and support, I've decided to give out a 5-day New Year red envelope to everyone, still through Alipay's red envelope password method, same as before. Just send me a New Year gift, and the reply sent by the system will be the red envelope password. Input that in the Alipay Red Packet mini program, and you can receive the red envelope. Planning to give out 1,000 red envelopes over 5 days. New Year's Eve, Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, Day 4. This is the plan for now. The specific amounts will be based on feedback at that time. I see some brothers worried that I don't have money. Thank you all for your concern. But it's not needed because you have to send me a gift to receive the password and red envelope. Even if I don't make a profit, I can manage to break even. Asterisk asterisk. And it's just a few days of festivity during the new year, so money isn't a big concern. I can earn 0.1 yuan for each energy for love sent by you. 10 would be 1 yuan, 110 yuan, 1,100 yuan, 10,000 1,000 yuan. Onwards, when one reader gives me energy for love of 1 billion, think about it. Soon, I'll achieve financial freedom, become a domineering CEO, top the list of the richest in the nation, have a harem of 3,000, and reach the peak of life in a flash. The thought is so exciting. Tilde tilde. Am I truly a genius? Gives_gives. Here are the rules for grabbing red envelopes to ensure that brothers who are active at different times can participate. I've set 7 time slots. Each time a new slot arrives, the corresponding red envelope password from the system will change. Midnight. 30 yuan. 300 red envelopes. Already grabbed 9 a.m. 20 yuan. 100 red envelopes. Already grabbed noon. 20 yuan. 150 red envelopes. Already grabbed 3 p.m. 20 yuan. 100 red envelopes. Already grabbed 6 p.m. 20 yuan. 100 red envelopes. Already grabbed 8 p.m. 20 yuan. 100 red envelopes. Currently ongoing. 10 p.m. 20 yuan. 100 red envelopes. Grabbing in progress. ... Total amount 150 yuan. After grabbing, you can send a bullet screen at each time slot to see how your New Year's luck turns out. Finally, I wish you all a happy New Year's Eve. Also, to thank everyone for their support in 2023, I've invited some celebrities to perform for you on CCTV at 8 p.m. tonight. Don't worry about how much money I've spent. As long as you are happy, my money is well spent. Chapter 303. Does Su Shuyan also have mind-reading skills? Family, Happy New Year's Day. In the hospital ward, Chu Ling, in a striped patient gown, absent-mindedly watched as the glamorous wealthy woman in front of her embraced her, murmuring to herself, "Mom, are you my mom?" "Yes, I am your mother, child, I am indeed your mother." Feeling the warmth from Su Shuyan's embrace, Chu Ling's vision blurred, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Ever since she learned that her biological parents were actually someone else, Chu Ling had fantasized countless times about what her family would look like. In her limited understanding of social hierarchy, she imagined her parents coming from wealthy families, dressed like celebrities on TV, elegant and radiant, wearing designer clothes, perfect makeup, driving an unbelievably luxurious BMW. But when she truly saw her birth mother with her own eyes, she realized how narrow her imagination was. The woman in front of her was even more elegant and beautiful than she had pictured her mother to be, young and stunning. With her long, glossy black hair tied up behind her head, adorned with a few hairpins, revealing a slender, graceful neck, exuding grace and elegance, dignified and generous. Compared to Su Shuyan, her messy, unkempt hair and skinny, scrawny figure seemed a world apart. Mother and daughter together appeared completely out of place in terms of their appearance. At that moment, a sense of inferiority overwhelmed Chu Ling's mind. She did not dare to look directly at this graceful mother, feeling like a pitiful ugly duckling in her presence. But Chu Ling also yearned deeply for the feeling of having a mother, unable to muster the slightest thought of escaping from Su Shuyan. There was a moment when mother and daughter embraced, tears streaming down both their faces. After a period of emotional release, Su Shuyan finally calmed down a bit. She nodded in agreement to Lin Zhuan's suggestion, even though she was almost certain that Chu Ling was her biological daughter. But for the sake of convincing others in the family, the paternity test report was still necessary. Shortly after, under the direct command of the hospital director, medical staff quickly collected blood samples from Su Shuyan and her daughter, rushing to verify the results. When they saw the conclusion at the end of the report, stating a definite parent-child relationship. Even though Su Shuyan had been almost certain Tears filled her eyes in an instant. Indeed, this was her biological daughter. She turned around with teary eyes, embracing the somewhat dazed Chu Ling, whispering softly in her ear, "Child, come home with Mom. You have suffered all these years, and Mom will compensate you well. From now on, you will never be bullied by anyone again." Hearing these words, Chu Ling hesitated for a moment, instinctively wanting to nod in agreement. After all, this was the familial love she had longed for, now within reach. How could she not be moved? However, recalling the voices she had overheard not long ago, Chu Ling subconsciously hesitated, glancing towards Lin Zhuan, feeling conflicted in her heart. Once I return to the Tang family, will it really end up as my cousin predicted? Such a tragic fate. But I really want to have a family. And this, mother, she doesn't seem like a bad person. I can feel ... that she genuinely wants to make it up to me, to care for me ... For a moment, Chu Ling was caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to choose. If she had not met Su Shuyun today, and learned about the terrible fate awaiting her upon returning to the Tang family, Chu Ling, for the sake of her own life, might have distanced herself from the Tang family. But experiencing the warmth brought by Su Shuyun, Chu Ling was instantly captivated, unwilling to leave this motherly warmth. The affection she longed for, a dream come true. She truly couldn't bring herself to push it away. Sensing her daughter's hesitation, Su Shuyun followed her gaze, finally noticing Lin Zhuan, her unreliable nephew. Recalling the unpleasant incident between them in the past, her brows furrowed subconsciously. Honestly, ever since this nephew did something even worse than a beast to her daughter, she had completely lost any favorable feelings towards him, only disgust remained. If not for this incident, she might have never crossed paths with him again. But regardless, Su Shuyun acknowledged that, if not for this nephew, her daughter wouldn't have been able to escape from that hellish village. Otherwise, her daughter might have faced an even more tragic fate. The thought sent chills down Su Shuyun's spine. Looking at Lin Zhuan again, she felt a hint of gratitude well up, the hatred fading. "Xiao Shuan, about my daughter, thank you. I don't know how to repay you, to express my gratitude to you from the bottom of my heart. If it weren't for you, my daughter, I might never have seen her again." Hearing this, Lin Zhuan, filled with righteousness, raised his hand and said seriously, "Auntie, there's no need to thank me. It's just the principle of helping those in need. I just did something insignificant. Even if it wasn't Chu Ling this time, but any other person, I would have done the same. I just didn't expect the person I accidentally saved to be my own cousin. No wonder when I first saw her, I felt a strange sense of familiarity. Perhaps this is what the elders often say, an invisible design, the work of fate." Facing her nephew's sincere gaze, Su Shuyun realized that Lin Zhuan had changed drastically compared to 3 years ago. It wasn't just about his appearance, but the mature vibe that exuded from him, his confidence from within. He was a different person compared to before. Is this what the saying goes? After 3 days separation, when you meet again, you see things in a different light? Thus, Su Shuyun smiled faintly, feeling relieved in her heart. She had a good relationship with her sister-in-law in the past, and naturally, she hoped for her son to take the right path. Inside the hospital room, Su Shuyun opened her purse to pull out a check, ready to compensate Lin Zhuan adequately with money. She had heard about Lin Zhuan's tough life after marrying into the Su family, having no family status, becoming a puppet manipulated by Cheng Qinj. Initially, she had some doubts, thinking the truth might have been exaggerated. But glancing at the cold-faced girl in the wheelchair, Su Shuyun felt the rumors were not unfounded. She had encountered this woman at several business events. She was cunning and powerful. How could her mediocre nephew possibly compete with her? He must have been completely dominated. Su Shuyun was 95% certain of this conclusion. Therefore, she believed that what Lin Zhuan needed most now was money, and since she had plenty, compensating him financially seemed like the most suitable way. Wow, Auntie Su keeps herself well. At her age, this appearance, figure, it's the apple of the bandit's eyes. Unfortunately, in the end, it ended up in a tragedy of broken families and lost lives. But she keeps reaching into her bag. What could she be looking for? She wouldn't be preparing to embarrass my dignity by pulling out money, would she? It can't be that cliché and vulgar, right? Impossible. Impossible. Su Shuyun's hand trembled as she reached for the check, suddenly looking around with a vacant and shocked gaze. Who is speaking? Huh? What's going on? Why did Auntie Sue suddenly look around with a startled and confused expression? Is she having a brain freeze? Auntie Sue. This title, along with this familiar voice, could it be? Su Shiyun widened her eyes, staring in shock at Lin Zhuan, who was staring at her with a peculiar gaze. Holy crap-o! What's happening? Why is my aunt looking at me with that surprised look in her eyes? Is her brain malfunctioning? Auntie Sue. This brat, what nonsense is running through his head all day long? I'm older than his mom. What's wrong with him? Su Shiyun had a black line on her forehead, her pupils filled with bewilderment and astonishment. She realized a miraculous thing had dawned on her. What she heard seemed to be Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts. I'm sorry. I've been very busy these days. Updates might be inconsistent, but to ensure completion, I won't stop. After New Year's celebrations, I'll quickly return to regular updates. Oh, speaking of which, I'm not sure if I'll have time to write tomorrow, as I'll be going to my father-in-law's house as a new son-in-law to pay respects, feeling nervous. I've packed 6,800 red envelopes with a separate one for my wife at 1680. Money, too bad I can't spend it freely. Oto, humble. Little Prince salutes. W to the readers. Happy New Year's Day. In our village, the new year involves paying respects to the gods, welcoming many new faces, and lots of beauties. But unfortunately, I'm married now, and they no longer belong to me. I've given up the entire forest, leaving it to my brothers. Tomorrow is the second day of the new year. As a son-in-law, I'll ride an electric scooter to my mother-in-law's house with my wife. Any advice for me? We seem to need to hand over a big red envelope. Feeling a bit nervous. Oppo. To thank everyone for their continuous encouragement and support, I've decided to continue sending out New Year's red envelopes. It'll be through Alipay's password red envelope method like before. Send me a New Year gift, and the reply you receive will be the red envelope password. Enter it into the Alipay red envelope app mini program to claim your red envelope. Here are the new rules for red envelope grabs. Yesterday, in order to allow active participants across different time zones to join, I set 7 time points. At each time point, the corresponding red envelope password will change to a new one. But I found this method somewhat cumbersome, and participation wasn't as high, so let's switch it up. 500 red envelopes, 100 RMB each. Once you've grabbed them, share the amount you've claimed to see everyone's New Year luck. Finally, I wish all readers a happy New Year's Day. And once again, thanks for your support in 2023. I've hired top hot celebrities like Shen Tang, Deng Chao, Wang Zhengkai, Zhao Liang, Dilraba, Zhao Lucy, etc. to sing and perform skits on major TV channels to entertain you all. No need to be grateful to me. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. ***. Chapter 304. Su Qin shows her dominance in protecting her husband. Wishing everyone a happy second day of the Lunar New Year. Seeing Su Shiyun staring blankly at herself, Lin Zhuan felt inexplicably puzzled, but on the surface, he showed sincere concern. Auntie, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to call a doctor to check on you? Upon hearing this, Su Shiyun, who had snapped out of it, quickly suppressed the turmoil in her heart and subconsciously shook her head to indicate that she was fine. The idea of hearing thoughts was too bizarre for her to comprehend. Not to mention being mistaken for being crazy by others, even if believed. Su Shiyun was afraid of being treated like a lab rat by scientists. So the best way to handle it was to act as if nothing had happened, carefully study her extraordinary abilities when she got home. Right. Su Shiyun was 95% certain that her superpowers had awakened in her genes. As someone involved in the entertainment industry, she had encountered many fantasy TV dramas with supernatural abilities, and her mindset was much younger than her peers, so she quickly accepted the reality of her awakened superpowers. Su Shiyun observed the remaining people in the room from the corner of her eye and found that they all looked normal, without any differences. This confirmed her belief. She was special, only she could hear Lin Zhuan's thoughts. Could it be that she was a chosen woman by the heavens? The chosen great auntie. Su Shiyun's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. But the urgent matter at hand was to bring her biological daughter, Chu Ling, back home. Zhao Ling, come home with Mom first. The suffering you have endured in these years, Mom wants to do everything possible to make it up to you. Mom guarantees you. From now on, nobody can harm you. Faced with Su Shuyun's heartfelt consolation, Chu Ling was deeply moved and her eyes felt sore. Since childhood, she had imagined countless times. When she saw other children in the village being supported by their parents when they were bullied, she was envious, because her parents not only failed to protect her, but even wished to harm her on the spot. So every time Chu Ling felt wronged, she could only hide and cry silently, licking her wounds alone. Now that her dreams had come true, she couldn't resist this temptation of familial love. She was about to nod without hesitation. TSK. My foolish cousin. Seeing her so moved with tears in her eyes, she's probably already imagining the beautiful scene of living with her family in the future. Too bad she doesn't know that what awaits her upon returning is not a happy life, but a new round of nightmares, ultimately leading to a tragic end. Currently, the great auntie is making solemn promises. Too bad. She will be the one to hurt her cousin the most in the future. But this is also good. As long as my foolish cousin, after returning to the Tang family, goes through enough suffering when I step in to help her out of trouble, this intellectually challenged cousin will be truly grateful and full of admiration. Then, when I want to use her for something, that would be a piece of cake. Perfect. Am I really a genius? Chu Ling. Oh, you beast. Oh, cousin, you heartless beast. How can you be so cruel? Watching me walk into the fire pit with admiring eyes, and not intervening. Woo, I'm really having a hard time. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why do I have such family members in this life? Chu Ling's anger grew as she thought more about it, and she felt a river of sadness welling up inside her. Initially feeling uncertain and prepared to follow Su Shuyun back to the Tang family, her thoughts dissipated in an instant. She really didn't want to hang herself. Especially thinking about her tragic fate, Chu Ling felt even worse. She immediately used the excuse of needing to stay in the hospital for stomach cancer treatment to politely decline Su Shuyun's invitation to come home. On the other side, Su Shuyun, who also heard the thoughts, furrowed her brows and felt inexplicably puzzled. How could she harm her own daughter, and even hurt her deeply, leading to Chu Ling's tragic end? This was utter nonsense. Moreover, based on the information revealed in Lin Zhuan's thoughts, it seemed like he intended to win his daughter's favor in order to achieve some unspeakable goal. But with his daughter currently in dire straits, with nothing to take advantage of, could it be? Su Shuyun, who had made premature judgments, recalled the vile deeds Lin Zhuan had done in the past and felt a chill in her heart, her expression darkening in an instant. Especially when Chu Ling refused her and gave her nephew a strange look, Su Shuyun's alarm bells rang loudly. Could it be that Xiaoling was being threatened by Lin Zhuan? It was very likely. After all, this nephew had a history. He was the first to interact with Chu Ling. Maybe he took advantage of the opportunity to instill certain views in his daughter that were detrimental to the Tang family, thus causing Chu Ling's resistance to going home. Considering the worst-case scenario, Su Shuyun's face gradually turned cold, the slight goodwill she had for Lin Zhuan dissipating instantly. As she was concerned, desperate to protect her daughter, she couldn't control her emotions and immediately grabbed Chu Ling's shoulders, her expression solemn as she asked, Xiaoling, tell mom boldly. Are you being threatened into not wanting to come home with me? Or has someone said things to you in private that shouldn't have been said? While saying this, Su Shuyun deliberately turned her head to stare directly at Lin Zhuan, insinuating something. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Lin Zhuan was completely bewildered, not understanding why his great aunt suddenly became hostile towards him. Before he could figure out the situation, Su Qinj, who had been silently observing, suddenly raised her head coldly, glanced at Su Shuyun, and said, Mrs. Su, you can eat messily, but you mustn't speak recklessly. I suggest you use your brain before speaking. Don't just blame others when faced with problems, distrusting this and that. Sometimes, look for your own reasons. After so many years, have you ever doubted even once that your child was switched at birth? You've done a really poor job as a mother. Have you ever reflected on why Xiaoling refuses to go home with you? Keep in mind that apart from you, nobody in the Tang family currently knows of Xiaoling's existence. Rushing to bring her home like this, how do you think Mr. Tang would feel? How about your children? Can they accept Xiaoling's presence? As Xiaoling's mother, can't you see that her reluctance to return with you is actually due to her concerns about being rejected by your unfamiliar husband and children? ... Listening to Su Qing's orderly cold words, Su Shuyun's face turned unsightly. She wanted to refute, but couldn't find a way to do so. She could only stand awkwardly in place, accepting the consecutive bombardment from the young girl. If after returning with you, your family doesn't welcome Xiaoling's arrival, wouldn't it cause her to suffer a second emotional blow from her family? I suggest you first inform your family about this matter, get everyone's consent, then talk about bringing the child home. Or could it be you simply don't care about how Xiaoling will get along with your family after returning home? Is it merely an opportunity for you to fill the void and alleviate the guilt you feel for neglecting your duties as a mother, providing yourself with a false psychological comfort? Of course, Mrs. Su, whatever you're thinking, I don't care. But your accusatory tone just now, I don't like it. Finally, if I were you, you should immediately rush back home now, discuss with your husband and children, then collectively come to the hospital to take Xiaoling home. Instead of baselessly slinging accusations here. Completely disregarding Su Shuyun's age and status, after delivering a scathing reproach, Su Qing turned her head coldly and didn't bother with her anymore. In the quiet room after Su Qing's outburst, the atmosphere became silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The faces of the people present were diverse and filled with excitement. Wow wow! Wow wow wow! Sister Su is so cool! Love her! I declare, she is the idol I will follow for the rest of my life. She really spoke to my heart. Chu Ling's eyes sparkled, looking at Su Qing with a look full of admiration. A great woman should be like this. Even though I can't reach her, my heart yearns for it. The only thing that embarrassed Chu Ling was, the reason she refused was simply out of concern for her own life. Otherwise, she would have agreed long ago. As for the family members mentioned by Su Qing, Chu Ling had never even considered worrying about them. Now that it was mentioned, it seemed very reasonable to her. Since her return to the Tang family was related to something unpleasant, someone probably didn't want her to return, leading to the tragedy. Thus, before her unfamiliar siblings could fully consider the situation, she decided to continue lingering in the hospital based on the reasons given by Su Qing. Next to her, Lin Zhuan was on the verge of bursting into tears, feeling warm inside. It was really not easy to have a grown daughter who was beginning to understand how to protect her father. The heartwarming moment closing parenthesis Bowing humbly, a poem of gratitude to the readers for the second day of the Lunar New Year. Joyful on the second day of the Lunar New Year, the hearts of readers are connected. The elegance and affection of words conveying deep appreciation. Celebrating the new year together with joy, grateful for your support. May you have good fortune every year, with happiness overflowing in your home. Little Prince here, wishing everyone a happy second day of the Lunar New Year. Today is the second day of the Lunar New Year, and for the first time as a new son-in-law, I rode an electric scooter to visit my mother-in-law's home. It was a bit awkward. Maybe it's because of my reserved personality. My in-laws were also quiet throughout the visit. We went at 10:30, had hot pot for lunch. It was quiet the whole time. I was accidentally about to flick something off my foot and almost created a 3-room flat. After lunch, we quietly sat, sipped tea, and watched TV. I tried to find topics of conversation, but could only say that some people just aren't cut out for socializing. Especially someone like me, who is introverted. It felt awkward. Thankfully, we finished and went back home around 3 p.m. Once free, relaxation ensued. I've been stuck at home writing, almost without friends. Sometimes, I can even stay indoors for a month without going out, lying flat at home. Over time, I realized that my social skills were severely lacking, not knowing how to communicate with others, stumbling over words. Sigh. I advise everyone in the new year to make more friends, to engage with the outside world. Don't be like me. Frankly, if someone told me to stop writing now and go work outside, I wouldn't know what to do. After all, My diploma is from a third-rate high school in the village, worthless, companies simply wouldn't hire me. Due to my limited perspective and the limited opportunities that I or my family and friends could introduce me to. Almost all that remains for me is working in a factory or delivering packages, just passing the time, unable to support a family. Lately, relatives have been suggesting that I should have a dragon baby during this dragon year for good luck. I can't help it, that's how it is in the countryside, utterly speechless. I don't know if my sworn brother and his mother will come to my house tomorrow to pay New Year's respects. I swore siblinghood with him last year. He's a year older than me, turning 30 this year. He's not married yet, but has a girlfriend, maybe getting married next year. Currently working in real estate sales in Guangzhou, planning to buy a house there and settle down, not returning to the countryside. I didn't want to swear brotherhood at first, thinking what's the point of two grown-ups like us swearing brotherhood? However, after my family consulted a fortune teller and was told that I needed a brother for things to improve, to become prosperous, that whole spiel, even though I didn't believe it, I still went along with it due to family pressure. To express my gratitude for your continuous encouragement and support, I've decided to continue giving out red envelopes to everyone, still via Alipay password-protected red envelopes, using the same method as before. Send me a New Year gift, and the automated reply will be the red envelope password. Enter this password in the Alipay red envelope mini program, and you'll be able to claim your red envelope. Below are the red envelope snatching rules. 500 red envelopes, 100 RMB each. Average value 0.2. Yesterday's luckiest winner got 0.51. After you've claimed your red envelope, feel free to share the amount you received, and let's see how your New Year luck turns out. Finally, once again, wishing all the readers a happy second day of the Lunar New Year. Chapter 305 Lin Zhuan eats big melons. Tangguo in secret. Happy third day of the New Year. Wow tilde tilde. My family's kinj is really awesome. So, this is what it feels like to be protected by someone. It feels so secure. Touch plus tears in eyes. Gives_gives. I didn't work hard for nothing for my wife. Adhering to male virtue. Back then, marrying into the Su family for King's wedding was truly a correct choice. This son-in-law has decided. In the future, I will work hard to have children with Kinj and expand the Su family's branches and leaves. It looks like my 12 zodiac plan can be put on the agenda soon. But why is Big Aunt's temper so bad today? Could it be her time of the month? Forgot to drink more hot water? Or has menopause arrived? After all, she is also a woman in her 40s. In the midst of being moved by the girl's dominant protection, Lin Zhuan remembers his newly acquired skill of melon patch sticker and immediately prepares to use it on Su Shuyan. After all, the supporting characters in these novels, he only has a general idea of their information, not specifics. Now, only by eating Big Aunt's melons can he obtain the information he needs and address the issue accordingly. On the other side, #Su Shuyan, who overhears her nephew's thoughts, is extremely depressed, with continuous twitching at the corners of her eyes. Because she cannot expose her superpowers, she can only vent her frustrations internally. The annoying little rascal. People's hearts are truly inscrutable, knowing one's appearance, but not one's heart. Even on the surface appearing respectful towards teachers and devoted to morals, her heart is so wicked, mocking me for reaching my time of the month and insinuating menopause, daring to say I am a woman in her 40s. Can you please consider the feelings of your elders? Even though in normal circumstances, no one can hear your thoughts. But have you not heard of a gentleman should be discreet in matters of speech, not to defile the room? Oh dear! Su Shuyan is angered, but she also knows she is in the wrong. Especially with Su King's words, it gives her a reality check, making her realize she is indeed clueless. Today's sudden acknowledgement of relatives has made her too impulsive, losing her composure. Not only did she not consider the feelings of her family, but also jumped to conclusions and released hostility towards her daughter's nephew. Thinking about this, Su Shuyan, who had completely calmed down, felt a bit ashamed, and after a moment of silence, she sincerely apologized to Lin Zhuan. I'm sorry. I overreacted just now. It's okay, Auntie. Please don't worry about it. I understand your concern about Lingling getting hurt. Lin Zhuan smiled and waved his hand, showing a generous demeanor, which eased Su Shuyan's furrowed brows. Feeling touched and guilty at the same time, Perhaps I have overthought, judging others with a malicious heart. After all, Zizhuan is so magnanimous, so understanding. Just then, a few more thoughts suddenly entered Su Shuyun's ears. My big aunt, she doesn't even have a bit of sincerity. She only relies on her mouth to apologize, with a face full of reluctance. Doesn't she know apologies work? Why act like a cop, underscore? At least give me billions, and beg for my forgiveness with tears streaming down your face. Su Shuyun. ## closing parenthesis. Fine, I admit it. I take back what I said earlier. This brat really doesn't value money at all. Does he even understand the concept of billions? Even the wealthiest person in the country wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. And not only is he dissatisfied with just money, he even demands shedding tears as a part of the apology. Su Shuyun is at a loss for words due to the numerous complaints. She doesn't know how to react at this moment. Seeing that the atmosphere has become awkward, Chu Ling quickly takes the blame to herself, afraid of escalating the conflict. Mom, please don't misunderstand. About cousin. The reason I refused is the same as what Sister Su said. I'm also worried that other relatives at home might not accept me, so let's give each other some time to adjust. Seeing her daughter speaking like this, Su Shuyun can only temporarily stifle her intention to take Chu Ling back home. She prepares to leave after informing her husband and children about Chu Ling's situation. And at this moment, Lin Zhuan has already activated the melon patch sticker skill and has begun to eat Su Shuyun's melons. What's going on? Why are big aunt and uncle cold to each other lately? I see. The wisdom of our ancestors is truly remarkable. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 turns into a wolf, at 40 into a tiger. My big aunt is now in that ferocious stage. Every night, she is full of desire, dressed seductively, wearing perfume, flaunting herself, engaging in some naughty things in the room with my big uncle. TSK. This big melon is quite thrilling. My big aunt still has such charm. Isn't my big uncle lingering every night, feeling breathless and exhausted every day, with hands on hips and struggling to get up? No way. My big uncle actually refuses the temptation of beauty, keeping composed, avoiding big aunt at night, faking excuses not to come home after work. What's going on? Could big uncle be cheating? Such an honest man like big uncle. It can't be right, can it? Chu Ling, don't play tricks on me. I've just found my birth parents, and now you're telling me my father, whom I've never met, is a cheating scumbag. If my mother finds out about this big melon, and my parents divorce, that means as soon as I return to my family, I might end up in a single-parent household. E3, does my fate dictate that I can only embrace misfortune? Su Shuyun trembles. No, how does this kid know so much? Besides old Tang, there are things that even Xiaochuan and the others don't know about. Yet Lin Zhuan seems to know everything, even the specific details like what clothes I wear at night. Has our home been bugged? It's so embarrassing. Luckily, no one can hear my thoughts except me. Otherwise, I'd probably die of embarrassment on the spot. Wait, the main issue is, old Tang is cheating? Alright. No wonder I've been feeling that old Tang has been off lately. Working late into the night, intentionally avoiding me, claiming to be too tired from work to focus on intimacy. So it turns out he's busy satisfying other women outside? I thought old Tang was simple, honest, different from other men. When I go back, you're in big trouble. Just as Su Shuyun is fuming, her eyes flaming with anger. Alright, so my big uncle didn't actually cheat. That's what I thought, right? My big uncle has good morals. How could he do something as immoral as cheating on his spouse? He still loves my big aunt very much. The reason he avoids doing those things with big aunt at night is actually kidney deficiency. TSK. My big uncle doesn't pay attention to exercise, stays up late, is getting older. Various reasons combined have led to physical decline. Now he truly lacks strength. But my big uncle is very face conscious. How could he admit to something like this? So when faced with the enthusiasm of big aunt, he can only come up with ways to stall, battling internally, with his hair likely turning white. Su Shuyun, is the truth really like this? Old Tang didn't cheat, or rather, He doesn't even have the ability to do naughty things anymore. But they're already an old married couple. He could just tell me directly. I'm not even there. Well, I still care. But at least I can arrange for a doctor for him immediately. Reflecting on Tang Guowen's strange behavior lately, Su Shiyun gradually starts to believe the content of her nephew's inner thoughts. My big uncle is impressive. A model of self-restraint. Although his body is not cooperating due to kidney deficiency. But looking at my aunt's alluring figure, her charming temperament still stirs up the flames of desire within him. Every time, taking advantage of the late night, waiting until Aunt falls asleep feeling sulky, he secretly sneaks to the study, opens a certain adult site to seek comfort. Gives after all. It only takes less than 3 seconds, up to 2.5 minutes to finish the battle. Because things happen so quickly, my aunt has never found out, assuming my big uncle went to the bathroom to relieve himself. My God! On my big uncle's computer, there's cached downloads of over 20 gigabytes worth of adult videos. From Japanese to Korean, domestic to European and American regions. All types available. Who would have thought it? My big uncle is truly a role model of our generation. I'll have to discuss a few with him when I have the chance. Copy a few back home, enjoy them with Kinj in the dead of night. Hey. But my big uncle would definitely never admit it. Okay. I'll take matters into my own hands and find a way to secretly copy them myself. Since I know the startup password for my big uncle's computer, it's XXXXXXXXXXX. Chu Ling, closing parenthesis ... Wait, I'm still a child, aren't I? Can cousin really talk to me about those things? Good thing. Cough cough. I actually don't understand any of it. I really don't understand at all. OWO. Sitting on the hospital bed, Chu Ling's pale face suddenly turns crimson. She feels her ears are dirty, and she knows too much. Luckily, besides her, no one else can hear her thoughts. It's not too embarrassing, just that she didn't expect her absentee father to be like this in private. This big melon is strangely stimulating. Beside the hospital bed, Su Shiyun is dumbfounded. She didn't expect her husband, old Tang, to hide so much, sneakily watching adult content while she slept and accumulating over 20 gigabytes of disgusting stuff on his computer. How long has he been watching all this stuff? No wonder whenever she touched the computer in the study, old Tang would quickly rush in looking anxious. He even set a password on the computer that only he knows, claiming the content inside is national secrets. At that moment, Su Shiyun wears an expression akin to that of an elderly subway passenger, utterly speechless at her husband. But what worries her the most is Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts. He seems to know everything in advance, too much for anyone besides the person involved to know. Based on the typical plot twists in some movies she invested in. Could her nephew actually have some kind of future-seeing abilities? A reborn person? Found a magical phone. With various doubts and speculations, Su Shiyun bids farewell and leaves, giving Lin Zhuan a deep look before departing. Oh no! Big Aunt is looking at me with that lascivious gaze again. Could it be that she really wants the old bull to eat the fresh grass? How sinful! I'm sorry, uncle. It's all because of my cursed charm. ... Thud. Just as Su Shiyun, who was about to leave the hospital room, stumbled and nearly fell, hitting her forehead on the door frame. I'm fine, don't come near me. After halting her nephew's approach with concern, Su Shiyun, holding her forehead, seemed to flee the hospital room like escape. In the hospital room, Lin Zhuan inexplicably scratched his head, not thinking too much about it, and turned back to the two girls. Little cousin. According to the relationship, from now on, I am your cousin. Let me tell you about the general situation of uncle's family. Yeah. Thank you, cousin. Chu Ling's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. She now urgently wants to know the specific situation of the Tang family, understand her father, and what kind of people her siblings are. Why did she end up in such a miserable situation after returning home with Su Shiyun? Today's 4,000 words are written for now. I'll see if I can finish it tonight. Happy New Year, everyone. ****. By the way, I wanted my wife to become a weight loss blogger, learning from Chu Ling. But she lacks confidence and might end up in the factory. I actually don't want her to work in a factory, sigh. Chapter 306 Xiaolan Dai Yu, Tang Ru's ancient costume debut. wishing everyone a happy 4th day of the Lunar New Year. It was dusk. Tang family. Su Shuyun came home with a troubled expression, full of thoughts. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by Tang Chuan's excited inquiry. "Mom, you're back. How was it? Did you see that poor girl? Did you rescue her? Did you teach that despicable cousin a lesson?" Upon hearing this, Su Shuyun remained silent without answering, just glanced at her son on the sofa, then shifted her complicated gaze to the girl next to him. The girl was in the prime of her youth, wearing a gorgeous ancient costume. The style referenced traditional ancient clothing, but cleverly incorporated modern aesthetic elements. The fabric chosen was soft and delicate silk, embroidered with exquisite floral and bird patterns, each stroke vivid and full of vitality. In terms of color, she chose a soft light blue tone, showcasing classical charm while also fresh and modern. Her hair was carefully styled into an ancient woman's hair bun, adorned with small delicate flowers, complementing her ancient costume. She wore a pair of classical jade earrings at her earlobes, crystal clear and perfectly matching her temperament. In terms of makeup, the girl held onto a subtle style, highlighting the contours of her eyes, giving her a gentle and charming look. With a touch of light lipstick on her lips, the color perfectly complemented her antique aura. At this moment, the girl blinked her innocent eyes and looked at Su Shuyun, who had just entered. Su Shuyun couldn't help but smile, welcoming her warmly and affectionately. "Mother, you're back." The girl was wearing a pair of exquisite embroidered shoes with floral patterns matching her ancient attire. As she walked, the embroidered shoes softly rubbed against the ground, producing pleasant sounds, as if accompanying her steps. She also exuded a kind of delicate aura, making people want to hold her in their arms and protect her. Overall, this modern girl in ancient costume gave the feeling of Lin Daiyu herself crossing into modern times. Her dressing was full of classical charm, while radiating the allure of modern women, creating an illusion of blending classical and modern beauty. This person is Tangro, the other rich lady, whose life was mistakenly switched 18 years ago. Due to her love for wearing ancient costumes and her delicate temperament, she gave people an impression resembling the ancient Lin Daiyu. Hence, some well-intentioned people in the bustling city called her Little Lin Daiyu. She walked gracefully to Su Shuyun's side, noticing her unusual expression, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Mother, why are you looking at me like this?" "Nothing." "Little Ro, did you go to the manga exhibition?" "Yes, Mother. I just got back." To cover up her unnatural facial expression, Su Shuyun quickly changed the subject and the mother and daughter chatted casually. Somehow, ever since she found out that Chu Ling was her biological daughter, her feelings towards Tangro had become less intimate. Even the exclusive term of endearment she used to enjoy listening to mother now seemed somewhat contrived. Instead, in the hospital, Chu Ling's simple mom made Su Shuyun instinctively delighted. Is this the feeling of blood relations? However, Su Shuyun also knew that what happened back then had nothing to do with Tangro. At that time, she was just an ignorant baby. The one at fault was not her, but her malicious parents. And after raising her for so many years, always treating her as their own daughter, it was impossible for there to be no feelings between them. I hope that after Xiaoling comes home, she and Xiaoru can become good sisters. Get along well. In her heart, Su Shuyun imagined a scene of the family being reunited. And just then, she suddenly remembered Lin Zhuan's words. He seemed to have said that when Chu Ling returned to the Tang family, she would be ostracized and face a tragic end. The one at home who least wants Xiaoling to return, fearing that their status will be threatened, and thus harming Xiaoling. Su Shuyun's brows furrowed, her eyes showing a hint of doubt as she glanced at Tangro beside her with an innocent smile. But she quickly dismissed a certain absurd thought in her mind. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoru is someone I watched grow up, always with good morals, respectful, and how could she possibly bear to harm Xiaoling and persecute her? Even when she was nearly violated by Lin Zhuan before, she held back her tears and pleaded for him kindly. Such a gentle and kind daughter would never do harm to others. If Xiaoling did suffer harm, it must be for other reasons, maybe even that little rascal spreading rumors. After all, his intentions can't be confirmed 100%. Thinking of this, Su Shuyun slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting something. After a few casual words with Tang Chuan, she quickly ran upstairs and straight to the study. Tang family living room. Huh, Mom, what's going on? Why so flustered? Feels like something's not right. Tang Chuan scratched his head, looking puzzled. Beside him, Tang Ro, clutching her chest, had a trace of indescribable sadness on her face. Her eyes were slightly red, tears shimmering in her eyes, as if they could spill out at any moment. Her eyelashes trembled lightly like butterfly wings, conveying a hint of quivering and unease. Could it be that I've somehow angered Mother, and she doesn't like me anymore, so she left in anger? Tang Ru's tearful posture pierced Tang Chuan's heart like a sharp knife, making him feel sorry for her. Little sister, don't overthink it. How could Mother not like you? She's just going through menopause. Her emotions are a bit unstable, you know? Gradually lowering his voice, Tang Chuan comforted his little sister while anxiously glancing towards the stairs, afraid Su Shiyun might return suddenly. All right, little sister, don't be sad. Seeing you like this, it breaks my heart. Didn't you say you liked the new LV Louis Vuitton leather bag from France last time? And the Italian-made Gucci watch, as well as Chanel and Hermes. How about I buy them all for you the next 2 days? As long as you're not sad, I'll fulfill all your requests. Finally, under Tang Chuan's relentless monetary comfort, Tang Ro smiled through her tears. She embraced Tang Chuan's arm and sweetly praised, Big Brother is the best. I love Big Brother the most. Really? Compared to Big Brother and them, do you really love Big Brother the most? Boosted by his little sister's praise, Tang Chuan couldn't contain his joy, laughing uncontrollably. At that moment, Tang Ru's eyes flashed with a hint of cloudiness as she tentatively asked, whether this care from Big Brother is exclusively for me or if others share it too. If I'm not the only one, then I don't want this care at all. Otherwise, if another interesting little sister comes along and Big Brother no longer pays attention to me, I will be even more heartbroken then. Hearing this, Tang Chuan hurriedly assured, Little Ro, what are you talking about? Big Brother only has you as a little sister. Who else would I be kind to besides you? Even if other little sisters are great, they belong to others, so I will naturally only be good to my own little sister. Speaking of which, it was Big Brother who failed to protect you back then, almost causing you harm from that despicable cousin. Not worth recalling. Every time Big Brother thinks about it, I feel sorry for you. Tang Chuan's eyes turned red, full of guilt as he gazed at his little sister. He had sympathized with his cousin, who was left alone after the unexpected death of their aunt, wanting to comfort and help him. Even though his little sister mentioned that Lin Zhuan's gaze towards her seemed off, he still comforted her, saying she must have mistaken it, as after experiencing the sorrow of losing a family member, how could he have the heart to consider such vile things? Never did he imagine that due to his trust, his little sister nearly faced danger, becoming a lifelong regret for Tang Chuan. Upstairs, in the clean and tidy study room, Su Shiyun sat in front of a computer desk, looking at the screen displaying the need for a boot password, unhesitatingly entering it, 20,000,000 to 140,000 to 114. In a moment, the computer finally booted up smoothly. Looking at the opened computer interface, Su Shiyun was shocked, murmuring to herself, the password is actually real. Who exactly is my nephew? Then she moved the mouse and opened several folders on the desktop with names like selfies, amateur, MILFs, SM zone, fruits. After 2.5 minutes, blushing, Su Shiyun exited the viewing interface. HMPH. This unscrupulous old thing actually enjoys these perverted playthings. W. Humble Prince bows respectfully, writing for the dear readers, a gratitude poem on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, snowflakes fall, readers' friendship is high. In the elegance of words, spreading warm tidings, every word warms the heart. Celebrating the joy of the spring festival together, grateful for companionship and joy. May you all have a year of happiness and blessings, joy filling your homes, ***. Here is the little prince, wishing everyone a happy 4th day of the new year, .. Time passes so quickly. It's already the 4th day of the new year, and when you see this, it may even be the 5th day. I know some laborers who might have to return to work in the city around the 8th day. For example, my dad might have to go back to work at the embroidery factory around the 8th day. Oh, my dad is in his 50s this year, and for the first time, I realize that his hair has turned completely white. I consider myself fortunate to live in a not-so-affluent, but relatively harmonious family, with parents who have been worrying about me, their incompetent and unfilial child. I hope to earn more money next year. The year after that, I'll strive for my dad to retire. The work at the factory is too tiring and the pay is too low, sometimes having to pack goods for transport until the early hours of the morning. At nearly 60 years old, enduring this for so many years, I'm really afraid of what might happen if it continues. My dad's intention is to say that he'll work until he can't anymore, earn the money to repay the debt, and build a house owed to others. After all, there's basically no pension in the countryside, and if he stops working, there will be no income. At that age, we don't know what he'd do, and it's difficult to compete with young people in delivery service even. Speaking of which, we've been through a lot of heartache. I hadn't expected the new year to go by so soon. I can only say that I was looking forward to the new year, but during the new year, it seemed a bit bland and ended inadvertently. I didn't go anywhere this year, just stayed at home with my family, dealing with relatives and writing. On one hand, going out would cost money, and we don't have a car, which makes things complicated. On the other hand, I suddenly realized that I haven't interacted with any friends and can't find anyone to go out with. Well, actually, I have no friends. When do you all start school or work? My wife said she wants to work next year, and I haven't figured out what she should do yet. Screw in the factory, deliver food, or courier service. Headache, both she and I have low education levels and no university qualification, so working for a company is almost impossible. Do you have any recommendations? I'm thinking of having her learn a skill, then set up a stall somewhere, preferably selling food, and if it doesn't sell, I'll eat it, so it doesn't go to waste. I even thought about becoming a weight loss influencer for media, or setting up a stall, doing Taobao. Well, I'll decide later when the time comes. I'll let you all know when I find out. Lastly, I humbly ask if you have time to send a electric love _. Chapter 307. Uncle and Aunt Tang, the entire family is shocked. At night, at the Tang residence. Father, you're back. Have you eaten? Mother is preparing food for you in the kitchen. Prepare food for me. But I've already eaten. How about you, Xiaoru, have you eaten? I have. Thank you for caring, Father. Tang Guowen, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, had just returned home and was welcomed by his daughter personally. He couldn't help but show a loving smile like an old father. My daughter is so considerate understands the hardships of her old father. Worries that he hasn't eaten enough, truly. Daughters are the most thoughtful little cotton jackets for fathers Tang Guowen felt a warm feeling in his heart and cast a loving look towards Tang Ro. His gaze fell on Tang Chuan, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, leisurely snacking on melon seeds and watching TV. His expression immediately soured. The sun is like a suit of bulletproof armor, only able to provoke people. Sensing the dangerous gaze upon him, Tang Chuan's expression stiffened. He immediately put down the melon seeds in his hand, awkwardly stood up and greeted, "Dad, you're back from work. You just realized, huh? Look at your sister, caring so much for her old father. And you little brat, HMPH. If you had even half the thoughtfulness of Xiaoru, I don't know how heartwarming it would be. Too bad you're only good at causing trouble for me. Might as well have given birth to a club." Tang Chuan looked dejected, shrugging his neck, meekly accepting Tang Guowen's fatherly guidance like a towering mountain. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Guowen, in a refreshed state, finally let his son off the hook. The next moment, as if remembering something, his attention shifted to Lin Zhuan. "Right. How's that girl in the hospital this afternoon?" Tang Chuan immediately perked up upon hearing this, gesturing towards the direction of the kitchen with a mischievous look. I have no idea. Mom went to the hospital herself this afternoon. She should know. Given Mom's hatred towards evil, she must have severely reprimanded that scoundrel cousin and probably saved that poor girl. Hearing that the girl had been saved, Tang Guowen finally relaxed, nodding in satisfaction. Due to past events, he had completely given up on Lin Zhuan, his incorrigible nephew. So over the years, he had left him to his own devices, allowing him to sink or swim. Never did he expect that after so many years, news about Lin Zhuan resurfaced, showing that he was still the same, attempting to harm innocent girls. Some things never change. Due to his preconceived notions, Tang Guowen did not doubt his son's speculations about Lin Zhuan, with his impression of him plummeting once again. Good. The net of heaven is vast and forgiving. Any evil will eventually face justice. If that boy Lin Zhuan doesn't repent, one day he will pay a heavy price for his beastly behavior. Ah, I pity my sister. If she were to know in her grave that her son has turned into this despicable figure, how heartbroken she would be. The image of his sister, Tang Yue, surfaced in Tang Guowen's mind, and he sighed deeply, feeling a mix of self-blame and anger towards his unreliable nephew. On the side, Tang Ro immediately turned tearful, full of self-blame. I'm sorry. Father, brother, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in such a strained relationship with cousin Lin Zhuan. If I knew, when cousin Lin Zhuan tried to violate my innocence, I shouldn't have resisted. For the harmony of our family, I am willing to sacrifice anything, even the most precious first time for a girl. But for the sake of our big family, I'm willing to let cousin Lin Zhuan defile me. But I'm sorry to my deceased aunt. Clearly sacrificing myself could have restored the peace in our family. Tang Ro took out a handkerchief, wiping her tears, full of remorse. This pitiful sight of self-blame touched Tang Guowen and his son deeply. Look at how kind and pure this angelic girl sister is. For the sake of family harmony, she's willing to sacrifice herself, regardless of the grievous injustice she faces. Though she's the victim herself, she still forgives Lin Zhuan, the villain, and feels guilty for causing a rift between them due to legitimate self-defense. In this moment, Tang Chuan and his father felt as though they had seen a glimmer of light, radiating from the girl. They were filled with gratitude towards the heavens for bringing such a gentle and kind angelic girl sister into their lives. Tang Guowen shed tears, softly comforting, "Girl, it's not your fault. It's that beastly nephew of mine. You're just too kind. Oh, it's all my fault for you. Every time I think of what happened back then, I can't help but want to beat that scoundrel up." Tang Chuan's eyes glistened with tears, regretting his own worthiness. This life only allows me to have such a kind-hearted angelic sister. Sister, stop blaming yourself, it's my fault. If I hadn't misjudged that beastly cousin, you wouldn't have been almost violated by him. Now that I think about it, I'm angry. If I had known earlier, I should have given him a few more punches, instead of just breaking his nasal bone. In the kitchen, hearing her husband's voice outside, Zhu Shuyun picked up the stew she had prepared and walked out. Seeing the tearful scene of the father and sons, she was stunned. "What are you all doing? Mom, you're just in time. I wanted to ask you earlier." Tang Chuan's eyes brightened at the sight of Zhu Shuyun in the living room, eager to inquire, "Can you tell us? How did you rescue that girl in the hospital and reprimand that beastly cousin? Huh? Who told you I reprimanded Xiao Shuan?" Zhu Shuyun, casting a disdainful look at her clueless son, replied with no good humor. Since confirming that all the information in Lin Zhuan's heart was true, Zhu Shuyun knew her nephew was destined for greatness. With the terrifying ability to foresee the future, his rise to power was only a matter of time. This caused the Tang family to tread cautiously in their dealings with him, as crossing paths with him would likely lead to their downfall. Zhu Shuyun, as the chosen great aunt, possessing the power to eavesdrop on hearts, found it challenging to confront him. Unable to reveal her superpower to others, Zhu Shuyun could only express her current stance clearly. Determined to temporarily set aside past grievances with Lin Zhuan, she saw the potential benefits of befriending him. The only trouble was dealing with her husband and children, whose deep-rooted prejudices against Lin Zhuan might not be easy to overcome. She had to figure out a way later on, for the sake of our family's future. I can't let them feud with Lin Zhuan anymore. Why am I the chosen one? It all falls on my shoulders. Zhu Shuyun sighed deeply in her heart. Immediately, she solemnly advised the dumbfounded Tang family, "I personally went to the hospital this afternoon to confirm. Xiao Shuan never harmed that girl. On the contrary, he even saved her, giving her hope to live. You've misunderstood Xiao Shuan. He has changed for the better. Don't approach him with prejudice anymore." Unable to share her power of eavesdropping hearts, Zhu Shuyun could only reveal her changed stance to her family. As for the issue of Eulalia and Tang Ru's identities, she wanted to discuss it privately with old Tang and decide how to deal with it. Visited the temple today, praying for the health of my family, the readers of this book, and world peace. May Buddha bless us all. Bowed, hugged old ancestor, and congratulated her on New Year, visiting great bro who recently came to my house to pay respects. Mother asked me to give him a red envelope. I gave his mother for 100, his grandma for 100, totaling 800 yuan. Originally, I thought it was too much. 200 per red envelope would have been enough. But my mother, unsure of what she was thinking, still wrapped them this way. After paying respects and returning home, I handed him the 2 red envelopes, and great bro gave me a red envelope in return, saying it was for my grandma. But my mother didn't. Opening it, there was only 200 yuan in the red envelope. 800 minus 200 equals 600, a loss of 600. Painful. Too painful. Maybe I'm just stingy. It really hurts. How much longer do I have to work for his grandma? Spitting blood tilde. I immediately told my mother that next year we definitely can't give him that much, at most 400 or 200. Chapter 308. Su Shiyun starts to break free from the influence of the plot. Protecting Lin Zhuan. Ouch ouch ouch. Mom, I was wrong. Please let go. Under Tang Chuan's repeated pleas for mercy, Su Shiyun finally snorted coldly and let go of her hand. However, in the corner of her eye, she happened to catch a glimpse of Tang Ru's pitiful gaze, feeling a soft spot in her heart and realizing she owed her daughter an apology. After all, Tang Ru had almost been harmed by her nephew, leaving an indelible shadow. Wanting everyone to forgive Lin Zhuan seemed unfair and incomprehensible to Tang Ru. Little Ro, don't blame Mom. Mom also has her own reasons. It's just that your cousin has really changed. I believe he is genuinely repentant. Next time we meet, I will make him apologize to you, and you can give him a chance to be forgiven. Faced with Su Shiyun's heartfelt words, Tang Ru's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but she nodded repeatedly, portraying a willingly sacrificial and aggrieved appearance. Her eyes slightly red with tears, she nodded coquettishly, saying, I leave it to my mother to decide. As for my cousin, I forgave him a long time ago, and I've always regretted it. Back then, I shouldn't have resisted my cousin's brutality. If I had allowed my cousin to enjoy my body, tarnish my purity, and endured everything silently, maybe my cousin wouldn't have cut ties with us. Sob. If it were another sister, they would surely choose to sacrifice themselves for family harmony, silently endure it. Thinking like this, it's all my fault. I seem petty and stingy, nowhere near as good as other sisters. Rest assured, Mom. If my cousin tries to insult me again, I will not resist and let him indulge his lust on me. Tang Ru wiped her tears with a handkerchief, blaming herself incessantly. The room filled with the aroma of tea, evoking compassion from the father and son pair. Oh, look at her, such a kind and innocent angelic girl sister. For the sake of family harmony, this victim was willing to sacrifice herself despite the great grievances she faced. Even if it meant enduring abuse from Lin Zhuan, she was willing to do it. At this moment, Tang Chuan and Tang Ru once again saw the radiant light shining from Tang Ru, deeply moved by her sacrificial attitude. Meanwhile, Su Shiyun stood nearby, feeling peculiar and stunned. She had heard similar words from Tang Ru before, but this time, they sounded jarring to her, giving her a sense of discomfort and contradiction. Since eavesdropping on Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts, Su Shiyun felt a clarity emerging through the mist in her mind. Things that seemed natural before now appeared somewhat unreasonable. All right, Chuans, Ro. It's late, go rest now. If there's anything, let me know. Despite feeling wronged herself, Su Shiyun remained indifferent and did not provide the usual comforting words to Tang Ru. Tang Ru's face stiffened, eyes showing disbelief. But she couldn't say anything more without seeming forced or pretentious, so she bid farewell and left with Tang Chuan. Mother, father, good night. As the figures of Tang Chuan and Tang Ru disappeared around the staircase corner, Tang Guowen frowned, intending to question Su Shiyun about her strange behavior tonight. However, before he could speak, Su Shiyun brought a bowl of steaming tonic soup to him. Drink up. Smelling the pungent aroma emanating from the bowl, Tang Guowen was dumbfounded. Huh? What is this? Glancing at his crotch, Su Shiyun's lips curved into a meaningful smile. This is specially prepared for you. It contains ingredients like bullwhip, seahorse, deer antler, ginseng, and seal penis, which can help tonify your kidney yang. I think you've been under a lot of work pressure lately, maybe overworked and feeling a bit weak. You need some tonics. Old Tang, I'm just caring for you. Drink while it's hot. Tang Guowen. Nonsense. Who said I'm weak? How can a man say he's weak? I'm perfectly healthy, okay? And with so many kidney tonifying ingredients, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You're practically bursting with plans. Confronted with his wife's penetrating gaze, Tang Guowen felt uncomfortable all over, and in the face of her half-smile, half-threat look, he reluctantly drank the tonic soup. The next moment, Tang Guowen, who didn't need any tonifying, spurted out to streams of nosebleeds. 2.5 hours later, deep in the night, Tang Guowen, who had drunk the tonic soup, felt a burning sensation throughout his body, unable to sleep while lying in bed. Especially with his still alluring wife next to him, deliberately wearing a red lingerie to tempt him before sleep, Tang Guowen found it hard to resist. But knowing his current physical condition, he felt powerless. For the sake of his pride, he endured and couldn't bear to face Su Shuyun's scornful and shocked gaze and her complaining tone after it was over. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Tang Guowen quietly turned to look at Su Shuyun, who was already deep asleep, snoring like thunder. Stealthily, he got out of bed, naked from the waist down, and went into the study. 2.5 minutes later, Tang Guowen had his pants off, sitting at the computer desk with several tissues in hand. With excitement, he opened the computer, quickly moved the mouse to the folder labeled SM Zone, and clicked play expertly. The next moment, the video started to show imagery. Chapter 309. Tang Guowen learns about the existence of Chu Ling. Oh, panting breaths, approximately tilde. Staring at the computer screen, the stimulating scene constantly appearing before his eyes, Tang Guowen's face flushed red, becoming more and more excited. Finally, in a long sigh, the study room returned to calm once again. Just as Tang Guowen, looking fatigued as if he had lost all strength, slumped in the computer chair, he happened to catch a glimpse of the time displayed in the lower right corner of the computer screen. His eyes lit up instantly, filled with excitement, as he jumped in place. Wow, ha, tilde, the effect of that bowl of soup is so good. It actually made me endure for 5 seconds. Tang Guowen never expected that his usual stable performance of 2.5 seconds had now extended to 5 seconds, inexplicably adding another 2.5 seconds. This feeling of getting stronger is truly cool and fierce. At this moment, Tang Guowen's eyes were slightly red, almost on the verge of tears out of excitement. After he composed himself, he put on his pants again, tiptoeing quietly to prepare to return to his room. Having experienced this many times, Tang Guowen was not in a panic. He knew that his wife was still sleeping like a log and wouldn't notice his departure. "What are you up to?" Just then, a sudden questioning voice echoed in the quiet study, causing Tang Guowen to stiffen and his blood seemed to stop flowing. Click, click. He stiffly turned his neck to see a familiar figure suddenly appearing at the study room door. "Darling, you're not asleep yet?" "Heh, I just got up to go to the bathroom." "What about you? Sneaking into the study room in the middle of the night to do what?" "It's not. I haven't. Don't just talk nonsense." Tang Guowen frantically shook his head, repeatedly denying. With a sudden inspiration, he quickly made up a reason. "I just couldn't sleep and suddenly wanted to listen to the new song released by L. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I came to the study room to listen quietly." "Okay. It's late, and I'm feeling a bit sleepy too. Closing parenthesis yawn let's go back to rest in our room. We need to wake up early for work tomorrow. Glancing at the large ball of paper in the trash can, Su Shuyun's eyes were deep and serene, not puncturing her husband's full of loopholes lies. But in her heart, the mystery surrounding Lin Zhuan made her even more in awe. Immediately, she directly handed the paternity test report of Chu Ling and her child to Tang Guowen, who was full of question marks. Darling O_O. What is this? Paternity test report. This girl, why does it show a relationship with you? My God, did you have an affair, betraying me? Who is the adulterer? Tell me, who is he? Tang Guowen was furious when he saw the specific contents of the report, just when he was about to angrily confront Su Shuyun for her betrayal. Smack, smack, smack. Several slaps came flying at him, instantly bringing Tang Guowen to his senses. With red and swollen cheeks, he looked pitifully at the expressionless Su Shuyun. "Wake up, okay? I'm awake." "Ben, shut up." "X, listen to me carefully. ... So, besides the matter of personal feelings, Su Shuyun told Tang Guowen everything she saw and heard when she went to the hospital in the afternoon, as well as the conspiracy that took place 18 years ago in the Chu family village, where two children's lives were switched. Tang Guowen was stunned after learning the ins and outs, sitting blankly on the computer chair. How could this happen? It's impossible. Xiaoru is not our biological daughter, but Chu Ling is. How can this be? Is the heavens playing a joke? Am I dreaming? Are you sure this paternity test report is real? No issues. ... Tang Guowen, in pain, held his head in his hands, muttering to himself. He never imagined that Xiaoru, whom he raised lovingly from a young age, was not his biological daughter, but the offspring of that malicious couple. As for his biological daughter, Chu Ling, she had suffered abuse from the malicious couple since childhood, living in dire conditions and enduring a miserable childhood. And now she was diagnosed with stomach cancer, her life hanging by a thread. Truly a twist of fate. At this moment, Tang Guowen's mind was in chaos. The explosive news had left him in shock, not knowing how to face the sudden appearance of his estranged daughter. After 2.5 minutes, a slightly calmer Tang Guowen spoke again. "Tomorrow, let's go to the hospital together. I want to see the child first. If there's an opportunity, let's bring that child back home. We can't let her suffer outside. Especially now that Xiaoling is with my nephew. We don't know when she might be harmed. ... Tang Guowen had deep biases and always felt that Lin Zhuan was not a good person. So, for safety's sake, he decided to bring his biological daughter back home first, regardless of consequences. Xiao Xuan. He's different now. I personally went to the hospital in the afternoon to visit, and he is indeed our daughter's lifesaver. You shouldn't go with prejudice to see him again." Su Shuyun furrowed her brows, not wanting her husband to provoke Lin Zhuan. If she could choose, she even wished to see the two reconciling, which would benefit the Tang family in every way. Deeds are deeds, and mistakes are mistakes. They cannot be equated with one another, nor can they cancel each other out. Besides, people can be deceptive. How long have you known him? Maybe that boy is deliberately acting in front of you, trying to confuse you. We were all fooled by his appearance back then, right? We thought he just had a bit of a temper, but his true character turned out to be worse than an animal. ... Thinking back to the harm Xiaoru had suffered, Tang Guowen was filled with anger, refusing to believe in Lin Zhuan's claim of a prodigal son's return. Chapter 310. Believing in science. You're trying to convince me that you have supernatural powers directly. Tang's residence, study room. Looking at her stubborn husband, Su Shuyun's brows were almost furrowed into the shape of a character. She really wanted to slap him in the face a few times to wake up this old man who lacked vitality. If it were someone else, she could let it slide. But Lin Zhuan now was extraordinary. Even she, the chosen one, had some fear towards him. This old man surprisingly held such strong hostility towards him. If this made her nephew unhappy, who knew if he would secretly create trouble for the Tang family? Even without going too far, if Lin Zhuan shared some confidential information about the group with the enemy company of the Tangs, that would be enough to cause a huge mess for them. Facing a teammate who was dragging them down, it's really exhausting. Su Shuyun finally understood the saying, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Even though she was the grand aunt of fate, possessing unique superpowers, she still had to worry for this family. Forget it, where there's a will, there's a way. When we arrive at the hospital tomorrow, I'll try to find a way to diffuse the tension between this uncle and nephew pair as much as possible. ... Ultimately, I'm the one carrying all the burdens alone. No one can understand the distress of the chosen one like me. Perhaps, heroes are always lonely. ... Su Shuyun sighed deeply, her face filled with a sense of tragedy. Then, she glared at her useless and stubborn husband. In the baffled look from him, she turned around angrily and went back to the room to sleep. In fact, she had thought before about informing Tang Guowen about the ability to listen to others' thoughts. But Su Shuyun found that whenever it involved supernatural abilities, her voice would involuntarily turn into ah tilde. Subconsciously, It seemed like some mysterious force was preventing her from revealing anything related to thoughts. Su Shiyun felt both shocked and awed by this, completely dispelling any thoughts of disclosing her powers to others. Meanwhile, Tang Woan quickly got up and followed the couple into the room. Wait for me. Honey, you haven't carefully explained our child's condition to me yet. Soon, the room returned to silence. At that moment, Tang Woan and his wife, neither of them noticed a figure swiftly passing by around the corner of the hallway. The next morning, Tang Woan, with dark circles under his eyes, got up early and followed his wife in a rush to the hospital. Here we are. Our daughter is inside here. Led by Su Shiyun, Tang Woan finally stood in front of a hospital room. The thought of the person inside the room being his own long-lost daughter brought a sense of nervousness even to the middle-aged Tang Woan. But he knew that some things were inevitable and had to be faced. With determination, he pushed open the door. Upon entering, they were greeted with cheerful laughter. Tang Woan looked inside, seeing two women and a man chatting happily. The most stunning girl sat on a wheelchair with his despicable nephew standing behind her. But Tang Woan's gaze only briefly stopped on the two before being captivated by the frail and emaciated girl lying on the hospital bed. She looked so similar. Almost immediately, Tang Woan was certain of her identity just from a glance. He had 100% absolute certainty that this girl was his own daughter, because her voice, smile, and demeanor eerily resembled his long-lost wife when he first met her, except for looking much younger, smaller, and lacking the same vitality. Just by looking at the rough hands of Chu Ling, you could infer the hardships she faced in her past life. Recalling the tragic state of Chu Ling's life, shared by Su Shiyun the previous night, Tang Woan's eyes welled up, feeling deeply touched. His heart was already pounding just by hearing about it, almost unimaginable. But seeing his daughter's frail state with his own eyes, the sensory impact overwhelmed him, rendering any words pale in comparison. At that moment, Tang Woan trembled all over, lips shivering, not knowing how to communicate with Chu Ling. Eventually, he clenched his teeth, with teary eyes, and exerted all his strength to say a few words. Child, I am your father. My dad. Facing the middle-aged man who suddenly barged into the hospital room, Chu Ling murmured to herself, feeling a bit at a loss. After seeing Su Shiyun following behind the man and sensing the distant affection from Tang Woan. In reality, Chu Ling already had some guesses in her mind, which were now confirmed. She froze in place, staring blankly at the man claiming to be her biological father. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a refined demeanor. Tall and slim, dressed in a crisp suit with a black tie and polished shoes shimmering like mirrors. In the gentle morning light, his face exuded the calm and depth acquired through years of life experiences. The slight wrinkles at the corners of his eyes added a unique charm, as if the marks of time lightly brushed across his face, lending him a mature and wise look. This well-dressed mature man, taller and more reassuring compared to the father she imagined from her childhood, exuded a sense of security. Yes, Ling. He is my husband and your biological father. We are here to take you home. Su Shiyun stepped forward, interrupting the poignant moment of the father-daughter meeting. Yes. Child, let's go home. Dad will take you home. I've listened to your mother and understood everything. I'm sorry. It's Dad's fault. If Dad had been more careful back then, maybe those vicious couples wouldn't have succeeded. Child, you've suffered these years. Please give Dad a chance. Come home with Dad. Dad will make it up to you as much as possible. With Dad by your side, I will never let anyone harm you. Responses from Tang Woan, his eyes moist, patting his chest repeatedly to reassure her. Listening to their biological parents' caring tone and worried expressions, Chu Ling, who had never truly experienced this kind of affection, felt a continuously warm sensation in her heart. Going home. If it had been her before, if she hadn't eavesdropped on thoughts, facing this dream-inviting invitation, she might have eagerly accepted it. Unfortunately, knowing about the future, knowing her fate after returning to the Tang family, made it impossible for her to treat this matter casually. If only she could know in advance what would happen after returning to the Tang family, especially the specific reason that led me to commit suicide by hanging. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Ling unconsciously turned her head to look at Lin Juan. To outsiders, it may seem like she was seeking Lin Zhuan's opinion, but she was, in fact, straining to listen to Lin Zhuan's thoughts. Come home, cousin. Haven't you always longed for a family? I trust that uncle and aunt will take good care of you. Don't worry. If anything happens, you can contact me or Kinj. Will help you? Seeing Chu Ling looking at him with trust, Lin Zhuan maintained a gentle smile on the surface, but felt smug inside. My foolish cousin, it seems that I have finally gained your trust and favor completely. It's been worth the wait. The time has come to use you to accomplish my plan. Damn cousin. Just because you said I'm foolish every time, who would actually develop feelings for you? Also, pretending to be nice on the surface, but having ulterior motives, is this really okay? And what's with using me? What's the plan? Can you please explain everything? Haven't you heard of completing your sentences, not leaving them half-baked like this? Chu Ling's eye twitched several times, screaming internally. Seeing that her niece trusted and followed their cousin more than her own biological parents, Su Shuyun's expression dimmed. As a mother, she felt like a failure for not providing her daughter with a sense of security. Of course, she understood this situation. Lin Zhuan was the lifesaver of her daughter, and naturally, the trust in him was more innate. But Su Shuyun had 95% absolute confidence. Once her daughter returned home with her, she would shower Chu Ling with her warm motherly love, helping her to let go of any resentments and embrace becoming a loving and close-knit family. On the other hand, Tang Guowen's thoughts were completely opposite to Su Shuyun. He had a deep-rooted prejudice against Lin Zhuan, always suspecting that the other had ulterior motives for getting close to his daughter. When he saw his own daughter offering trustful eyes to Lin Zhuan, he couldn't help but feel a sense of alarm. Oh no! Zhao Ling must have been fooled by this kid's harmless appearance. With this realization, Tang Guowen instantly felt a surge of anger, ready to grab his nephew by the collar and question him about what he had done to his daughter. At that moment, a sudden voice, almost otherworldly, suddenly rang in Tang Guowen's ears. The voice was faint, ethereal, as if it were far away, yet right beside him. Why are you rolling up your sleeves, big uncle, Are you planning to hit me? Should I fight back with my fists or my legs? Huh? Tang Guowen's body froze, looking around confusedly. He couldn't see anyone present who had spoken. But this voice sounded almost exactly like his nephew. No way. No way. My biased big uncle. Why are you glaring at me with eyes wide open? Are you really about to come over and hit me? Big uncle. With that clear indication and a familiar voice he hadn't heard in years, but still recognized. Tang Guowen finally conclusively identified the source of the voice, which was his nephew standing right in front of him. Furthermore, what he heard. Seemed like Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts. Tang Guowen, realizing this bizarre fact, was dumbfounded. As someone who always believed in atheism, his face was smacked infamously. What's going on? We agreed on believing in science. Why are you suddenly showing me some supernatural abilities? Chapter 311. Lin Zhuan's inner voice. The future of uncle. Shot dead. Tang Guowen suddenly froze in place, staring at himself as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Zhuan scratched his head in confusion. Uncle, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? It's nothing, little Zhuan. Your uncle didn't rest well last night. His head is still a bit foggy. Su Shuyun thought her husband had rolled up his sleeves to hit someone, and quickly stood between the uncle and nephew, giving Tang Guowen threatening looks to stay calm. But what she didn't know was, since Tang Guowen realized that only he could hear Lin Zhuan's inner voice, he had stopped thinking about disciplining his nephew, and instead focused on understanding what was going on. He casually looked around and noticed that whether it was his wife or the other 3 people in the ward, they were all staring at him strangely. This made Tang Guowen blush a bit awkwardly. However, the next moment, Tang Guowen was ecstatic because he realized that besides himself, no one else could hear Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts. Could it be that he had awakened superpowers? Am I the chosen one of legend? The son of destiny? Great, great! My late arrival of this golden finger. I've been waiting so long for you. Why did you come so late? I'm almost 50 now, and you're just arriving. If you had come a few years later, I might have. Forget it. Although late, it is not too late. As the saying goes, a man is forever young. Even though Tang Guowen usually considered himself steadfast, he had always harbored his own hero dreams, fantasizing about one day being like the heroes in the movies, using superpowers to save the world. At this moment, Tang Guowen didn't find it strange, but instead felt ecstatic inside, while gradually regaining his composure on the outside. As the chosen one, he wanted to hide his abilities as much as possible and didn't want anyone to know about his secret. Just then, Lin Zhuan's munching voice came into his ears again. Actually, my uncle is not bad. At least he's very clear on right and wrong. Loves his country, somewhat of an old revolutionary. Disdains flattery and sucking up in the workplace. A man of integrity, upright, and loyal to the country and the people. As a result, he has earned the respect of many upright individuals, but has also offended some deceitful people. But maybe that's just the charm of my uncle. Perhaps my aunt likes. It's precisely his integrity. Upon hearing this, Tang Guowen was shocked. He had never thought that his nephew, who usually acted carefree, would know him so well. Indeed, he disdained flattery and didn't engage in workplace politics or brown-nosing. Dealing with wealthy and powerful people who came to inquire about real estate secrets in these years, he always maintained a cold face, thus offending quite a few people. After hearing Lin Zhuan's praise, Tang Guowen, feeling a sense of approval, felt proud, and his impression of Lin Zhuan improved slightly. Initially, he thought their relationship was so bad that the other party would surely curse him in his heart. But unexpectedly, Lin Zhuan saw through his ordinary appearance to the deep patriotism within him. Perhaps my nephew has truly changed. My wife said he had turned a new leaf, and I didn't believe her. Could it be that I've misjudged the situation? After all, having such insight, seeing through my inner integrity, how bad could he really be? Sigh. But who would have thought that my uncle, who looks strong, is actually useless, a man of kidney deficiency? Lin Zhuan continued with a cheeky tone. It makes me very proud. I hope my uncle can cure his illness soon. Otherwise, my aunt may one day give him a green hat. For example, every time aunt looks at me, her eyes are so lecherous, making me feel guilty. It's like she's making my uncle wear an invisible green hat. It's all because of my damn charm. Tang Guowen. Damn. How does this kid know about my kidney deficiency? And he spent only 2.5 hours on it. Such nonsense. Why don't I believe that? No, my wife giving you a lecherous look. Ridiculous. How is that possible? My wife clearly loves me. She wouldn't make me wear a green hat, at least not for a despicable kid like you. No way, absolutely not possible. In his heart, Tang Guowen screamed, refusing to believe it. But thinking of Su Shuyun's sudden change in attitude yesterday and his handsome nephew in front of him, Tang Guowen felt a pang. He saw his wife glance at Lin Zhuan with strange eyes. In his heart, Tang Guowen suddenly felt like there was a vast grassland appearing above his head, with some sheep and a wolf playing games like wolf chasing, sheep fleeing, and a lamb with no escape. Could it be a cuckold? Beside him, Su Shuyun, who also overheard Lin Zhuan's thoughts, had black lines running down her forehead. She never expected her nephew to be so narcissistic. Who the hell was peeking at him with lecherous eyes? If this were known to outsiders, it would be embarrassing. Fortunately, only she could hear her nephew's thoughts. Something's not quite right. What's with old Tang's resentful eyes? Could it be that he also hears Lin Zhuan's thoughts? Impossible. Absolutely not possible. Translated text https://pasteboard Koik's E11X PNG. Chapter 312. Is Uncle cheating tonight? Uncle's trap. Magic Capital First People's Hospital. In the hospital room. Ding. Supporting male character Tang Guowen's favorability increased, rewarded with 500 loyalty points. Ding. Supporting female character Su Shuyun's favorability increased, rewarded with 500 loyalty points. What's going on? I didn't do anything. Why did both of their favorability suddenly rise at the same time? Lin Zhuan was puzzled, a black question mark floating above his head. Unable to understand, he could only attribute it to his own handsome appearance. After all, regardless of age or gender, who wouldn't be captivated by his charm comparable to Wu Yanzu's? Lin Zhuan collected his thoughts and turned to Tang Guowen and his wife, saying, "Uncle, your niece's condition is currently under control. The next step is to take medication on time, maintain a good mindset, and daily routine. By the way, I just made an appointment with a specialist at the hospital, and he will come over later to give your niece a stomach checkup. How about, Uncle, you come back in the afternoon to take your niece home a ... On the side, Tang and his wife pricked up their ears, but didn't hear Lin Zhuan's thoughts. Frustrated, they couldn't help but wonder who was set on framing Uncle. Tang and his wife remained poker-faced, but inner turmoil brewed within. Unable to hear their nephew's thoughts, they could only contemplate and await the next opportunity to eavesdrop. Chu Ling, listen to the doctor in the hospital, undergo the examination. Your dad and I will go back first, clean and prepare the room for you. We'll come back in the afternoon to take you home. Feeling the warmth in Su Shuyun's gentle words, Chu Ling's heart was filled with the familial affection she had longed for years. Despite some worries about the unknown challenges awaiting her at home, she couldn't resist the temptation of a family reunion and readily agreed to return to the Tang family's arrangement. Very good. Things have finally come to a temporary conclusion. Speaking of which, compared to the distant past of being shot, tonight's forced cheating of Uncle is more crucial if this matter is not stopped. The relationship between Uncle and his wife will be sabotaged by someone scheming. Although with Auntie's character, for the sake of her few children, the two of them won't divorce. But the marital relationship will be in name only. Auntie's dominant personality can't just swallow this insult. From now on, the couple will quarrel every 3 days, and the Tang's group will quickly decline due to the discord between the husband and wife. As Tang and his wife were about to say goodbye, they once again heard their nephew's thoughts. This time, the explosive content completely shook their expressions, freezing them in shock. Huh? Uncle Tang will cheat tonight. This rascal! How dare he? I'll castrate him. Wait, isn't he supposed to be impotent? How can he still cheat? Oh, I see. Impotence was just an excuse. The main reason is that he's not interested in me anymore, because I'm getting old. And the seductive young vixen outside is full of appeal, right? Planning on replacing me with a mistress. Perhaps hating mistresses is every woman's nature. Even Su Shuyun, who is usually known for her rationale, lost her cool for a moment upon hearing the words cheating associated with Uncle Tang. She believed that infidelity in marriage is a capital offense. All scum men and mistresses in this world should die. Su Shuyun was not surprised by the developments in Lin Zhuan's thoughts. With her character, once she found out her husband was cheating, there was no way she could ever forgive him. Men who betray their marriage don't deserve forgiveness in her eyes. But compared to Su Shuyun's anger, the most at a loss was Tang the scum man himself. I will cheat. You're talking nonsense. It's absolutely absurd. I'm not a scum man. I won't cheat. Stop spreading lies. In utter bewilderment, Tang was unable to grasp the situation. He truly loves his wife. How could he do something to betray her? Slandering him with baseless accusations was completely unfair, when they both were deeply shaken by their nephew's thoughts. In reality, the blame should fall on Uncle, who meddled too much in others' affairs. They are intrigued by the unfolding events and the dramatic twists and turns that followed. Su Shuyun. So that's the truth. Huh, what a foolish man. Just as I thought. With Uncle having been cheated by that woman, his purity was defiled after being drugged. After waking up, he didn't think clearly, blamed himself for his post-drinking actions, feeling guilty towards that woman. Now chanting aloud in her mind, Su Shuyun set her sights on helping Uncle overcome this ordeal safely, or else the downfall of the Tang family would begin now. Oh, this uncle of mine is really a handful. Without me, how would you survive? In fact, the best solution is to shatter Uncle's illusions about his first love. Let him see the true face of that woman. Otherwise, even if I stop Uncle from meeting her tonight, what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The next day? There's 1,000 days a thief hangs around, but no 1,000 days without defense. Actually, the method is simple. Just let Uncle pretend to be drugged for a bit, and the woman's true colors will definitely be exposed. But how can I remind him? It seems like Uncle still has some opinions about me. Humph! This troublesome uncle of mine. I'm breaking my heart for him, and he's still making faces at me. Truly unappreciative. After hearing all of Lin Zhuan's thoughts, Tang was deeply moved, his eyes flickering with a sense of sadness. The once pure image of his first love shattered in an instant. He couldn't fathom how that innocent girl from his memories turned into a manipulative woman who stopped at nothing for her gain. Meanwhile, slightly trembling with fear, Tang stole a glance at his wife, silently grateful she couldn't hear his thoughts, lest it provoke a major confrontation. Knowing that he originally presented himself as a naive novice in love to pursue Su Shuyun. Let's first inform our children about Ling's situation. They will have to know sooner or later. Then let's bring them to the hospital in the afternoon to pick up Ling. And what about Zero? Dialogue fades as the story continues. Chapter 313. Tang family's third young master is stunned. So I'm a product of passion? Tang family living room. Mom, Dad. How long do you plan on keeping this secret from us? I got up to use the bathroom last night and overheard your conversation. Zero. She's not actually a child of our Tang family, is she? The one in the hospital with stomach cancer, Chu Ling. She was the one. They were intentionally switched. Tang Chuan's expression was serious, staring at his parents as if he already knew everything. He had revealed the truth to Tangro this morning, intending to prepare her mentally and assure her that even if they were not biologically related, she would always be a part of the Tang family, his cute little sister. Only, Tang Chuan underestimated his sister's innocence and kindness. Upon learning about the malicious deeds of her biological parents, she was overwhelmed with guilt, tears streaming down her face, struggling to breathe, endlessly apologizing. This broke Tang Chuan's heart, reinforcing his belief that Tangro was a pure and kind girl, innocent, regardless of how bad her biological parents were. But Tangro, back then, was just a baby who didn't understand anything. What else could she have done? Ultimately, the tragedy of a life being exchanged. The one at fault was not her, but her wicked parents. As for his own sister, she was completely unaware from the start. Abandoned by her biological parents since birth, she had become a pawn in their scheme. Now, she was going to suffer even more because of Chu Shang and his wife, becoming the fake rich girl subject to whispers and disdain behind her back. Tang Chuan couldn't help but feel sorrowful. He truly felt that his sister was too pitiful, too innocent, and too unfortunate. Therefore, he had to take on the responsibility of an older brother and protect his dear sister. Mom, Dad. I don't care what you think. In my heart, Zero is my sister. Even if we are not blood related, she still is. If you want to bring back your biological daughter and heartlessly abandon Zero, I absolutely cannot agree to that. If necessary, I can move out with Zero. When you bring back your own daughter, you will forever lose a good elder son, a good unofficially adopted daughter. I hope you both consider this carefully. Don't underestimate it, and make a decision you'll regret for the rest of your lives. Be aware of that. To protect his dear sister, Tang Chuan stood tall, his face filled with determination and sorrow, roaring to the sky. But in the end, what he received was a speechless gaze and a pat on the head from the couple. You brat, are you trying to rebel? When did we say we want to drive Zero away? And you dare threaten us? You want to move out? Fine, go ahead. I've wanted to get rid of you, you nuisance, a long time ago. If it weren't for that damn Taobao shop selling poor quality condoms. How could a passionate product like you even exist? I threw you into the trash long ago. What? What did I just hear? Am I hallucinating? My head feels itchy. Am I growing brains? How could I have been born like this, just a product of my parents' moment of passion? I've been discarded. At this moment, Tang Chuan found himself completely dumbfounded, not even able to focus on the pain in his body, his face showing only confusion. On the other hand, Su Shuyun blushed, glaring at a certain shameless person, and then walked over to comfort Tangro, wiping away her tears. Zero, don't cry. Rest assured. We know that what happened back then wasn't your fault. Mom and Dad are understanding. Even if we bring little Ling back home, you will still be my daughter. I hope both of you can become close sisters. Both are my beloved daughters. After comforting the passionate product, Tang Guowen interjected, nodding in agreement. Yes, your mom means the same thing. Zero, stay at home and don't go anywhere. Our Tang family welcomes you. As the head of the household, after Tang Guowen spoke, no one dared to refute him. Even Tang Chuan, who was frustrated, could only remain silent. Just then, A phone notification sound interrupted the scene. Su Shiyun glanced at the message, smiled, clapped her hands, and announced the end of this brief drama. "All right. Xiao Shuan messaged me. He said the health checkup is over. We can go pick up little Ling now." Seeing the sudden improvement in the relationship between the despicable cousin and her mother, Tang Chuan felt bemused. He subconsciously wanted to remind her of Lin Zhuan's despicable past actions. "Mom, how can you let that despicable cousin stay with Chu Ling? Aren't you afraid something might happen to her? Don't forget what our cousin did in the past. And when did you to re-establish contact?" Faced with the warning from her eldest son, Su Shiyun first showed a meaningful smile. Then raising her eyebrows, she went and pinched Tang Chuan's ear harshly. "You brat, how many times have I told you? Your cousin has changed now. From now on, be respectful when you're around your cousin. No more of that attitude. Do you hear me?" Tang was in disbelief. His mother, who had been rude to Lin Zhuan just yesterday, had suddenly done a complete 180. How could a despicable cousin who had hurt his dear sister be forgiven like this? Has his mother considered Tang Ru's feelings? "Dad, can you say something?" Completely puzzled, Tang Chuan could only turn to his father for help to properly discipline his wife. He wasn't worried about his father betraying him like his mother. After all, who didn't know that his father was obsessed with his daughters? When that incident came to light, Tang Guowen was the first to suggest cutting ties with the cousin and had the worst attitude towards him in the family. Therefore, anyone could forgive Lin Zhuan, except for this daughter-obsessed father. One could be 95% certain of this. But to his surprise, Tang Guowen's next response made Tang Chuan's confident expression freeze on his face. "Your mom's stance is my stance." Zhuan was young and naive back then, full of youthful energy. He went the wrong way for a moment. As the saying goes, who is without fault? Recognizing and correcting your mistakes is a great virtue. He is still my nephew, the only blood left by my sister. He is also a relative of our Tang family. How can we abandon him? Besides, he saved your biological sister, Ziling. She might have the chance to reunite with us, which is a great favor. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, Zhuan is part of our family. You are not allowed to reject him like before." When Tang Guowen ended, Tang Chuan stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, his mother had a kind attitude change towards Lin Zhuan, so much so that they were planning to restore their previous family relationship. How could this happen? The cousin had hurt his dear sister, and now he and his mother were reconciling with him. Had they considered Tang Ru's feelings? "Dad, can you say something?" Completely puzzled, Tang Chuan turned to his father for help, hoping he would control things. He wasn't sure if his father, like his mother, would suddenly betray them. After all, everyone knew he was a father who cherished his daughters. Chapter 314, Uncle and Aunt Tang. The words of Guo An from the Tang family made Tang Chuan feel like he had been struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. They must be crazy. Both of them only went to the hospital. Why did their attitudes change completely when they returned? That vile cousin of his, what kind of potion did he give them? In reality, not only was Tang Chuan dumbfounded, even Tang Ro beside him, with tears in her eyes, showed a hint of shock. Her initial thoughts were exactly the same as Tang Chuan. She thought that with the love the Tang couple showed them, there was no way they could look favorably upon Lin Zhuan. But the turn of events was far beyond her expectations. Just because Lin Zhuan helped them find their biological daughter, does that mean they can ignore their own feelings? At that moment, Tang Ro looked at the Tang couple with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She couldn't understand. Was blood relationship so important? She had called them mom and dad for so many years. Why were they so insatiable and ungrateful, bringing that rural girl back home? She grew up in a slum. Her background was obvious. It would only drag down the image of the Tang family. Couldn't they just act as if nothing had happened and treat her as their own biological child? Tang Ro gritted her teeth in her mind. Fortunately, she still had the love of her brothers. And Tang Chuan's performance truly met Tang Ru's expectations as he stood up and sternly scolded, "Dad, Mom, aren't you being too biased? Just because that vile cousin helped you find your biological daughter, does that mean you can forget the grave mistakes he made? Have you ever thought about the feelings of little Ro? You're already biased before Ling comes back. What will happen when she returns? Won't little Ro have no place at all?" 2.5 minutes later, With a swollen face and red eyes, Tang Chuan felt wrong to the extreme. "Dad, can we please stop hitting my face? I'm a big celebrity, and my fans will be worried. Are you awake now? HMPH. I am Tang Chuan. I will never submit." Tang Chuan's face bore several red handprints, looking sadly determined. For the sake of his beloved sister, he decided to fight to the end. "Tang Guowen, are you awake now? Tang Chuan, HMPH. I am the third son of the Tang family. Tang Guowen, awake now. Tang Chuan, OEO awake. Tang Guowen, do you submit? Tang Chuan, _ I do. You've almost beaten me to death. How can I not submit?" Seeing his passionate creation, finally recognizing his mistake, Tang Guowen felt relieved and praised himself for raising a wise child. However, he also knew that this situation was somewhat unfair and might make Tangro uncomfortable. So, he approached Tangro, who was in shock, with a gentle tone. "Little Ro, surely you can understand Daddy, right? Your cousin did make a mistake, but since he sincerely repented, should we give him another chance? Of course, if that boy dares to bully you again in the future, I will not spare him." In the ward of Shanghai First People's Hospital. Upon learning that she would soon return to the Tang family, Chu Ling was filled with both nervous anticipation and anxiety. Thinking of leaving behind Lin Zhuan, she felt a panic as if she was losing her lifeline. She had no sense of security and wished she could tie her dear brother to her side all the time. But seeing the cold Su Qinj, she abandoned that dangerous idea. Only by showing a pitiful appearance could she exhibit her dependency on Lin Zhuan. Little did she know her thoughts were also in line with Lin Zhuan's plans. Cousin-in-law, will you come to visit me at the Tang house? I'm a bit scared to go back, not sure if the others at home will welcome me. Don't worry. With cousin by your side, you don't need to be afraid. When I finish my work today, I'll visit you first thing tomorrow." Emphasizing on his intentions to mend ties with the in-laws through Chu Ling, Lin Zhuan promised to be there for her return home. Click. At that moment, Tang Guowen and his wife hurriedly entered the ward. "Child, Mom and Dad are here to take you home." Chapter 315, Lin Zhuan's Malice. Elder uncle contracts acute eczema. First People's Hospital of Magic City. In the hospital room. "Uncle, Aunt, you're here." Seeing the hurried entry of the Su Shuyan couple, Lin Zhuan raised his hand to greet them. Little Zhuan. Thank you so much. And about Xiaoling, thank you, yes. If it weren't for you, we might never see Xiaoling again in this lifetime." Looking at their nephew, who was now drastically different from the past, Tang Guowen and his wife had complex expressions. They had once thought that they might never have any interactions with this nephew for the rest of their lives. Who could have thought things don't always go as planned? Both sides would actually meet again in such circumstances because of these reasons, and even accidentally eavesdropped on their nephew's inner thoughts. Life is unpredictable indeed. "Uncle, you don't have to do this. It was just a small effort. Even without me, your niece's good fortune would have brought her back to you sooner or later." Lin Zhuan's mouth curved into a gentle arc, suave, and without a hint of arrogance. This softened Tang Guowen and his wife's hearts, and their appreciation increased by +1, +1, +1, +1, +1. Damn it. Elder uncle and aunt are so shameless, just showing gratitude with words. Don't they understand the concept of practical actions? Although I'm not short of money, if they insisted on giving me billions, I'd reluctantly accept. Rolling eyes. Seriously, no sincerity at all. If it weren't for me, my niece would have been defiled by several old men by now. I'm practically her savior. Doing good anonymously, I am the hero of our time. The sudden inner thoughts brought a flash of realization to the couple. What they wanted most now was to hear Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts. After all, some future information might be hidden in these inner musings and considered invaluable. As they listened to their nephew's innermost thoughts, this time, both of them had black lines simultaneously appearing on their foreheads. The goodwill they just felt was thrown out the window. This kid, did he have to be so contradictory? Acting modest on the surface while silently complaining in his mind about us. However, after learning that had it not been for their nephew's involvement, their daughter would have been taken advantage of by those old men. Tang Guowen and his wife both looked solemn, profoundly shocked, and even more grateful to their nephew. Ding! Supporting character Tang Guowen's goodwill has increased. Reward, 500 sticker points. Ding! Supporting character Su Shuyun's goodwill has increased. Reward, 500 sticker points. Huh? What's going on? I didn't do anything. How did these two suddenly show increased goodwill towards me? Lin Zhuan was puzzled, with a full slate of perplexity in his mind. Glancing at the elder uncle and aunt, he noticed them looking at him warmly. Little Zhuan, there are 500 million in this card. It's aunt's private money. Take it. Before Lin Zhuan could react, Su Shuyun had pulled out a black and gold bank card from her bag and thrust it into his hand. Ah, what is this, aunt? Helping your cousin was purely out of conscience, not for these mere billions. And I don't need money. I've never been interested in wealth. I've never touched money. Wealth is ephemeral. We come into the world with nothing and depart with nothing. To me, it's all just dirt. But aunt, you are so kind. If I refuse, it would seem ungrateful, so since you earnestly plead, I will reluctantly accept it. Lin Zhuan protested verbally while smoothly stashing the bank card in his pocket, as if afraid it might be taken back in the next moment. People in the hospital room. Ha! I have never seen such shamelessness before. For a moment, even Su Shuyun began to wonder if she had given too much. After all, 500 million wasn't a small amount for her, and it was her personal savings, which hurt a bit. But thinking about her unfortunate daughter. Okay, spending even more money is worth it. Zhuan, this is a token of our appreciation. Please take it. We had some conflicts in the past. Let's forget the past and start anew. You're still my good nephew. Looking at the nephew's face somewhat resembling his deceased sister, Tang Guowen felt a wave of emotions and couldn't help patting Lin Zhuan's shoulder. Damn this elder uncle, saying forget the past so easily. In my memory, you smacked me quite hard a few years ago. Well, who asked you to be my uncle? As the saying goes, endure for peace and step back. **** makes me angrier the more I think about it. I've decided, tonight, I'll abandon saving elder uncle's reputation. I'll wait for aunt to find out about uncle's infidelity, then smack uncle hard for my revenge and clarify the situation. I'll gain their favor at the same time. Perfect. This plan is flawless. That being said, uncle's first love still spreads its disease. TSK, but acute eczema is not an incurable STD. It's just a skin condition. I believe with uncle's physical fitness, he might get lucky and avoid it. Tang Guowen, oh, crafty, very crafty. You little rascal, have a big conscience, huh? It's been years since those events. Do you have to hold a grudge like this? And back then, I lost my cool too. I just had a normal father's reaction. Thank goodness, I can hear your inner thoughts, otherwise my good reputation would have been ruined. Tang Guowen was sweating profusely, feeling scared inside. On the side, Su Shuyun looked strange, muttering to herself in her mind. Seems like the catching adultery operation tonight needs to be quick, fierce, and accurate. After all, she just wanted to teach her husband a lesson, to make him forget about his nonsense first love, and not to let old Tang contract any diseases from that affair. Tonight, I invited my family to eat outside, having this hybrid hot pot and barbecue for the first time. 5 people, 3 men, and 2 women. I thought it would cost around 300, but it turned out to be so expensive. Oh. Chapter 316 Su Qing's Proposal. Lin Zhuan, will you marry me? Zhuan, let's take Xiaoling home first. If you're free now, why don't you come with us to sit at home? You haven't been to your uncle's house for a long time, right? Xiaochuan also really misses you. You 2 cousins can catch up as well. In the hospital room. After some pleasantries, Tang Guowen stood up to leave, inviting Lin Zhuan before leaving. Beside him, Su Shuyun also echoed, looking expectant. In order to eavesdrop on their hearts, the couple went to great lengths to keep their nephew by their side, but Lin Zhuan refused their advances. How about tomorrow? Uncle, I have something to take care of in the afternoon. ... Big uncle really talks nonsense. Who doesn't know how much my foolish dodo dislikes me? He practically wishes I would disappear. How could he possibly want me? Speaking of which, that brat once broke my nasal bone. I'll have to settle this score sooner or later. But my foolish dodo, he's practically on the brink. Thinking about it makes me feel sorry for him. What is dodo? Does it refer to Xiaochuan? It looks like I have to warn and scold my son a few more times after returning home so that he shows less hostility towards Lin Juan and even tries to keep his distance from this dangerous cousin. Because this nephew is poisonous and he holds grudges. But what's the deal with Lit? Chrysanthemum not protected? Could it mean that Xiaochuan doesn't like women? Is his sexual orientation somewhat abnormal? Whenever the topic of setting updates for my son comes up, Tang Chuan always shows extreme resistance and a fierce reaction. Su Shuyun and her husband both felt a chill in their hearts and a sense of foreboding. Could it be that their son is truly gay? Strange. Weren't we supposed to take Chu Ling away? Why are these two elders still standing there and not leaving? Hurry up and leave. Don't they know we have good news at home? Kinj is going with me in the afternoon to get our marriage certificate. Who has the time to accompany you two old folks and waste time here? Hey, for real, how can we get rid of these annoying relatives insidiously? Waiting online urgently. Hurry up. Lin Juan appeared nonchalant on the surface, but in his heart, he continuously chanted exorcism spells. Get out quickly, get out quickly, get out quickly, quickly scram. At this moment, Lin Juan felt joyful. He felt a sense of fulfillment and surprise when Su Kinj suddenly proposed to go get their marriage certificate together. Of course, Lin Juan smiled and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Tang Guowen and his wife, who heard their hearts, realized that they had made themselves unlikable, feeling embarrassed. At the same time, they glanced at the girl in the wheelchair, and a hint of amazement flashed in their eyes. One can't deny. Their nephew is indeed lucky in love. But that ice-cold, peerless beauty doesn't seem like someone their ordinary nephew could handle. Thinking about some rumors they had heard before, a mischievous smile crept onto Tang Guowen's lips. In his imagination, this kind of relationship where the woman is strong and the man is weak must have made Lin Juan feel quite constrained on a daily basis. After all, as the son-in-law who married into the Su family, his status in the woman's family was usually very low. Even at home, Lin Juan might not even dare to take a breath freely and had to take on household chores like going to the toilet, carrying wash basins, washing clothes, and cooking every day. Humph! This brat actually wants to outsmart me and play dirty tricks. Thinking of the image of his nephew squatting by the toilet, putting in effort to scrub, Tang Guowen couldn't help but crack a smile, feeling relieved. All right, Zijuan, you go ahead with your work. We'll take Xiaoling home, and Big Uncle will be waiting for you at home tomorrow. Soon, the couple, with a somewhat uneasy Chu Ling, left the hospital room and hurried home. After the bothersome Big Uncle's family finally disappeared from sight, the room was left with only Su Kinj and Lin Juan, in utter silence. Kinj, what you said this morning, was that serious? Lin Juan rubbed his hands nervously, squatting beside the wheelchair. Hearing this, the girl turned her head silently, gazing at the sharp features of the man's face. Suddenly, she reached out and gently touched his facial features, not answering but asking, "So, would you accept my proposal and marry me?" Although he had always claimed to be the son-in-law marrying into the Su family's home, when a woman actually asked him to marry her, Lin Juan couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. In this supposed sacred and serious atmosphere of a proposal, Lin Juan unexpectedly burst out laughing. Then, he extended his hand to pinch the girl's smooth and delicate face, nodding with a smile, "Marry, why not? My stomach has never been well. And I've always wanted to rely on you, Kinj." Kinj. Oh no. Wife, from now on, I'll be your little man. We'll work together. You take care of earning money to support the family, and I'll take care of being handsome and stylish. Together, we'll build our perfect little family. Husband, I entrust my future happiness to you for the second half of my life. Please protect this fragile man, me tilde tilde tilde, and I'll fulfill my duties as a good husband, do my best to continue the Su family's bloodline. I have already planned the Zodiac plan, ready to implement any time. Looking at Lin Juan's cheeky expression, Su Kinj raised an eyebrow, and with a flick of her hand, nearly couldn't resist giving him a big slap. This guy, shameless as ever. But considering that this little man will be hers from now on, Su Kinj ultimately restrained the urge to unleash domestic violence, giving Lin Juan a disapproving look, signaling him to quickly push her away. Let's go. While we still have time, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now and handle the paperwork. Huh, is this how it ends already? In the movies, after a successful proposal, don't the male and female lead kiss each other? I don't think this step should be skipped. What? Taking advantage just because I acted cheekily. Say it again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wifey, are you trying to murder your husband? Oh well, you slap me, pain in me, torture in you. You have a go. Lin Juan outstretched his arms, adopting a dramatic stance of being at the mercy of his wife, making Su Qinj burst into laughter. She glared at the closed door of the room, pointed to her own cherry lips, with her face blushing involuntarily, hurriedly saying, "Hurry up. After we kiss, please leave quickly. I don't want to be a live audience for others." Qinj, are you really coming close? I was just joking. I didn't think you would actually agree. You are my husband, and I just did what a wife should do. Wife. The golden sunlight poured through the window, cloaking the male and female, who were gazing at each other affectionately in a golden glow. Lin Juan remained squatting by the wheelchair, gazing softly, as he looked at the girl's blushing face full of trust and love. Following the window's light bathed them, enveloping the young couple in a golden radiance. Wife, you are truly beautiful. Lin Juan touched the girl's exquisite face with admiration from his heart. In his eyes, Su Qinj was breathtakingly beautiful. Those bright big eyes sparkled with shy yet happy light. Su Qinj remained silent, or rather, she was too embarrassed to know how to respond. Her face was blushing, as if it were about to drip blood. She could only tilt her head slightly upward, gazing at the handsome man in front of her with eyes filled with trust and love. Sorry, I completely lost the urge to type now. Last night, my wife and I tried to do that for the first time, but I went soft in no time, without even doing anything. I'm frustrated, wondering if it's because I often stay up late, used to a lot of handiwork activities, and lack of exercise led to kidney deficiency and impotence. Have any friends encountered the same problem, and how did you solve it? I'm so tired, completely lacking the mood to work, feeling defeated. Men really cannot function well. My vitality is declining. I'll try to discipline myself well for a month, learn from Chu Ling's spirit, and recover my health as soon as possible. If things don't improve after a month, I can only go to the hospital to check. It's frustrating. I only heard people mention impotence and premature ejaculation in the news and movies, and now that I'm experiencing it, I understand the helplessness of those protagonists. I checked it and found some doctors talking about early symptoms of impotence due to spleen and kidney deficiency. I guess it might be related to my varicocele and prostatitis, combined with me not sleeping before 2 a.m. for a year. I usually post close to 12 a.m. before publishing. But the title was edited because it wasn't complete, and it would be after 12. I didn't want to miss full attendance bonus of 600 tokens. This 1 month I'll insist on sleeping by 11, take a light exercise daily, watch my diet, and get into the right mindset. Baduanjin, Golden Bell practice, squats. I'll practice daily. After a month, I'll try again, and hopefully, rise successfully. If it works, I'll share my method with everyone, and I hope you can also exercise like me. For the sake of a beautiful life, I recommend you avoid handiwork activities and stay up less. Otherwise, ending up like me is not good. Now I'm most concerned about my wife looking at me with different eyes. Yesterday she said she was disappointed in me. Suddenly, my manly dignity is on the ground. We had barely started, and how did I become soft so quickly? I can't even respect myself. I hope after a month, I can rise like Chu Ling and let my wife know what a real man is. Asterisk. Asterisk chapter 317. In the ward, Lin Su's kiss. In the quiet ward, the curtains gently swayed with the breeze. The golden sunlight seeped through the windows, sprinkling onto the pristine white sheets, adding a touch of warmth and vitality to this peaceful space. Lin Juan, bathed in sunlight, wore a soft smile on his face, with deep and warm eyes that seemed to contain all the tenderness in the world. Qinj, you look really beautiful. The girl in the wheelchair had bright and determined eyes. Although her body couldn't stand, her spirit was as bright and strong as the sunlight outside. At this moment, she tilted her head slightly, meeting the man's gaze, her eyes shimmering with happiness and anticipation, exchanging affectionate glances. However, unable to withstand Lin Juan's deep and firm gaze, Su Qinj blushed involuntarily, unconsciously wanting to avert her gaze, pushing the man's chest lightly. Are you going to kiss or not? If you don't want to, forget it. Just go away. Not finishing her words, Su Qinj panicked as she suddenly found the man bending down, his face approaching hers rapidly and enlarging in her pupils. The next moment, his lips lightly touched hers. As their lips met, time seemed to freeze. The whole world quieted down, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats echoing, engaging in a tender and romantic kiss. Out of female instinct, the girl, with a flushed face, involuntarily moaned. She didn't want to push away the man on top of her. Instead, a hint of daze appeared in her eyes, her whole body tingling, even a strange and indescribable sensation coming from her lower body. In that moment, Su Qinj had completely lost her resistance, letting Lin Zhuan do as he pleased. Sensing the girl's emotions, Lin Zhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile filling his eyes. This time, his kiss was not as domineering and fierce as the previous one at the Su family estate. It was gentle and solemn, as if conducting a sacred ritual. The two of them kissed attentively and affectionately, like a beautiful poem, a touching melody, conveying their sincere emotions. Lin Zhuan gently wrapped his arms around the girl's waist, slightly applying pressure, their bodies pressing tightly together, as if wanting to merge completely. As time passed, their kiss deepened gradually, their mutual dependence growing stronger, as if trying to blend their love into each other's lives. The sunlight outside sprinkled on Lin Zhuan and the girl, enveloping them in a golden glow, making the air seem softer and warmer in this moment. They both seemed to have a vague illusion, as if they were in a beautiful dream world, feeling only each other's presence, sensing the deep love between them. After an unknown period of time, when both were satisfied, their lips slowly parted reluctantly, a transparent line of saliva connecting them. Seeing this, the man smirked mischievously while Su Qinj blushed. As their eyes met, the genuine feelings between them seemed to deepen under the warmth of their kiss. Qinj, I will always be by your side. Holding hands, growing old together, until the end of our lives, Lin Zhuan reached out, caressing the girl's cheek tenderly, his expression full of warmth. Su Qinj nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness and contentment. She knew that no matter how difficult the future may be, as long as this man was by her side, she could bravely face everything. They would walk through every sunrise and sunset together, experiencing every warm and romantic moment in life. Unexpected system prompts suddenly interrupted Lin Zhuan, breaking the slightly ambiguous atmosphere in the room. This stingy system, why did the points earned from this second kiss get reduced by half compared to the previous time? Looking down on second kisses, but the reward of 5 points per second for kisses was quite good. Not having to do anything every day, just standing next to Su Qinj could earn a substantial amount of points. Persisting in this, with the ultimate goal of becoming the invincible, immortal emperor, Lin Zhuan felt confident. It didn't seem so unattainable now, just lacking a few points. Billions of points, to be exact. As an optimist, Lin Zhuan was full of confidence. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry, leave. While Lin Zhuan was distracted by the system prompt, Su Qinj had already tidied up her appearance, returning to her outer appearance of an untouchable goddess in the eyes of outsiders. No one who walked in at this moment could imagine this same cold and aloof goddess being embraced by a man not long ago, blushing and almost suffocating. Every time he looked at this stark contrast in Su Qinj, Lin Zhuan always had the urge to tease her, perhaps satisfying a man's mischievous desire for conquest. After all, which man wouldn't want to see a sacred and untouchable goddess under his coaxing, turn breathless and moaning, gasping for breath? Qinj, your lips are so sweet. It's making me linger on. Endless reverie. Hey, you're asking for it. The memories that she had finally almost forgotten were brought up by Lin Zhuan's teasing again. Seeing his smug expression, Su Qing's face flushed, grinding her teeth, ready to raise her hand to hit him. You just wait, don't run. Su Qing's mouth twitched, facing the man's provocation. She wheeled her chair and raised her fist to chase after him. For a moment, the ward was full of chaos as they acted out a certain scene. He fled, she chased. He's out of luck, she retaliated. He mocked, she raged, Chapter 318. Su Fan's pretending skills steadily improving. Wife, you're really ruthless. Don't you feel sorry for me at all? This is blatant domestic violence. Look, this huge bruise, my miserable second half of life. Entrusting it to a woman who can commit domestic violence, will I be beaten to death in the future? Lin Zhuan was pushing the wheelchair in the hospital corridor, holding his waist and pretending to be in pain. Tilda, such drama. I won't listen, won't wash, the turtle chanting. Won't look, the turtle laying eggs. Sukinj rolled her eyes, covering her ears directly, pretending not to hear. She knew the strength of her actions very well. How could it hurt this much? HMPH. Men's mouths, dishonest spirits. Actors, men are indeed untrustworthy actors. Seeing that he couldn't deceive the girl, Linjuan looked frustrated, shrugging his shoulders, and stopped acting, getting to the point. Kinj, I'll go home first to get my ID and household registration. You wait for me in the hospital, and we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Faced with the question, Sukinj silently took out several documents from her bag. I've brought all your documents in advance. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. Oh, a rip tilde. Linjuan took a breath, surprised. He never expected Sukinj to be so well prepared. It seems she had been eyeing her own body for a long time. Gives_gives. 2.5 minutes later, the two visited Su Shengxin's ward first. Grandpa, please get well soon. Looking at her grandfather sleeping like a vegetable, Su Qing's eyes lowered, murmuring with heartfelt hope. Behind her, Linjuan also addressed the old man in the bed. Yes, Grandpa, I'm going to get married to Kinj. I'll be your grandson-in-law soon. Surprised. Huh. Are you happy? If you don't wake up soon, you might miss out on meeting your great-grandkids. But don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish to hold your great-granddaughter and great-grandson soon. 12 Zodiac plan. I have a plan. Let's see if we can have a dragon baby this year for the Su family. Grandpa, rest assured. As King's fortunate son-in-law, I know my honorable mission is to continue her bloodline and build a happy family with many children. In order to achieve this, even if it costs my life, I won't hesitate. I'll keep striving. Su Grandpa, you can trust me 1,000,000 times over. Linjuan patted his chest loudly, looking solemn, assuring the comatose old man. However, these words, falling on Su Qing's ears, made her visibly sweat at the thought of it. Although Linjuan's tone was enthusiastic, the content of his words just sounded off. Too many loopholes, she didn't even know where to start complaining. Oh, what's wrong? Kinj, did I say something wrong? No, you said it right, but don't say it again next time. After delaying half an hour in Su Shengxin's ward, Linjuan finally pushed the girl in the wheelchair out of the room. Passing by a room with the number 91 in the corridor, Linjuan subconsciously stopped. He knew this room belonged to Mu Xiaowan, and presumably, Su Fan was inside taking care of her. What's up? Curious, Su Qing asked as Linjuan suddenly stopped in confusion. I want to greet brother Su Fan and tell him that you and I are going to get our marriage certificate. Linjuan answered truthfully. After all, Su Fan was his brother-in-law, and it was necessary to inform his sister beforehand about going for the certificate. Yes, let the Heaven's chosen son know that they would be a family now. He could also just follow the protagonist and take it easy, letting Su Fan take the lead. Su Qing was puzzled, leaving her with a black question mark on her forehead. What did their marriage certificate have to do with Su Fan? Why did they need to inform him? Although she didn't understand, Su Qing didn't refuse, silently accepting Linjuan's decision. Click! Linjuan opened the door and wheeled inside. In the room, Mu Xiaowan, in a patient's gown, was lazily lying in bed watching short videos, occasionally giggling. Look at her complexion. Her recovery should be going well. She might be able to leave the hospital soon. Beside Mu Xiaowan's bed, Su Fan was still wearing a washed-out short-sleeved shirt and torn jeans. He was holding a manga book and flipping through it casually. Seeing this, Linjuan walked closer, greeted Su Fan first, startling both people in the room. Brother Su Fan, what are you reading? So engrossed? Checking out the newcomer, Su Fan then glanced at the wheelchair-bound girl. Seeing the girl's rosy complexion and improved health, Su Fan couldn't help but smile a bit, feeling relieved. To keep it brief, he answered coolly, nothing, just bored. I found this manga randomly in the drawer to pass the time. Really? Linjuan approached and was curious about Su Fan's taste in manga. Glancing at the manga, he discovered it was a short manga with only 10 pages. Manga title, Getting Closer. Illustrated by Wu Fu. Edited by Queen Q. Produced by Weibo comics, so brother Su-fan likes reading these horror-themed manga. Lin Juan was surprised. He thought Su-fan would be into something like War God Returns or dominating the battlefield, not horror. Horror? Is this a horror manga? I thought it was a comedy manga. It doesn't evoke any feelings in me. I even feel like laughing. Oh, brother Su-fan, aren't you afraid of ghosts? Ghosts, hey. There might not be such things in this world. Even if they did exist, as long as they dare to mess with me, I wouldn't mind sending them to their doom. Su-fan smirked, his pretending skills steadily improving. He didn't believe in silly things like ghosts. They were just products of fear created by weaklings. If such things truly existed, with the number of weaklings he had eliminated over the years, why didn't any of them come back to seek revenge? Besides, weak are weak. Even if they become some alternate existence, it doesn't change the fact. In the end, he could just kill them again. Chapter 319. Lin's group robbed. Lin Juan targeted by mysterious organization? Happy Lantern Festival. Ghosts, hey. Don't say they don't exist in this world. Even if they do, as long as they dare to provoke me, I wouldn't mind scattering their souls. In the hospital room, Su-fan stood confidently with his hands in his pockets, his imposing manner filling the room as he spoke forcefully. Okay, Gives_Gives this guy is starting to have Chunabu again. These days, is this how people brag? You want to scatter ghosts? Do you think you're a Taoist priest? Or a virtuous monk? Truly, strange occurrences happen every year, but this year seems to have an abundance. Different from Lin Juan, who was used to this, the two girls present rolled their eyes repeatedly, feeling goosebumps all over their bodies, so embarrassed they wanted to dig a hole with their toes. Meanwhile, Su-fan, feeling good about himself, asked Lin Juan about the reason for bringing his younger sister here. We are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau later to get our marriage certificate. Passing by Miss Mu's ward, I thought of visiting her. Miss Mu, are you recovering well? Lin Juan concisely expressed his intentions. Yes, I'm recovering well. I should be able to leave the hospital in these few days. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. And I wish you both a happy marriage. Looking at the man not far away, who perfectly fit the image of her Prince Charming, Mu Ziwan's expression turned complicated. She admired the girl in the wheelchair deeply. She had once fantasized about a beautiful future with Lin Juan. Even though she knew she was a toad lusting after swan's flesh, she couldn't control her wild fantasies. Now, the beautiful dream had finally been shattered. Despite it being just a dream, she felt moved upon waking up. The only thing that deeply troubled Mu Ziwan was, why were all the good men interested in other women? There are so many high-quality men in this world, so why couldn't she have one for herself? Why am I so unlucky, encountering scum and weird men? When will heaven have mercy on me and give me such a perfect man? Just as Mu Ziwan was feeling so frustrated that she wanted to spit blood. You guys are going to get the marriage certificate? Su-fan was taken aback, his gaze lingering on Lin Juan and his younger sister's faces for a few seconds. Then, as if realizing something, a rare genuine smile appeared on his face as he extended his hand to Lin Juan. Congratulations, I wish you both happiness. If it were the time when Su-fan first returned to Shanghai, he would definitely have been dissatisfied with Lin Juan as his brother-in-law, feeling that he wasn't worthy of his ethereal sister. But as time passed and they came to understand each other better, especially noticing the unique feelings his little sister had for Lin Juan, he gradually accepted him as a brother-in-law. After all, no matter how average this guy was, what mattered most was that his younger sister liked him. After gaining the approval and blessings of his elder brother as Lin Juan's brother-in-law, while feeling pleasantly surprised, he also instinctively felt a sense of responsibility as a man. With a dignified look, he reached out and tightly shook hands with Su-fan. Thanks, Thank you. Big brother. Su-fan, I will definitely make Kinj happy. Remember what you said today. Don't go back on your word. Because those playboys and domestic abusers always meet a bad end. Su-fan gripped his brother-in-law's hand slightly harder, his tone becoming more serious, a hint in his words. Though he had fully accepted his younger sister's marriage, if this man dared to make his sister suffer in their future life, then he wouldn't mind having a sudden accident to annihilate the scoundrel. What set Lin Juan apart from the others in the hospital room was that he clearly understood the underlying message of his elder brother-in-law. Unconsciously rubbing his nose, he felt a bit awkward. "Dear elder brother, you are overthinking things. I am a pure love warrior. Since meeting your sister, other women to me are just passing clouds. You can rest assured, gives. I will take care of your sister, inherit your family, you need not worrying. Hehe. Not far away, Sukinj in the wheelchair looked bewildered. She felt it was a bit strange that these two men suddenly had such a good relationship. And the person Lin Juan was going to get married to was her. Lin Juan, why are you making so many promises to an outsider like this? If someone who didn't know saw this, they might think that Su Fan was a relative of mine, right? Although both of our surnames are Su, but we're not even related by a long shot, right? At most, it would be 800 years ago. Sukinj was speechless. The sight of the two men shaking hands embraced each other made her think of a scene from a movie where the main characters get married. At the wedding, the father holds the daughter's hand and then hands her over to the groom, giving her to another man, as if completing a transfer duty of responsibility. Thinking this, Sukinj suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. If only father was still with us. Kinj, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing the girl's strange expression, Lin Juan quickly approached, concerned. Nothing. Sukinj smiled and shook her head, indicating no need to worry. After exchanging a few words with Su Fan, they bid farewell and went their separate ways. 2.5 minutes later, Su Fan found a reason to excuse himself and left the hospital room. As it was his younger sister, he wanted to be there as her family, witnessing the completion of her marriage until the end, as it was the only thing he could do at the moment. Ding 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 outside the hospital, a white van that had been parked for some time slowly started up and stealthily followed Lin Juan's departure. Oh, hello. Dear readers, His Royal Highness is being scolded by his wife for being short, weak, inadequate. Now he's despairing in seclusion. I, the water riding line, sneaked out to get a bit of recognition. It's been a long time. I miss you all terribly. Do you miss me too? Tang Manor. The large iron gate at the entrance opened, allowing a luxurious sedan to enter slowly. In the back seat, Chu Ling's feelings were as complicated and tumultuous as the swiftly passing scenery outside the window. Is this going to be my home from now on? With that thought in mind, Chu Ling felt nervous, silently boosting her morale. She knew she was about to enter a whole new world, but she sincerely hoped to integrate into it, find her place, and discover the familial affection she had longed for. Finally, the car came to a stop in front of a magnificent villa. Through the rear window, Chu Ling saw the majestic building and couldn't help but be overwhelmed. She had never seen such a magnificent mansion. Every detail exuded luxury and nobility. Compared to the red brick houses in the village, it was like heaven and earth. At that moment, Chu Ling unconsciously squeezed the tissue in her hand, her fingers turning slightly white from the excessive pressure. Ziling, get out. We're home. This is your parents' home, and where you'll live from now on, your home. Chapter 320, Chu Ling returns to the Tang family. The first encounter of the true and false heiress. Happy Lantern Festival. Ziling, we're home. This is Mom and Dad's house, and also where you will live in the future. We have arranged a room for you. You can stay there temporarily, and if you need any furniture, just tell Dad, and I'll have someone deliver it right away. The back car door opened, and guided by Tang Guowen and his wife, Chu Ling got out of the car. Standing in front of the luxurious villa, she looked up at the majestic building, feeling a strange sense of inferiority rising in her heart. Her actions and behavior unconsciously became timid. She felt like a country bumpkin, completely out of place with the villa, and involuntarily lowered her head, her steps becoming heavy. However, just when Chu Ling felt incredibly inferior, she noticed the unusual expression of Su Shuyan, who walked over to her, gently took her hand, and looked at her with care and encouragement. Linger, this is your home. Beside her, Tang Guowen said softly, his tone filled with warmth and determination. The couple did not look down on her for her timidity, but instead felt more compassion for this daughter they had lost but now found again. Had it not been for their negligence back then, their own biological daughter would not have ended up in such a situation? Chu Ling lifted her head and looked at the unwavering love and determination in Tang Guowen's eyes, feeling a warm surge in her heart. She understood that, regardless of her background, she was the precious daughter in her parents' eyes. Blood ties are something that cannot be severed. This home is her true resting place. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ling took a deep breath, the sense of inferiority in her eyes gradually fading, bravely raising her head and chest, ready to embrace her new life. She knew the road ahead was long, but she believed that as long as she had love, courage, and family, she could find her place in this new family and live out her own value. Sister, you can rest assured. If Chu Ling dares to bully you just because she's the biological child, I will definitely stand up for you and teach her a lesson. Brother, please don't. She is your biological sister. Please don't harm Chu Ling. I just want a harmonious family, even if I have to endure a little injustice. Little Ruo, please don't dissuade me. I've made up my mind. Inside the villa, the Tang siblings, Tang Zhuangzi and Tang Rou, who learned that Chu Ling was returning, were waiting in the living room. Tang Zhuangzi kept reassuring that he would not let his sister be bullied. Tang Rou, on the other hand, looked nervous and tried to dissuade Tang Zhuangzi from conflicting with their biological sister, because she could endure grievances, just as Tang Zhuangzi and Tang Rou were passionately performing their sibling bonding. Click! The door suddenly pushed open, and Tang Guowen and his wife entered first, followed closely by the timid and curious Chu Ling. Ha! She's here. Good. Let me take a good look at what my dear sister has done to make our parents favor her this way. Tang Zhuangzi stood up suddenly, furrowing his brows, locking eyes with Chu Ling, who followed their parents. The next moment, what he saw stunned him. At the thick door, a frail figure slowly appeared in his sight. The girl's face was as pale as if she had never seen the sun, like an ancient book hidden away. Her dry yellow hair fell loosely on her shoulders, a few strands gently swaying as she moved. Her sunken eyes revealed weariness, as if bearing a weight far beyond her years. Her figure was as thin as a malnourished sapling, as if a gust of wind could knock her down. There was almost no flesh on her thin arms and legs, only the outline of bones. The loose clothes hung on the girl's body, gently swaying with her weak breathing, as if telling the fluctuations and hardships in her life. This seems extremely pitiful. At the sight of his biological sister in such a pitiful state, Tang Zhuangzi hesitated to speak a word. He had wanted to assert his authority over Chu Ling and establish Tang Ru's position in the family. But when he saw the weakened figure before him, the sense of dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared in an instant, and he even felt a hint of compassion. Compared to the slightly beautified version in the video, the offline version of Chu Ling was more viscerally vulnerable, like a lamp with a flame slowly extinguishing, coupled with the face that bore some resemblance to his own. The instinct of blood ties prompted Tang Zhuangzi to truly recognize the person before him as his biological sister. If not for the conspiracy 18 years ago. Growing up together, becoming my dear sister must be her, right? So thin. Why is she so thin? Like a bean sprout. Did that despicable couple not feed her at all? I thought my cousin's speech in the video was exaggerated. Now it seems that the situation may be far worse than I thought. Recalling Chu Ling's account of her tragic life from childhood to adulthood, Tang Chuang's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. He found it hard to find fault anymore. Especially after stealing a glance at Tang Ru next to him, glowing and well-dressed, charming and graceful. The clear contrast drew a clear distinction between them. From the appearance alone, one could tell she was a refined lady, while his biological sister was. According to the original trajectory of their lives, the living conditions of these two sisters should have been completely opposite, right? With this thought in mind, it seemed that Tang Rou was not as pitiful as he had thought before. Looking at his biological sister before him, Tang Chuang's heart was filled with a profound sense of imbalance and anger. Why? Why did she have to endure the heartless torment from those wicked parents in place of Tang Ro, while she got to enjoy a peaceful life in the Tang family? Don't forget, everything she had was originally meant to be hers. As a normal person with emotions, Chu Ling felt extremely unfair and angry in her heart. However, reason restrained her, reminding her that Tang Ro was not at fault, but her malicious parents were. Back then, they were just ignorant babies. What else could she do but endure it? The ones she should resent are Chu Zhang's couple, not their daughter. Tang Ro. Moreover, the other had been with their parents day and night for 18 years. Even a pet dog had become an indispensable part of the family, let alone Tang Ro, who was a person. As a newcomer, the best course of action for her was to be humble and avoid conflicts with Tang Ro. With this in mind, even if she felt resentful, Chu Ling had to pretend not to care, force a smile, and greet Tang Zhuangzi and Tang Ro. Zhuangzi, Ro, hello, I'm Chu Ling. Chu Ling's voice was timid and filled with lack of confidence, as if she was worried that her other siblings, besides her parents, wouldn't accept her. Hello. I'm Tang Zhuangzi, your third brother. Currently, the eldest brother and second sister are not at home. When they return from their business trip, I'll introduce you to them one by one. In the future, just focus on resting at home. We will provide you with the top medical team. Your illness will definitely heal soon. Tang Zhuangzi looked at his shy sister, who didn't dare to meet his eyes, feeling a mix of emotions, and spoke slowly. Thank you, third brother. Chu Ling finally smiled on her face, nodded gently, and thanked sincerely. She found that her third brother didn't seem so hard to get along with, but rather caring towards her. This slightly relaxed her, giving her some expectations for a better future. Cough. You're welcome. Seeing how his dear sister sincerely thanked him for just a word, Tang Zhuangzi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Particularly, he remembered how he had been all aggressive just a while ago, wanting to assert his dominance over her. Tang Zhuangzi couldn't help feeling guilty. This time, he felt awkward, unable to meet Chu Ling's eyes. And Tang Ro, standing beside him, suddenly became a bit breathless, with her eyes downcast and filled with jealousy. The scene playing out before her was so glaring in her eyes. All the love from their parents and her third brother used to belong to her alone. But now, an outsider appeared to compete for favor, something she absolutely could not tolerate. As for Tang Guowen and his wife standing not far away, they watched with joy as their biological siblings reunited in a touching moment. They had been worried that their recently returned daughter might not get along well with the other family members, but now it seemed like it was all an unnecessary concern. All right. Ziling must be tired from the journey. Let her rest first. Son, have you tittied up the rooms in advance? Take Ziling to her room first to rest. Tang Guowen smiled and looked at his weakened daughter, a look of pity on his face. Ziling, are you hungry now? Do you want to eat anything? Just let Dad know, and I'll have the steward arrange it right away. You haven't been full in all these years, have you? Oh, those despicable parents really deserve to die. Clearly, you were just a child. How could they have the heart to treat you so inhumanly? Back then, if they hadn't switched babies, they should have treated you better at the very least. We even left a sizable bank card for the Chu family in appreciation. But they HMPH. Those vicious and treacherous scumbags, don't they fear going to hell after death? Don't they have a conscience to their own children? Tang Guowen's face turned red as he ranted, gradually realizing his outburst. He turned to see his daughter on the verge of tears, her pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. What dirty words are you saying in front of the children? Only when Su Shuyan shot her husband a stern look did Tang Guowen belatedly realize his mistake. He turned to see his daughter on the verge of tears, her pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. You can't say such things in front of the children. Tang Zhuangzi saw his beloved sister upset and quickly stepped forward, speaking softly and gently. Sister, don't be sad. We know that this has nothing to do with you, and we won't resent you for it. You are still our dear family member, Even Su Shiyun, who was holding her own daughter's arm, subconsciously let go and went over to Tang Ro with a smile to comfort her. Don't worry, Zero. Mom and Dad are reasonable. We know the fault is not yours. No matter what, you and Chu Ling are Dad and Mom's treasures. We'll always be your family. Happy Lantern Festival. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Today is the Lantern Festival and I went to see the fireworks at night. So I'm still 3,000 words short. I'll make up for it tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, I've been lacking discipline for 2 days, but tomorrow is the 3rd day. Rise up. Oh, please forgive me for the delay. I went to watch the fireworks as a form of redemption. Chapter 321. Chu Ling's counterattack with fake tears. Tang's living room. Chu Ling, with a slightly fragile figure, stood dazedly in place with a complex expression. Watching her family, who had just shown genuine concern for her, now all gathered around Tang Ro, heartwarmingly comforting her, each one showing sincere care and concern, clearly caring for Tang Ro from the bottom of their hearts. This made Chu Ling feel a sourness in her heart. She wished dearly that it was herself that her family was surrounding and caring for. At the same time, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why, as the real victim, the girl in front of her was feeling sad. Shouldn't it be her who should be shedding tears of injustice? And her parents and brothers, were they really being appropriate by showing such care and concern to the daughter of their enemy who had mistreated her in front of their own biological daughter? At the very least, they should also care about her feelings. Chu Ling's eyes lowered, the light that was awakened by family affection in her pupils dimmed and became cold once again. Suddenly, she felt that her parents and brothers might prefer Tang Ro, who had been with them for 18 years, over their own biological daughter. Really? Why am I feeling sentimental? At least I won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. And I can afford medical treatment. This is a million times better than the previous hellish life, isn't it? Thinking like this, a twisted smile reappeared on Chu Ling's face, although her smile was filled with an unmistakable bitterness. For so many years, she had struggled to make ends meet every day. To the Chu Ling of that time, as long as she had food and clothing, living a good life was the greatest happiness. Returning to the Tang family now would definitely mean a qualitative leap in her living standards. From any perspective, she was very lucky, and that was something to be grateful for. If it had been her in the past, she would have surely been content and grateful. But human nature is inherently greedy, and since feeling the warmth of family affection, Chu Ling instinctively wanted more. Moreover, this affection originally belonged to her, but was stolen away. It was only natural for her to want to reclaim it. However, Chu Ling also understood the importance of being patient. Now that she had just arrived, her family would surely be more familiar with Tang Ro, whom they had grown up with. To avoid leaving a bad impression on her family, she had to avoid conflicts with Tang Ro and even build a good relationship with her. As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains. With enough effort, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. As time went on, her family would surely gradually accept her and treat her as a true member of the family. In her heart, Chu Ling silently cheered herself on, endurance. On the other side, with the comfort of her family, Tang Ru's emotions finally calmed down. Chu Ling, I'm Tang Ro, your sister. I'm sorry, my biological parents. Sigh, I really feel so sorry for you. It's all my fault. I stole 18 years of your beautiful life. If it wasn't for my existence, maybe your past life wouldn't have. Woo. I shouldn't have been born, then you might not have been separated from your family. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. I shouldn't have taken away your parents and brothers. Tang Ro took 3 quick steps and arrived in front of Chu Ling. Apologizing with guilt, she knelt down in front of everyone, with tears streaming down her face, full of endless apologies, directly facing Chu Ling. Little Ro, get up quickly. What are you doing? Child, you really don't have to blame yourself too much. What happened back then had nothing to do with you. You don't have to feel this way. Sister, don't do this. Your big brother's heart is breaking. Oh, Chu Ling, what are you just standing there for? Haven't you seen little Ro kneeling down for you? Hurry and help her up. Do you really want to be so unreasonable, wanting to blame little Ro for the mistakes? Tang Ru's sudden act of kneeling down caused a great shock to the Tangguoan family. Each one of them had an anxious expression and rushed forward to help her up. Among them, Tang Chuan's reaction was the most agitated. Seeing Chu Ling still standing in place, Tang Chuan couldn't help but shout loudly towards her. As for Tang Ro, who was kneeling on the ground, at this moment, she was pulling on Chu Ling's trousers, crying and apologizing heartbreakingly. End of the preview. Chapter 322, Lin Zhuan's Confidence, the Trap of Pretending to be a Wealthy Woman. The previous chapter has been updated. Please refresh ahem. Alright? That's enough. Let Ling rest in the room first. The scene of deep mother-daughter affection before his eyes made Tang Guoan realize that he had been neglecting his own daughter's feelings. He fake coughed twice, breaking the silence in the living room, and took the initiative to apologize to Chu Ling. Ling, I'm sorry. Dad and Mom really care about you. You and your sister are both our precious daughters, you know? Don't misunderstand Ro either. She didn't mean to. She just feels extremely guilty towards you. We've sheltered her too much since she was young, which has made her naive and kind-hearted, and especially sensitive. She doesn't have any malicious intentions. I hope both of you can get along well in the future, becoming an enviable pair of sisters, understood? Me and her. Best friends? Dude, are you out of your mind? How can you say something so stupid? Listening to Tang Guoan's sincere expression, Chu Ling couldn't tell if he was joking or serious, and at that moment, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. She felt that her father was really foolish and started to doubt. Was she really this man's biological daughter? Is there a possibility that her biological father is someone else? After all, there are always a lot of rumors in wealthy families. Maybe gives. Otherwise, it's hard to explain her dad's twisted way of thinking. Why it's so different from others, so bizarre. However, even though she was unhappy inside, Chu Ling still smiled and nodded, pretending to understand. Endure it. At the same time, she decided to let Tang Guoan passively stray tonight and dispel any thoughts of stopping him. Just a short while ago, she was still deliberating on how to help Tang Guoan avoid the fate of contracting the sharp wet rash STD. But now, humph, Dad, you do you. Hurry up and grow cauliflower, so you can stop using that dirty thing and continue plaguing my fair and beautiful mother. And at that moment, in Chu Ling's speechless gaze, her foolish brother also began to make foolish statements. He rubbed his forehead, looked at his recently returned younger sister, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness and displeasure. Dad is right. I know you might feel unfair, thinking Ro has enjoyed years of luxury in your place. But she is innocent. We need to be reasonable. We can't blame her for her parents' mistakes. That's unreasonable. Ro has no ill intentions. She was sincerely begging for your forgiveness just now, afraid that you'd think poorly of her when you return and want her gone. I'm 95% sure of this. I grew up watching Ro, so I know her character the best. But you, how dare you badmouth her without any evidence? Don't think I didn't catch your sarcastic tone. I hope you can reflect on yourself, strive to be as kind and generous as Ro in the future, become the pride of the Tang family as a refined young lady. Don't worry. As long as you put in effort, I will also treat you like my own sister and love you. Tang Chuan thought he was advising kindly, but his tone carried a hint of irrefutable, overpowering meaning. And his words seemed to strike a chord with Tang Guoan, causing him to nod repeatedly, showing a deeply understanding posture. It's hopeless. My foolish dad and brother are hopeless. Chu Ling rubbed her temples, feeling a massive headache. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of karma did she commit in her past life? Why was she being tormented so much in this life, surrounded by such bizarre relatives? She had overheard her cousin's thoughts before, knowing that her brother was on the verge of losing his innocence, and she had considered saving him. But now, what does it have to do with me if my foolish brother ruins himself? Hurry up and ruin the anal region. Third brother, don't talk to Sister Chu Ling like that, or I'll get angry. Tang Ro pouted and acted cute, standing in front of Chu Ling pretending to defend her. Then, with a look of compassion, she turned to Chu Ling and insincerely said, Sister, don't be mad at third brother. He cares about me, just as I care about him. I think that's what family is, right? Let's not talk about that, Sister Chu Ling. I heard you never went to school. Then let me and my brothers help you with your homework in the future. I'm the top student in my class. I'm sure I can help you with your studies easily. Although starting from scratch is tough, I believe with sincerity, even a stone can be carved into art. Sister Chu Ling can definitely do it. Let's start with first grade assignments. If your foundation is too weak, we can also start with preschool level work, like learning words or times tables. I also have many designer bags, shoes, and clothes in my closet. Sister Chu Ling, when you come to my room later, feel free to pick one. Those items are all limited edition gifts from my parents and brothers, so we can share them together. ... Listening to this seemingly considerate, but actually condescending and subtly mocking speech, Chu Ling rolled her eyes internally and remained silent. But Tang Ru's eyes towards Chu Ling were filled with jealousy and bitterness. She only got 100,000 pocket money a month, yet Chu Ling was given 1 million all at once, a tenfold difference. The favoritism shown. It's just too much. Is it just because they're not related by blood that there's so much bias? Even though she's been with the Tang family the longest, why treat her like this? On the surface, Tang Ru maintained her elder sister facade and pulled Chu Ling to go upstairs to see the room. The others were pleased to see the sisters getting along so well at their first meeting, thinking of leaving them to bond, so they didn't follow. Thus, despite her dissatisfaction, Chu Ling was dragged up the stairs. Just as the two of them ascended about 4 or 5 steps, Tang Ru suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Immediately, to Chu Ling's bewildered eyes, she forcibly pulled away from her and fell straight back, rolling down the stairs. In the midst of screams of horror, Tang Ru collapsed at the staircase, motionless. Seeing this, Tang Chuan, his eyes red, roared in despair like a Super Saiyan transforming, anxiously checking her injuries. Tang Guowen and his wife were equally nervous, following closely after, their eyes already red with worrying. Ro. Are you all right? Butler! Butler! Get the family doctor here quickly! Child, wake up! Don't scare mommy! Ro, wake up! Brother can't live without you! Ro, please wake up! Ro! The Tang family surrounded Tang Ru, shedding tears incessantly, distressed beyond measure. It's understandable, given Tang Ru's current condition. She really scared everyone. After tumbling down the stairs, she had multiple scratches and wounds of varying sizes on her body. The most severe was a cut on her forehead, which bled profusely, giving her a bloody and terrifying appearance, frightening everyone present. And at that moment, with Tang Guowen's family calling out to Tang Ru non-stop, the previously unconscious Tang Ru finally groaned and slowly regained consciousness. Mother, elder brother, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. I'm fine, Ro is fine, don't worry, don't cry. Although I'm in pain, I can bear it. But when I see you all cry, I can't help but want to cry too. Sniffles. For a moment, the 4 members of the Tang family hugged each other, tears flowing endlessly. In reality, it's not surprising for them to be in such a state, given Tang Ru's appearance at the moment, truly terrifying. After rolling down the stairs, she had scrapes and bruises all over her body. And the wound on her forehead was especially gruesome, blood flowing down her face, causing panic among the onlookers. And during this chaotic moment, Chu Ling recalled Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts. My foolish cousin. If it were before, Chu Ling would have felt annoyed and angry when insulted. But at that moment, the foolish cousin was not something to be ashamed of, but rather a source of pride. In an instant, she felt bold and proud again. Humph, I am a special chosen existence selected by the heavens, the chosen one. How could a mere opportunist bother me? With my golden finger cousin by my side, the world is mine. On the 4th day of self-discipline. Slightly better than the previous 3 days, but still far from disciplined enough, this intensity is not enough to become a real man. I woke up at 8 a.m. today, dragged myself to the little park, and jogged for about 15 minutes, nearly exhausting myself. It's been so long since I last ran that both my legs felt incredibly itchy and uncomfortable while running. Did 10 sit-ups, hoping to increase it to 20 tomorrow, gradually adding push-ups or whatnot, aiming for a 6-pack, if not 8. Recommended by someone, I should find time to learn Bilibili's 8-section brocade exercise and the Diamond Sutra. My wife said I'm short, too short. It frustrated me sadness flowing like a river. Tonight, we worship the gods in our village again, probably the last time for some time. The lingering New Year atmosphere has finally come to an end, and everyone needs to return to their normal school or work aspects. Haha gives_gives. Anyone else didn't do their homework during winter break? Back in the days, I never did my homework during breaks, didn't even bother to catch up. Time flies. It feels so fast, I hardly went out to play this year, spending every day either lying at home or typing. Chapter 323, Betrayal by Family, Chu Ling's Tears and Pain, Tang family, at the stairway. Tang Chuan finally felt a temporary relief when Tang Ro slowly woke up. But when he caught a glimpse of Chu Ling standing foolishly on the stairs watching them, he was instantly consumed by anger and called out her name. Chu Ling, can't you bear to see Ro like this? How could you be so treacherous and push her down the stairs? If Ro didn't have luck on her side, the consequences right now would be unimaginable. Tang Chuan berated Chu Ling in anger. He could hardly bear to think what would have happened if Ro had hit a fatal part of her head. Next to them, Tang Guowen and his wife remained dark-faced and silent, not speaking up to defend Chu Ling, who had just been brought back home, allowing her to be scolded by Tang Chuan. After witnessing Ru's dangerous situation, they were also filled with fear and resentment. After all, no matter what, Ro was the child they had raised since childhood. How could they not be heartbroken? Woo, brother, please don't scold Sister Chu Ling. She just returned home, don't scare her. Although it seemed like someone did push me just now, I feel that it must have been my misconception. Sister Chu Ling is such a good person. How could she do such a thing? Even if she did, I can't blame her entirely. I understand her resentment towards me. After all, I took away 18 years of her life. Therefore, no matter what she does to me, I will never blame her. It's all the retribution I deserve. Father, Mother, please stop being mad at Sister Chu Ling. Ro kneels for her sister, please. I hope our family can live happily together forever. Tang Ro endured the pain, letting the fresh blood flow down her face, looking miserable. She knelt in front of Tang Guowen's family, begging them not to blame Chu Ling because of her, and willingly taking the blame for her. This selfless and kind gesture moved Tang Guowen's family. Tang Guowen's family then saw Tang Ro, who tried to harm herself to maintain family harmony, endured the grievance without considering her own suffering, begged for Chu Ling's forgiveness on her knees. This seemingly immaculate angelic girl. Facing her assailant, the victim not only forgave easily to maintain family harmony, but also knelt down willingly to seek forgiveness for the one who wronged her. Tang Guowen's family, at this moment, seemed to see a divine light emanating from Ro, shining brightly. They thanked the heavens from the bottom of their hearts for bringing this gentle and kind angelic girl to their side. Chu Ling, after witnessing this scene, are you really unmoved in your heart? Don't you feel an urge to ask for forgiveness? Ro has defended you so desperately. If you have any conscience, at least say something to her. Given that you are a first-time offender, and Ro is so affectionate towards you. As long as you sincerely apologize and write a statement of genuine repentance, we can pretend that nothing has happened. In the future, you will still be our beloved daughter. I hope you cherish this opportunity and not disappoint us again. Hearing his father so easily deciding to forgive Chu Ling, the murderer, Tang Chuan furrowed his eyebrows, clenching his fists in anger. Especially when he saw Ru's pitiful face covered in blood, he felt uncontrollable rage. Any slight good feelings he had towards Chu Ling evaporated. He felt that his father's decision was unjust, too unfair to Ro. After all, Chu Ling almost killed his precious younger sister. Now, with a simple apology, they were ready to overlook the whole matter. It was simply outrageous and absurd. Don't forget, if apologies worked, what's the use of the police? With this thought in mind, Tang Chuan decided to stand up and speak up for his precious sister. Brother, please don't do this, Ro, please, I don't want you to have conflicts with your younger sister. Tang Chuan was about to act when his wrist was grabbed with force. Astonished, he turned around to see Tang Ro watching him piteously, her eyes pleading. Until this moment, Ro was still thinking of others before herself. My sister, she is truly too kind. Tang Chuan couldn't resist Ru's earnest plea and had to relent. However, he now felt even more heartbroken for Ro and decided to cherish and protect her even more in the future. As for Chu Ling, That kind of woman with a treacherous heart did not deserve to be his younger sister of the Tang family. On the other side, Tang Guowen stood with folded arms, a cold expression on his face, waiting for Chu Ling's apology. He was somewhat disappointed, never expecting his own daughter to harbor such intense jealousy. In order to monopolize the affection of the family members, she dared to push Ro down the stairs in front of them. If they hadn't been home, Ro could have been in grave danger at any moment. Since learning that Chu Ling had been raised by a malicious couple, his heart had been filled with worrying. And now, his worries had become a reality. After all, evil begets evil. It was normal for his own daughter to have grown up in such a sordid environment and have some flaws in her character. Unlike Ro, who, through their positive upbringing and examples, had been cultivated into a pure and kind-hearted young lady. However, Tang Guowen also knew that Chu Ling's transformation into this cruel appearance was not entirely her fault. They, as her biological parents, were also to blame, at least partially responsible for her behavior. Therefore, he decided to give Chu Ling a chance to reform. As long as she genuinely repented, their daughter with their kind genes flowing through her veins could quickly correct her ways and become as gentle and kind as Ro. As Tang Guowen immersed himself in his fantasies, he noticed that Chu Ling had remained standing in place during the whole conversation, completely ignoring his words. Father's plan seemed to be leaning off course, and he wanted to guide Chu Ling back to the right path using his commanding presence. Enough. Let's stop here. Let's take Ro to the hospital first to see to her injuries. We can't delay, or she might end up with scars on her face. As for the other matters, let's all calm down and deal with them only after Ru's forehead is taken care of. Butler, take Chu Ling to her room and let her rest. Come, Ro. Mother will take you to the hospital first. Just then, Zhu Shiyun didn't even look at her own daughter anymore. She instructed the servants, and with Tang Chuan and his son, she quickly led Ro away, leaving Chu Ling with a cold and indifferent figure. So, on her first day back at the Tang family, Chu Ling watched as her biological parents and brother huddled around another girl, gradually moving away. Watching as they left, she found only a blur in front of her, feeling lost and confused, sitting on the ground, allowing silent tears to fall. Since Zhu Shiyun no longer called her Little Ling, but directly addressed her as Chu Ling. She knew that like everyone else, Zhu Shiyun never believed her, choosing to trust only Ru's side of the story. Perhaps in Zhu Shiyun's mind, the foster daughter who had spent 18 years with her was more deserving of trust than her own daughter whom she had recently recognized. Thinking this, Chu Ling couldn't help but clutch her chest, feeling excruciating pain. Just recently, she had felt a warm sense of motherly love from Zhu Shiyun, looking forward to the future. But now, this very warmth hurt her deeply, causing immense pain. Starting from tomorrow, back to self-discipline. These days have been too indulgent, completely lacking discipline. I'll start posting daily again. Everyone can monitor me, too. There are only 2 days left in this month, hoping for some gifts to push me up the rankings. Aiming to maintain the 10th place, approximately 3. My wife has switched to a new factory again, but it's a similar job, working 12 hours, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 2 days off per month. The salary is currently 3,900, with 100 rise each year. Chapter 324, Su Qinj and Lin Zhuan at the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Magic City, Yuyang District. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a Maybach slowly stopped, and the one who arrived was Lin Zhuan, who rushed from the hospital to get the marriage certificate after bidding farewell to Su Fan. Qinj, we're here. Lin Zhuan smiled and helped Su Qinj, who was in a wheelchair, out of the car. Not far away, young couples were holding hands, looking happy and leaning on each other, coming in and out of the entrance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Perhaps influenced by the lively atmosphere on site, Lin Zhuan's smile became more pronounced, and a trace of nervousness appeared in his heart. After so many years between the 2 lifetimes, this was his first time entering the Civil Affairs Bureau. He had only seen it online before, but today it was his turn for real, which made him inexplicably sentimental. From now on, he would completely give up the whole forest and guard only his eternal violet. Qinj, are you nervous? It's just getting a certificate. What's there to be nervous about? Looking at the slightly flushed cheeks of the girl, Lin Zhuan had a meaningful look on his face, letting out a long oh, Oh, you cheeky thing. Let's go inside. Let's finish quickly and go home. Didn't you prepare a duet song? I can't wait to try singing it tilde 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 dot 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 dot. Hearing this, Su Qing's face unconsciously showed a hint of anticipation. She had always loved music and dreamt of being a singer when she was little. For this, her family specifically hired some well-known music instructors to help her realize her dream. However, fate did not comply. Due to a sudden family crisis, she had to give up her dream. And not long ago, Lin Juan suddenly proposed to create a duet song to be sung by the two of them together to celebrate today's sweetness and romance. Without realizing it, Su Qing nodded in agreement, and at this moment, she was very much looking forward to it. At Su Qing's urging, Lin Juan shrugged helplessly, pushed the wheelchair, and walked to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau and entered. As soon as they entered the gate, a faint ink fragrance greeted them, causing them to involuntarily slow down. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau hall, the light was soft and warm, filtering through the semi-transparent curtains, casting a quiet and solemn atmosphere on the pale yellow walls. The service windows were neatly arranged on both sides, with each window displaying a sign indicating the names of various services and their procedures. Some heartwarming promotional posters hung on the walls around, depicting scenes of harmonious and happy family life, conveying a positive and uplifting energy. In a corner not far away, there were some green plants and flowers, adding a touch of vitality to the entire hall. Despite the peak time on a workday, the order in the Civil Affairs Bureau remained orderly. The staff in uniform smilingly patiently answered questions and provided assistance to the citizens who came to handle their affairs. Every detail of their work exuded professionalism and dedication, making the young people here for their first certificate feel a sense of warmth and reassurance. Seems like there are a lot of people getting married. We have to line up for this. It's said online that the Civil Affairs Bureau is facing a divorce trend, with 5 couples getting married and 100 couples getting divorced on the same day. Emotions are indeed inciting anxiety. Journalism. Truth is scarier than fiction, Lin Juan commented. Due to the number of people getting certificates today, he had to lead Su Qing to a resting area to wait for a moment. Darling, I want to kiss. At this moment, an extremely cheesy voice sounded beside them. Lin Juan and Su Qing turned in surprise and saw a stylishly dressed couple sitting next to them, being affectionate. The man was wearing a branded sports suit, looking well off, the typical rich second-generation template. The woman was in a cute pink dress. Perhaps they were in their honeymoon period as they paid no attention to the surprised gazes around them, openly giving each other affection in public. Looking at the couple kissing non-stop, Lin Juan raised an eyebrow, mimicking them, and brought his cheek to Su Qing's face, pointing to his own face. Wifey, I want to tilde tilde. Su Qing was taken aback, her face immediately blushing. She glared at the man, wanting to refuse. But considering that to reject him so coldly in public might embarrass Lin Juan and damage his pride, as men seem to care a lot about their face, Fine. In return for realizing my singing dream, I'll reluctantly go along with it. After hesitating for 2.5 seconds, Su Qing quickly pecked Lin Juan's cheek, blushed, turned her head to the side, and avoided looking directly into the man's burning gaze. At this moment, the rich second-generation young man next to them frowned. He heard the conversation between Lin Juan and Su Qing and felt they were challenging him. So he stood up suddenly, wanting to use his aggressive demeanor in front of his girlfriend to intimidate Lin Juan and Su Qing, hoping to make his woman admire him more. Hey, brother Juan. The rich second-generation young man rolled up his sleeves, pointed at Lin Juan's nose, about to scold him. The next second, he completely froze. He realized Lin Juan's identity, awkwardly retracted his finger, and regretted not recognizing this big shot earlier. Desperately wishing he could slap himself on the spot, regretting why he didn't recognize this influential figure sooner. Who are you? Lin Juan, with a puzzled look, couldn't remember who this person was. Suddenly remembering him, under the recollection of He Yi Cheng, Lin Juan realized who this little karaoke was. He remembered that trip to the KTV. He was called by Chen Kexin. There, he met his elder brother Su Fan for the first time. Chapter 325. Suffin Sincere Blessings. In the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau in the Magic City. Oh, it's you. I remember now. Are you getting married today too? Congratulations. As the saying goes, do not push away a friendly hand. Seeing He Yicheng showing such respect towards him, Lin Zhuan also did not keep a cold face, smiling in response. His amiable attitude made He Yicheng pleasantly surprised, unable to contain his joy. Compared to when they first met not long ago, Lin Zhuan was now even more successful and prominent. According to the rumors on the street, the Su family was soon to be promoted to a first-class family, and by that time, Lin Zhuan's value would skyrocket. It was an opportunity not to be missed to network with high-quality connections. During this period, He Yicheng often boasted to his friends about the splendid achievements of him and brother Zhuan when they joined forces against their enemies, impressing even the Tiger Lord to bow down. This always garnered envious glances and admiration, a sense of pride indeed. He Yicheng blushed with pride and glanced at the incredibly beautiful girl in a wheelchair, a flash of admiration in his eyes. This was the #1 botanical beauty in the Magic City. She was truly peerless. A woman of this caliber was only suitable for Brother Zhuan. Brother Zhuan was truly amazing, truly living up to my idol, being able to wake up a vegetative patient even at a joyous occasion, truly a major miracle in history. Indeed, the reputation of being the most affectionate person in the Magic City was well deserved. Obviously, He Yicheng had thoroughly investigated his idol's achievements and admired him greatly. Brother Zhuan. At this moment, a girl in a pink dress approached, quietly greeting Lin Zhuan. Brother Zhuan, this is my girlfriend Kong Lian. You've met her before, we're childhood sweethearts. Under the pressure from both sides' parents, we decided that we may as well pick a date, so we got our marriage registered today. I didn't expect to run into Brother Zhuan here. Are you and your wife also registering today? Congratulations, you and your wife are truly a perfect match. At first sight, it's a match made in heaven. I'm here to wish Brother Zhuan and his wife happiness, harmony, and an early blessed child. He Yicheng pondered and racked his brain, wishing he could pour out all the blessings he had learned in his lifetime. Hearing the other person call himself brother-in-law, and even offering blessings for a child, Su Qing's face couldn't help but darken for a moment. But He Yicheng meant well after all, so she couldn't say anything, trying to maintain a dignified image as best as she could. You're quite talented, not bad at all. As for Lin Zhuan, he gave a thumbs up, showing his approval of He Yicheng's knowledge. This made a certain second-generation rich man's mouth nearly reach the sky. After exchanging pleasantries for a few more moments, He Yicheng didn't dare to disturb further and tactfully returned to his original place. As they chatted and patiently waited in line for their registration certificates in the Civil Affairs Bureau. In front of the bureau, across the street at the intersection with traffic lights, stood a slender figure, resembling a Lone Ranger. And that person was Suffin. The evening sun's glow illuminated his face, adding a warmth and tenderness that was not usually seen on his proud countenance. Suffin stood quietly under the traffic lights, his gaze through the bureau's locked onto the resting area, where a cool figure sat in a wheelchair. That was his sister, Su Qing. The siblings had a deep bond since childhood, like the intertwined roots of ancient trees, inseparable. They had gone through countless days of laughter and tears together, each setback and success tightly interconnected. Now, witnessing his sister about to sign her name on the marriage registration form marked a significant moment for her life, filling Suffin's heart with mixed emotions. He knew it was a promise of marriage, a new chapter in his sister's life. Suffin was happy for her, yet there was an indescribable sense of loss, along with a reluctance that lingered like a fine rain. He couldn't help but recall the days when little Qing would always follow him, calling out brother, brother in her childish voice. Those days, he often found her clingy and wished she would grow up quickly, be able to face life's challenges independently, and shed that little tail. Yet now that his sister had truly grown up and was about to embark on a new life, Suffin's heart was filled with reluctance once again. He suddenly wished time could turn back, so he could return to those carefree days of joyous laughter with his little sister. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Watching the joy radiating from his sister's smile in the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sparkles of anticipation in her beautiful eyes for the future, Suffin's expression turned distant. Memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Finally, Suffin came to terms with it, a crooked smile of blessings forming on his lips. This curve of blessing was like sunshine in a clear sky, warm and bright. Though his heart was filled with reluctance, Suffin knew This was an important moment in his sister's life, and he should be happy for her and offer his blessings. Sister, you've grown up. You're starting a new life. Brother is truly happy for you. I hope you find happiness and your future is full of sunshine. Sufin muttered to himself, his voice slightly trembling, his throat hoarse, and eyes brimming with tears. For a moment, he almost lost control of his emotions. But remembering the teachings of the wise, Sufin didn't want to let his tears fall, so he took a surprising action that astonished onlookers. In the bustling intersection, Sufin paid no heed to the bewildered and curious stares of passers-by, propped himself up on his hands, and stood upside down under the traffic lights. Sufin's peculiar behavior instantly attracted numerous onlookers who stopped to watch and take pictures. However, Sufin remained unperturbed, ignoring the ants around him. Even if the world turned upside down, in his eyes, there was only his family. Chapter 326. Lin Juan and Su Qinj officially became husband and wife, with the marriage certificate in hand. In the registration hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau in the Magic City, He Yicheng and his partner had already received their certificates and were now playfully feeding each other bananas. Leon, I want to eat bananas Cheng Cheng, open your mouth. Kong Leon took out a banana from the bag, peeled it carefully, and fed it to He Yicheng. Seeing this, Lin Juan touched his chin and playfully imitated a cat to Su Qinj. Wife, I want to be fed bananas by you two. Oh no. I'm sorry. I forgot to bring bananas. I'll definitely bring them next time. Su Qinj rolled her eyes and shrugged her hands helplessly. But who would have thought ... Brother Juan, sister-in-law. I have plenty of bananas. If you need more, just ask me. The neighbor He Yicheng quickly handed a banana over. Su Qinj was stunned for a moment, then sent a death stare to the presumptuous rich second generation who offered the banana. However, He Yicheng, completely oblivious to her dangerous gaze, was busy making eyes at Lin Juan, completely absorbed in their own interaction. Lin, gives you have potential, smart lad. You're teachable. I see a bright future for you. Brother Juan, you're too kind, don't be mean wife, here. Lin Juan pointed to his cherry lips, looking eager. Reluctantly, Su Qinj peeled the banana in her hand and fed it to him. Wow! The banana fed by my wife is so sweet Shut up. You can't close your mouth even when you're eating something. Blushed Su Qinj, hurriedly stuffing the other half of the banana into his mouth. It was her first time feeding someone like this. And in front of so many people, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, under the traffic light, Su Fan witnessed his sister feeding another man a banana, and stumbled in shock. How dare this guy let my sister feed him a banana? I've never been treated like this. At that moment, jealousy distorted Su Fan's expression, almost making him break down. But this also diluted his slightly sentimental feelings. After the urge to cry disappeared, he turned around, ending the handstand. After dismissing a few people trying to take a photo with him, Su Fan deeply glanced at the two, and was about to leave. Just as he had come quietly before, he left quietly now, waving his sleeve, taking nothing with him, but leaving behind a cloud ... What's that? About to walk away, Su Fan noticed something abnormal from the corner of his eye, furrowing his brows in puzzlement. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau Hall, in the resting area, under Su Qing's care, Lin Juan happily finished the whole banana. At this moment, He Yicheng started teasing again, pointing at his lips and cheekily saying, Leon, ***. I want a kiss, lip to lip. Calm Leon hesitated for 2.5 seconds before giving him a peck on the lips. Smack, .. The two of them were extremely crazy, even publicly displaying a kiss. 030 when their bright red tongues intertwined with each other. Su Qinj was dumbfounded, feeling resentful towards the bold actions of this couple. As expected, a certain dog-like man who liked to imitate a cat's affectionate behavior silently praised He Yicheng, then eagerly approached them. 3. Wife, I want to kiss to *3. Seeing Lin Juan pouting towards him, Su Qinj quickly raised her hand to block, glaring coldly at the two culprits. Both of you, disappear from my sight right now. You've got your certificates, go home if you want to be lovey-dovey. It must be said that the commanding presence of a beautiful and charismatic girl easily intimidated others when she was angry, especially someone like Su Kinj, who exuded a cold and stunning aura. When her female boss demeanor was in full force, those two lovey-dovey individuals instantly became flustered. "Brother Xuan, my mom called me home for dinner, so I'll head back first. Wife, I wish you and Brother Xuan a happy and fruitful marriage. May you have many children and blessings." Their speechless responses led He Yicheng to grab his girlfriend and hastily leave, as if they had made a resolve. "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again." Under Su King's dangerous gaze, Lin Xuan quickly shook his head while gesturing with his hands. "Kinj, I said it's our turn in the queue. Let's go over there." "Oh, let's head over." 2.5 minutes later, Lin Xuan pushed the wheelchair to the service window. Inside, a woman in uniform greeted them with a smile and reached out her hand. "Hello, please hand over the prepared documents to me." "Here, everything is here." Lin Xuan handed over the ID cards, residence books, and single certificates to the woman. She accepted them and began carefully verifying their information. Lin Xuan noticed that the girl in the wheelchair was clenching her fists, looking nervous. So, he knelt down, gently holding Su King's delicate hand, and comforted her softly. "Kinj, don't worry. The process is simple. It will be over soon." "Okay." Su Kinj subconsciously nodded, looked up at Lin Xuan, her eyes filled with trust and dependence. Then, she opened her palm, interlocking fingers with Lin Xuan. In her perception, the man's palm was warm and strong, as if conveying a comforting power, soothing her nerves. Unconsciously, Su Kinj let out a smile. In the light, she appeared even more radiant, and her smile made the world seem warmer and more beautiful. For a moment, even Lin Xuan was stunned, and he couldn't help but sincerely praise her. "Wife, you are really beautiful. ****Q. Just as Lin Xuan and Su Kinj were exchanging affectionate gestures, the staff had confirmed their information and handed them a white form each, informing them to fill in basic information and their marital status. Chapter 327. Dare to lay hands on my younger sister, brother-in-law. Oldest uncle will carry the burden and move forward. Under the patient guidance of the staff, Lin Xuan and the two others who took pen and paper began to lean over the table, carefully filling out the information on the form. Russell Lin Xuan's pen tip danced on the paper, his handwriting neat and powerful, each word seemingly exuding respect and cherishing for this marriage. And beside him, Su Kinj read out each word softly as she filled out the form, to ensure there were no omissions or errors, achieving perfection. 2.5 minutes later, the two of them finished filling out the forms, exchanging smiles, their eyes filled with anticipation and longing for the future. "You two, please follow me." Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Xuan and the two others arrived at a solemn corner, the swearing-in area. It was a wooden platform, the sacred 5-star red flag fluttering in the wind. Beneath the national flag, Lin Xuan and the two others placed their hands on the Constitution of the People's Republic of China, solemnly reciting the marriage vows. "We willingly enter into marriage from today onwards." Lin Xuan's voice was loud and resolute, each word expressing his commitment and expectations for the future. Su Kinj, on the other hand, softly followed along, her voice gentle and sincere, full of belief and anticipation for love. Holding Lin Xuan's hand tightly, her beautiful eyes unconsciously filled with tears, the embodiment of happiness. Click, click. After the oath, the staff took a photo of the two, capturing this beautiful moment. In the photo, Lin Xuan and his wife stood under the national flag, their smiles radiant and happy, as if the whole world had become more beautiful because of their love. Finally, the staff handed the two bright red marriage certificates to Lin Xuan and the two others with solemnity. Receiving the certificates, the two eagerly opened them, looking at their names and photos on them, their eyes filled with joy and nostalgia. On the marriage certificate, Lin Xuan and Su King's names were closely connected, as if reminding them to walk hand in hand through the future years and the new life about to begin. At this moment, lovers finally became a family. They became the most important people in each other's lives, becoming true husband and wife. Although the entire process was simple, it was filled with solemnity and sacredness. From queuing up, submitting documents, filling out forms, swearing in, and taking photos, each step symbolized an important moment as they were about to step into the institution of marriage. Looking at the sacred marriage certificates in hand, Lin Juan suddenly turned to the girl beside him, smiling and joking. Wife, the past cannot be recalled. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hearing this, Su Qinj smiled gently and responded neatly. In this life, may we never part. In the next life, may we still be tolerant. Lin Juan, feeling uplifted, continued to speak poetically, expressing his romance. Love you like a poetic painting, with deep feelings in my heart. Su, holding hands forever unchanged, to venture together to the romantic edge of the earth. Lin, love like the stars never fade, feelings like flowers blooming never wither. Su, may I accompany you forever, romantic love everlasting. Lin, with you, the worldly affairs are endless, everything in the world turns poetic. Su, holding hands together, till old age, the romance unchanged in this life. Lin, as the wind blows and flowers fall, thoughts arise, and the rain hits the pear blossoms, shutting the door deeply. Su, the years are endless and love is infinite, may we walk together long. Lin, longing like a dream, love like the sea never changes. Su, may we walk the stormy road together, and share this life's fate hand in hand. In the admiring eyes of the audience in the hall, Lin Juan and the two others interacted with each other, smiling as they left the Civil Affairs Bureau. The warm glow of the setting sun sprinkled on the road they walked home on. Lin Juan pushed the wheelchair with the girl, chatting and laughing as they headed back home. His gaze fell gently on Su Qinj, watching her flushed cheeks from the excitement, overflowing with endless love. Qinj, what time is it now? Now. It's 5:30. Why? The sudden question left Su Qinj momentarily stunned, as she subconsciously looked at her phone before answering. Wrong times. Lin Juan shook his head, and in the puzzled gaze of the girl, he took her hand and interlocked their fingers, mischievously saying, "This is the beginning of our happiness." Realizing what he meant, the speechless Su Qinj rolled her eyes and then pinched Lin Juan's nipple hard. Seeing him wince in pain, she retorted in mock anger, "You're such a flirt. Gross, right? Gives_gives. Hurry, let's go back home. Aren't you going to sing a duet with me? I want to hear it. Roger, honey, tighten up. I'm going to accelerate. Here we go tilde. Hey, hey, hey. Pay attention to safety. And don't shout so loud. I would be embarrassed even if you're not." In the kind and amused eyes of passers-by, Lin Juan exclaimed, "Oh to woo," as he quickened his pace, running with the girl in the wheelchair amidst her cries of surprise. Along the way, filled with their joyful laughter and happiness, and those euphoric smiles, the couple exuded happiness. At this moment, the warm rays of the setting sun bathed this young couple, casting their happy shadows. And just as Lin Juan and his wife enjoyed their peaceful life, little did they know someone was carrying a weight for them. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, a white van was parked at the moment. Inside sat three sinister-looking tough guys, each exuding a dangerous aura, bearing the stains of blood on their hands. "Boss, the target has appeared again. Should we make a move now?" In the driver's seat, the bald leader stared intently at the backs of Lin Juan and the two others, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand. "Stand by for now, don't alarm the grass. There are a lot of organizations involved this time, catching the attention of the Huaxia authorities. It's not the best time to strike. You guys retreat for now, and wait a bit. Got it, boss." Beep beep beep. After the call was cut off, the bald leader put away the walkie-talkie, shrugged helplessly at the others in the car. "Heard you. The boss wants us to retreat first. Let's go. What a pity. If we strike now, I'm 95% sure we'll succeed. It's a shame to miss this opportunity." "That's right. A disabled person and a rich boy without strength. I could kill them with one finger. I suggest we go back and talk to the boss." In the car, three tough guys were discussing when suddenly the rear door was opened, and in the baffled glances of the few men, an ordinary-looking young man sat down emotionlessly, calmly closing the door. "Drive." Shh. Silence fell in the car, leaving only the cold voice of the young man to resonate. "Oh, by the way, just a quick question. Are you mercenaries? Or hitmen? What's your purpose in approaching those two? To kidnap? Assassinate? I will give you different methods of death according to your answers." Chapter 328. The dominance of the eldest brother-in-law revealed. Clearing obstacles for sister and brother-in-law. Inside the white bread van, the burly man's eyes were dangerous, staring intently at the unfamiliar young man in the back seat. Young man, are you drunk? How come you're talking nonsense in broad daylight? Assassin! Mercenaries! We are just ordinary law-abiding citizens. I suggest you get out of the car immediately. It's best not to get into a stranger's car. It's very risky. The first bald brute to react, upon seeing that the newcomer was just a weak young man, flashed a hint of disdain in his eyes and coldly chuckled in a threatening tone. These people had lived a life of bloodshed abroad. Killing was like a daily routine for them, so how could they even bother with such a brat in front of them? The reason they hadn't made a move yet was just due to the consideration that abnormal situations must have hidden dangers, fearing there might be an ambush nearby. Nonsense! In the back seat, Su Fan frowned slightly, showing impatience. Seeing this, the scar-faced man sitting next to him became displeased, reaching out to grab the neck of the ignorant person in front of him. Kid, what's with that attitude? Do you know who we are? You dare to be disrespectful to our brothers from the Mad Lion mercenary group. I'll make you suffer right now. Before the scar-faced man could finish his sentence, Su Fan's face turned cold, and he struck without hesitation. His right hand formed into a claw shape, like an eagle's talon, creating a fierce gust of wind, seizing the scar-faced man's throat in an instant. With a slight force, a cracking sound was heard as the throat was crushed. The scar-faced man spat out blood, slumping weakly in the back seat, his hands hanging limply, the vitality fading from his eyes quickly. Ah, what is this? The sudden turn of events left the remaining two strong men in the car, from wary expressions to stunned, and then shocked. The scar-faced man's strength was not far from theirs, yet he was effortlessly killed in a blink of an eye by the young man before them. This was enough to illustrate the terror of the opponent's strength. Perhaps to deal with them would be just as easy as a walk in the park. Inside the bread van, the atmosphere at that moment was extremely eerie, as silent as a pin drop. Apart from Su Fan, who remained calm as ever, the two strong men in the front seats dared not even breathe heavily, frozen in their seats, not knowing what to do. Finally, the bald man on the driver's seat, struggling to contain his fear, looked toward Su Fan with unsettled eyes. Who are you? Why did you attack the members of our Mad Lion mercenary group? At this point, the bald man had to reveal his background in an attempt to intimidate Su Fan. Mad Lion! Mercenary group! Are you mercenaries? Did someone hire you to kidnap those two? And was it for those prescriptions? Su Fan had once been arranged by his master to experience battles abroad. Therefore, with just a few words, he roughly deduced the reasons why these people targeted his sister. Thinking about it, Su Fan's eyes flashed with a fierce chill as he looked at the two men in front of him, as if seeing to lifeless bodies. Where there is a bustling world, it is all for profit. Where there is hustle and bustle, it is all for gain. Ever since that Lin Zhuan kid came up with those mysterious prescriptions that even surprised him, Su Fan had a premonition that this day would come. Now that the other party had become his brother-in-law, Su Fan naturally had to protect him thoroughly. He didn't want his sister to become a widow shortly after getting married. How many people did you bring this time? Where are the others? How many forces are targeting the Su family? If you are wise, swear off interfering with our mercenary group's affairs from now on. In that case, our Mad Lion mercenary group will pretend we never met, and we won't seek revenge on you. What do you say? The bald man smirked, speaking confidently, feeling that as long as their group leader was backing them up, dealing with the young man in front of him would be a piece of cake. After all, as martial artists, he should know the huge gap in strength between him and their leader. Heh, advanced in internal energy? How is that different from trash? A bunch of frogs in a well. Despite Su Fan's indifferent demeanor, he couldn't help but find some amusement in the bald man's overconfident attitude. The flat-headed man in the front passenger seat couldn't tolerate the insult to their group, his eyes glaring at Su Fan. He had always idolized their leader and couldn't allow anyone to disrespect him. You look down on our group, snap. Before the flat-headed man could explode, Su Fan swiftly grabbed his head and rotated it 180 degrees. That's enough. My patience is running out. Shut up now, and take me to see your so-called great leader. As he heard the terrifying sound of the demon whispering in his ear, the bald brute's breath became rapid, and he trembled all over. He didn't dare to utter another word, just fearfully started the bread van, and stepped on the gas. With a thunderous roar, as the van was starting, Su Fan slowly sat back in the rear seat, closing his eyes to rest. completely ignoring the bald man at the wheel, now glancing at him in the rearview mirror with a look of resentment. This bastard dared to kill the hands and feet of my mad lion. You're dead now. When we reach our destination and the leader takes you down ... The bald man seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth curved into a silent sneer. At the same time, his peripheral vision glanced toward the front of the vehicle, where a radio communicator was active. His smirk grew even wider. As soon as he noticed something was amiss earlier, he had secretly activated communication with the team leader. By now, they were undoubtedly aware of everything and would set up an inescapable trap. The fool in the back seat, clueless about the impending doom, would have no escape. Thinking of this, the bald man sneered inwardly and pressed hard on the gas pedal. He couldn't wait to see Su Fan begging for mercy on his knees. Half an hour later, the van arrived in a desolate suburb, pulling into an abandoned and dilapidated livestock facility. This was the temporary base of the Mad Lion mercenary group. As soon as the vehicle stopped, the bald man bolted out, leaving Su Fan in the back seat, who slowly opened his eyes. Asterisk claxy lack clack. Asterisk. In no time, a dozen fully armed and fierce mercenaries emerged from the corners, surrounding the van and aiming their diverse firearms at Su Fan in the back seat. Their expressions were mocking, as if looking at a lamb ready for slaughter. Little did they know, Su Fan was also observing them. After scanning the green uniforms with the Mad Lion insignia, Su Fan's lips curved into a grin. Good, I've found the right place, and this spot is remote. I don't need to hold back. Excellent, very excellent ... You killed 2 members of the Mad Lion mercenary group. How do you plan to die? At this moment, a hoarse voice came from the radio in the vehicle. Su Fan turned to look, the source of the voice being the communicator in the front. He wasn't surprised. Earlier, he had noticed the bald man's little trick. But to let the so-called team leader believe he had the upper hand and prevent him from fleeing, Su Fan had deliberately chosen not to expose it. I heard your mercenary group has 300 members. Apart from the trashier, the rest are overseas, right? Such a hassle. After dealing with you guys, I'll still have to send someone to wipe out the rest of your group. Ah, what a bother. Faced with Su Fan's completely off-script response, even the team leader, who had seen it all, was stunned. For a moment, the vehicle fell into silence. Who are you really? Planning to wipe out my Mad Lion mercenary grouper fool? Even your wild dreams have limits. Overseas, except for a few major powers, who would dare claim they could wipe out my mercenary group? Don't tell me you're some illegitimate child of those few powers? Ha! Even if you were, I still wouldn't believe you have the capability to launch such large-scale operations. Ha! Bluffing kid. Do you really think you can scare me into not taking action with such nonsense? Ridiculous, naive, ha ha ha. From the other end of the radio came the sound of arrogant laughter. Asterisk beep beep beep. Asterisk. Su Fan ignored the mockery of the ants, silently took out his phone, and made a call. Soon, the call connected, and an excited voice came from the other side. Palace Master, you're finally contacting us. Does this mean you finished avenging yourself and are ready to return to the Heavenly Kill Palace? Chapter 329. Lord Su Fan of the Heaven-Slaying Palace, the Decree of Slaughtering Demons. The previous chapter has been updated. Refreshed to continue, Lord. You finally agreed to contact us. Have you already avenged and are preparing to return to the Heaven-Slaying Palace? Outskirts of the Demon City. In an abandoned and dilapidated farming base. Listening to the excited shouts coming from the receiver, Su Fan coughed twice and said, cough ... tae. You are thinking too much. I have something for you to handle. Lord, please give your orders. Have you heard of the Furious Lion mercenary group? Furious Lion? I haven't heard of them. Wait a moment. Lord, let me check. Oh, I found it. It's a newly rising small-scale force. Because it's too small, I didn't think of it for a moment. They intend to harm my sister and brother-in-law. I want to activate the Decree of Slaughtering Demons. I want you to get rid of them as quickly as possible. What? How dare they harm the Lord's sister? Furious Lion mercenary group should be damned. The call was quickly hung up. Su Fan remained calm, put away his phone, and due to the silence inside the car, the entire conversation was heard by a person behind the intercom. The other person was completely dumbfounded, gasping for air, unable to believe what they were hearing. Heaven-slaying palace. Upon hearing this horrifying name, he almost felt his hair stand on end. In the tumultuous foreign battlefield, how could he have not heard of the Heaven-slaying palace, which ranked in the top 3 outside the borders? Although they only had 3,000 to 4,000 members, each soldier was a top-notch elite warrior. It was said that they also had many internal strength martial artists, and even grandmasters, making it a legion of unparalleled individual combat power. Of course, the most feared figure was the Lord of the Heaven-slaying Palace, the elderly man with the reputation of being the #1 grandmother in Huazia. It was rumored that he had already reached the pinnacle of the grandmother realm, touched upon a more divine and enlightened state, possessing the power to overturn the world. And then there's the decree of slaughtering demons. Once activated, it signifies relentless pursuit until the end. The Heaven-slaying Palace would mobilize entirely, conducting indiscriminate assaults against the target of destruction, aiming to completely eliminate all people and objects posing a threat to the Heaven-slaying Palace in that area. Throughout history, the decree of slaughtering demons had only been activated once, directly sinking a small island nation named O'Hara, shocking the world. Truly terrifying. If one were to offend such a force, let alone a small mercenary group like Furious Lion, even if 100 more were to come, they would meet a dead end. Calm down, calm down. This kid is definitely trying to scare me. That's right. How could he possibly be the Lord of the Heaven-slaying Palace? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to rumors, that current #1 grandmother is already at an advanced age, with white hair, an elder. This kid is so young, almost like the grandson of the other. How could he be the Lord of the Heaven-slaying Palace and have the ability to activate the decree of slaughtering demons? I am 95% sure it's impossible. Despite these words, Furious Lion's eyes were still wide in fear, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. What he didn't know was that the current #1 grandmother was Su Fan's master. The other had passed on his position as lord to his most beloved disciple. At this moment, in a vast military base overseas. How dare the damned Furious Lion mercenary group? Just after Tae hung up the phone, he shouted angrily. Immediately, connecting to the internal communication channel of the Heaven-slaying Palace, he roared at all the high-ranking members of the Heaven-slaying Palace. Everyone listen. Everyone listen. The Lord's sister and brother-in-law have been persecuted by the Furious Lion mercenary group. It is unforgivable. The Lord has launched the decree of slaughtering demons, all members of the Heaven-slaying Palace, no matter where you are now, no matter when or where, what you are doing at the moment. Drop everything you are doing. Gather immediately. Completely annihilate the Furious Lion mercenary group. Leave none alive. I repeat, leave none alive. Surround them. Kill, 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 kill. Following Tianyi's orders, all the powerful members belonging to the Heaven-slaying Palace worldwide erupted into intense slaughter. The entire Heaven-slaying Palace was now in full operation. The 4 heavenly kings, 9 war gods, 8 heavenly guardians, 3,000 generals, all the forces that were scattered before, because of the decree of slaughtering demons, began to gather from all corners of the world towards the stronghold of the Furious Lion group. In the military base, Tae was also urgently assessing the forces. Because the decree of slaughtering demons was the highest level order, it had to be prepared for fully in order to let the world know that their king of the Heaven-slaying Palace must not be insulted. Tank Commander! Open the 1,000 tanks in the underground storage, raise the entire Furious Lion group, turn all the scum into pieces. 2nd Battalion Commander! Where are my 1,000 Italian cannons? Bring them all here. Aerial Combat Team! Listen. Load all the ammunition of the 500 super-armed helicopters into the mountains behind. Dare to harm the Lord's relatives and be destroyed by the Furious Lion group. Ammunition Master. Quickly bring the 5,000 machine guns, 10,000 grenades, 1,000 incendiary bombs, and 700 mortar rounds from the warehouse. All forces move in. Implement the 3 lights policy. Burn, kill, loot. As the orders were issued one by one, just within 10 minutes, more than 300 members of the Furious Lion mercenary group stationed at the site were in a desperate struggle, and those who broke in massacred them and left the area in ruins. Shocking the world. Shocking the foreign battlefield. And this ... was just the masterpiece of the nearest small squad of war gods. Many larger forces had just arrived halfway, and were notified that the battle was over. They could come and go as they pleased, instantly angering countless strongmen. They lamented not having more legs, so they could rush to the scene and share the Lord's worries. ... As the winds of war raged in the foreign battlefield, in the outskirts of the demon city, at an abandoned and dilapidated farming base, the head of the Furious Lion group, who had already been blown up, was still in self-denial, stubbornly refusing to believe that Su Fan was the lord of the heaven-slaying palace. The deepening sense of uneasiness in his heart, amplified by his despair, left him with no mind to think about Su Fan's identity, and he directly gave the order to kill. Bang! In an instant, countless bullets, shooting like a storm, were aimed towards the van. Numerous dark gun muzzles opened fire upon it, turning it into a pincushion of bullet holes. Clear the way! Click, boom, as a few grenades with the safety pins pulled were thrown into the vehicle floor. A thunderous explosion erupted, and a boiling firelight soared into the sky. In the crowd, a burly man walked out, with hair resembling a golden lion's mane. He looked at Su Fan devoured by the flames, a smug grin on his face. Fool! Dare to impersonate the Lord of the Heaven-slaying Palace. The real Lord wouldn't be so easily taken down by you, would he? You're quite the actor. I admit, I was almost fooled by you. TSK. In the depths of Furious Lion's heart, he relaxed internally. Captain, what are you doing? Aren't you the one who always taught us not to kneel to enemies that are like our parents? A man's knees contain gold. Captain, how could you be such a coward? Useless. I used to look up to you as an idol. Captain, I am truly disappointed in you. A man who is afraid of death like this is not worthy of being our Furious Lion group's captain. A lion, even facing certain death, should fight to the last moment. Lions among men, lion souls, we are all extraordinary. We, the Furious Lion mercenary group, fight to the end. Never surrender. Amidst the roaring voices, a dozen or so members of the Furious Lion mercenary group, with a strong resolve, charged towards Su Fan. It would have been great if these were his own soldiers. But alas, he watched as they displayed so much courage. 2.5 minutes later, the ground was littered with the bodies of the warriors. Su Fan stepped up to the stunned Furious Lion, looking down on him, towering above the ants at his. Chapter 330, this must-read chapter. Jumping to the brother, who skipped the chapter. Click in for me. Under Su Fan's probing, the fierce lion, who saw a glimmer of hope for survival, tearfully revealed all the information. It turns out that, in addition to them, many foreign forces have successively sneaked into the City of Devils recently. Among them are mercenaries, assassins, bodyguards, swindlers, and others from various professions. Some of these people received missions on the dark web. Some came voluntarily to try to change their fate. Their only goal is to obtain the method to produce miraculous elixirs from the Su family. Interests move the heart. The quotations on the dark web are very high. There are rewards, abductions, theft missions, and more. If it weren't for concerns about the Huaxia authorities, there would be even more ruthless people coming in openly. I heard that some colleagues have invaded the Su group, but they returned empty-handed in the end. But this was just a trial. Someone will continue to take action. After all, there are many orders from all over the world, and some bounties are really tempting. For example, I also took on a kidnapping mission. As long as I can kidnap that young man with the prescription, I can immediately receive a reward of 500 million. Sir, I really didn't know he was related to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to touch your friend. Sir, spare my life. Ignoring the weeping lion at his feet, Su Fan's face was indifferent, his eyes thoughtful. Bounty rewards worth billions. No wonder there are so many scoundrels unable to resist. Su Fan had wandered in the underground world before and naturally knew how desperate those crazies who put money above all else could be. Even though most of the attention from those who took on the rewards might focus on Lin Juan, his sister's husband, Su Fan couldn't ignore the possibility that his younger sister would be affected in the future, coupled with Lin Juan now being his brother-in-law. He couldn't just stand by, and let his younger sister become a widow at such a young age. Thinking up to this point, Su Fan had made up his mind. Do you know which forces have infiltrated into the City of Devils? Even though Su Fan wanted to eliminate the source directly, to kill those fools who dared to offer bounties, he understood that the information on the dark web was anonymous to protect the clients. The clients who offered bounties came from all over the world, and it was almost impossible to find and kill all of them. Therefore, he had to resort to a more brutal method. I know because I was worried that my mission would be ruined due to competition among colleagues. So I intentionally conducted comprehensive investigations, and I can provide you with information. Sir, report them to the police and arrest them all. Then your friends won't be threatened anymore. Especially the second glitter. He was dazed for a while, and then nodded his head in confusion. His expression was discriminating and suspicious. He guessed what Su Fan intended to do, and then became silent. He realized he had probably overthought it. What he needed to worry about probably wasn't those targeted individuals. Sir, I can lead you to the infiltrated forces in Huaxia, but I can't determine whether those people have taken the orders. Some assassins may not have targeted your friend. It doesn't matter. There's no need to distinguish. I don't have time for that. Just kill them all, Su Fan said. Hearing this, the fierce lion trembled all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead, nodding in anxiety. The night sky was lit by a bright moon, and Su Fan, bathed in the pale moonlight, murmured to himself, "Today is a good day for killing." For Su Fan, to ensure his younger sister's absolute safety, he'd rather kill the wrong person than let them go. He wanted to make the whole underground world shudder, declare the City of Devils a forbidden land, never to be touched again. The forbidden zone of devils, where even ghosts fear to tread. Follow me, Su Fan said, not immediately taking action, but returning with the lion, who was barely breathing, to their rented place in the City of Devils. He opened the wardrobe, took out a worn-out little package, and inside was a black cloak. Su Fan shook the cloak open and put it on. He intended to act alone under the name of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion, and didn't want people to connect him to the Su family. It would be harmful. Behind him, the fierce lion nervously swallowed his saliva, having no doubt about Su Fan's identity. The black cloak Su Fan wore, and the emblem stitched on the back, completely matched the banner of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion. Master, Su Fan stood in front of the mirror, looking at the emblem reflected in it, his face complex. He remembered his master giving him a detailed explanation of the symbolism behind the design in the emblem when he inherited the garment. Central elements, the core of the pattern, is a sharp sword, shining with a cold light, the tip pointing downward, symbolizing the resolute determination and ruthlessness of the members of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion towards their missions. The word, meaning Heavenly Kill, is engraved on the blade in an ancient and domineering font, emphasizing the organization's name and authority. Background, the sword is surrounded by a raging flame, the flame's dark red, symbolizing the burning passion and sense of justice of the members of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion in the darkness. The flame also signifies the organization's strength and intimidation, capable of burning down any obstacles. The entire pattern is surrounded by a circle of dragon scales, the scales deep black, shimmering with a cold light, symbolizing how the members of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion lurk in the dark like black dragons, hiding their figure and ready to strike at any moment. The texture of the dragon scales is intricate and delicate, showcasing the mystery and uniqueness of the organization. Color. The pattern is mainly black and dark red, where black represents darkness and mystery, while dark red symbolizes passion and enthusiasm. The combination of the two colors not only demonstrates the unfeeling side of the members of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion, but also highlights their steadfast pursuit of justice. The design of the emblem is concise yet powerful, embodying the dominance and mystery of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion while showcasing the members' unwavering determination for their missions and their relentless pursuit of justice. It would become the faith and symbol of the members of the Heavenly Kill Pavilion, guiding them forward in the darkness, safeguarding peace and tranquility in the world. Converging his emotions, Su Fan put on a black hat, completely covering his figure with the cloak, making his face indistinguishable, leaving only his stern voice to echo in the room. The room was filled with a chilling intent for slaughter. "Let's go. Lead the way." "Yes, yes, yes. Sir, follow me. The first target is not far from us. As the saying goes, when the poor dies, don't forget to die too." The once frightened fierce lion now only focused on leading the way. As for how many people would die tonight, that had nothing to do with him, as long as he could survive. At this moment, the fierce lion felt fortunate that when he first arrived in the City of Devils, to avoid the Huaxia Special Department Kunlun, he investigated the situation comprehensively so he could act more efficiently. Otherwise, if he had lost his usefulness, he might have been slapped to death by Su Fan. Now, the only thing he could hope for was that those colleagues of his would assist him. They needed to consume as much of the killing intent of this god of death so that he might spare them afterward. Huffing and puffing, stepping out of the residential area, and feeling the bone-chilling cold wind, the fierce lion tightened his collar. Suddenly, he recalled a fitting poetic line: "The night is dark, the wind is high, and fire is lighting up the sky." Meanwhile, as Su Fan embarked on a bloody night to ensure his younger sister's safety, at the Su family estate, a young couple, unaware of what was brewing, was entwined in their love. In that moment, the room was filled only with the scent of romantic love. "Kinj, are you ready to start singing?" Lin Juan playfully swept his hand through the girl's forehead, smiling gently. He had just handed Su Kinj the lyrics and melody he had written, and tuned various musical equipment. Now, they only needed Su King's nod to begin this musical journey. "I'm a bit worried that I might not sing well and ruin your good song." Su Kinj wrinkled her brow, her beautiful eyes flashing with lack of confidence, although she had received some professional training before. "You can do it, I believe in you," Lin Juan said encouragingly, looking intently into the girl's eyes, his words firm. Encouraged by the man's patience, Su King's nervous emotions gradually settled down. Looking at the lyrics and melody in her hands, again amazed at Lin Juan's musical talent, she felt the urge to realize her dream. Besides, she couldn't stand the idea of Lin Juan singing this sweet love song with other girls. "All right, let's start," Lin Juan said as Su Kinj nodded, getting up with a smile, picking up the guitar by the bed, opening the voice broadcasting equipment, a multitude of netizens flooding in. Within a short moment, the number of online viewers began to skyrocket: 1,000 plus, 5,000 plus, 10,000 plus, 20,000 plus, and more. "Are you sure you want to do a live broadcast? I'm afraid I might not sing well," and seeing the barrage of comments, from the netizens, Su King's nervousness resurfaced. It was her first time singing in front of so many people. She was scared of any mistakes happening that might disappoint Lin Juan and his fans. "Don't worry, I'm here. I want people from all over the world to come bless us, witness our love. Look, everyone is congratulating us." Lin Juan interacted with the fans in the live stream while showing the screen to the girl. It was true that many of the fans online were offering sincere blessings to Idol L and his wife on their happy day. Translated by Lyra, Chapter 331. Su Kinj and Lin Juan sweet duet, blessings from the entire web, since the title of L Genius Singer was established, fans have been increasing day by day, spread all over the different regions of Huaxia. Some fans even referred to him as the #1 male singer in the 4,000-year history of Huaxia. Every day, countless fans come in admiration, focusing on LS private account, eagerly urging for updates. Retired Ji Xiangwu. "Hello, I am the mother of the child with this account. My child was diagnosed with severe depression the day before yesterday. I just found out that they became a member on your platform, so no need for a refund. The child felt happy listening to your songs. The doctor said it helps alleviate the depression. So could you please update a few thousand songs a day? It's not too much, is it? Send me something useless for love. Thank you, my lifelong idol L. Hello, I am your most faithful listener. I hope you update more frequently. Don't underestimate your worth, or else I'll kneel down and beg you with tears in my eyes. Woo tt tilde. People come and go. How lively it is. Do you know, idol? I have a friend who writes novels on Tomato because she updates frequently. She's now rich. Ah. I have no particular meaning. Just wanted to tell you. Gives_gives, man with a charmingly idiotic charm. I know writing songs is tiring and challenging, and you may hit a bottleneck, get stuck on lyrics, deviate from the original meaning of the song, sing until your mouth trembles. But what does that have to do with me? As long as you're not dead, keep updating until the end of the world. Roaring, tilde approximately tilde heart like the water of Awisora. At the Nai Bridge, an old man had drunk 10 bowls of Meng Po's soup. Meng Po, seeing that, quickly stopped him. Enough. Stop drinking. What is it that you can't forget? The old man stared blankly and replied, why hasn't L released a new song yet? More than just a simple liking for you. I almost want to. Do you know where your updates go? Do they soar to the heavens or plunge into the yellow springs? You don't have to answer me. Everyone wants to deceive me. Only your updates won't deceive me. So please update more. No, explode with updates. ... As the saying goes, what you remember will surely have an echo. Today, the fans finally heard the echo of their idol L. The idol released a teaser for a new song an hour in advance, instantly causing a frenzy across the web, with countless people eagerly waiting on L's account. Tang family living room. The Tang Guoan family, having finished dinner, were sitting on the couch watching TV. Tang Ro had a piece of gauze wrapped around her head, occasionally pretending to show a weak and painful expression. This immediately prompted Tang Chuan and others to quickly gather around her, showing concern and care. As for Chu Ling, sitting not far away, she had a disdainful expression and was extremely speechless. But in order to avoid deepening misunderstandings with her family, and being misunderstood as a green TB ****** again, she chose to remain calm, silent, and isolated. Upon noticing the commotion online, Tang Chuan, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed ... Oh my god! L is going to live stream a new song? Did the idol go and get a marriage certificate today? No way! I have to send a wave of rocket blessings 666 to the idol. It's a duet. Is sister-in-law also going to sing? So looking forward to it. This kind of duet song format has not appeared domestically before, right? As a fervent fan of L, how could Tang Chuan allow himself to miss his idol's live concert? Amid the resentful gazes of good little sisters, he left Tang Ro behind and focused on waiting for his idol to start the broadcast. Is L the genius singer? I've heard several of his songs before. They really are great. Tang Guoan's eyes lit up. Similarly curious, he shifted his attention to the upcoming video on the phone screen. Despite being a middle-aged man, he held a lot of admiration for the mysterious singer who had saved the Chinese music scene. Many of the songs that L had created were to his liking. If only I could contact L. Su Shiyun approached his son, Tang Dar, looking at the video screen about to start, lost in thought. She admired L, the mysterious singer, not only for his musical talent, but also for the immense commercial value she saw in him. Without relying on any promotion, he had reached a level of fame just through his excellent songs, becoming a top-tier star in the entertainment industry. If she could establish a business partnership with him and have him become a singer under her company, Su Shiyun was confident that with thorough marketing, L could become a hot commodity internationally. In that case, the Tang family would surely experience an unprecedented period of prosperity. Unfortunately, L was too mysterious, his identity elusive. Su Shiyun had attempted numerous times to contact him, seeking cooperation, but it always ended in vain. Seeing her family members, who not long ago had warmly consoled her, now all waiting for the voice broadcast to start, Tang Ro furrowed her brows, feeling a bit displeased. However, upon learning that this broadcast was initiated by the singer L, her dissatisfaction faded instantly. Even though she wasn't a die-hard fan of L, Tang Ro acknowledged and admired his talent, even considering working with him to pave her way in the entertainment industry. If possible, she even fantasized about becoming his rumored boyfriend to have L tailor songs for her, assisting her in becoming an internationally renowned diva. Ah, it's a pity that L is already married. Otherwise, with my looks, I might have been able to captivate him. Tang Ro lamented in her heart, feeling regretful. Nearby, watching her family members' various reactions to L's appearance, Chu Ling maintained a calm expression, filled with a sense of superiority. Ha ha, tilde, you all don't know L's true identity. But I do. Indeed, I am the chosen special one. The fated cousin. Having eavesdropped on Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts, Chu Ling was well aware of L's real identity, his cousin, Lin Zhuan, the Golden Finger. Thus, compared to these ignorant ordinary people, she considered herself superior. Gives. So thrilled. Su family. Moonlight seeped through the curtains, casting a mottled pattern on the soft sheets, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Lin Zhuan and Su Qinj sat side by side on the bed, their marriage certificate lying between them like the red messenger of their love, silently resting in the middle. "Qinj, are you ready? Your fans can't wait any longer." Glancing at the barrage of messages urging for updates, Lin Zhuan turned to the girl with affection in his eyes, shining like stars. Su Qinj nervously bit her lip and nodded lightly. It was her first time singing in front of Lin Zhuan, let alone in front of so many viewers in the live stream room. Although she had tried to adjust her mindset to deliver a perfect performance, she couldn't help but feel nervous. However, with the support of the viewers in the barrage and the encouraging look from Lin Zhuan, Su Qinj took a deep breath. Yet again, she nodded at Lin Zhuan, signaling him to begin. And so, with a slight smile, Lin Zhuan placed his guitar gently on his lap, cleared his throat after making preparations, and his fingers began to dance on the strings. Soon, amidst the eager anticipation of the audience, the melody of "Today You Will Marry Me" flowed from Lin Zhuan's fingertips, each note shimmering like dewdrops, gently dripping into the hearts of the listeners. Lin Zhuan's guitar skills were skillful and exquisite, his fingertips dancing on the strings like an elegant butterfly fluttering through a garden. For a moment, the light and beautiful melody swirled in the room, echoed in the live stream room, and spread across countless households. It's starting! It's starting! Everyone pay attention! El the Great God is about to show his singing prowess. Such a joyful melody! Just a cheerful prelude already engulfs us, as if surrounded by a warm sense of happiness. X. Everyone stay quiet. Make sure not to miss a single moment. Don't get distracted. El the God of Songs is about to sing the lyrics. In the live stream room, the barrage exploded as soon as the prelude played, the screen filled with various words of praise and adoration, densely packed. El Wids, a fan of El for life, scheduled epic song. Tears are streaming. Dear family. Countless fans were extremely excited, feeling emotional to have met El in their lifetime. And at that moment, the most exhilarating moment arrived. Lin Zhuan gently parted his lips, and following the beautiful melody of the guitar, he began to softly sing . His eyes concentrated and affectionate, as if the whole world were immersed in his singing voice. The warmth of spring blossoms takes away the winter's sorrows. The breeze brings an unexpected feeling of love. The bird's melodious song draws us closer. At this moment, I suddenly see you . The song was gentle and affectionate, like a breeze softly brushing past Su Qing's ears, making the girl's eyes even more tender. At that moment, Lin Zhuan's voice was filled with deep love and endless affection for Su Qinj. Each lyric seemed to narrate a love story between them. As the melodic voice echoed, the scene in the room turned increasingly beautiful. The moonlight, pure and bright, seeped through the curtains, shining on Lin Zhuan and Su Qinj as if enveloped in a thin veil of light. Their eyes sparkled with happiness, as if all the sweetness in the world converged in that moment. Sitting beside Lin Zhuan, Su Qinj quietly listened to the beautiful melody and harmonious voices. Her fingers lightly touched the back of the guitar, resonating with Lin Zhuan's music. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The world of the two was filled only with the melody of the guitar, Lin Zhuan singing, and their deep gazes towards each other. With the rhythm of Lin Zhuan's melody, Su Qinj, aware that it was her turn to sing, clenched her fists and quickened her breath. Eventually, with determination, she began to sing. The fragrance of spring blossoms takes away the winter's cold. The breeze brings a surprise of love. The bird's joyful song brings us closer. At this moment, I suddenly fall in love with you. Su Qing's voice initially trembled nervously, but under Lin Zhuan's continuous affirmations through his eyes, it quickly became smooth and moving. Her vocals were clear and sweet, intertwining with Lin Zhuan's voice, harmonizing with each other, creating a unique and superb duet between man and woman. Listen to me hand in hand let's walk together create a happy life. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow will be a pity marry me today. Okay, approximately double quotes. Dot 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 dot. This book has officially reached 1 million words today. Feeling sentimental. It's been about 8 months since I started this book, and being able to stick with it is quite a miracle. When I started writing this book, I was just a unemployed, ditch-ridden single guy, and in a few months, I've been through blind dates, flash marriages, and various life events. Maybe even when I keep writing for a few more months, children might have become a reality. I thank everyone for their support, especially those hardcore fans who have followed from the beginning. Thank you for your support. I think this is the longest book I've written. My previous one was only around 600,000 words, so I'm quite astonished that this one reached 1 million. I plan to conclude it at least after reaching over 2 million words. The earliest should take more than 8 months. Hope to see you all then. Too. I feel like I've been too slack, feeling guilty. Especially after my marriage due to various things. I always delay updates. I feel ashamed. In the future, I will definitely code diligently. I'm considering establishing an additional update rule. I usually update twice a day under normal circumstances. Currently, there are 10,000 people following for updates, so ... Let's set an accumulation of 5,000 4 love power-ups for an additional chapter. Each person can send 3 free 4 love power-ups a day, probably less than 2,000 people, and you can reach 5,000 power-ups in a day. I'll update the previous day's 4 love power-up count in the author's note and comments, and with 5,000 power-ups accumulated, I'll add another chapter the next day. If one of you sends a big gift, such as Gift King equals 5,000 4 love power-ups, Great God certification equals 994 love power-ups, Great Health equals 884 love power-ups, Like equals 10 4 love power-ups, Bubble Milk Tea equals 34 love power-ups, Update Symbol equals 54 love power-ups, Showgirl equals 194 love power-ups, Character Summon equals 194 love power-ups, and so on. In any case, big gifts are the amount multiplied by 10 times the 4 love power-ups. Let's start counting from tomorrow. I will be disciplined in coding. Chapter 332. Lin Zhuan single-handedly increased the marriage rate of the entire Huaxia. The passion of summer touches the laziness of spring. Sunlight shining on happy families. Every love song evokes memories. How I met you back in those days. Lin Zhuan's singing voice was gentle and firm, as if using the lyrics to make the most sincere promise to the girl he deeply loved. Each note seemed to carry his love. And as Su Qin softly opened her voice to sing in harmony with Lin Zhuan, their voices intertwined like melodies, tender and affectionate. In this moment, as the two gradually immersed themselves in the passionate singing, tens of thousands of online viewers were deeply moved as if hearing celestial music. Phi 0 asterisk la 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 underscore Phi asterisk 0. On the screen of the live broadcast, a large number of barrage comments rolled like a tide, each representing sincere praise and love from the audience. Long hair down to the waist with a hanging loop. This voice is as refreshing as a clear spring. As expected, a masterpiece from L. The beauty of the mountains is boundless. You are so charming. The idol's guitar skills are amazing. Each note played so clearly. The voice is also touching. Who is this treasure singer? Turn around and smile, with chickens jumping and dogs flying. Love it. This song will top the music charts again tomorrow. Can't even compete with Kunji's You're So Beautiful. My father, the old traditional Chinese doctor, specializes in bragging. So romantic. Even just listening to the duo's duet, I feel a strong sense of love. What should I do if I want to get married? Rise up, you idiot. This song reminds me of the beautiful time of first love, remembering the person I still can't forget till now. I heard that person is doing well now, so I decided to go snatch them back. In the live chat room, a flurry of barrage comments bloomed like fireworks, decorating the entire screen with colorful bursts. Viewers seemed to be infected by the singing of Lin Zhuan and his wife, their emotions fluctuating with the melody, releasing their feelings through the barrage comments. Due to the sweet scenes depicted in the lyrics, numerous netizens, even subconsciously, began to daydream about their happy married life. According to the 1818 GoldenEye report, due to LS wedding processional, the number of couples registering for marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau soared that month, breaking the previous record. It can be said that L, with a romantic duet, directly raised the marriage rate of the entire Huaxia for a whole year. Truly, it's terrifying. Winter's sorrow ends the loneliness of autumn tilde a gentle breeze brings bittersweet memories, birds singing. Singing of not wanting to part tilde in this moment, how I want to embrace you. Listen to me, hand in hand. Let's walk together, living a stable life. Yesterday you didn't come in time. Tomorrow will be regretful. Today, you'll marry me, tilde. As the song progressed, Su Qing's nervousness almost dissipated completely immersed in the singing world, her voice becoming more confident and moving. In perfect harmony with Lin Zhuan's deep voice, they created a beautiful musical picture. Watching the barrage of blessings and encouragements from netizens on the screen, Su Qing couldn't help but feel grateful and happy. She once dreamed of standing on stage, becoming a singer who could bring strength to others through song, but fate turned out differently. She thought she would never touch anything related to music again in this lifetime. Who would have thought? Life is unpredictable, full of surprises. She actually had the opportunity to sing in front of so many listeners. Today, she fulfilled a childhood dream. At the same time, Su Qing knew in her heart that this was the result of both her and Lin Zhuan's efforts, as well as their love and dedication to music being recognized. Thank you, Zhuan. This is the most beautiful melody I've ever heard. I am willing to sing our happiness with you together. Su Qing thought softly in her heart. She smiled at the man beside her, who happened to look at her with deep affection, and the two of them subconsciously smiled at each other. In this moment, the whole world seemed to only have the two of them, and that wonderful music ... Listen to me hand in hand let's walk together, entrust your life to me don't look back on yesterday, to white hairs together tomorrow today. Marry me, As the song reached its climax, approaching its conclusion, the atmosphere in the live chat room also reached its peak. Each listener was moved by this intuitive duet, sending barrage comments expressing sincere praise and blessing to Lin Zhuan and Su Qing. At this moment, music became a common language for everyone, connecting thousands of listeners closely together. Finally, the song reached its last notes, and as countless people held their breath and savored the moment, Lin Zhuan plucked the strings, softly sung the last line, "Today you'll marry me. Let me dress you in a pure white wedding dress. Today you'll marry me. Let me adorn you with a wreath of happiness." Following Lin Zhuan's melodic rhythm, Su Qing softly sang, their voices intertwined like enchanting melodies. Her voice, like an angel, clear and moving. "Today, I'll marry you. You're the most beautiful poem in my life. Today, I'll marry you. Let our love be eternal." The voices of the man and woman intertwined, continuously echoing in the cozy room. Through the gap in the curtain, moonlight spilled on Lin Zhuan and Su Qing, draping them in a layer of snowy glow. As the song ended completely, Lin Zhuan and Su Qing smiled at each other, embracing gently. At least in this moment, their hearts were tightly linked, as if about to merge into one. They knew that no matter how rocky the road ahead may be, as long as they faced it together, they could overcome any storm and create a beautiful future together. Chapter 333. Lin Zhuan was enjoying his wedding night, while his big brother was forging ahead with a heavy burden. Ahem. All right, fans and friends. Tonight is the wedding night for my wife and me. As they say, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. You understand? I announce tonight's live broadcast ends here. Before I go, let me advertise for my Lin Group. I hope everyone can support our products. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye 0. After bidding farewell to the fans in the live broadcast room, Lin Zhuan quickly ended the broadcast. Then, turning to the girl beside him, he had a mischievous grin. What are you doing? Didn't we agree not to touch me until my body fully recovers? Su Qing's face blushed slightly. She tightened her collar and unconsciously leaned back, her gaze vigilantly staring at a certain pervert. Lin Zhuan rubbed his hands and with a vague glance, looked at the girl's graceful figure. Hey, yeah, but it's our wedding night after all. Hugging and kissing should be fine, right? Saying so, Lin Zhuan pretended to pounce on the girl, scaring her to scream, and attempt to block with her hands in front of her chest. Unknowingly, this feeble resistance only excited a certain beast even more. Scream. Kinge, scream. Even if you scream your throat hoarse, no one will come to save you. Hehe, oh yumma, a hoarse throat. While the newlyweds were enjoying their time outside, due to Elle releasing a new song, the night that was supposed to be quiet quickly turned lively. Many people who had just fallen asleep were woken up by their relatives to gather at Elle's personal account, listening to their idol's masterpiece all night long. And Elle's account had a historic breakthrough that night, surpassing 100 million followers, showing 9,999 million, surpassing popular stars like Tsai Ji-kun and Tang Jia-san-shao to become the singer with the most followers on the entire internet. Countless fans were overwhelmed with joy, sincerely happy for their idol, flocking to the comments section, almost causing the entire platform's servers to crash. The founder of the Burial Love family, congratulations to Elle for becoming the first man to break 100 million fans. Idol, I vow to support you for a lifetime. Wish you all the best. The flat person running out of kindergarten? Tears are flowing, family. I've been an old fan of Elle since his debut. Watching his fan count go from 0 to over 100 million in less than a month is a miracle. For some reason, I always feel a sense of paternal joy watching my son grow up. Oh, the screen name is not for fools to show. Idol, why did you end the broadcast so quickly? It's been so long. Chat more with the fans, okay? I really want to know the creative process of Elle. What kind of family can cultivate such a musical genius? Nervous female paper. Idol. How can I sleep tonight without you? Idol, please come back on air soon. Idol, sob sob sob. A delicate big man scratching his feet. To those upstairs people, tonight is LS wedding night. Do you know the meaning of a moment of spring night being worth 1,000 gold? Gives_gives, who has time to waste with you losers? Isn't it great to be with your wife? Exactly. Maybe the idol is laughing with his wife now. Tilda tilda. The eternal old single dog is envious. I wonder when I'll be able to embrace a fragrant beauty and have a good time. E=O asterisk. Alas, the goddess repairs Wi-Fi. Good news. Thank you, idol. Just used LS song to confess and successfully captured the girl's heart. Everyone, heading to the St. Hao Hotel now. Anyone wants to join? Crossing the wall for red apricots. WW, the good brother upstairs. I have a friend who wants to join tilda tilda tilda. Oh yeah. Just a weak question. Do you guys have any diseases? The old man's girlish heart, underscore. Aya, plum matters. What's the big deal about getting herpes and warts? Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Some were celebrating their wedding night. Some were immersed in the sea of music, while others were forging ahead with burdens. Across from the Su family manor, on a rooftop of a building, a figure in black was lying on the water tower, concealing his breath, using a telescope to spy on the Su family manor, monitoring every move across. As he concentrated and calculated the shift schedule of Su family security personnel. Swoosh, the breaking sound rang out, and the black-clad man's heart rang alarm bells instantly. Years of professional expertise instinctively kicked in, making him react. As his head tilted slightly, an unidentified object swiftly grazed his cheek. In just a moment, a streak of blood appeared on the man's face, as if he had been slashed by a blade. Huh? Have I been shot at? The black-clad man's face was filled with horror, subconsciously looking towards where the bullet came from. Down below the tall building, a stern-looking young man was glaring at him. And in his hand, he held several stones. Apparently, the other party had just accurately thrown a stone at his head. If he hadn't instinctively dodged, he might have been shot by now. Oh. You actually dodged instinctively. It seems you're a bit stronger than the previous ants. Seeing his first attempt fail, Su Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but that was all. Expressionless, he threw down the stones in his hand, leaving the black-clad man in shock. With a light stomp, he soared into the air like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters high, and leapt directly from the 8th floor to the rooftop. Damn! What's going on? The black-clad man was full of horror. The sudden turn of events left his brain completely blank, with only a sense of urgency remaining. He jumped off the water tower and frantically fled. Some strong intuition was warning him madly, if you don't want to die, then escape. Escape quickly. Unfortunately, All his struggles were in vain. Under the moonlight, a slender figure tore through the sky like lightning, descending from above. Before the black-clad man could react, Su Fan, carrying immense force, stomped down with a foot. Bang! A blast rang out as if a sledgehammer had struck tofu. The man's body fragmented instantly, blood and flesh spattered. The fourth one. Su Fan remained indifferent, not even glancing down, as if he had just stepped on an ant, not a man. Then he turned and quickly headed towards the next target. Good night. Gifts please. P.S. For yesterday's chapter 1,595,000 words, if it reaches 5,000 words that day, one more chapter will be added. Chapter 330 for Su Fan bloodbath in Demon City, only to protect his younger sister. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse on the rooftop of a 17-story tall building. A young man, shrouded in a black cloak, stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the brightly lit city below. Whistling wind tilde tilde tilde. It was cold at such a height. Under the assault of the cold, swirling wind, the young man's cloak rustled irregularly, fluttering freely. But the young man paid no attention, his sharp gaze focused on the lively streets below, as if searching for something rapidly. Finally, a grin tugged at the corner of the young man's mouth as he whispered to himself, "Next one, found." Bang! Su Fan lightly stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a cannonball, soaring through the sky for hundreds of meters, closing in rapidly on a hostel, smashing through the window. Bagayolu. Dead, dead dicka. Inside the room, on a soft white bed, a man from a foreign island with a small patch of beard on his chin lay sound asleep. Takashita Cage. He belonged to the Shangtou faction of the island country, having just received a mission from the dark web yesterday, rushing to Demon City in hopes of capturing a man named Lin and securing the 500 million mission reward. The loud explosion of the window immediately awakened Takashita Cage from his slumber. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the samurai sword by the bed and swung it towards the intruding figure in the room. Moonlight sword technique. Secret art. Moonlight flash. Takashita Cage's eyes gleamed with malice. He displayed the fundamental swordsmanship of the moonlight sword technique. This slash was a unique sword skill passed down through generations of the Takashita family, rumored that when their ancestors mastered it, they could even cleave through diamonds. Although Takashita Cage was far from reaching that level, with his daily rigorous practice of drawing the sword 10,000 times, he had beheaded several internal energy martial artists from Huazia, dominating wherever he went. Thinking of this, Takashita Cage smirked. He was well aware of the decline of martial arts in Huazia in recent years. With his swordsmanship proficiency, he could easily overpower most of the weaklings in East Asia. The attacker, you, die. Illuminated by the moonlight, Takashita Cage exerted all his strength, quickly wielding his sword to produce a half-meter sword energy, as cold as the moonlight, slashing out. The sword energy was intangible, yet seemed capable of effortlessly cutting through any obstruction. Like ants. Without lifting his eyelids, Su Fan raised his right hand like a sword and casually slashed downwards. In the stunned and horrified gaze of Takashita Cage, a fierce sword energy, almost a yard long, annihilated his moonlight flash and slashed straight towards him. Yama! In a despairing cry, Takashita Cage, along with the wall behind him, were directly split in half. The sixth one. Su Fan did not even glance back from start to finish, leaving behind a token. Then, with a swift movement, he leapt out of the high building, his figure quickly disappearing from the spot, 2.5 minutes later. The commotion inside the room attracted the innkeeper and the guests in other rooms. As the room door was opened, a strong smell of blood wafted in, horrifying the onlookers as they stepped back in shock, screaming in horror. Ah, on the other side. Thump, thump, thump. Su Fan, using the cover of night like a flea, rapidly leapt between the tall buildings, heading towards the next hunting grounds. Sister, there's a superhero. Look, there's a superhero. So there really are superheroes in this world. On the street, a young boy happened to look up and saw a figure soaring in the sky dozens of meters high. He was so excited that he even forgot to eat his ice cream and shouted in amazement. Hut-o_o, what's that? A stylish urban girl looked in the direction her little brother was pointing, only to see a plane shining with red lights. Brother, that's a plane. You must have seen it wrong. There are no superheroes in this world. No, I really saw it. There really was a person flying in the sky. Faced with her sister's teasing, the little boy was extremely excited and desperately tried to explain. All right. If you say there is, then there is. Really, why won't you believe me? Sister, I will prove it to you in the future. There are superheroes in this world. ... The little boy pouted, waving his fist in defiance, full of dissatisfaction. From that night onwards, superheroes became the belief in the little boy's heart. Unfortunately, until the end of his life, he never encountered the superhero he saw in his childhood again. But as a firefighter later on, whenever he roamed through fire scenes desperately saving people, his figure left an impression on other children's eyes. At that moment, he truly became a real superhero. Wow! This woman is so beautiful! In a quiet tea room booth, a stylish man with dyed blonde hair was watching a video on his phone screen. In the video, the profiles of Su Kinj and Lin Juan were being displayed. This woman is so beautiful, it's a waste to kill her. It would be perfect if I could keep her around for a while to play with. The man, named Park Soo-hyun, was a lone wolf assassin from Kimchi country. His infiltration into HUAZia this time was indeed due to some bounties on the dark web tempting him. If he could secure those bounties, he could retire directly, leaving behind the grimy work for good. He could buy a small island overseas after retirement, marry 10 or 8 different wives with different skin colors, and enjoy the pleasures of life gracefully. Wow! I also wanted to take on those high-difficulty missions like kidnapping, stealing formulas, etc. But the competition was just too fierce. Even if I was confident in myself, I still wasn't sure if I could snatch food from the mouths of other hunters. So why not just eliminate them directly? That way, although the bounty might be lesser, it's acceptable nonetheless. On the dark web, some clients who knew they couldn't compete with others issued assassination missions specifically targeting Lin Juan and his wife. The time to act will be arranged for tomorrow. Failure to act promptly will lead to unexpected consequences, and those to heads will belong to me. Park Soo-hyun sneered, his eyes filled with impatience for his future happy life. He reached out for the sniper rifle beside him, a Chatak M200 sniper rifle. This specialized rifle produced in the beautiful country had the longest range among modern sniper rifles, reaching up to 3,200 meters. Park Soo-hyun had once used this weapon to set a world record. He successfully assassinated a scion of a major family in HUAZia from a distance of 2,414 meters. This single battle brought him fame, gaining some reputation in the underworld, becoming a prominent big shot in the dark web assassin rankings. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open, and a figure walked in. Wow! HUAZia people are so rude. They steal our Kimchi country's culture most of the time, claiming our good stuff as theirs without shame. And they can't even steal well. Our Kimchi country's traditional culture didn't teach you to knock before entering someone else's house. Park Soo-hyun was startled by the sudden disturbance, quickly covering the sniper rifle with a dining cloth. Turning around, he intended to scold the person who had disrupted his mood. But when he turned back, there was only a strange man standing before him, his figure veiled by a cloak. Damn it! Park Soo-hyun immediately realized the situation was not good. Years of muscle memory kicked in, making him instinctively step back, his hand already reaching for the weapon hidden behind his waist. Before he could raise the gun to shoot, he felt a sudden pain on his forehead, and the world spun around him. Just before losing consciousness, he only heard the cold 3 words, the 10th one, plunging him into eternal darkness. Soon, Su-fen walked away, hunting down the next target. Thud, thud, thud. When the tea house staff heard the commotion and hurried over, they only found a body with a dagger lodged in the forehead, eyes wide open, dead. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In comparisons, amidst the bustling city, police sirens filled the air as officers were busy patrolling the streets and alleys. It was discovered that there were gruesome murders happening in various places like restaurants, bars, nightclubs, libraries, hospitals, bathhouses, and more. Most of the victims were foreigners from around the world, with deaths ranging from being smashed into mincemeat, decapitated, dismembered, pierced through the heart, to blasted into pieces. A huge uproar was stirred up, and all police departments dispersed, searching for the murderer. What was most incredulous to the police was all the victims' time of death seemed to have occurred within a short hour, a deduction that sent shivers down many investigating experts' spines. The details were so dreadful. Finally, they came to the conclusion that the killer in this case must be from some evil criminal organization, possibly conducting some sinister cult ritual. Therefore, they dispatched individuals to hunt down those foreign targets. But as the investigation deepened, all the investigating personnel were dumbfounded. Because they found that all the victims, without exception, were heinous criminals, mostly killers or mercenaries, extremely vicious individuals. This group sneaked into Demon City secretly, and even a child could tell they were up to no good. In a sense, the culprit had inadvertently done a good deed, eliminating some scums from the world. The 26th one. Su Fan walked out from the back door of a bathhouse with an indifferent expression. Dead. At that moment, a deafening scream came from behind the bathhouse as someone seemed to have discovered the assassin's body. Yet Su Fan didn't even blink. He gazed thoughtfully at the stars, contemplating something. Sanha Hotel. Ranked 10th on the assassin list. Blood Crow, right? Just after disposing of the trash in the bathhouse, the opponent had, in a bid to save his life, spouted a series of threatening words. Essentially, how great his elder brother was, and how he had hunted down numerous Huazia powerhouses. Park So-hyun tuned out the idle chatter. He had already bashed the man's head into his chest. Hey, do you know Blood Crow? Su Fan pulled out his phone and directly made a call to Mad Lion. With his hunting operations going so smoothly tonight, it was partly due to extracting information from other assassins, and also largely thanks to Mad Lion's cooperation. Otherwise, it would have been time-consuming just to find people, a level of efficiency that wouldn't be achievable. Blood Crow. Sir, that's one of the ace assassins from the International Criminal Interpol's wanted list, with an S-class arrest warrant. Very dangerous. I think we should just steer clear of him. After all, we can't be certain if he's specifically targeting your friend. There's no need to provoke such a strong adversary, and we might even suffer losses. On the other end of the line, Mad Lion was shocked, exclaiming in disbelief. Watching numerous peers fall before his eyes tonight, some even being individuals he usually dared not provoke, served to make Mad Lion understand a common adage throughout history: below a grandmother, all are mere ants. This realization made him feel even more fortunate when he chose to surrender initially. At the same time, an obscure sense of satisfaction arose within him, observing those individuals he'd previously feared, now found and slaughtered due to his informative collaboration. Mad Lion was jubilant, thinking that he had caused the downfall of entities he once considered untouchable. He earnestly wished he had such a powerful patronage as Su Fan's celestial assassination palace. If he had such a safeguard, perhaps he could stride dominantly across the world. Comparisons truly ignite seething jealousy within. How lucky were the young couple from the Lin family to receive such vigorous protection, unending bloodshed in Demon City, unwilling to leave the slightest risk of danger. Especially when considering Su Fan's identity as the Divine Assassin Palace Master, Mad Lion was now burning with envy. If only he had a similar benefactor, maybe then he could walk freely around the globe, enjoying life from a higher vantage point. Alas, life is quite frustrating when compared with the zenith some get to reach. Bahu Hotel. Blood Crow, the 10th assassin on the list. Just after taking out the trash in the bathhouse, one of the trash had audaciously said those words. To save his life, he uttered flamboyant words about how strong his big brother was, boasting of his previous kills of several Huazia powerhouses. Su Fan had dismissed it, simply smashing his head into the man's chest. What a nuisance. Su Fan quickly realized that the man had said enough, hurriedly covered the sniper rifle with a dining cloth. He then turned, intending to reproach the person who had disturbed his mood. But as he turned back, there stood a strange cloaked man. Park So-hyun immediately sensed that something was amiss, years of experience guiding his muscles to instinctively retreat, his hand already reaching for the weapon hidden behind his waist. Before he could aim and shoot, a sudden pain struck his forehead, causing the world to spin around him. Just as he neared unconsciousness, he heard 3 cold words, the 10th one, and descended into eternal darkness. Soon, Su Fan strode away, setting out to hunt down the next target. Thud, thud, thud. When the tea house staff heard the commotion and rushed over, they found a body with a knife stuck in the forehead, eyes wide open. A murder. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. So there were superheroes in this world after all. Little did the people know, there were underlying machinations and deadly missions unfolding in the shadows, impacting lives far and wide. Chapter 335. Su Shiyun leads the team to catch the adulterer. Has Tang gone astray? As the night falls and the lights begin to shine, the Saint Luxury Hotel stands like a majestic castle, quietly towering in the heart of the bustling city. The hotel's external walls are made of dark granite, giving it a solemn and elegant appearance. In the night, it emits a faint metallic sheen. At this moment, a figure draped in a black cloak from head to toe approaches from afar. Blood Crow is here. Since he has such a famous reputation, eliminating him should be enough to deter most of the killer organizations in the dark web. Looking at the brightly lit large hotel in front of him, Su Fan mutters to himself. Although he has killed many assassins of various races, nationalities, and organizations today, it is far from enough. He needs some heavyweight targets to truly deter those who are plotting in the shadows. Su Fan wants to make the Heaven Killing Hall the target, attracting the hatred of all evildoers to ensure the absolute safety of the Su family. That's why he chose to cleanse the bustling city, making a big deal in the name of the Hall Master of the Heavenly Temple, spreading the news worldwide, declaring the city a forbidden area, and forbidding the gods to intervene. Blood Crow, I hope you don't disappoint me too much. A cold light flashes in Su Fan's eyes as he slowly steps into the hotel, heading towards room 444. 2.5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom speeds to a stop at the entrance of the hotel. As the car door opens, 4 figures emerge simultaneously. The Tang family. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? Oh. Hey, this is the Saint Luxury Hotel. No way. Do you really believe Dad would go astray? Tang Chuan, dressed in casual fashion, widens his eyes in disbelief as he gazes at his mother. Just a while ago, they were enjoying the latest song from the God of Songs at home, fully immersed in the moment. Suddenly, Tang received a phone call and, with a strange expression, told them there was some work to attend to and hurriedly left home. Initially, Tang Chuan didn't pay much attention to it. He continued listening to the idol's many hit songs in a loop. At the same time, he pondered how to save his idol from his despicable cousin's clutches. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, before he could come up with a plan, Su Shiyun abruptly stood up and led them out the door. Mother, what's going on? Don't scare Zero. Facing Tang Ru's worried and inquisitive look, Su Shiyun, dressed in a black suit, solemnly uttered 2 words, "Catch the adulterer." What? And so, the group hurried to the Saint Luxury Hotel. The reason Su Shiyun brought her children along was mainly to give Tang a profound lesson, shattering his idealized image of his first love completely. Just imagine, being caught cheating in front of your wife and children. Any man would feel instinctively embarrassed, right? She would then expose the ugly face of the mistress in front of him. When Tang realized, ashamed, tearful, begging for forgiveness while kowtowing, she would reluctantly give her husband one last chance to repent. In this way, old Tang would be grateful to her and completely obedient to her from then on. This taming men Pua plan is simply perfect. Of course, the reason Su Shiyun forgave old Tang so quickly for his future infidelity was mainly due to him being passively led astray through schemes, so it was somewhat understandable. If Tang Guowen's betrayal was subjective, even if it was just emotional infidelity, she would never forgive him. However, having listened to her nephew's inner thoughts, Su Shiyun knew that Tang Guowen's true love was her, which was enough. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful towards Lin Su, assuming it wasn't by chance that she overheard his inner thoughts. Then, Su Shiyun shuddered. She didn't want her family to follow the path of destruction, as predicted by Lin Su. I have to figure out a way to keep little Zhuan by my side. There are still many unsolved mysteries about the future that I need answers to from him. AIE=O**. Although I am a special being chosen by fate, even with little Zhuan by my side, it seems like I can't fulfill my role as the great aunt. Just as Su Shiyun was feeling a headache, not knowing how to keep Lin Zhuan close, her eldest son's questioning voice interrupted her, and she irritatedly waved her hand. You think Dad wouldn't go astray? Then why did he sneak out to the hotel in the middle of the night, pretending to handle work at the office, but actually sneaking off to the hotel? Faced with his mother's denial, Tang Chuan fell silent in an instant, at a loss for words. After all, what Su Shuyun said was not wrong. Dad sneaking off to the hotel in the middle of the night behind their backs was just not right, no matter how you looked at it. Could it be that just like in some movies, Dad was sneaking out to meet his mistress? Buying a deep green hat for Mom? It can't be. Oh, it can't be. Dad always appeared honest and kind, often teaching us to uphold male virtue. How could he possibly break the law? Besides, every night when I got up to go to the bathroom, I found Dad in the study, masturbating for a maximum of 2.5 seconds. With such severe kidney deficiency, how could he have the energy to feed a mistress? But what is happening right now? How do you explain it? If Dad's infidelity is confirmed, given Mom's character, the only way left for them would likely be divorce. Then wouldn't we become a single-parent family, with the possibility of the mistress taking over, and Dad becoming a stepdad? Ending up like the despicable cousin, ultimately becoming a loving father, filial son. No tilde 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 snowflakes drift. The north wind blows. The world tilde is vast and boundless. Tilde tilde. At that moment, Tang Chuan pales in shock as an ominous BGM spontaneously sounds in his mind. And just as he is in a state of chaos, Chu Ling frowns, steps forward, and interrupts the mother and son's argument with a somewhat urgent tone. Chapter 336. Am I late? Has Uncle Dai already caught cauliflower? I feel like something might be fishy. Instead of making meaningless guesses here, it's better to go upstairs and take a look. Of course, sometimes what you see is not necessarily the truth. I believe in my father's character. He is not that kind of person ... Since father just arrived at the hotel not long ago, let's hurry upstairs. Maybe he was deceived into coming here by someone or ... As the heaven-sent cousin, Chu Ling eavesdropped on her cousin's inner thoughts the whole time. Naturally, she knew the true reason for Tang Guowen's late-night appearance at the hotel was not what everyone suspected as an affair ... Even though she had been deeply hurt by her family's lack of trust in her before, Chu Ling still couldn't bear to watch her own biological parents' relationship breaking down due to misunderstandings. She also didn't want to see Tang Guowen being schemed against by a bad woman and contracting cauliflower. Timing-wise, there is still a chance ... Tang Guowen had just arrived at the hotel. Rushing there now would be just right, and could seize the opportunity to expose the true face of the third party ... On the other side, Su Shuyun looked at her own daughter, her expression complex. She couldn't believe that out of all the people, Chu Ling, who had just recently connected with them, was the one who trusted old Tang's character the most. Honestly, if she hadn't eavesdropped on her nephew's inner feelings before, she might have exploded with rage now, paying no attention to the consequences, and just taking everything as an excuse for Tang Guowen's infidelity ... At this moment, with a man sneaking away from home to a hotel without the family's knowledge in the middle of the night, isn't that clearly to meet a lover? Although Tang Guowen's usual demeanor didn't seem like someone who would do such a thing. You can't judge a book by its cover. Men, always seeking novelty, is quite common ... Tang Ro firmly believed in her own speculation with 95% confidence. And with Su Shuyun's strong personality, who couldn't tolerate any nonsense, divorce seemed inevitable ... Therefore, Tang Ro had to decide in advance between the two. Which one would she follow after the divorce? Of course ... For Tang Ro, she almost without hesitation chose Su Shuyun. Comparing to Tang Guowen, who worked in a government office, receiving a fixed monthly salary and not being flexible, like an old fossil. Tang Ro could even foresee ... Following him would mean bidding farewell to her current luxurious lifestyle. But following Su Shuyun, with his business acumen and ability to make money, she would still have a life of wealth and luxury in the future. So she must stand with Su Shuyun and criticize the scum man's betrayal together. ... Woo-woo, madame, please don't be sad. Most likely, the old master was bewitched by some vixen. That's why he made a foolish mistake. When he comes to his senses, he will naturally understand that home flowers are better than wild ones. Those bad women, how can they compare to madame even a bit? Sigh. They say that all crows in the world are equally black. All men in the world love to be promiscuous, especially the thrill of sneaking around. For many men, it is both dangerous and exciting, satisfying a freshness that the legitimate wife cannot provide. Madame, perhaps, this is our fate as women. In this patriarchal society, we women have always had no social status and can only be at the mercy of men's bullying. But rest assured, Zero will always stand by Madame's side _. Tang Ru's eyes were red, continuously choking back sobs, expressing her determination to stand by her mother. Her pitiful appearance left the other three people present exchanging strange looks. Chu Ling, in her heart, was speechless to the extreme, secretly cursing in her mind, green tea drama queen. It was just because of the fake fall incident in the afternoon. She knew her family's eyes were somewhat blinded, so this time she was also smart. Silence is golden. Not jumping out to expose Tang Ru's act. As for the party involved, Su Shuyun was feeling extremely embarrassed at the moment. Knowing the whole truth, she really didn't know how to comfort her wailing daughter. If she hadn't eavesdropped on Lin Zhuan's inner feelings in advance, in a situation where she was burning with anger, she might really feel particularly wronged and helpless. Tang Ru's words might have struck a chord with her right now. Perhaps the mother and daughter had already embraced each other, crying, comforting each other, blaming the stinky men, cursing. But unfortunately, she knew the full truth of the matter, and her heart remained calm. Facing her daughter's baseless weeping, Su Shuyun felt strange, always feeling that these words were like female ploys to provoke male-female opposition. Before Su Shuyun could speak, Tang Chuan reacted first with some displeasure. "Little sister, are you firing indiscriminately? Aren't you scolding me as well? HMPH, oh. I'm angry. I'm not going to be nice to you. Tang Ro then realized she had overlooked Tang San, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Brother is special. Third brother is not like other men. Just a few words and Tang Chuan was back to being happy, leaving Chu Ling on the side, feeling both heartbroken and speechless. All right. To capture thieves, you must know their methods. To catch an affair, you must have evidence. Let's go upstairs and check the situation first. Su Shuyun waved her hand, interrupting the siblings' conversation. She then took the lead and entered the hotel lobby. As soon as she entered, a sense of luxury washed over her. Under the high ceiling, a huge crystal chandelier shimmered, its light soft and bright, illuminating every inch of space. Looking around, there were exquisite paintings and carvings everywhere, each detail revealing the designer's ingenuity. Inside the hotel, guests from all over the world were chatting and laughing. Their laughter seemed to weave into a beautiful symphony in the air. And the neatly dressed staff, with smiles on their faces, were bustling around among the crowd, providing meticulous service to the guests. "Madame, your presence has made this establishment shine." The lobby manager quickly recognized Su Shuyun's identity and respectfully approached her. "No time for pleasantries. My family's old Tang just entered your hotel. You need to find him immediately and tell me which room he is in." Su Shuyun spoke with a hint of urgency, realizing she had delayed a bit too long. With old Tang's 2.5 seconds ability, who knows what could have happened by now? Even that little thing down there might have been infected with some unknown virus, causing cauliflower to bloom. ... On the other side, the lobby manager looked puzzled. At this moment, a clever employee stepped forward, saying he had just seen Mr. Tang entered room 443 while cleaning on the 3rd floor. Chapter 337, Uncle's deeply engraved first love. Is the blood crow trying to escape? Shanghao Hotel, lobby, room 443. After learning Tang Guowen's location from the staff, Su Shuyun and the others ignored the lobby manager and hurried to the elevator. This. Could it be catching an affair? Scandal in a wealthy family. What a shocking gossip. The lobby manager's eyes lit up, his nose twitched, as if he had already smelled the scandal. Unfortunately, he also knew that if he wanted to keep his job, there were some scandals in wealthy families that he couldn't meddle with. So he could only hold regrets and turn to order his subordinates to stop gossiping, quickly return to work. Room 443. Tang Guowen, in a suit and leather shoes, was sitting nervously on the soft sofa, occasionally looking at the woman with twin ponytails in front of him. But when she met his gaze with the same tenderness as in their youth, Tang Guowen's expression seemed unnatural. His gaze instinctively avoided hers, looking awkward. Although he was in middle age, his behavior at this moment resembled a shy young boy. The beautiful memories of young love from their youth still vivid in his mind. Qiao Shan, it's been a while. How have you been all these years? Tang Jie, you've really changed. Back when we were together, you used to call me Little Sweet. Now, with the new generation replacing the old, you just call me by my name. Hearing the slight distance in Tang Guowen's tone, the woman's eyes reddened. She sniffed and teared up. Seeing this, Tang Guowen felt uncomfortable. He wanted to step forward to console her, but hesitated and sat back down. Qiao Shan, it's not that I've changed, it's just that my status is different now. I'm married with a wife and children. I need to adhere to principles of a man and be mindful of certain things that could affect me. I came out tonight without telling my family to meet you. This action itself is somewhat inappropriate. No matter what kind of relationship we had in the past, those are all things of the past. Let's clear the past and leave it empty. Tell me, what specific reason did you find me for? I made an excuse to come out from home. I can't stay too long. As the conversation reached this point, Tang Guowen's expression gradually became calm, with clear eyes that no longer revealed foolishness. Of course, his ability to quickly detach from the past memories and emotions was thanks to Lin Zhuan's foresight. Thinking back to the hospital incident where he overheard his nephew's thoughts, saying that tonight his first love Qiao Shan would contact him, Tang Guowen was initially skeptical. After all, since they parted ways after college, he and Qiao Shan agreed to never see each other again. Logically speaking, after so many years, both had built their own lives and there was no reason for her to disturb his life, right? But a half hour ago, that phone call shattered all his illusions. Thinking of the terrifying future in his nephew's thoughts, Tang Guowen initially wanted to refuse to meet. But as she cried helplessly over the phone, threatening to harm herself if he didn't see her, Tang Guowen couldn't bear it and agreed to meet. He also wanted to put a definitive end to his youth and see if the lovely girl from his memories had truly become the person described by his nephew. But now, facing Qiao Shan's emotional outburst and plea for a second chance, Tang Guowen's determination to cut off ties with her grew stronger. Tonight would be their last meeting. Adhyut! Qiao Shan was dumbfounded. How could she not have anticipated Tang Guowen's decisive rejection, going back on the promises they made in the past? Indeed, is this what men are like? None of them are any good. Trying to break free with just a few words. Humph! Wishful thinking. Chapter 338. Su Fan, who carries the burden for his younger sister, is known as Oni-chan and bears the honorable responsibility. Someone is indiscriminately hunting foreign forces. But it's not just one or two people, right? Many companions who sneaked into the Demon City, tens to hundreds of them, were hunted down altogether tonight. As assassins, roles like hunters, but now we are being targeted in return. This is outrageous. Upon hearing this sudden shocking news, Bloodraven's eyes widened, a hint of incredulity on his face. If it weren't from the organization, he might have thought someone was joking with him. Suddenly, Bloodraven turned to look out the window, lost in thought. No wonder the police sirens in the city were so frequent tonight. He initially thought there was a major fire somewhere. Nevertheless, Bloodraven still didn't take it too seriously. As a world-famous top assassin, he has absolute confidence in his own abilities. He smirked slightly. What's there to worrying about? The fact that they were killed only proves their incompetence. I'm a Bloodraven, and if some fool dares to provoke me, I don't mind taking care of them. Bloodcrow, I have faith in your strength. But this is an order from above, and I'm just passing it along. For your own safety, you'd better retreat to the stronghold. Shit. All right. I got it. I'm going. Click asterisk after hanging up the phone. Bloodraven cursed under his breath and got up to prepare to leave. Just then, to his horror, by the French window, there stood a figure shrouded in a cloak, from who knows when. Fuck, who are you? Bloodraven took several steps back in fright, then quickly pulled out his gun, aiming it directly at the figure before him. What do you think of this song? Huh? You're scaring me with Chinese. Bloodraven barely understood the meaning of the words from the cloaked figure, and also heard the melodious singing drifting over from the next room. But at this moment, he had no mind to listen to any song. He coldly replied in broken Chinese, has chickens. Scared people want to write songs for what? Upon hearing this, the coldness emanating from the cloaked figure seemed to increase a lot. He slowly turned his head, staring at the black man before him with a look that could kill, and pronounced softly, "I see a dark future for you, possibly leading to death. What do you mean? Who are you?" Blood Raven's knowledge of Chinese vocabulary is limited, so he didn't understand the phrases of a dark future and leading to death. However, he vividly sensed the icy killing intent coming from the figure before him. As a top assassin, he had great trust in his intuition, thereby narrowly avoiding numerous life-threatening situations. And now, Blood Raven's eyelids twitched, instinctively warning him frantically. Danger! The person in front of him was extremely dangerous. Escape! Flee quickly! In the underground world for decades, he had encountered countless formidable enemies, but this was the first one to make his hair stand on end. Thus, Blood Raven stared fixedly at the figure before him, stiff in place and unable to move. And then, the room fell into an eerie silence, with only the melodious singing drifting over from the next room. Listen to me tilde holding hands, all the way to the end tilde give me your life. Yesterday is gone, more memories tomorrow. Will you marry me today? Tilde. Su Fan listened with closed eyes, silently appreciating. When he snuck into Blood Raven's room earlier, he had intended to quickly break the man's neck in an instant. At that moment, a wave of sentimental singing came from the neighboring room, causing Su Fan to pause. Just by the voice, he recognized the singer as Lin Zhuan, his cheap brother-in-law. However, he was merely surprised momentarily, ready to continue his attack. But the subsequent heavenly voice made him unable to act with composure. Is this really my little sister's voice? Su Fan was moved, his eyes suddenly wet, almost shedding manly tears. He remembered his little sister's dream of becoming a singer who could bring strength to others through music. But circumstances changed, and over the years, his sister's dream had remained just a dream. This is all because of my incompetence. Su Fan sighed in his heart, filled with self-blame. Listen to me, holding hands, creating a happy life. Yesterday is gone, tomorrow will be regret, tilde today. Will you marry me tilde? No wonder she's my little sister, she's gifted in music. Singing so beautifully, tilde, as a proud Oni-chan, who loves his little sister, Su Fan's lips curved, feeling quite proud. The only regret was the occasional insertion of a male voice in the song. If the whole song were sung by his little sister, it would be perfect. Nevertheless, Su Fan was quite satisfied with Lin Zhuan, his brother-in-law, for the time being. At least, his sincere actions towards his sister over this period showed his genuine intentions to treat her well. Now he had even helped his little sister realize her singing dream. Su Fan could imagine the genuine smile on his sister's face while singing. Thinking of this, Su Fan's lips curved slightly, forming a rare warmark. He didn't need Lin Zhuan to have exceptional skills. He just hoped he could make his little sister happy every day. For those who dared to disturb this happiness, Su Fan didn't mind annihilating them. As an older brother, he naturally needed to bear the honorable responsibility named Oni-chan, carry the weight for his sister, shoulder everything, and take on all by himself. Chapter 339. Uncle Dai's affection level increases. Lin Zhuan tells a story again. Nighttime, Su's manor. Su King's face was slightly red, leaning against Lin Zhuan's chest, listening to him tell the story of Li Huang eliminating 3 evils. Long ago, deep in the Daoluo continent, there was a notorious villain who terrified the people Li Huang. He was originally infamous, behaving recklessly, and no one dared to provoke him, being known as one of the 3 evils of the Daoluo continent. Perhaps the wicked get their due. One day, Li Huang was suddenly diagnosed by the divine healer Zhou Ba with an untreatable mental illness. As time passed, he would gradually become a prisoner of mental illness, completely lost in the madness. Upon learning this news, Li Huang's eyes were filled with sadness and despair. He seemed to see the ugly appearance of himself turning into a monster and the innocent people screaming and wailing because of his loss of control. Therefore, Li Huang, with his awakening conscience, suddenly had a thought in his heart. He yearned to do something. He wanted to be remembered by this world, leaving behind a glorious name instead of an infamous one for all eternity. Thus, Li Huang, determined to die, set foot in the land of harmony, a kingdom ruled by the red dragon Tonosuke. The warrior Taonozuke was also known as the second evil alongside him. This little demon had once swallowed the demon fruit fish, able to transform into a terrifying red dragon. His immense power inflated Taonozuke to the extreme, and with lust in his heart, he established his enormous harem by various despicable means, snatching all the famous beauties of the Daoluo continent into his harem. Therefore, the people of the Daoluo continent hated Taonozuke to the core. Whenever his name was mentioned, they would curse fiercely, "Taonozuke must die." When Li Huang found Taonozuke attempting to assault Nami, he immediately launched a fierce battle without any fear or hesitation. He gathered all his strength and unleashed his most powerful secret technique, sitting forgetting Tao. Witnessing countless fists flashing by, Taonozuke was directly severely wounded, falling into the scorching magma like a kite with a broken string, never to be buried. As Nami was saved by Li Huang, she secretly promised her heart to him, expressing her desire to follow him and help him ascend to the supreme position of Pirate King. However, facing Nami's affectionate gaze, Li Huang, who knew he had little time left, was unmoved. He knew that one day he would become an incurable mental patient, unable to give Nami a happy future. Thus, Li Huang decisively turned and left, choosing to continue his path of eliminating evils. His next target was the last evil person, who had to be exterminated by everyone on the Daoluo continent, known by the nickname the Shameless Tang-san. This person depended on his mother's doting, and was said to be the legendary Emperor Ziyan. With a powerful backing, he often bullied and dominated on the Daoluo continent, slaughtering innocent people wantonly with ridiculous excuses like "You've chosen the way of death, watch my mom entwine. Tang-san, you deserve to die." After understanding the sinful life of Tang Chuan, the fury in Li Huang's heart had already ignited. He acted decisively and rushed to the endless fire domain. Watching the despicable Tang-san, and, without hesitation, facing the Empress and leading his subordinates, Li Huang, knowing he was outnumbered, prepared himself to sacrifice for justice. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his blood, burning his life, and unleashed a god-level illusion infinite Tsukuyomi that could cover the entire Daoluo continent. "I can't tell, Mom, I really can't tell." As Li Huang shed blood and tears, reciting a mysterious curse, suddenly, the entire endless fire domain was enveloped by a mysterious force, and all the evildoers fell into a deep, never-ending dream state, never to wake up. Li Huang, under the influence of this force, perished along with Tang-san and all the people of the endless fire domain. When everything returned to calm, the people of the Daoluo continent realized after the fact that it felt like they had experienced a nightmare. However, they also pleasantly discovered that the three notorious calamities no longer existed. The Daoluo continent once again regained its former peace and harmony, and everyone lived a happy and peaceful life. And Li Huang's name, with this act of eliminating evils, spread throughout the Daoluo continent, passed down for eternity. People praised Li Huang's heroic deeds, mentioning him in the same breath as the ancient hero Jochu. This is the story of Li Huang eliminating three evils. Just as Lin Zhuan was earnestly rambling on and Su Qinj was enjoying the story while holding melon seeds, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Zhuan's mind. Ding! The son of destiny, Su Fan, has raised his affection level. Reward, 5,000 affection points. Ding! Affection field range points are correspondingly increased. Reward, 20 points per second. Huh! Uncle Dai has increased his affection for me. Lin Zhuan was surprised for a moment, then his eyes showed a hint of joy and a hint of doubt. What's going on here? Did my good fortune just come out of nowhere? I didn't do anything special tonight. I didn't even meet Su Fan in person. I just sang a great song at home with Qinj. How did Uncle Dai's affection suddenly rise? Lin Zhuan was full of question marks in his mind, unable to figure it out. But looking at the numbers on the point panel in his mind, which increased from 10 points per second to 20 points per second, Lin Zhuan's breathing quickened, and he even had the thought of always sticking to Su Fan for points. It must be said that the speed at which these points increased made him feel excited. After all, just standing by the other person's side, doing nothing, and earning 20 points per second, it was tempting. What about 1 minute? 1 hour? 1 day? A quick calculation revealed the huge and terrifying accumulation of affection points that he could amass as long as he had enough time. Realizing how insanely fast the points were accumulating, Lin Xuan had a moment where he even wanted to be intimate and stick close to Uncle Dai. However, as a straight guy, how could he bend over backward for a few affection points? After all, as nice as points are, they can't compare to the scent of a woman's body. And Lin Xuan believed that as long as he could find a way to stick close to Su Qinj, the points he would receive would be unimaginable. When the time came, he wouldn't have to do anything all day. He could just stick to his wife under the covers every day and earn points. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Isn't that better than following a stinky man every day? It's almost time. In a little while, King's leg will be completely healed, and by then, hey. Just as Lin Xuan was thinking and licking his lips, revealing a lewd smile, Su Qinj noticed the man's oddness. She swallowed nervously and asked softly, "Xuan, what are you thinking? Why do you have such a weird expression? You scared me." At this, Xuan wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and looked down at the girl in his arms, his face full of deep meaning. "Guess what? Huh? How can I guess? Hamo tilde tilde to 0.5 seconds later, a series of system prompt sounds sounded in Lin Xuan's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for swallowing the saliva of the supporting actress Su Qinj. Reward, 500 affection points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the tongue affection area again. Reward, 500 affection points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for further unlocking the teeth affection area. Reward, 500 affection points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reopening the close-range affection. Reward, 5,000 points. Bird Mountain Akira, April 5, 1955, March 1, 2024. It was only today that I learned that this world-renowned manga artist passed away. It's a sign that things in life are impermanent. I grew up watching Dragon Ball 2. It seems like I watched it on Hong Kong's TVB about 20 years ago. Dragon Ball is filled with memories of my childhood. I remember that I used to imitate Sun Wukong at school, being full of adolescent vigor, shouting waves and energy blasts with my classmates, or doing the Saiyan transformation pose, imagining myself transforming to, howling to the sky. It's still embarrassing and awkward to think about it now. The shoes almost caught a big hole. But that was a time that will never return. The best moments of my childhood. I wish Akira Toriyama a safe journey. In honor of him, I offer you a wave of reminiscence of Dragon Ball fan fiction. Chapter 340. Tang pretended to be unconscious following Lin Xuan's suggestion. Shenghao Hotel. I'm sorry, Qiaoshan. I can't betray Shuyun. In this lifetime, we are destined to have fate but not a future. Let's not meet again in the future. I'm afraid of misunderstanding with my family. In Qiaoshan's hopeful eyes, Tang Guowen, with a big flat-top hairstyle, still remembered the code of conduct for men and made the right decision. This heartless man. I brought out memories from my youth and even the emotional support of the song god. But he remains indifferent, completely forgetting the unwavering promise they made under the moonlight by the flowers years ago. This is men. None of them are good. Since you won't accept the toast, then don't blame me for resorting to sneaky tricks. Realizing that Tang Guowen is a heartless man, Qiaoshan is determined to part ways with him tonight. Inside, Qiaoshan is furious and twisted. But on the surface, she pretends to be understanding, picking up two glasses of red wine on the table. Tang Jie, you don't need to feel guilty towards me. I should be the one to apologize. Tonight, I didn't think it through. You already have a happy family. I shamelessly tried to interfere in your marriage. Seeing you and your wife so loving towards each other, I sincerely feel happy for you. Here, I sincerely wish you both a lifetime of happiness. Finally, I'd like to invite you to drink this forgetfulness wine together. From now on, let's forget each other and part ways. With a slight blush in her eyes, Qiaoshan looked affectionately at Tang Guowen in front of her, her face full of reluctance. Suddenly, as if she had made a decision, she shed tears, lifted the cup and drank all the wine in one go. The whole action was seamless, no trace of performance, just a devoted woman sacrificing herself for the one she loves but cannot have. If this performance was directed towards another man, how moved and touched he would be, potentially falling into Qiaoshan's tender embrace. Unfortunately, Tang Guowen didn't show any signs of being touched. He looked at the glass of wine, handed to him by the woman, and recalled his nephew's secrets he overheard, his expression becoming increasingly bizarre. In fact, blame must fall on the uncle for meddling too much in others' affairs. Upon receiving a distress call from his first love in the middle of the night, he was easily fooled into a hotel, drinking the wine handed to him by others. He didn't know. The wine had already been drugged by that woman. Upon foolishly drinking himself unconscious, his purity was shamefully tarnished by that woman. Waking up without thinking clearly, he thought it was his own fault for behaving recklessly, filled with guilt towards that woman. Initially, Tang had doubts about the truth of his nephew's confessions. However, after experiencing so many confirmed coincidences, he had no choice but to believe. Yet, he still found it difficult to accept. How could the kind girl from his memories, warm and radiant as the rising sun, transform into such a malicious person in just a dozen years? How sad and regrettable. Tang Jie. Oh, hey, what's wrong? Why aren't you drinking? Don't tell me you don't want to drink the last glass with me. Seeing Tang Guowen's hesitation and strange look, Qiaoshen felt a tremor in her heart. Did she reveal her intention somehow, just as she started to panic? I'm sorry, Qiaoshen, I apologize. Recently, I haven't been feeling well, and the doctor advised against drinking, so I can only take a small sip at most. Remembering the feigned unconsciousness suggestion from his nephew, Tang Guowen, holding on to a last bit of luck, took the glass of wine, pretended to take a sip. Seeing this, Qiaoshen's eyes sparkled brightly. She knew. It worked. The wine was laced with a large dose of sleeping pills, and even a small sip was enough to put an adult into a deep slumber. What's wrong? Qiaoshen, why do I suddenly feel dizzy? Huh? The effect was so quick. The despicable man reacted right after drinking? Who said all counterfeit goods were fake? The efficacy of this drug is simply outstanding. Seeing Tang Guowen's dazed eyes collapsing on the sofa, Qiaoshen's heart raced with excitement. Unbeknownst to her, he was slyly opening one eye a crack, stealing glances at her, _. Then, in a panic, Qiaoshen discovered a variety of BDSM props she had prepared from nowhere, a whip, handcuffs, collar, candles, and more. With a cold smile, she gazed at the man on the couch. You despicable man, dare to refuse me. Do you think you can escape my control so easily? You're delusional. I owe so much money to loan sharks, and I'm counting on you to help me repay it. Where would I find another suitable sucker like you if you leave? Damn it. My family was clearly so influential. If only you had told me earlier. How could I have possibly broken up with you? My current situation, it's all your fault. Thinking of leaving me. Don't even think about it. Watch how I deal with you tonight. In this moment, Qiaoshen was like a different person, full of foul language and obscenities, compared to her previous gentle and obedient self. It was as if two entirely different people were speaking. She took out a pack of Dak Yonnan brand cigarettes from her bag, lit one skillfully, and started cursing angrily while blowing clouds of smoke. This revealed uglier side completely caught Tang Guowen off guard. Never could he have imagined the warm and radiant moonlight from his memories would become so appalling. Compared to the anger from being schemed against, Tang Guowen felt more sorrow, disillusionment, disgust, and indignation. On the other side, Qiaoshen, taking a deep drag from her cigarette, exhaled smoke rings, casually threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, clapped her hands. All right, let's begin the B plan now. Despicable man. After tonight, you'll never escape from my clutches. Qiaoshen's face was filled with a cold smile as she quickly removed all her clothes, revealing her greasy flesh. Then, she walked towards the man on the couch. Chapter 341 Zuxryan catches his wife with their children at the scene of infidelity. What is this? Qiaoshen, how could you turn into this ghost-like appearance? Looking at the severely sagging breasts of the girl he once loved, the dry and yellowed skin, the large circle of layered fat on her belly. Disgusting to the extreme, absolutely lacking in beauty. A woman like this, even if she were to strip naked in front of the public, I doubt any man would be able to get aroused, right? In the future foreseen by his nephew, oneself, abandoning his beautiful wife of the past for this kind of trash. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is unscientific Kaka, and at this moment, Jiao Shan had already walked to the man's side, reaching out to undo Tang Gowen's belt. In order to be able to control this man in the future and live the life of a wealthy lady of a prominent family, she planned to stage a drama of turning cooked rice into ready meals. Nani? Oh, what are you trying to do? Don't tarnish my purity. Help, see. Don't come closer. Feeling a restless hand roaming on oneself, Tang Gowen couldn't help but roar in terror in his heart. He really couldn't keep up the act any longer. Just as he was about to roll like a carp, he quickly got up, angrily scolding Jiao Shan for her shamelessness. Crack! The door was pushed open, and the two people inside the room both froze. Tang Gowen raised his eyes and saw at the entrance the figures of a man and 3 women, and those 4 people were none other than his wife, son, and 2 daughters. All of them looking at the completely naked Jiao Shan and the sleeping father on the sofa with dumbfounded expressions. They arrived sooner than expected, never thinking they would actually catch them in bed. Jiao Shan was the first to come to her senses, immediately covering her sagging breasts and letting out a piercing scream. How could she have imagined that someone would suddenly burst in? And her loud scream just happened to wake up the other baffled people present. On the sofa, Tang Gowen remained motionless, as if sound asleep. But internally, he was in a state of panic, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. What's going on? How could Xiaochuan and the others appear here? This really got messed up, a disaster. What should I do? Knowing his wife's temperament, it seems I can't clear myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. In utter confusion, Tang Gowen had no choice but to continue pretending to be asleep, watching and waiting for what would happen next. Fine. I never expected you, Dad, to really have an affair. I'm so disappointed in you. You always appear so upright, teaching me to uphold male virtues. Yet here you are sneaking out in the middle of the night to meet with a mistress, utterly shameless. Mom, if you want to divorce Dad, I'll definitely support you. At the door, Tong Chun couldn't contain his anger, shouting loudly, then turning to face his mother, venting his grievances for her. Hearing these words, Tang Gowen on the sofa felt half dead with anger, almost unable to resist jumping up and giving himself a big slap in the face, actually suggesting for their parents to divorce. This unfilial child. Helpless, Tang Gowen could only place his hope on his daughter Tongru. He always doted on this daughter so much. Surely she would speak up for him and help calm down his furious wife. Only in this matter, Tang Gowen had about a 95% absolute certainty. But who would have thought? The next moment, he would be betrayed by Zhamiano. Dear mother, father most likely was fooled by some vixen, which made him act foolishly. Once he regains his senses, he will understand that wild flowers are not as fragrant as those at home. How could those wicked women ever compare to you, mother? On Tilda, it's said that all crows are black alike. Men in the world are no different, loving the taste of fresh meat, especially the thrill of illicit affairs. For many men, it's both dangerous and exhilarating, satisfying a freshness that the legitimate wife cannot provide. Dear mother, perhaps this is the fate of us women. Sob. In this patriarchal society, we women have always had little social standing, allowing men to bully us as they please. But rest assured, Giroux will always stand by dear mother's side. If you want a divorce, I will definitely be 100% supportive, following you. Hearing these words, Tang Gowen almost choked on his breath, feeling close to passing out from anger. All right. Giroux, Dad is so disappointed in you, having showered you with love. Tang Gowen never imagined that his most beloved daughter would betray him at such a critical moment. Pain. It hurts too much. A piercing pain to the heart. And at this moment, Chu Ling furrowed her brows and spoke, her voice falling into Tang Gowen's ears like a divine message. The eyes can deceive. I believe in father's character. He is not that kind of person. You see, father is lying motionless on the sofa. I suspect he was tricked or even drugged by someone. Hearing this, Tang Gowen almost shed tears of gratitude. At the same time, he felt a twinge of guilt. Never did he expect that. The newly recognized daughter of the Tang family would be the one firmly standing by him, unconditionally trusting his character. On the other side, Zhuxian waved her hand, ignoring the babbling of the children beside her. She had long known the truth of the matter from her nephew's perspective. She glanced at the still sleeping Tang Goen on the sofa, once again astonished by Lin Juan's foreseeing. Truly an infallible strategy. Bastard! Who are you? Why did you suddenly barge into my private room? Get out now, or I'll call the police to arrest you. At this moment, Qiao Shan, who had redressed, holding a whip, glared angrily at X-Shrine and the others. Don't you know who I am? Are you Chinese Yuan? Who the hell are you guys anyway? I am Tang Goen's wife. You are the Jade Emperor ... What did you say? Qiao Shan stared wide-eyed as if seeing a ghost, unsure how to react. Zhuxian, however, with a cold expression, strode forward in large steps, her strong aura forcing Qiao Shan to retreat repeatedly. What? Surprised? You were thinking of seducing me, yet you didn't even bother to investigate my identity. That's quite overconfident of you. As a slut, you really fall short. Are you good at anything besides pleasing men? Is there anything in your brain besides crap? Chapter 342. Qiaoshan's unusual 3 views. Willing to be the third party? Shanghao Hotel, room 403. As a slutty chicken, you are really not qualified at all. Could it be that besides being good at pleasing men using your upper and lower holes, all that's in your head is crap? Under the pressing intimidation of the main wife, Qiaoshan's face turned ugly, instinctively stepping back repeatedly. She never expected. What should have been a seamless plan, just implemented and caught by the main wife. How can she handle this now? Speechless. For now, the only way out is to stick to the end. Otherwise, if this woman in front of her reports to the police, she might be thrown in for attempted rape. Although a man's chastity is worthless, she belongs to a disadvantaged group and also carries the exclusive female bug of the. Under normal circumstances, the law would try to minimize major incidents and simplify minor ones as much as possible. But for dealing with someone as powerful as the Tang family, this trick might not be enough. If Su Shuyun doesn't swallow her pride and insists on messing with her. Even Qiaoshan, just thinking about it, knows that the latter part of her life is destined to be a tragedy. So, she decided to go all out, revealing everything directly. Anyway, Tang Guowen still has lingering feelings for her, and in the end, he will definitely choose her. With this confidence, Qiaoshan felt 95% certain of success. Mrs. Su, you misunderstand me. I never wanted to compete with you for Tang Jie. Not hiding it from you, I am actually Tang Ji's first love. We once made a lifelong commitment to each other, experienced a deeply memorable love. But unfortunately, due to various constraints of reality, we ended up going separate ways, unable to be together. But after parting ways, I still can't forget Tang Jie. I miss him, I love him. But I also know that he is already married, with a happy family. Thus, I have been suppressing my emotions, afraid to disturb his life. Tonight, the reason I asked Tang Jie out to meet is because I could no longer bear the pain of missing him. That's why I thought of meeting him. Qiao Shan switched to a gentle and virtuous demeanor, her face full of innocence, almost on the verge of tears. She turned to look at Tang Guowen on the sofa, her gaze filled with reluctance and deep affection. Suddenly, she bowed 90 degrees to Su Shuyun, her eyes reddened, and with a pitiful expression, she pleaded, Mrs. Su, could you please let Tang Jie be with me? I really can't live without him. Please, just think of me as pitiful and let him be with me. I beg you. I will be forever grateful to you, and I will bless you. With your looks and talent, even without Tang Jie, I'm sure you'll find a better man, like Li Jie, Wang Jie, or Huang Jie. I grew up poor in the countryside. The only powerful person I know is Tang Jie. He is my last chance to cross the social class and live as a rich wife. Please, Mrs. Su. You're so kind. How could you be so heartless and watch my whole family suffer a life of farming? Double quotes ... What? Could it be that we're hallucinating? Has being a mistress become so brazen nowadays? She's actually asking a wife to give up her husband to climb the social ladder. If Zhu Liang were to hear this, he'd probably jump out of his grave and scold her. I have never seen such a shameless person. Also, what's up with her expression? What's with those tears? She looks like she's the wife instead of Mrs. Su. If someone didn't know better, they might think she's the legitimate wife. Not only was Su Shuyun stunned by these strange words, but everyone else present was also left dumbfounded by Qiao Shan's outrageous behavior. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Qiao Shan casually walked up to the legitimate wife and wrapped her arm around Su Shuyun's, pretending to be affectionate. Mrs. Su, everything has its order. You, a woman educated at a high level, must understand this principle better than I do. Strictly speaking, I am Tang Ji's first love, and you are the third party who intervened between us. Of course, legally, you are Tang Ji's lawful wife. Ancient wisdom says, love grows over time. I believe you have feelings for Tang Ji and can't easily let go of him. But I also have an unwavering love for your husband. Since we both love him so much and can't live without him, let's do this. I'm a traditional girl, but for the man I love, I'm willing to make the biggest compromise. If you don't mind, I can be the mistress, and the position of the wife will still be yours. As long as I can be close to your husband, I don't care about any title. As for the time-sharing issue, I can take some sacrifices. I'll take the 3 days, and you'll have the 4. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday will be your days, and Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, he'll be mine. Sister, what do you think? Doesn't my suggestion sound good? ... Qiao Shan smiled and affectionately hugged Su Shuyun's arm, her face full of happiness, as if she were already imagining their future together. She even stopped calling the legitimate wife, Mrs. Su, and took it upon herself to address her as sister. Silence. The room was eerily quiet as everyone was once again stunned by this shameless speech, unsure of how to react. Even Tang Ro, who prided herself on her tea ceremony skills, couldn't help but admire Qiao Shan, thinking her path in tea arts was far from it. What do I think? I'm watching. From any angle, you're a dirty chicken with a serious illness. ... Su Shuyun came to her senses, her anger almost reaching the boiling point. She couldn't believe Tang Ji's first love would turn out to be such an audacious woman. What kind of fool was her husband back then? Sister, how can you insult me? Wasn't my suggestion a win-win solution? Tang Ji just agreed with me. See, he's so happy he even drank more, and now he's drunk. ... She pointed to Tang Guowen, who was passed out on the sofa, and started spouting nonsense. Tang Guowen, what? I didn't. I'm not. Don't make things up. Tang Guowen, who was pretending to be asleep, was so frustrated he nearly wanted to vomit blood. He had finally seen his first love's true face, and all the good memories were shattered. But he didn't know how to explain, so he continued pretending to sleep. Fortunately, not everyone present was clueless. Especially Su Shuyun, who had overheard her nephew's thoughts, wasn't buying a word Qiao Shan said. Tang Ji is drunk. Ha! I don't believe a word of it. You're a dirty chicken, wicked to the core. Sister, please don't go too far. I'm a clean woman. How can you call me a dirty chicken? I'm not a chicken. After being insulted repeatedly, Qiao Shan's face turned sour. She pretended to be angry and tried to defend herself, bringing up Tang Guowen to guilt-trip Su Shuyun in the name of love. Sister, this is Tang Ji's wish. Don't you want to listen to what Tang Ji says? Are you really so selfish? Tang Ji just wants to have both of us and enjoy the best of both worlds. Why can't you understand? ... Su Shuyun didn't bother responding to Qiao Shan's constant prattle. She pushed her away and walked over to the sofa to look at her sleeping husband. Slap, slap, slap. She gave Tang Guowen several hard slaps across the face. His cheek immediately turned red and swollen, but he still refused to wake up. Seeing this, Su Shuyun frowned. Meanwhile, behind her, a nervous Qiao Shan sighed in relief. Luckily, I didn't buy a fake product. She had been assured by the seller on Pinduoduo that it would last for 8 hours. Even if set on fire, slashed with knives, or submerged in water, it wouldn't wake up. She was skeptical at first, but now it seemed the seller wasn't lying. What Qiao Shan didn't know was that Tang Guowen wasn't pretending. He was actually knocked out cold. Feeling the pain on his face, he thought to himself, this is unbearable, as he tried to find an opportunity to pretend to wake up slowly. Suddenly, two fingers grabbed his chest and twisted them 180 degrees. Ah! Tang Guowen jumped up from the sofa, clutching his chest in agony, and began jumping around the room as if he had been stabbed. 2.5 minutes later, the pain subsided slightly. Tang looked down at his chest and saw it was covered in red marks. He was at a loss for what to do, on the verge of tears. At that moment, a cold voice came from not far away. "Awake now." Tang froze, realizing the embarrassing situation he was in. He stiffened and turned around, forcing a smile. "Wife, Zichuan, why are you here? What happened?" Su Shuyan shot him a deadly look and said angrily, "HMPH. You fool. You didn't even realize you were being played. Also, didn't you say I was your first love? How come there's suddenly another one? You'd better explain yourself. ... Faced with his wife's dangerous gaze, Tang broke out in cold sweat. He finally managed to force out a sentence. "Wife, I didn't lie to you. You are my true first love. The others were just a rehearsal." "Heh, nice try. We'll talk when we get home." As the couple bickered affectionately, Qiao Shan stood aside with a grim expression. She never expected Tang would humiliate her in front of his wife, calling her his first love. She gritted her teeth and forced out to tears, pretending to be pitiful. "Tang Jie, how could you forget about me and fall for someone new? Have you forgotten the promises we made? ... This wretched woman, even now, was trying to stir up trouble. Tang Guowen's mouth twitched. He wanted nothing more than to slap her several times. Having learned the true nature of his first love, his admiration for her vanished completely. As he tried to explain himself to his wife, "Qiao Shan, 48 years old. She and my husband went to the same high school, and later became a couple by chance. They broke up when they went to different cities for college. ... Su Shuyan recounted Qiao Shan's past with perfect clarity. After overhearing her nephew's thoughts, she'd learned everything about Qiao Shan's history. Her family has always been poor, but they moved to a wealthy district. She had always coveted a rich life, but her family background couldn't keep up. She's done many shady things in the past and even had an affair with a married man. If you had come to your senses and stopped back then, at least with the money you earned by selling yourself, you could have lived a life free from want. Unfortunately, your greed knew no bounds, and later, under the schemes of certain people, you ended up addicted to drugs and gambling." Chapter 343, Su Shuyan makes a dominant entrance. Qiao Shan's scheme exposed. Previous chapter has been updated after picking up bad habits. In less than half a year, all the wealth you had accumulated before will be squandered. In order to have enough money to continue enjoying yourself, you borrowed a large sum of high-interest loans from Zhao Hu. Now that the repayment deadline is approaching, aren't you feeling anxious and desperate? With no way out, you coincidentally found out about Lao Tang's current status and immediately started to harbor evil intentions. Su Shuyan sneered, revealing the information she had gathered one by one. The explosive content shocked the others present, leaving them in awe. At this moment, as the person directly involved, Qiao Shan was undoubtedly the most shocked. How could she have never imagined that Su Shuyan would know so much about her, as if she had investigated her in advance? But the two of them didn't know each other before, so this shouldn't be possible. Of course, no matter what, she was absolutely not going to admit to these things. Otherwise, even if Tang Guowen loves her, knowing about the absurd things she had experienced over the years, he would never accept her. "Mrs. Su, you've gone too far. Slandering. What you're doing is blatant slander. I understand your concern about your husband being taken away, but you shouldn't fabricate these groundless stories to smear a woman's innocence. I conduct myself cleanly and transparently, but why do you make me look so bad in your mouth? If this accidentally leaks out, how am I supposed to face my family and friends in the future? Tang Jie, can't you control your wife? Say something." Sob. "Are you also believing that I am the shameless type of woman?" Qiao Shan wiped away her tears, fully denying Su Shuyan's accusations. She cast a helpless and pitiful look towards Tang Guowen, hoping he would come to her rescue like a hero. But what made her feel uneasy was, the man who had lingering affections for her not long ago, now coldly glanced at her, indifferent, as if he had seen through her tricks. Su Shuyan remained calm as she casually took out some documents and photos from her designer handbag, throwing them in front of Qiao Shan. In order to make Lao Tang completely give up on his first love, she had specifically gathered enough evidence which could absolutely leave Qiao Shan speechless. "Take a look for yourself." These are photos of you using drugs, gambling, and I even went to find Zhao to get the video evidence of you taking out a loan in the nude. There are even records of your purchases on Pinksixi, like the list of aphrodisiacs you bought, and your conversations with the sellers and more. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Qiao Shan turned pale, frozen in place. She looked at the vast number of photos at her feet, her mind blank, unable to refute a single word. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you called Lao Tang late at night, tricking him into coming to the hotel, was to have him drink the drug drink you prepared. Once this fool drank till he fainted, you took the chance to play around with his body. When Lao Tang regains consciousness, you would use his trust in you to make him subconsciously believe that he had harmed you in a drunken stupor. Filled with self-reproach, Lao Tang would only feel guilty towards you. When you shed crocodile tears and successfully portray yourself as a victim of Lao Tang's drunken mistake, you might even hypocritically leave for a while, saying things like, "I won't ruin your family. I'm not a third party. I won't make things difficult for you." By following this process of manipulation, with Lao Tang's stature, he would only feel more guilty towards you. When you show up pregnant, with a child he wouldn't know whose it is, crying and seeking shelter with him, Lao Tang will definitely, under the softness of his heart, choose to accept you and the child in your belly. After that, driven by guilt towards me, your whispered encouragement, it's even possible he might choose to divorce me. When Su Shiyun calmly stated her deductions, the expressions of the people present all changed dramatically. Tang Chuan was full of admiration, thinking his mother was like a reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes, predicting the future plot developments. Her intelligence was amazing. Tang Rose squinted her eyes, with a hint of vigilance and concern flashing in them. Watching Qiao Shan, a veteran in the green tea field, being defeated under Su Shiyun's hands, she felt a sudden panic, constantly reminding herself to be cautious in the future, never easily revealing her flaws. Meanwhile, on the side, Tang Guowen and Chu Ling, who knew the truth, both displayed expressions of surprise. They had gleaned information about Qiao Shan's scheme through Tang Chuan's thoughts. Yet Su Shiyun had managed to deduce the ins and outs of the situation purely through analysis, and what was even more astonishing, her deductions were exactly in line with what was in Tang Chuan's thoughts. Terrifying! "You scheming wretch, do you have anything else to say?" Sensing the worshipful and alarmed gazes around her, Su Shiyun remained outwardly calm as she reveled in secret satisfaction at the feeling of showing off in front of others. It was truly exhilarating. Qiao Shan completely lost her wits, dumbfounded and stunned, standing there unsure of how to react, a sense of fear even creeping into her heart. She had truly been frightened by Su Shiyun's all-knowing presence. It seemed that in front of her, she had no secrets, and all her privacy was known to her. She couldn't understand how this woman could be so all-knowing, knowing so much about her. But one thing Qiao Shan was clear on, her plans to marry into a wealthy family, with this revelation, had completely gone down the drain. She had intended to leverage their past friendship to make one last struggle. But when she made eye contact with Tang Guowen, who gave her a look of disgust, Qiao Shan subconsciously fell silent, feeling desolate. From this moment on, she knew that she and this man had no chance at all. HMPH. I haven't forgiven you yet. Wait and see how you behave in the future. If I'm not satisfied, be prepared for a divorce. Divorce? No, we can't divorce. I was wrong. Wife, from now on, I'll do everything your way. Watching Tang Guowen's grateful and earnest attempts to please her, Su Shiyun couldn't help but feel secretly satisfied. With this first love incident, Tang was bound to feel guilty towards her, allowing her to take advantage of him as she pleased. As for why she easily let Qiao Shan off the hook, the reasons weren't as magnanimous as everyone might think. That woman not only has drug addiction and gambling habits, but also has venereal diseases and even owes a large sum of high-interest loans. Such a person is destined for tragedy. If she were to be taken into the police station, it would actually be a form of redemption for her, as she could start anew behind bars. How could I allow such a thing to happen? She can only continue to survive in the lower depths of society, causing her the most torment. Hey! Su Shiyun's lips curled slightly, revealing a devilish and sinister smile. At the same time, she felt a hint of gratitude towards her nephew. If not for accidentally overhearing his thoughts, her family might have slowly fallen apart due to Qiao Shan's schemes. It was fortunate that as the grand aunt with heavenly authority, She had managed to change the course of fate through her own efforts. Su Shiyun made a decision that in the future, she must find every possible way to stay close to her nephew, to constantly gather information about the future. At this moment, it wasn't just her with such intentions, but also Tang Guowen and Chu Ling. Ding! Tang Guowen's favorability rating increased. Reward, 500 attachment points. Ding! Su Shiyun's favorability rating increased. Reward, 500 attachment points. Ding! Chu Ling's favorability rating increased. Reward, to 1,000 attachment points. At the Su family manor, Lin Zhuan, who was lying in bed telling stories to his wife, suddenly sat up. Oh, what's going on? First it was the eldest uncle, and now it's the eldest uncle, eldest aunt, and cousin consecutively raising their favorability ratings. Is there something happening at this moment that I don't know about? Oh, what's wrong with you, Zhuan? Nothing. Let's continue with the story of Sadako versus Kayako. Lin Zhuan shook his head, letting go of his thoughts, and lay back down on the bed. As they say, the skies are vast, the earth is vast, but the wife is the most important. Now was the time for some delightful attachment time, and he was too lazy to worry about what was happening over at the eldest uncle's place. End of the chapter. Chapter 344. Chu Ling in danger. Damn it, don't underestimate the bonds between family members. Shanghao Hotel. Room 443. Tang Chuan patted his father's shoulder, showing admiration for his righteous behavior. Dad, I always knew you were a man of integrity. Indeed, neither Mom nor I have misjudged you. Ouch. What are you doing? Tang Guowen raised an eyebrow, fed up with his son's passionate antics, and firmly grabbed his eldest son's ear. You little brat, planning to rebel. Ha! Thinking I didn't hear you inciting. Tang Guowen paused midway through his sentence. He had intended to mention how Tang Chuan had instigated his wife to divorce him. But wouldn't revealing this expose his feigned ignorance? Son, what did I say? Why did you suddenly grab my ear? It hurts. If you hit someone, you need to give a reason. Otherwise, you're just engaging in domestic violence, and I can report and arrest you. Tang Chuan, feeling wronged, accused his father of being cruel. But Tang Guowen paid no attention to his son's resistance, brushed off the accusation, and beat him even more severely. After a tumultuous encounter, with the mediation of Su Shiyun, the drama finally came to a temporary end. Just as everyone was preparing to leave. Crash! A thunderous noise rang out, and the wall suddenly exploded. A dark figure flew out from the hole, landing beside Tang Guowen and the others. It was only then that everyone was shocked to find that the figure that landed beside them was actually a sturdy black man. What's going on? Are we filming a movie? What movie requires such dedicated effort? And he's even vomiting blood? Could he have internal injuries? And how could he fly so far without the use of any tools? How was that possible? And this is a 5-star hotel. Which director's crew is so bold? Did they detonate the place for real? What about the compensation? Tang Chuan's mouth hung open, mind filled with giant question marks, muttering to himself. Not just him, Tang Guowen and the others were also startled, completely lost as to what was happening right in front of them. At this moment, the blood crow spat out black blood, struggling to rise from the ground, looking towards the cloaked figure that emerged from the hole, a look of horror in his eyes. Are you a member of the Celestial Hall? The blood crow was extremely confident in his own strength, so he hadn't taken the cloaked figure seriously at first. But when he caught sight of the cape emblem behind the figure, he had a belated realization and showed signs of nervousness. There was no escaping it. The reputation of the Celestial Hall outside their borders was defamous. His Blood Skull organization in the underworld was one of the top killer groups, but compared to the renowned Celestial Hall, they were inferior by several levels. Damn it! Why would someone from that organization come looking for me? Did I unwittingly offend them during a previous mission? Furrowing his brow, the blood crow pondered, unable to figure it out. He didn't want to make enemies with the belligerent organization of the Celestial Hall and had intended to communicate with the mysterious person to try and turn an enemy into a friend. Little did he know the other person was a madman. After the singing stopped, without speaking a word, he ruthlessly attacked, his murderous intent unveiled. And in the brief exchange, the Blood Crow's face showed fear. He realized the disparity in strength between them. He had to escape. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive the night. What do you want from me to let go of my sister? I'll give you whatever you want. Facing the cloaked figure, the Blood Crow looked distressed, struggling in broken Mandarin. Unfortunately, Su Fan didn't even bother to acknowledge his plea. He needed the Blood Crow's life to intimidate the entire underworld. The Blood Crow, seeing no success in using words to communicate, grabbed a nearby girl, threatening Su Fan by choking her neck. "Stop right there, or I'll kill her." Surprisingly, at the Blood Crow's threat, Su Fan actually halted his steps, much to the Blood Crow's delight. He hadn't expected much from the act of holding a hostage, as at their level, many didn't care about ordinary lives. But to his surprise, his desperate attempt actually worked, providing him an unexpected advantage. "Is it her?" After seeing the face of the captive, Su Fan frowned. He wasn't a saint. If the hostage were a complete stranger, he wouldn't bother with the Blood Crow's threats, thinking the victim was just unlucky. However, seeing the girl before him, Su Fan remembered her as a relative of his brother-in-law, possibly named Chu Ling. They had crossed paths briefly at the hospital before, and in a way, this girl was somewhat related to him. So how could he remain indifferent? This situation seemed a bit tricky now. Just as Su Fan was in a dilemma, Tang and his family, who had been in a daze earlier, finally snapped out of it. You! Let go of my daughter! Let's talk things out! Don't harm her! She's innocent! How about this? I can trade places with her. I'm the head of the Tang family. My value as a hostage is greater. No, switch with me. Don't harm my daughter. She's still a child. Seeing their daughter in danger, Tang and his wife were frantic, offering to be hostages in exchange. Despite some minor disagreements earlier, Chu Ling was still their child. As parents, they couldn't just stand by and watch. And with Tang being the destined uncle, having great luck, they were confident they could turn the situation around. With this confidence, the couple weren't hesitant and were eager to offer themselves as hostages. Even Tang Chuan was chest-thumping, excitedly challenging the Blood Crow. "Black Devil, come at me if you dare to release my sister. You only dare to bully a woman. Are you even a man? Have the guts to let go of my sister and face me like a man? I, Tang-san of the Tang family, fear you not. Come at me. Just because you're ugly, you think you can scare me. Let me tell you, don't underestimate the bonds between our family members. Dare to touch a member of the Tang family. I see you've chosen the path of death. Beware, my own mother entangles." Despite feeling some dissatisfaction towards Chu Ling, thinking she had taken advantage of their kinship and hurt their beloved younger sister Tangro. However, regardless of that, she was still a family member, and as an elder brother, Tang Chuan decisively stepped forward. At that moment, the Tang family was clamoring to be the Blood Crow's hostage, demanding him to let go of Chu Ling. These lunatics! Watching this bizarre scene unfold before him, the Blood Crow couldn't help but curse inwardly. Even among close friends overseas, when self-interest was at play, who would care about whether someone lived or died? They would selfishly choose to protect themselves. The Blood Crow had never seen so many people who didn't fear for their own lives. But that wasn't essential. His goal was to use these people to escape from the monster not far away. With them valuing each other's life so much, they were easier to manipulate. However, having just one hostage gave him a sense of insecurity, so he needed to increase his bargaining chips. On the other side, as Chu Ling was being held by the Blood Crow, she initially showed a lot of fear and anxiety. But upon witnessing her family's fearless and selfless actions, her face filled with worrying, requesting to exchange places with her. Chu Ling felt the scene before her began to blur unknowingly. Even though she was in danger at that moment, she couldn't feel any fear. Instead, she felt warmth and a sense of happiness in her heart. So, this is what family love is like, huh? This is what it feels like to be cared for by family. Not long ago, the loved ones had decisively chosen Tangro over her. At that time, Chu Ling's heart was broken and in despair. She had stopped harboring high hopes for the familial affection she had longed for, and had deemed herself forever unwanted, insignificant. That was her fate, what she had to accept. But who would have thought that despite feeling abandoned by her family, she was once again able to sense the long-lost warmth of familial love from those around Su Shuyan. This realization made her dim eyes flicker with light again. It turns out, there are people who care about and love her. Reflecting on this, not wanting her family to be in danger, Chu Ling firmly pressed her hand on the Blood Crow's elbow, as if afraid he would loosen his grip on her neck. I command you not to exchange hostages. Come at me if you have any issues. I'm not afraid of you. Chu Ling took a deep breath, her voice cold. As the cousin of the destined celestial, she was determined not to fall here. Is she going mad again? Chu Ling's strange actions left the Blood Crow feeling numb. He thought to himself that the Chinese had gone crazy, that they all seemed so reckless and had no regard for their lives. Meanwhile, Su Shuyan and the others, upon witnessing this, showed even more worrying, shouting, Little Ling, don't be impulsive. Black Devil, come at me. Let go of my daughter, I'll be your hostage. Standing by everyone's side, Tang watched the scene, her eyes flashing with resentment and darkness. She wished the Blood Crow would act soon, so this thief who attempted to steal her happy life would be eliminated. Since Chu Ling's appearance, the family's attention had always been focused on her. But ever since the shameless individual showed up at their doorstep, he gradually stole the affection and attention that should have belonged to her, something Tang could not bear. Regardless, she would find a way to remove this barrier in the form of Chu Ling. But now, with him in imminent danger, even if she had to feign concern in front of her parents, trying not to feel sick and putting on an act, Tang began to show a look of worrying, starting to display a blast of acting skills. Anyone watching her performance at that moment would think she and Chu Ling were the closest of friends. Please, let go of my sister. She's still a patient, she can't bear to be treated like this. I'll be your hostage, just release Chu Ling, and I'll do anything you want. I'm willing to exchange my life for hers, trade myself for her. After all, I'm just a fake rich girl who has occupied so many years of my sister's life. The guilt I feel makes me unwilling to continue living. I want to return it to her, give back the remaining years of her life to Chu Ling. Because she is the true heiress of the Tang family, and I am just a negligible thief. Tang Ru's eyes filled with tears, forcing a performance that was almost a convincing wailing. At one point, she even genuinely identified herself with her sister. Seeing that Chu Ling could not be exchanged as a hostage, Tang didn't mind making her act even more convincing, and with so many people around, it didn't seem possible for her to become the hostage anyway. So Tang calmly pushed herself a bit more, getting lost in her own acting skills. It was until she heard, "All right, you want to exchange hostages, right? You, come here, Dad, huh?" Looking at the Blood Crow pointing at her, Tang was dumbfounded. He had any reaction. Me? You're calling me? Yes. You, come here. Impatient, the Blood Crow urged Tang in extremely broken Mandarin. He didn't really intend to let Chu Ling go. He just wanted to escape with 2 hostages at once for added security. And in this situation, the woman who was sobbing seemed to be the most suitable choice. She was petite and easy to control, and was the sister of the girl he was already holding hostage. With one person under control, it would shackle the other from daring to flee. This plan was absolutely perfect. At this moment, faced with the Blood Crow's urging, Tang was completely dumbfounded, standing in place with an unpleasant expression, caught in a dilemma. In her mind, she cursed the Blood Crow's ancestors up and down. Tiangong Divine Step, Flash 8 thankfully, taking advantage of the Blood Crow's distraction, Su Fan made a bold move. He cherished family love above all, and after feeling the kinship bond between the members of the Tang family, he secretly resolved to rescue them intact. Chapter 345 ends the slaughter. Su Fan, who can withstand 10,000 people, Heavenly Gravitation Step, Instant Flash. Just as Blood Crow urged Tang forward, he caught a glimpse of Su Fan's figure disappearing, which shocked him. Just as he was about to react, he found that the world in front of him inexplicably turned 180 degrees. At the same time, the light around quickly dimmed, as if night had suddenly descended. Just before his consciousness completely disappeared, Blood Crow suddenly realized that what was spinning was not the world, but his own head. Bang! As the body fell, Su Fan deeply looked at the terrified faces of the Tang family, then swiftly left. The reason he saved these few people was not only because of the touching family relationship. There was also the fact that the Tang family was one of the clans with a marriage arrangement set by the third master. 2.5 hours later, Tang Guowen and his team finished the transcripts and, under police escort, finally returned home. I was scared to death. I didn't expect that weird person to be so powerful, breaking the Black Devil's neck in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, that guy didn't lay a hand on us, otherwise we would have been. Since it was the first time seeing a dead body in person, even though some time had passed, Tang Chuan still felt lingering fear and trepidation. Of course, Tang Guowen and the others who were present also did not have a good complexion. All right, that's enough of this matter. The target of that cloaked person was not us, we just happened to be at the scene of the murder. Since that person didn't attack us, it means he is a principled killer and won't kill innocents recklessly. Unless there are any surprises, we will no longer have any dealings with such dangerous individuals in the future. Let this incident tonight come to an end. It's late now. Let's rest. If there's anything, let's discuss it in the morning. In the calm words of Su Shiyun, everyone finally started to calm down slightly. They then returned to their respective rooms and soon entered dreamland. On this night, readers once again remembered the fear of being dominated by the aquatic thread. Tonight in the Magic City was destined to be a sleepless night worth recording in history. Police officers from the whole city were almost all out. Numerous police cars patrolled the streets, sirens blaring. Despite this, the vicious murders continued to happen unabated. Calls for help came from one place and then another. When the police rushed to the scenes in haste, all they found were bodies in various states. The 43rd one. In a small alley of the bar street, Su Fen walked out expressionless. Behind him lay a fresh body cut in half at the waist. Not enough. There aren't enough people killed yet. Since leaving the St. Hao Hotel, Su Fan had not stopped his killings and continued to hunt around. For a while, the assassins lurking in various places in the Magic City were filled with anxiety. Especially when the world-renowned assassin Blood Crow was rumored to have been killed by a mysterious person, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Some assassins who couldn't bear the psychological pressure decisively abandoned their missions, fleeing from this terrifying city at night. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the world, Su Fan walked out of a billiards club with his hands behind his back. At this moment, a gentle morning breeze brought a hint of coolness. The 90th one? Or the 91st? Never mind. This is the last batch. It should be enough to intimidate those international assassin organizations for a long time. They should reevaluate their abilities and the consequences of invading the Magic City. And with that, Su Fan smirked, facing the warm morning sun, and leisurely left with his hands behind his back. As he left, within the open doors of the billiards club, scattered all over the floor were the horrifying bodies drenched in blood, staining the entire lobby. This was a temporary base set up by the assassins. Sensing the imminent crisis brought by the mysterious person, some foreign forces planned to unite, gather all their strength, and collectively attack Su Fan. However, who would have expected that in the end, Su Fan would directly find them and exterminate the group on the spot? Chapter 346, Lin Zhuan's Touch. Big brother-in-law is too domineering. The next day, the sky was clear. When news of the massacre of the killers dispatched to the Magic City reached overseas, the entire international underworld was shaken. Especially the organization Blood Skull was almost driven mad, enraged and powerless. Blood Crow was their meticulously trained ace killer, the strongest name on the surface. Over the years, they had invested countless efforts to cultivate Blood Crow into a top predator in the killer world, known for being able to assassinate grandmother-level figures. But now, they were easily defeated within the borders of Huaxia. For Blood Skull, this was an immeasurable loss, potentially causing them to fall from the ranks of top killer organizations. The dark web forums experienced a surge in traffic today. Countless underground forces gathered to discuss the mysterious person in Huaxia who had caused the deaths of many colleagues. Assassin prodigy, whoever that person is. He dared to openly provoke all of our underground forces. We must eliminate him to avenge our fallen colleagues. Cold Noodle Smirk Master. Haha, vengeance. Since when did we assassins become so noble and righteous? Moreover, if Kunlun is watching over Huaxia, it's not easy to infiltrate. Even if one manages to infiltrate, Who could defeat that mysterious person? Don't forget, even Blood Crow was taken out. Ordinary assassins would just be delivering themselves. Chef God of the assassin world, unless the top 10 monsters on the assassin list make a move, there is basically no chance, just death after death. I suspect that guy might have a grandmother level cultivation. That's the only way one person could take out so many powerful forces. You see, some among them had reached the pinnacle of inner force, just one step away from the grandmother level, and they still got taken out, right? Invincible weak chicken assassin, could that person be related to the Su family in the Magic City? After all, most people went after them this time. But shortly after arriving in the Magic City, this incident happened. It's hard not to suspect someone is secretly protecting the Su family. Knife-wielding rainy night, without an umbrella. I knew someone with such a high bounty wouldn't be easy to deal with. Confused Blade, this incident has caused quite a stir. Kunlun has increased inspections in the border regions. Even without the intimidation of that mysterious person, it will be difficult for us to invade Huaxia anytime soon. Assassin Daddy, damn it! The identity of that mysterious person has been revealed. He is actually the second successor of the Heavenly Assassin Hall, the direct disciple of that old man. No wonder he's so capable. Blade Crusader, where did you hear this news from, hey? I saw it. It's the post at the top of the page, the one issued in the name of the Heavenly Assassin Hall. Panda Assassin, in the Magic City, gods and demons dare not trespass. Damn, does it have to be so domineering? Just because a small fry offended this new hall master, decides to wipe out the entire Magic City. Mr. Bean of the Assassin World, hey, you upstairs, you can't help it. Who's to blame for being powerful? That's just how cool and arrogant he is. As for me, I would never dare to provoke him. From now on, I won't step foot in that area. Popcorn Assassin Alliance, I heard that the base of the Fierce Lion mercenary group was completely destroyed. More than 300 soldiers all killed. It's so terrifying. Unless it's one of the top few forces who dares to disregard the words of the master of the Heavenly Assassin Hall. Can't afford to provoke him? Cold-blooded assassin loves acting cute. The reason behind the activation of the Demon Slayer order was this. To deter the international underworld, Su Fan directly revealed his identity as the murderer, giving a very domineering reason, even unreasonable. Merely because someone in the Fierce Lion group offended him, he ruthlessly wiped out all the killers, mercenaries, and other foreign forces in the area. He boldly declared that no force is allowed to invade the Magic City, otherwise they would be his enemies of the entire Heavenly Assassin Hall. For a while, many organizational forces were speechless. Those assassins who were initially blinded by the bounty on their heads were now sweating profusely, abandoning their initial thoughts. After all, earning money is one thing, but losing one's life is another. No one wanted to be an enemy of a grandmother, an enemy of a top force with numerous powerhouses. On that day, Su Fan, standing on the bodies of Blood Crow and hundreds of top predators, became a renowned figure in the underground world, one that many forces dared not provoke. Temporarily abandon all missions related to Huaxia. Recall all assassins under you. Notify the members within the organization. No matter how close the relationship was with the deceased assassins, no revenge is allowed. No more orders related to the Magic City will be accepted. The entire international underworld, after weighing the gains and losses, each leader made decisions that were most beneficial to their organizations. Strong individuals like Su Fan, with great power and a deep background, were not dared to be provoked by many organizations. Even some who considered themselves invincible and were not afraid of the Heavenly Assassin Hall still thought it was better to avoid conflicts with Su Fan, thinking it was not worth the trouble. Su Family Manor. Lin Zhuan and his wife were awoken early by the servants, saying that several police officers were inquiring about the situation. Huh? Did something really happen? Thinking about the rewards he inexplicably gained last night, Lin Zhuan pondered. Soon, he escorted Su Qinj downstairs to the living room. What? Many people died in the Magic City last night, and most of the deceased were killers who came after the Su family. My older brother-in-law's family even encountered the culprit. Officers, you're not suspecting that we killed those people, right? We are law-abiding citizens, very law-abiding. Through the police's description, Lin Zhuan roughly understood the details of the murder case from last night, with a slight but appropriate mix of gravity and surprise on his face. In truth, with just a few words, he had already figured out the ins and outs of it all. My big brother-in-law. Truly, I'm so touched. Underscore. Oh look, staying up all night like that, just to protect his dearest brother-in-law, slaying chickens all night. So touching. Tears a tilde. This month will only have one update temporarily. From next month, it will return to the usual 2 updates a month. I need to think about the follow-up plot. I should have written the sibling reunion and the revenge plot of the female lead. But because I haven't thought it through yet, I've been procrastinating. In addition, due to my recent health issues, I need to take a few days off, so I've decided to slow down updates and return to normal next month. My mom has found a good doctor for me. My 4th uncle's 2nd son's wife couldn't conceive before and spent who knows how many thousands to go to this hospital, and now she has given birth to twins, a pair of twin girls and a little boy. Now she recommended it to me, so I'll make an appointment and go check it out. The long road to seeking medical help is about to begin. Has anyone been to a doctor in Shantou? How's the medical skill? I can't tell if they're Western doctors or traditional Chinese doctors. I'll just take one step at a time. Chapter 347. Su King's action. Lin Zhuan heads to Su family manor. The living room. After a lengthy 2.5-hour conversation, the police officers did not obtain any useful information and could only bid farewell. Mr. Lin, Miss Su, if you get any new clues, please inform us in a timely manner. In fact, through the investigation, the police had already known about the murder that occurred last night, and it was highly likely unrelated to the man and woman before them. However, most of the foreigners who died this time had all come with missions aimed at the Su family, but now they were all dead. Therefore, they were hoping to extract some useful information from Mr. and Mrs. Lin Zhuan, perhaps regarding the true identity of the master of the sky-killing hall. Individuals of that nature are too dangerous and must constantly live under the surveillance of the country. After all, no one could be sure whether the ones eliminated this time were international assassins from abroad, and if they might suddenly go after normal civilians next. Kinj, don't think too much. Should we go to my eldest uncle's house now? It's getting late. Let's pack up and go now. After the police had all left, the living room once again returned to silence. Lin Zhuan spoke up in a timely manner, interrupting the girl's thoughts. He didn't want her to distress over such matters. With the elder uncle protecting her openly and him guarding her in secret, both men only wished Su Kinj could live as a happy little girl every day, and that would be enough. Oh, I'm fine. Sensing the man's concern, Su Kinj smiled and nodded, signaling to Lin Zhuan not to worry. However, I plan to go back to the company later. There are some matters to handle. Would you visit Ziling for me? Well, all right. I'll ask Mrs. Liu to assign a few more maids to take care of you. Asterisk. After saying that, Lin Zhuan leaned down slowly and lightly kissed the girl on her forehead before smiling and leaving. He knew that the Tang family didn't have a good impression of him, and he was initially worried that the girl would clash with the elder uncle for him. Therefore, it seemed reasonable for him to go back to the maternal family first to explore the situation. Click. As the door closed again, Su Kinj blushed, touched the spot where the man had kissed her, and involuntarily lifted a warm smile. However, her expression quickly changed when she thought about something. Her smile faded into a cold expression. I can't hesitate anymore. To protect the important person, I must wield enough power in my hands. Not long ago, the questioning by the police was still vivid in Su King's mind, causing her to be highly vigilant. She realized she had been immersed in a state of happiness for too long, losing the drive she should have had. If those foreign killers were not accidentally dealt with by the mysterious person, what kind of dangerous situation would she and Lin Zhuan find themselves in again? At that time, would the two of them be like lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of others? The thought of Lin Zhuan possibly being in danger, even facing death, made Su King's coldness intensify, clenching her fists involuntarily until her knuckles turned white. She had had enough of the pain of losing loved ones several years ago, and she definitely didn't want to experience it again. In this moment, Su King's beautiful eyes were filled with a seriousness and determination she had never shown before. She pushed on the armrest and stood up steadily from the wheelchair, walking steadily to the French window, looking down at the luxurious car driving out of the gate. I won't let anyone take away what I cherish. Su Qinj lowered her eyes and took out her phone from her pocket. Soon, she composed a text message, hesitated for a few seconds before the send button, and then pressed it firmly. From today onwards, she was about to officially step into that unknown and bloody world. Tang family's mansion. Xiao Chuan, your cousin just sent me a message. He's almost here. Listen carefully. Xiao Chuan has recovered your sister for us. You better not give him attitude. Also, quickly remove your cousin from the communication blacklist. From now on, we are family. The Shuyun couple, who received the message of Lin Zhuan's departure, were giving their eldest son a heads up. Following the events of the Blood Raven and Qiaoshan incidents, they no longer doubted the sincerity of their nephew's intentions. To foresee the future up close, the couple spontaneously wanted to develop a good relationship with Lin Zhuan. So annoying. I said I got it. Stop nagging me. Faced with his parents' words, Tang Chuan impatiently covered his ears, looking unhappy. ###. Although he didn't want to deal with that despicable cousin, considering that he did save his sister and idol L to save himself, he decided to learn from King Gujian and patiently await his opportunity. My idol must have been deceived by that despicable cousin, hence the trust in him. I must make him aware of my cousin's true colors. Otherwise, who knows if my idol might be manipulated by the despicable cousin. What if something happens to L? He is the hope of the Chinese music industry. No. He is the hope of the entire entertainment world. For the world, for my idol. Enduring some grievances on my part, what's the big deal? As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? I don't know LS origin and identity now, and I don't know how to save him. But my cousin must know that. I have to make good use of him and find an opportunity to get close to L. This is the only way to save him from the clutches of the despicable cousin. At this moment, Tang Chuan looked solemn, determined in his heart. He lowered his head, looking at the dozens of private messages sent to his idol L on his personal account, each showing as read, but with no response, as if they had all gone unanswered. In the latest messages, there were even red exclamation marks, indicating he had been blocked by his idol. Tang Chuan felt extremely wronged, like a pitiful believer abandoned by the divine. Nevertheless, no matter the misunderstanding, he never gave up on the idea of saving his idol. Because what he had to do concerned the entire Chinese music industry and even the world. In other words, he, Tang Chuan of the Tang family, is the savior of this world devoid of musical beauty. At that moment, Tang Chuan felt incredibly grand. Chapter 348 Stupid Udo Do Not Giving Face. Very well, I'll make sure your chrysanthemum is not preserved. Chapter 348 Stupid Udo Do Not Giving Face. Very well, I'll make sure your chrysanthemum is not preserved. Tang Family Mansion. While Tang Chuan was smiling with thoughts running wild in his mind, Tang Rose sitting beside him had a hint of gloom in her beautiful eyes. She could not understand ... What kind of means did that long-lost cousin use? How could he get Tang Guowen and his wife to put aside their prejudices and choose to reconcile with him? After all, in the eyes of those unaware, Lin Zhuan was the beast that harmed her years ago. Both parties hadn't had any contact for many years ... Tang Guowen and his wife. What had gotten into them suddenly? Early in the morning, they announced that they would welcome Lin Zhuan, their nephew, back, and that they would all be a loving family from now on. Humph! Just because Lin Zhuan helped the Tang family find their biological daughter, they could ignore my feelings like this, trample on my dignity so carelessly. Clearly, I have been in this family the longest. Why should another daughter be brought back to compete with me? Besides, what's the big deal about being blood-related or not? Tang Ro gritted her teeth, looking somewhat unpleasant. Little Ro, I'm sorry to make you suffer. We will make it up to you in the future. Child, little Zhuan made mistakes in his youth. You are so kind, you must be willing to give him another chance. Rest assured, when that stinky kid comes over later, I'll make him apologize to you properly. Sensing Tang Ru's unfavorable mood, Tang Guowen and his wife patted their heads, feeling a bit guilty, realizing they hadn't taken care of their daughter's feelings, and hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her softly. By the side, Tang Chuan kept thumping his chest, loudly guaranteeing ... This time, I will definitely protect my little sister, and so on. ... Tut, pretending to be magnanimous really makes one nauseous. Facing the Tang family's caring words, Tang Rose scorned inwardly, albeit smiling and waving her hand as if she had already let it go. Father, mother, you've got it wrong. I forgave cousin a long time ago. I've been wanting to reconcile with him for some time now. Now that we can be a loving family with cousin again, I'm so happy. The reason I was frowning just now was actually thinking about what gift to give cousin after not seeing each other for so many years. Hearing this, the Tangguoan trio were filled with emotion and relief. Look at her, such a generous girl. Even though she almost fell victim to a crime, she still accepted the one who hurt her with goodwill, repaying evil with good. Tang Ru's generosity and magnanimity really do justice to the love and care we have poured on her over the years. On the edge of the sofa, Chu Ling remained silent and watched quietly as this heartwarming scene unfolded before her, feeling speechless and a bit bitter. But at the thought of her cousin's arrival, a hint of anticipation appeared at the corner of her mouth. With Lin Zhuan as her trump card, this destined daughter could fulfill her role, and she had confidence in herself. Of course, setting aside this point, Lin Zhuan was also her savior, the first relative who truly made her feel the warmth of a family. Therefore, she actually preferred staying by her cousin's side every day rather than being in this suffocating Tang family. 2.5 minutes later, the slender figure of Lin Zhuan, led by the servant, entered the Tang family villa. Upon arriving in the living room, he smiled and greeted the Tang family members present one by one. Uncle, aunt, good morning. Sorry, there was traffic on the road. Didn't keep you waiting long, did I? Little Zhuan, you're here. Please sit down quickly. We just got up to Tangguoan and his wife were very welcoming, actively inviting Lin Zhuan to sit down. Meanwhile, they strained their ears to try and eavesdrop on any news about the future. What's up with these two uncles and aunts? How come they are so warm to me? Although I know that after helping them find Chu Ling, their favorability towards me should have increased. But being so friendly was totally unexpected. Uncle is quite lucky. He managed to dodge a bullet last night. Originally, after being deflowered by his first love and then contracting a disease, the affair would be exposed, leading to divorce and separation of the couple. But seeing the current relationship between these two people, their marriage seems quite harmonious. Could it be because of the butterfly effect, causing a change in the future? Ah, what a pity. At first, I was looking forward to seeing Uncle get sick to avenge the humiliation he caused me years ago. This voice is. When Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts resounded again, both Tangguoan and his wife brightened up. But as they listened carefully to the content of the inner voice, their expressions became different. Gives. Sushi unlooked sharp. Confirming from her nephew's inner thoughts that the future could be changed gave her a shot of adrenaline, invigorating her spirit. If she heard about an unfavorable future again, she could also intervene in time. Tangguoan. This kid is really holding a grudge. I am your beloved uncle, and you actually wish for me to contract a disease. I have never seen such an unfilial nephew before. If it weren't for the beastly stupid things you did back then, how could I, despite my reluctance, have fiercely smacked your face out of anger in the face of failure to teach properly? The pain of hitting you in the face is actually felt in my heart. It hurts. It hurts too much. Oh. At this moment, Lin Zhuan had already come to stand in front of Tang Chuan, and he reached out his hand in a friendly manner. Zi Chuan, long time no see. You've grown taller since we last met, and you look even more handsome. You're a big star now, with limitless future ahead. Congratulations. Faced with the beastly cousin's friendly gesture, Tang Chuan gave a cold snort and pretended to turn his head away arrogantly. While he had already decided to learn from King Gujian to bide his time lurking by his beastly cousin's side to find an opportunity to rescue his idol L, he never thought about really compromising to please Lin Zhuan or bow down. Instead, he was preparing to take the initiative from the start and to vent his anger for his precious little sister. Just when Tang Chuan was feeling pleased with himself, gloating over his actions. Ah, my stupid dodo. daring to embarrass your cousin in public. You're finished. I'll make a note of this in my little book. ... Who? Who's talking? Wait, this voice, this tone. It's clearly coming from this beastly cousin in front of me. But he didn't say anything just now, did he? Where is this voice coming from? Has something paranormal happened? Tang Chuan was full of black question marks, looking bewildered, thinking he might have been hallucinating due to fatigue from acting too much. But at this moment, the familiar inner voice sounded in his ears again. ... Thinking about it, my cousin's future is not much brighter compared to the uncle's, still quite tragic. I remember after wrapping up filming a sweet romance drama, to celebrate and thank the hardworking crew, director Wang Jing hosted a wrap-up banquet. TSK. And at this banquet, this stupid dodo of mine will be drugged and set up, taken to a hotel, and suffer a pile of males, contracting AIDS as a result. HMPH. Originally, if his performance had satisfied me, I wouldn't have minded finding a way to protect his back door. After all, we are relatives. ... But who knew he was so arrogant? Oh. That's why I have decided this butthole won't be preserved. ... Tang Chuan. Chapter 349. Lin Zhuan's inner voice assistance, exposing the true face behind the fake heiress. Tang family, reception room. Tang Zhang was stunned, his mouth wide open in shock. What? Will he be drugged and taken to the hotel to be victimized by men on men? And would he be infected with AIDS because of this? How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Chuan roared in his heart, completely unable to believe the hearsay he overheard, feeling that his beastly cousin was talking nonsense. Beside him, Tang Guowen and his wife stiffened, their faces full of shock. What did they hear? Was their son going to face such a tragic end? Wrap-up feast? They recalled, it seems the eldest son mentioned, that he had such a feast today. Nothing needs to be said. Even if they have to break this stinky kid's legs today, they won't allow him to step out of the house a single step. At this moment, the couple's eyes were firm, both silently determined. Tang Guowen even lifted his leg and kicked the passionate Tang San's bottom fiercely, without a good mood, saying, "Why are you standing there stupidly? Didn't you see your cousin greeting you? Couldn't you be more polite?" Under the threatening gaze of the creator, Tang Chuan looked miserable, reluctantly reached out to shake hands with his beastly cousin. At this moment, Chu Ling took the initiative to approach excitedly and greet Lin Zhuan. "Cousin, why did you just arrive? I missed you so much. And cousin-in-law, why didn't she come to see me? I missed her too. ... Seeing her lucky charm, Chu Ling felt a strong sense of security and overwhelming grievances. If it weren't for considering the location not being suitable, she really wanted to confide in Lin Zhuan about the various frustrations and unpleasant encounters she faced after returning to the Tang family. "Oh, there's some business at the company to deal with. Kinj said she'd come to see you next time. Let me convey her greetings to you. How about it? Are you comfortable living at Uncle's house?" "Comfortable? My foot. This pair of parents is simply blind. It's better to continue staying in the hospital for a comfortable life. ... Chu Ling felt miserable in her heart, but still forced a smile on her face, indicating that she was doing okay. As for Tang Guowen and his wife standing beside her, they both remained silent, not revealing the fact that it was out of jealousy that Chu Ling intentionally pushed Tang Ro down the stairs. Even if they caught a glimpse of the eldest son about to cause trouble, they promptly used threatening eyes to stop him. TSK. Looking at the frustrated appearance of my unfortunate cousin, it seems she's not doing well. But that's normal. She lived in the village for so many years. In terms of being deep-minded, how can she compete with the cunning fake heiress? I remember Tang Ro, in order to secure her family status, deliberately fell down the stairs, in order to make the eldest uncle's family resent the newly found biological daughter. With Chu Ling's small brain, she can't possibly outplay Tang Ro, and will eventually end up with a tragic end. Seeing the thick gauze wrapped around Tang Ru's head, if nothing unexpected happens, the fake fall incident should have already occurred. The eldest uncle's family collectively turned a blind eye, thinking that Chu Ling, out of jealousy, was the one who harmed Tang Ro, right? What? Fake fall. 0. She intentionally fell down the stairs. Just 2 frames Ling. The sudden inner voice made Tang Guowen's stunned pupils widen, filled with shock. In their hearts, their daughter Tang Ro has always been a kind-hearted person. How could she possibly do something to harm others like this? If it were anyone else saying these words in front of them, the couple would never believe it. They would think that the person was talking nonsense. But unfortunately, the person revealing this information is their nephew, who can predict the future, which is quite thought-provoking. Moreover, yesterday, Tang Ro did fall down the stairs, and they all subconsciously thought that it was jealousy on Chu Ling's part. The accumulation of these various coincidences is truly terrifying. At this moment, the most unable to accept reality is not Su Shuyun and his wife, but Tang Chuan, who is dumbfounded on the side. After he realized it, he immediately glared angrily at Lin Zhuan, feeling that the other party's inner voice was completely absurd, tarnishing the reputation of his angelic sister. However, he wanted to speak out in anger, but was surprised to find out. He seemed to be affected by some mysterious force, making him unable to speak. XXXXXX, silent scream. After trying several times, Tang Chuan frowned and realized that whenever he tried to reveal something about inner voice, his voice would inexplicably disappear. On the other hand, Lin Zhuan finally shifted his attention to the last person in the room, Tang Ro, the former designer, who was now confusedly labeled as the beastly fake heiress. However, Lin Zhuan did not choose to confront her on the spot. After all these years had passed, some evidence had long been erased in the river of time. Denying excessively would only give people an impression of there being no smoke without fire. Cousin, back then, I failed to control myself. I apologize to you. Are you willing to forgive your cousin? Upon hearing this, Tang Ru's eyes flashed with surprise, as she did not expect Lin Zhuan to adopt this attitude. She was about to respond when her protective brother Tang Chuan stepped forward, saying cryptically, HMPH, if an apology were useful, why involve the police? Third brother, don't say such things. I have long forgiven cousin, from now on, we are a loving family. Tang Ro pretended to be magnanimous and sincere as she took out a watch from her pocket and handed it to Lin Zhuan. Huh? This is ... Lin Zhuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the origin of this watch at a glance. The internationally renowned watch brand Omega, with a guaranteed market price of 300,000, using expensive metals as the case material, equipped with high-quality movements and complex mechanical structures. This mechanical watch has extremely high collection value and investment value. Some limited editions or specially customized watches are even more expensive, and they are the objects of pursuit by watch enthusiasts and collectors. Of course, what surprised Lin Zhuan was not the value of the watch, but, here it comes, here it comes. She's here. The fake heiress with that broken watch is trying to frame me. It seems I did trigger a butterfly effect. I remember this watch of Tang Ru's, originally intended to be given to Chu Ling, right? But because the watch's strap was tampered with by Tang Ro in advance, it would break once someone put it on. It was because of this that Chu Ling was successfully framed again by the fake heiress, further losing the trust of the eldest uncle's family. I never expected. Tang Ro actually used this trick on me. It seems she can't wait for me to turn against the eldest uncle's family, trying all means to frame me, wanting me to leave. Tang Chuan, oh. Chu Ling, oh. Tang Guowen. Su Shuyun, oh no. Chapter 350, pretending to be a fake rich girl and setting up a trap. The watch breaks Tang family, guest hall. At this moment, they had fallen into a strange silence. Good. She already tried to frame me by pushing me down the stairs, and now she comes up with this kind of cheap trick. It really runs in the family. Chu Ling was so angry that she gritted her teeth, glaring at Tang Ro. She was well aware, if she hadn't overheard Lin Zhuan's inner thoughts, she would have definitely been framed by Tang Ro again. Luckily, Chu Ling was someone blessed with good luck, always able to turn bad situations into good. While Chu Ling was visibly angry, the expressions of Su Shuyun and her husband were more complex. From the bottom of their hearts, they did not want to believe that their adopted daughter was capable of such cunning and despicable actions. As Tang Ro had been raised by them since childhood, they were well aware of her character. They couldn't help but frown and speculate. Could it be that their nephew's bias towards Ro had led to a misjudgment? Sister, why did you give him such an expensive gift? Some people are undeserving of your kindness. Hearing Lin Zhuan's derogatory thoughts about her sister, Tang Chuan's face turned cold, his emotions growing increasingly displeased. He couldn't believe the audacity of his despicable cousin. His sister was so forgiving and kind, not only showing mercy, but also carefully preparing a gift for him. How dare his despicable cousin not only misunderstand her good intentions, but also insult his sister's noble character in his heart? Who in Shanghai didn't know that his younger sister, Tang, was gentle, kind, pure, innocent? How could such a lovely and innocent girl, as described by him, be the evil person his despicable cousin made her out to be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Chuan was 95% sure it was definitely impossible. Third brother, wealth is just an external thing. Whether it's expensive or not doesn't matter. What matters is if your cousin likes it or not. Tang Ru's lips curved into a smile, a peculiar glint in her eyes as she looked at Lin Zhuan with an innocent expression. Cousin, this watch is a carefully selected gift for you. I had a friend specially buy it from a beautiful country to give to you. I hope you like it. Come on, try it on. As Tang Ru spoke, the smug curve of her lips became even more pronounced, a hint of impatience. Very well, everything is going according to plan. If not for this damned guy in front of me, that woman wouldn't have been brought back, and I wouldn't have ended up in this embarrassing situation. Humph, let's see how I kick you out of the Tang family. Cousin, what's wrong? Don't you like this watch? This is a heartfelt gift from your sister. I hope you'll accept it. Or you can try it on first. Or do you think your sister didn't do well? Do you have something against me now? Seeing that Lin Zhuan hadn't made a move, Tang Ru felt a bit anxious, yet pretended to be aggrieved, urging him repeatedly. No, cousin. I appreciate your kindness. But the watch, please keep it and give it to someone else. How can cousin accept your gift? If it accidentally gets damaged, it would be irreparable. Lin Zhuan stayed indifferent, rejecting her with a fake smile. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Tang Ru's eyes. Just as she was about to forcibly give him the watch. HMPH, 0. Since cousin doesn't appreciate good intentions, you should just stop insisting. Coincidentally, cousin really likes this watch's style, so why not give it to cousin as a gift? The dearest angelic sister was being neglected. How could Tang Chuan ignore her? He didn't believe the nonsense in Lin Zhuan's thoughts. The idea that the watch would break upon contact was simply ridiculous. Clearly, his despicable cousin was deliberately trying to cause trouble, and since he didn't want it, so be it. The precious gift from his beloved sister would be cherished by him. Tang Ru's face showed surprise, but before she could quickly retract her hand, Tang Chuan had already snatched the watch, and the next moment, with a click, the watch broke into two halves and fell to the ground. Tang Chuan. Everyone present. Currently, I have already made an appointment to see a doctor at the First People's Hospital in Shantou on Tuesday morning. Well, I'm a bit worried about that doctor now. I hope he doesn't just give me a bunch of Western medicine prescriptions. I hope he's reliable. After all, medicine can be a double-edged sword, and relying solely on medication may not address the root cause. Ultimately, it comes down to discipline. I even foresee the doctor recommending me to sleep early, wake up early, exercise, avoid spicy foods, and so on. Another awkward situation is, I mainly want the doctor to help me with the symptoms of weak erections and easy fatigue, but my parents want me to get my sperm checked. They're only thinking about grandchildren. I know it may not be in good shape without getting tested. The body is an ecosystem, and if one aspect isn't working well, it affects other areas too. I'd rather not get tested first, to avoid stress, and focus on improving the other aspects first. And we're checking the sperm here. The nurse will give you a small cup, and you have to produce it and give it back to her. It's not like those island movies where a beautiful nurse assists you. You mostly have to go to the toilet, in a dirty and smelly stall, and do it yourself. The environment. I'm panicking. How do I manage? Last time I went for a checkup, I downloaded some adult videos in advance, and then, in a smelly stall, hearing the noises from the person next door, I watched the video and did it myself. I admire myself. I actually managed in that environment, but I really don't want to experience it a second time. If I can avoid it, I might skip checking tomorrow. I've deleted all the links, and I can't do it only by imagination. Well, I'll see how it goes after seeing the doctor. Also, I haven't been able to update much recently, sorry. Mainly because I'll resume normal updates starting next month. For the remaining days of this month, I'll try to maintain one update per day. I apologize for the inconvenience. Finally, turning around 360 degrees in place, I humbly ask my brothers for gifts. 3. Chapter 351. Fake rich daughter exposed, struggling on the brink of death. Looking at the shattered watch on the ground, in the living room, everyone had a strange expression. Especially Tang Chuan, who had been confident and bold, was stunned, frozen in place, with a comical and ridiculous expression on his face. Sister, what's with this watch? Tang Chuan opened his mouth, looking at Tang Ro with a complex expression, mixed with a hint of disbelief. Clearly, he had just lightly touched the watch, so why did it suddenly break? Combining with what he had overheard from his cousin, Tang Chuan furrowed his eyebrows, deep in thought and fear. Zero, don't you plan on explaining? Standing aside, Lin Zhuan and his wife were both wearing complicated expressions, looking at Tang Ro with eyes that held a hint of disappointment. From childhood to adulthood, this daughter had been seen as very obedient and kind in their eyes. But today's events seemed to have completely overturned Tang Ru's previous good image. Could it be that this daughter they thought they knew so well had actually been disguising her true self all these years? It couldn't be true. It can't be. Just thinking about it feels too terrifying. Zero. You just said that this watch was carefully selected by you, specifically bought from a beautiful country. But when I look at the watch face, the font is blurred, the color uneven, the watch case has scratches, and the watch strap is very roughly made, likely using inferior materials. This kind of low-grade knockoff is worth less than 300,000, maybe even 30,000 is too generous. Giving such a gift? What were you thinking? And how does this watch break at a touch? If I didn't know better, I would think Zichuan intentionally broke it. Picking up the watch that fell to the ground, Su Shiyan looked carefully at it, then her expression turned serious as she questioned Tang Ro. Faced with her mother's unprecedented questioning tone, Tang Ro suddenly panicked, but still tried to remain calm as she explained, this. Your Majesty, I have no idea either. I don't know much about men's watches, and this was strongly recommended by my best friend. She said guys like to wear expensive watches. So I just believed her easily. I never expected she would deceive me like this. I'm sorry, cousin. I sincerely wanted to give you a big gift. I never intended. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. Sniff sniff. As Tang Ro spoke, her eyes welled up with tears, portraying a pitiful look that evoked sympathy. Seeing this, Su Shiyan and the others slightly eased their frowns, unable to blame her further. Due to the deeply ingrained image of Tang Ro they held for so long, the Tang family subconsciously believed Tang Ru's words. Perhaps she wasn't in the wrong, but it was her despicable best friend who was to blame. Maybe Tang Ro was just an innocent victim who was deceived. Really, in just a few words, shifting all the blame onto the so-called best friend. Isn't it nice to have a friend? Gives haha, believe you? You green tea bitch is so cunning. But looking at the pitiful expressions of my blind family members, they're definitely blindly trusting. It's like they have no brains, right? Just believe whatever a fake rich girl says. She bought this from an old uncle at a street stall for 9.9 after bargaining. Every time extended family uncle wants to see the receipt or bill, Tang Ro just plays dumb on the spot. But they still won't say anything, just blindly trust, truly speechless. Can't even comment on their stupidity? With the niece's sarcastic thoughts, several members of the Tang family couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Finally, Tang Guowen, with a stern face, demanded Tang Ro provide evidence. Zero, who is this friend of yours? Tell me her name, and later on, provide me with the invoice or evidence. Although 300,000 isn't much, if she dares to deceive my precious daughter, I will not easily let it go. We must have the group's lawyer sue her to get justice for you. Deep down, Tang Guowen was unwilling to believe that his precious daughter, whom he had raised for many years, could be such a compulsive liar. Surely she was misled by someone else. As long as Tang Ro presents evidence, he will unconditionally choose to believe her. But to Tang Guowen's disappointment, faced with his concern and questions, Tang Ru's face flashed with discomfort. She kept mumbling and being vague in her responses, inexplicit in her words. "Your Majesty, I didn't think much of it at the time, and threw away the receipts and such. As for my best friend, she's my closest friend. Even if she deceived me, I still don't want to sever ties with her. In short, no matter how much she tried to explain, she lost the evidence, didn't want to reveal her friend's identity, and dodged the real questions. This evasive behavior made the Tang family presence sink in their hearts. At this moment, the one who felt the most at ease in the room was probably Chu Ling. Seeing Tang Ro being pressured by everyone for her lies, she couldn't help but interject sarcastically, "The receipt is lost. You refuse to speak the truth. Isn't there any transaction record in your phone? Or is it that friendships are just forged out of thin air?" With those words, Tang Ro, seeming to find a breakthrough, swiftly turned the conversation toward Chu Ling, trying to redirect the focus away from herself, biting her lip and putting on a look of grievance. "Sister, how can you slander me like this? Can't you tolerate me at all? I know you hate that I took away 18 years of your life, so you're trying every way to find a reason to chase me away. Fine, I'll leave now. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, brother, everything I have now originally belonged to my sister. I've occupied it for so many years. Now that my sister is back, let everything return to its original owner. Zero thanks you for your years of care and concern. Zero will always bless you, praying for your happiness and well-being. Farewell, my family. Tonight, I will embark on a journey. Please don't worry about me." Chapter 353 Lin Zhuan's Inner Voice Point, The Counterattack of True Qianjin. Chapter 353 Lin Zhuan's Inner Voice Point, The Counterattack of True Qianjin. Tang family, the reception hall. Goodbye, family members. Tonight, I am going to set out on a long journey. Please don't worry about me, Sajanala. Tang Ru's eyes were red, wiping away tears, making a gesture as if about to rush out the door. It must be said that this tactic of using withdrawal as an advance really had the Tang family members in their grasp. After all, for so many years, Tang Ro had always been loved by them as if she was their own family, even though now they knew that there was no blood relation between them. But even a dog raised at home, with long companionship, is enough to make people develop feelings for the pet, not to mention a living person. And so, Tang Guowen and the others instantly put the fake watch incident behind them and rushed forward to stop Tang Ro from leaving. "Sister, don't be like this. We are not suspicious of you. We are just worried that you might be deceived. All right, we won't ask any more. Don't mention leaving again. The world outside is chaotic. As a helpless girl, where can you go after leaving? Zero, don't talk about occupying or not. You and Xiaoling are both our daughters, and we will treat you equally." Under the earnest persuasion of the Tang family members, Tang Ro, with tears in her eyes, reluctantly agreed to stay. Darn! She really deserves to be a top-grade green tea. How could she still deceive them like this? Clearly it was Tang Ru's trick being exposed, but why does she look so wronged, as if she is the victim? And in this day and age, how can anyone still use the old-fashioned cliché of running away from home? Fine. If you insist on using it, at least act a bit more professionally. She has been shouting about leaving for so long, yet her feet haven't taken a single step forward, but Big Uncle and the others, like being possessed, stubbornly failed to see any problems and continued their brainless attempt to keep her back. TSK. I don't understand, but I am deeply impressed. Lin Zhuan's inner voice continued to echo in their ears, making the faces of the Tang family members present extremely awkward. Truth be told, initially they had subconsciously overlooked Tang Ru's behaviors. But now, with Lin Zhuan's point, they belatedly realized that Tang Ro had played some tricks. However, at this moment, no one actively voiced accusations. On one hand, they were afraid of an awkward silence, and on the other hand, they could understand Tang Ru's motives. No matter what she had done, ultimately it was because she cared too much about her family, lacked a sense of security, and worried that they might reject her once they found their biological daughter. This momentary confusion, jealousy, and mistakes were all part of human nature. They were not unable to understand, just that in the future, giving Tang Ro more care and letting her fully relax, they believed she would naturally return to being that pure and kind-hearted girl. Regarding this, the Tang and the others present had a 95% certainty. They also hoped that Chu Ling could understand and not deliberately target Tang, that they could live as a family in harmony and love. Isn't that beautiful? While Big Uncle's family is busy consoling the fake heiress, they completely ignored the feelings of their biological daughter. Ah, my poor cousin. Originally looking forward to returning happily to her biological parents' home, but ended up still being an unloved and neglected transparent little person. As the saying goes, bystanders see more than the parties involved. Big Uncle's family is just too greedy, wanting both daughters for themselves. Little do they know, the identities of the true and fake heiress are bound to clash. Moreover, Tang Ru's biological parents have always scolded Chu Ling since childhood, the instigators of her unhappy childhood. In such a situation, even the most magnanimous person cannot possibly get along well with the enemy's daughter, right? Of course, with the craftiness of the fake heiress, my foolish cousin stands no chance against her at all. If left unchecked, her eventual fate will still be a tragedy. Or what? Lin Zhuan's inner voice made Tang and his wife shocked and instinctively looked at their biological daughter, only to find that her expression was not good. It seems she's really jealous. Thinking of their biological daughter who had suffered so much in the hands of Chu Zhang's family, while their adopted daughter received all the love from them since childhood. In this comparison, the person who truly needed their care seemed to be their own biological daughter. But since Xiaoling returned to the Tang family, most of their attention was still focused on Tang Rou. It's imaginable how uncomfortable their biological daughter must feel seeing this. Thinking of this, Tang and his wife couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt, silently scolding themselves a bit, and subconsciously letting go of Tang Ru's hand. Seeing the cousin's angry expression, is she going to lose control? She's hardening. She finally clenched her little fist. I remember in the original timeline, after being successfully framed by the fake heiress, this poor cousin was completely lost in an outburst under her family's accusations and started a physical confrontation. Little did she know, this action played right into Tang Ru's hands. With the pitiful acting of the fake heiress, she successfully lowered Uncle's family's favor towards Chu Ling. I have to say, my foolish cousin really doesn't know how to leverage her advantages. Gives. Has she forgotten that she is a patient? Would she not reciprocate in kind? Learn from the fake heiress how to sell pain. Who let Big Uncle's family lack brains, and yet always fall for crying and being emotional? For a determined patient like her, hysteria is the most foolish action. Using her advantages against the opponent is the wisest choice. What? They can still do that? A noble act of deception? On the side, seeing Tang Rou shedding a few crocodile tears and easily covering up her faults, Chu Ling originally clenched her fists in anger, wishing to punch each of these stupid family members in the face. But when she heard her cousin's inner voice, she pondered for a moment, and then her eyes lit up in the next second, as if realizing a path she had never considered. 1. Today, I will resume updates 2. It's the 5th day of taking medication. The first time I took it at noon, took a Viagra pill, and the side effects made me feel dizzy and uncomfortable. To ensure it doesn't affect my daily life, I now take the medicine before bed, hoping to sleep right after. Currently, I will focus on exercising and keeping healthy. Then take the medication, and we'll see about the rest later. I'm personally testing taking Viagra every day. Can it cure erectile dysfunction? Hopefully in half a month, I can at least regain my manhood. Even if it's just once, I need to prove my manly nature. After that, I will think of other ways to slowly recover. I have to admit, Western medicine Viagra works quickly. I can clearly feel the effect during medication, but I'm not sure what will happen after stopping it. I can't possibly take medication for life. Sigh, for now, I can only go step by step. See the situation in half a month. Chapter 354, Comparing Harlots to Bai, Comparing White Lotus to White Lotus. True Golden Girl starts to reveal under the guidance of her cousin with the golden finger. Chu Ling suddenly felt enlightened. She took a deep breath, secretly bit her tongue hard. Ouch! It hurts so much. The intense pain caused the girl's eyes to instantly turn red, and a layer of mist quickly covered her eyes. Immediately, she followed the example of Senior Tang Rou, covering her mouth and shedding tears, imitating her with a sense of wanton weeping. At the same time, Using a tone of even greater grievance and innocence, she shouted at Mr. and Mrs. Su Shuyun, "I'm sorry. Mrs. Su, Mr. Tang, I shouldn't have come back to this home. I never intended to take my sister's place, nor did I ever want to destroy the happy life you had as a family. It's just that the experience of being beaten since childhood made me long for the true family affection. Therefore, in a moment of confusion, I began to yearn for things I don't deserve. Now that the dream should wake up. Seeing how my sister loves you so much, taking care of you in my place, I am very relieved. Now I will leave this home, so you don't have to quarrel because of me. Sister, you don't need to feel guilty towards me, because everything given to you by our parents is the happiness you deserve. Anyway, I am destined to have a wretched life and can only wander outside, becoming a homeless orphan. Perhaps in the future, I will quietly, silently die of illness in a corner of the street somewhere." In Tang Ru's dumbfounded gaze, Chu Ling wiped tears from her reddening eyes, speaking softly with a tearful voice. This familiar scene left the fake wealthy girl stunned, standing in place at a loss. This is outrageous. Who behaves so despicably? Blatantly plagiarizing like this, shameless to the extreme. Don't they understand what copyright is, that piracy will be prosecuted? Ignoring the incredulous look from the fake wealthy girl, Chu Ling silently shed tears, portraying a pitiful and helpless image to the utmost. Seeing this, Tang Ro cursed internally a few times, knowing she couldn't let Chu Ling continue improvising like this. She quickly stepped forward, her eyes red, took Chu Ling's hand, continuously chiding herself through sobs. "Sister, how can you leave? It should be me who goes. I am the culprit who deprived you of 18 years of life. It's all my fault. If not for my birth, you could have lived as a young lady of a wealthy family. Now that you are back, it's only natural that things return to their original state. Please take good care of Mom and Dad, take care of our brothers, because I truly love them. Don't worry, I would rather starve, die outside, jump from here, than ever return to the Tang family and compete for family members with you." Sobs. In full acting mode, Tang Ro expressed her reluctance to the end, as she tearfully embraced Chu Ling. The two girls hugged, each harboring their own secrets, consoling each other insincerely. In that moment, the room was filled only with the sounds of the girls weeping. To an outsider, this scene might give the impression of deep sisterly affection. "Oh no, tilde. Suddenly, Tang Ro felt a strong force push her away, and her eyes widened. She saw Chu Ling coughing violently, covering her mouth. When Chu Ling uncovered her hands, her pale face looked exhausted, with traces of blood coughed up between her fingers, looking as miserable and pitiable as ever. "Sister, what are you saying? With my frail body, how can I stay by Mom and Dad's side to take care of them properly? Don't argue with me anymore. I should be the one leaving. Besides, all these years, you were pampered in the Tang family. Leaving here, you wouldn't survive the hardships outside. I am different. After being abused by your birth parents for so many years, forced every day to bear their debts, I've grown accustomed to suffering. That's why leaving is the most suitable for me. Since young, I've been living in a pigsty. Leaving now, I can accept using sky as a blanket, earth as a bed. As for food, don't worry about me. When I was at the Chu family before, your birth parents were feeding me leftovers. So now I can go through trash bins, scavenging for scraps, barely surviving. Okay, I'll leave now. I hope you and your family can live happily. I will pray for you all the time." Sadoran. With these words, Chu Ling glanced sorrowfully at her shocked parents. The next moment, she turned and left, as if she had made a certain decision, never looking back. On the 5th day of taking medication, "It's so fast, I've actually finished a bottle of medicine, 80-something yuan gone. A bottle with 45 pills, 9 pills per day. Finished in 5 days. And I also took Viagra for 3 days, always before bed. Not sure if there are side effects." 1. I've been very sleepy these days, feeling tired all day, a bit dizzy. 2. Accompanied by symptoms of diarrhea, needing to go to the bathroom several times a day. 3. I wake up in the middle of the night and can't fall back asleep, end up picking up my phone to read comments from everyone. Currently, after taking the medication, I have these 3 points. I will have to continue taking the medicine, at least finish 1 course. The effects are indeed there, truly worthy of being Viagra. When I used to have natural erections, I always felt weak. Men understand. Now that I've taken the medicine, I can actually feel much better than before. The erectile dysfunction has improved significantly. Before I couldn't get it up. Now I can at least function normally. The only uncertainty is what will happen after stopping the medicine, so stay tuned. Oh, and today in the comments section, a brother said he wanted to give me a gift, claiming to be the king of gifts. I was initially very happy, thinking of thanking the big brother for the support. He then said to me, "April Fools. Surprised, aren't you?" You know, with just these few words, the damage to a struggling author is immeasurable. Please don't hurt if you don't love. Spread the word. Oh, April Fools is over. This time, seeking support for love comes first. No one will deceive me again, right? Chapter 355 The Astonishment of Aunt Mash. Am I not the only child of destiny? No, DRIZZLE, my poor daughter. You go away, tilde tot, tilde child, you have suffered all these years. My own daughter, Tang, has finally come back to me after so much hardship. How could she still go out and suffer? Seeing Chu Ling leaving without turning back, the faces of the couple, Su Shiyun and his wife, showed concern and anxiety. The two abandoned Tang, who had an unpleasant expression, and went straight towards Chu Ling. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to never let their daughter suffer again. Although they had known about Chu Ling's difficult experiences over the years, hearing the description from the person involved now filled their hearts with shock and sorrow that were hard to put into words. Our daughter has suffered too much. Oh, quick! Stop the lady! Upon Su Shiyun's excited shout, the steward and the servants around gathered around Chu Ling, their faces filled with worrying and sympathy. At this moment, Chu Ling truly walked the path of the green tea, leaving no way out for the green tea. Gives. On the other hand, Tang, the fake wealthy daughter. Once the center of attention at home, she now stood awkwardly in place, ignored by everyone, feeling nothing but shock and anger in her eyes. How could she not have expected Chu Ling to be so despicable and shameless? Not only using her childhood misfortunes to garner sympathy, but also exaggerating the truth and taking the opportunity to be derogatory towards her. Accusing her own parents of evil in front of her, wasn't that just to deliberately embarrass her? Putting her on the spot? Both sides have wronged others, but it wasn't her fault, so why was she being blamed? Speaking of which, she had been estranged from her biological parents since she was young, making her an innocent victim. But how pitiful she was! Yet, this despicable woman had no sympathy, and whenever she had the chance, she would target her intentionally. Humph, such a narrow-minded and petty person, always calculating. She truly lived up to her upbringing in the countryside, just like those vulgar lower-class people, getting sharper and more acerbic the poorer they were. Tang clenched her fists, her eyes teary, feeling extremely aggrieved. She couldn't accept the discrepancy between being the star of the family and being completely ignored. She was truly angry. At the same time, she started to take seriously Chu Ling as the thief who wanted to steal her happy life. Tang hadn't paid much attention to her before, thinking that this wild girl, raised in the countryside, couldn't possibly be a match for her. And at first, it seemed as she had expected, that Chu Ling could be easily controlled by her. But today, it was as if the other party had a sudden realization and knowing how to use leverage, making her feel a bit pressured and challenged as never before. Sister, I'm the one who should leave. You stay here. Please take care of our family for me. I'm leaving now. Father, mother, take care. Wherever I go, I'll pray for you. Sobbing. Tang wiped her tears, and when no one reacted, she ran out of the front gate without looking back. Following behind her, the eldest son of the Tang family, showing a worried expression, chased after Tangru's receding figure, waving vigorously and shouting hoarsely, "Sister, sister. You can't leave. How can your brother live without you? You can't leave. Soon, the siblings disappeared in the villa, leaving everyone looking at each other. Perhaps feeling guilty and considering the emotions involved in taking care of their biological daughter. Su Shiyun and his wife furrowed their brows, ultimately didn't speak up to stop Tang Rou from leaving, and continued to stand beside Chu Ling, inquiring about her well-being. With Tang Chuan by her side, nothing would happen to Tang Rou anyway. At this stage, the most important thing for them to do was to compensate their unfortunate biological daughter properly. Interesting. How did my unfortunate cousin suddenly become clever today? Actually learning to be sly and utilizing her advantages to confront and outwit each other. I didn't expect this. With her limited intelligence, she managed to gain a slight advantage in this battle of the true and false wealthy daughters, just relying on herself. It seems I underestimated her. I thought she would fly into a rage under the false wealthy daughter's scheming. And my foolish uncle and aunt, how come they seemed like different people today, letting the false wealth daughter leave home just to cater to Chu Ling's emotions? I thought they would unconditionally stand by their adopted daughter's side. So strange. Aside from my stupid Odudu maintaining stability, the rest of the people present seemed somewhat abnormal. After eavesdropping on Lin Zhuan's thoughts, Chu Ling's lips couldn't help but curl up with a barely discernible trace of complacency. Look at you. Will you dare to call me foolish again in the future? Didn't expect that? I have superpowers, able to eavesdrop on your thoughts, chosen as a special being by the heavens. Surprised or not. However, after this incident, Chu Ling became more aware of the importance of her golden finger. Without Lin Zhuan's hints, she would surely have fallen for Tang Ru's tricks, just like the staged fall down the stairs incident last time. Therefore, Chu Ling had the idea of always staying close to her cousin and listening to his inner thoughts. Next to her, Su Shiyan looked a bit strange, obviously having heard the complaints of his nephew. At the same time, the same doubts arose in him. It was only at this moment that he realized, other than his eldest son and adopted daughter, the other two indeed seemed a bit off. Like his biological daughter Chu Ling. Based on her recent behavior, she was extremely strong and would unlikely break down in tears and say those words so weakly. And also, this daughter-loving old Tang, who usually cherished Tang Rou, had been acting a bit strangely today. His abnormality started from the eavesdropping on his nephew's thoughts, so why were they like that? Wait a minute. Could it be that these two, like me, could also eavesdrop on Lin Zhuan's thoughts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was the chosen one by the heavens, a special being with the power of the gods, the child of destiny ante. Incredibly, superpowers like this should be one of its kind. How was it possible for this to also manifest onto other people simultaneously, and upon their first appearance, as two? This isn't scientific. These days, taking Viagra every day is a bit tough. Diarrhea 2 to 3 times a day, very sleepy, always having a foggy head, unable to work at all, so I plan to switch to every other day. On the 6th day of self-testing, trying out Viagra for you all, it indeed works. It's not good to take it too often, as there are side effects. But occasional use should help boost your confidence, allowing you to conquer your wife and greatly enhance a man's confidence in a short time. Late night worshipping the ancestors in the ancestral hall, tomorrow's tomb sweeping. Even in the middle of the night, there are still crowds with lots of paper money, throwing heaps of it into the furnace. Good night, seeking gifts. Chapter 356. Is the wheel of misfortune beginning to turn for Tang Chuan's tragedy? Magic City, Wanda Plaza. In order to lift Tang Ru's spirits, Tang Chuan took her to a luxury goods store to shop till they drop. Ding-a-ling, just as the two were enjoying their shopping spree, a phone rang, and Tang Chuan answered. Hello, Director Wang Jing. What's up? Wrap-up party. Oh, I remember now. Sorry, I had some family matters I forgot about earlier, but I'll head over now. After hanging up, Tang Chuan mentioned the party and invited Tang Rou to go with him. Well, let's go. Third brother. It seemed like something had crossed Tang Ru's mind, and without rejecting Tang Chuan's invitation, she quickly held hands with him and bounced cheerfully towards the hotel where the party was taking place. Tang family. Despite the sincere efforts of Su Shuyun and her husband, Chu Ling reluctantly chose to stay under their persuasion. At this moment, everyone was seated on the couch, listening to Chu Ling recount her tragic experiences of working hard to pay off debts at Chu's village over the years. As they listened, the couple couldn't help but be furious and heartbroken, tears streaming down their faces. "Child, I'm sorry. You have suffered so much." Su Shuyun couldn't stop crying as she embraced Chu Ling, who had tears in her eyes, comforting her softly. Beside the mother and daughter, Tang Guowen clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "Zhaoling, don't worry. We will compensate you for all the suffering you endured over the years. As for that wicked couple, humph, not only did they deceive us back then, but they also gave you such a miserable childhood. They are worse than beasts, unforgivable. Call the police, ~penal code. Call the police immediately. I want to see them behind bars for life." The couple initially had some reservations considering Tang Ru's feelings. But now, having listened firsthand to their daughter's sorrowful childhood experiences, as parents, how could they remain indifferent? They immediately dialed the police, using their connections to ensure that Chu Shong and his wife would suffer for the rest of their lives, worse than death. It seems that the butterfly effect has made some significant changes. I remember in the original plotline, to spare Tangro from trouble, the big uncle and aunt chose to be lenient towards her biological parents. However, by reporting the matter to the police, Chu Shong and his wife spent a year in prison and were ordered never to appear in front of Tang's family again, closing the case hastily. This further deepened the divide between the big uncle's family and their biological daughter, becoming irreparable. But looking at the current situation, are the couple really serious this time? Are they planning to take harsh actions against Chu Shong and his wife? Aren't they worried about upsetting Tang Ro? Are these blind-eyed couples going crazy today? As they heard their nephew's slightly puzzled tone, Tang Guowen and his wife were truly shocked. They couldn't believe that they and others would actually treat Chu Ling that way. After all, she was their own biological daughter. No matter how much they doted on their adopted daughter, they couldn't easily overlook someone who harmed their own flesh and blood. Tang Guowen and his wife couldn't understand their actions in the alternate timeline. Determined to seek justice for their biological daughter, they would not allow the future that their nephew had envisaged to take place. Well, my foolish outdo. At this moment, he should be taking Tangro to the wrap-up party. Gives looks like he's about to face some serious trouble. TSK. The male lead, Song Zi, who appeared in the same TV drama, most likely has already prepared the spiked cocktail. Once my naive cousin drinks it, he will soon lose consciousness and experience a nightmare. The entire process will be recorded as evidence, giving others leverage over him. In order to maintain his public image, my foolish cousin will have no choice but to succumb to Song Zi's threats repeatedly until the truth comes out, ruining him completely. But with the developments in today's storyline changing multiple times, perhaps Tang Chuan might escape unscathed due to the butterfly effect. However, it's unlikely. After all, Tang Ro personally served him the cocktail, and this brainless girl is bound to fall victim to it. I bet Tang Chuan never expected this. When Song Zi secretly transferred 1 million to his good little sister and asked for her help in cooperating, Tang Ro agreed without hesitation, even if she vaguely suspected something amiss with the drink. For the sake of 1 million RMB, she had no qualms about selling out Tang Chuan. She only needs to cry and feign ignorance afterward, and the big uncle's family will undoubtedly believe her. Initially, out of familial obligation, I didn't mind rescuing Tang Chuan. But today, seeing him dare to give me attitude, I've already noted down several points in my little book. Humph, no need to say anything. That backside is as good as gone. At this point, Lin Xuan quietly picked up the cup of red tea on the table and took a sip, deciding to let his cousin's backside get pierced, facing a fate of destruction. Just as he calmly prepared for the consequences. On the couch, Chu Ling, who overheard his thoughts, was slightly surprised, a hint of worrying flashing in her eyes. However, remembering Tang Chuan's attitude toward her before, she instantly gave up on the idea of saving him. Humph, she was no saint. Since her favoritism toward Tangro was evident to her biased third brother, why should she bother intervening for him? As the saying goes, take life and death lightly. If you're not satisfied, just do it. This blind third brother, he's not worth it. On the other side, Tang Guowen and his wife were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. What? What did we just hear? Tang Zhuangzi is about to be in trouble, and their beloved Tangro is an accomplice. Happy Qingming Festival, everyone! Today, my father and I went to tidy up the graves driving a borrowed electric donkey. The air was fresh in the mountains, quite nice, except it got a bit hot when burning the offering papers. With the wind blowing, we had to slowly burn them using long tree branches. Chapter 357, Chosen Couple? Turns out we can all hear each other's thoughts. After learning about the tragic fate of their eldest son, the Tang Guowen couple was shocked. They knew about Song Zi. Isn't he Yichuan's closest friend? Their eldest son even brought him home a few times. He had just debuted on a talent show recently and was a popular rising star, known as the tender fresh meat. He had a good relationship with their eldest son and seemed like an honest and decent person. Why would he suddenly do something to harm their own son? Could it be because he envied Yichuan's family background? Or was he jealous that their eldest son was more famous than himself? Unable to take on the leading male role in the drama. Indeed, you can never truly know someone's heart. But what chilled the couple the most was their beloved daughter. Turns out she was Song Zi's accomplice, willing to betray even close family members for a mere 1 million RMB. They always thought that even if Tangro had no blood relation with them, after spending so many years together, they were already intimate family members. Now it seems that perhaps they were just deluding themselves. Tangro, their daughter, was never truly on the same side as them. Could there really be inherently bad people in this world? No matter how well you treat them, you can't warm their hearts. At this moment, the Tang couple sighed repeatedly, profoundly disappointed in Tangro. Chu Ling, you and Xiaoshuan stay at home to rest. I will go and bring Zichuan and the others back. The siblings just rushed out like this. I'm a bit worried about their safety. Tang Guowen furrowed his brows and got up, casually gave a reason, and hastily left. The top priority was to rescue their cherished offspring. He didn't want them to end up with sexual diseases due to neglect. Watching her husband's hurried departure, Su Shuyun's eyes flashed with a certain realization. Turns out, Lao Tang was also a special person chosen by the heavens. I'm also a little worried about Zichuan and the others. Xiaoshuan, sit for a moment. Your uncle and I will be back soon. After instructing a few burly bodyguards, Su Shuyun followed Tang Guowen's footsteps, leaving Lin Zhuan and his cousin looking at each other. 2.5 minutes later, several police officers arrived at the villa, led by the chief of police. He inquired about the case from Chu Ling with a smile on his face. Hello. Our investigation results are out. Chu Shang and his wife are indeed suspected of abduction, child abuse, and other charges. We would like to get more information about the specific situation in Chu family village. After everything is ready, we can start the arrest operation today. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling's face showed excitement, her breathing quickened, unable to help but clench her fists. Remembering the dark years of her life, her heart swelled with anger and resentment towards Chu Shang and his wife. Chu Ling answered every question almost instantly, hoping that the law could bring justice to the malicious couple. On the other hand, hearing footsteps behind him, Tang Guowen turned around in surprise to find his wife trailing behind him, leaving him somewhat confused. Wife, why aren't you with Xiaoshuan and the others? I'll go find Zichuan alone. Can you also hear Lin Zhuan's thoughts? Catching up with her husband, Su Shuyun didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. She had already prepared for being mute. After all, some inexplicable force prevented her from revealing the secret of hearing others' thoughts to outsiders. But who would have thought? This time, she didn't encounter any resistance from the mysterious force and successfully disclosed her ability to hear her nephew's thoughts. Does this mean that only chosen individuals like us can share our innermost thoughts with each other? Su Shuyun squinted, deep in thought. On the other hand, Tang Guowen, first stunned for a moment, gradually widened his eyes, looking unbelieving. He wasn't a fool. From his wife's question, he discerned too many secrets. Wife, do you also? Seeing Su Shuyun nod in agreement, Tang Guowen was shocked, but also slightly disappointed. He thought he was the unique chosen one. Knowing that others could also hear thoughts undermined his sense of superiority. Thankfully, his wife was the one chosen just like him. Looking at it from another perspective, it wasn't so bad, right? In the future, if they overheard any gossip, they could share and discuss together, instead of bearing the burden alone. As for why his wife also possessed this superpower, perhaps it was a case of like attracts like, and that's why Su Shiyun received the same ability. In other words, his wife must have become a chosen one because of him. Wife, we are the chosen beings appointed by the heavens, the legendary couple of destiny. I believe that, as long as we unite, we will be able to accomplish wonders. Just as Tang Guowen was filled with pride and envisioning a bright future together, Su Shiyun's soft voice suddenly interrupted him. Since when did you start hearing Zhao Xuan's thoughts? Oh, it seems like the first time was when we went to the hospital. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you planning to keep this from me unless I ask? Haven't we agreed not to have secrets between us a cough? Wife, don't be angry. Let me explain. No, let me clarify. Ouch. Su Shiyun snorted coldly and firmly twisted Tang Guowen's nipples, causing him to howl in pain. Considering the danger awaiting their eldest son, she only delivered a minor punishment and quickly let go, urging him to hurry to the hotel. Hurry up. We'll settle the score when we have time. It's not just about you keeping this from me. And there's always you sneaking out at night, tiptoeing into the study to do those indecent things. Humph! A useless man with weak kidneys. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Let's go. Damn! How does she know about those things? Oh right, she can hear Zhao Xuan's thoughts. Thus, at this moment, Tang Guowen blushed and felt utterly embarrassed. His wife knew the biggest pain point of a man. He even thought about finding a tofu to hit himself to death. He had no place to hide a underscore. Su Shiyun dragged her dejected husband and quickly got into the car, driving towards the hotel in a hurry. Officially resuming updates, these past 2 days of no updates were addictive, and neglecting medication and exercise for 2 days was a sin. I'm just a waste, full of enthusiasm and indolence, eating away at life. I can't sleep at night, and during the day, I'm extremely sleepy, turning day into night. O**. Also, in about a week, my wife and I will validate the results of the treatment. In the remaining time, I must discipline myself. By the way, a few days ago, my wife received her salary from the factory, February's pay, having worked for about 10 days. Chapter 358. In the nick of time, Tang Dad and Tang Mom saved the day. Empire Hotel. At the wrap party of Love 020, everyone raised their glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Tang Chuan and Tang Ruo raised their glasses, chatting and laughing with the crew members on site. Third young master. The success of the filming this time can be attributed to you, the male lead. It's a pity I couldn't get Elle to customize a theme song for us. Otherwise, the ratings of our sweet romance drama would definitely skyrocket, becoming wildly popular everywhere. It's a pity. Director Wang Jing drank a sip of red wine, looking gloomy. Hearing this, Tang Chuan was full of confidence, boasting, "Don't worry, director. I already have a way. I'm sure I can get the idol to write a song for us when the time comes." Third young master, have you contacted Elle? Director Wang Jing exclaimed in delight, unable to contain his excitement. Sort of. But as for the theme song, it may have to wait for some time. Tang Chuan pretended to be mysterious, deliberately not mentioning the incident where Elle was deceived by his cousin. He felt it was too early to reveal this, lest it reaches his cousin's ears and causes trouble. Anyway, now that he could hear his cousin's inner thoughts, using this unique advantage, rescuing his idol, Elle was a piece of cake. Thinking about this, Tang Chuan's lips could not help but curve in a smile. At this moment, he was firmly convinced that he was a chosen one by fate, the legendary, the cousin of destiny. Why else would others not awaken superpowers? But he did. It must be a predetermined arrangement by fate, as even heaven couldn't bear to see such a rare musical genius like Elle fall from grace, and specifically chose him as the protector. After all, he was Elle's most loyal fan. His mission was to do his best to rescue his idol Elle from his cousin, the Beast. This matter concerned the future of the Chinese music industry and even the development of the global entertainment industry. In other words, The third young master of the Tang family was the savior of this music-averse world, the chosen great cousin. With this in mind, Tang Chuan's sense of mission swelled, feeling immensely important. Beside him, Tang Ruo furrowed her brows slightly, showing some confusion. When did her brother contact Elle? How come she didn't know? If he could really get Elle, she must have Elle personally create several hit songs for her. Tang Ru's eyes flickered with ambition. With the resources provided by the Tang family, she had made a name for herself in the entertainment and film industry and was considered a somewhat famous star. But how could she settle for just this level of success? She wanted to become a superstar, an international diva, making her name known worldwide, capturing everyone's attention. If she could tap into Elle's huge fan base, she was sure she could achieve her goals in no time. She must find ways to establish a relationship with Elle, or even consider developing a partnership with Elle. Ding ding ding. Just as Tang Ru's eyes were filled with visions of her becoming an international star, her phone rang. She glanced at it casually and nonchalantly put it back into her bag. Brother, it seems like Songzi is not feeling well. Let's go check on him. What? Where is he? Let's go. Upon hearing that his good friend wasn't feeling well, Tang Chuan quickly bid farewell to his colleagues and hurriedly followed Tang Ruo into a private room. Upon entering, they saw a fair-skinned, thin young man sitting alone on the leather sofa, applying light makeup, wearing lipstick and earrings. When he saw Tang Chuan, he immediately appeared nervous and instinctively stood up from the sofa. Young master, you're here. Ozzy, is everything all right? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Oh, it's fine. Just had insufficient sleep last night and ate some chilled peaches before bed, causing multiple episodes of diarrhea. I just took some medication a while ago, and I'm feeling much better now. Songzi was one of the few artist friends Tang Chuan had a closer relationship with, so Tang Chuan genuinely cared about him. Upon hearing that Songzi was fine, he relaxed. The two of them then chatted and laughed as usual, creating a harmonious atmosphere. 2.5 minutes later, Songzi suggested raising a glass to celebrate the successful completion of the TV drama shoot and wished for their future careers to flourish. He picked up a glass of Lei 925 tequila from the table, casually tapped the table, as if sending a signal to someone. Soon, Tang Ru's eyes lit up, and she handed the premium liquor on the edge of the table to Tang Chuan. Brother, let me pick a glass for you. Sister wishes you to become a well-known superstar soon and climb to the top of the international acting world. With Tang Ru's praise, Tang Chuan's face exuded confidence and pride. Without hesitation, he picked up the glass, intending to drink it all in one go. As Songzi and others watched with bated breath, focusing on the glass almost touching Tang Chuan's lips. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, producing a thunderous sound. The sudden commotion startled all three people present. Who is it? Don't they know scaring people can be fatal? Tang Chuan furrowed his brow and was on the verge of getting angry. But the next moment, he froze because the newcomers were his parents. Mom, Dad, why are you here? Are you here to take me and my sister back? Humph! Since both of you have a new daughter and cousin, do you still need us siblings? I'm not going back. Thinking he had figured out Tang Guowen and his wife's thoughts, Tang Chuan was full of pride, determined to negotiate. Returning home too easily with Tang Dad and Tang Mom would make him lose face and hinder his family's status improvement. In fact, it wasn't just Tang Chuan. Tang Ruo also shared this mindset, believing that Tang Dad and Tang Mom were worried about her, so they had come to welcome her back home. Indeed, with 18 years of parent-child bonding with the Tang family, how could Chu Ling, who had recently returned to the family, compare? After all, the relationship didn't matter that much. It wasn't even the 21st century. How could people's mindset still be so old-fashioned? Modern society advocates freedom in parent-child relationships. Who would attach so much importance to blood relations? Whether by blood or not, as long as parents genuinely care for their children, they will support them in their old age. Conversely, if parents abuse their children from a young age, even if they are biological parents, what difference does it make? When the parents grow old, won't they just abandon them in nursing homes? Sometimes, adoptive parents are much better than biological ones. Tang Dad and Tang Mom probably understood this, hence they came to welcome her back home. Humph, that woman is still trying to compete with me for glory and riches? It's wishful thinking. Even if I am not of Tang family blood, so what? I, Tang Ruo, can still outplay that so-called true heiress in every aspect. Chapter 359. The Plot of the Beastly Cousin. As the two siblings continued to fantasize wildly in their minds, believing that they held a significant position within the Tang family that was irreplaceable, the couple had already surveyed the situation inside the house. When they saw their eldest son holding a high-footed cup with a smug look on his face, their expressions immediately turned grim. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to have a celebratory drink with friends now. Please leave. Don't disturb us. As for the matter of you asking me to come home, I need some time to consider it properly, A's. Ignore them. Let's continue drinking. Tonight, we will not stop until we're drunk. Cheers, tilde. Asterisk tilde tilde dot 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 dot." Unaware, Tang Chuan continued to be smug, believing that from this day on, his family status would definitely rise steadily. After speaking, he clinked glasses with Song Zi and was about to continue drinking when, "You fool!" Tang Guowen, with a grim expression, rolled up his sleeves, took a few steps forward, and delivered a heavy blow. Smack! "Dad, why did you hit me?" Tang Chuan's cheek immediately swelled up, his expression dumbfounded, clearly shocked by this sudden turn of events. Not just him, but Tang Ro, who was present, was also at a loss, with faces full of confusion. The room fell into a dead silence. Su Shuyan, with a cold demeanor, stepped forward and snatched the high-footed cup from her eldest son's hand, handing it to the flustered Song Zi, saying, "Here, drink this cup. Mom, what are you trying to do? Why are you accusing me like this? Don't make it difficult for my friend. Shut up. Do you know you were set up? There was poison in this drink. If your dad and I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been done for, understand? Dot 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 dot." Glaring at her foolish eldest son, Su Shuyan felt a strong urge to send him back to her womb. "What? A's drugged me? Trying to harm me? Absolutely not. Impossible. My good brother, A's and I trust each other completely. How could he possibly harm me? Impossible. But could it be that someone is creating discord in private? Deliberately tarnishing A's reputation in front of my parents, trying to make me lose this rare good friend?" Remembering the eavesdropping of the beastly cousin's thoughts before, it seems he mentioned being set up at the banquet. In an instant, Tang Chuan had a sudden realization, a light bulb moment. He got it. He finally got it. It turned out that the manipulator behind the scenes had to be the beastly cousin. To take revenge on his indifferent attitude towards him, he had come up with such a vicious plan, intending not only to drive a wedge between him and his parents, but also to make him lose his best friend Song Zi, hitting two birds with one stone. What a sinister plan indeed. Mom, Dad, were you deceived by the beastly cousin? Let me tell you, don't listen to his nonsense. A's is my good brother. How could he possibly harm me? I am 95% certain that this is impossible. You must have been deceived by the beastly cuz. Smack. Seeing his foolish eldest son still oblivious, Tang Guowen couldn't bear it anymore and angrily raised his hand to deliver another fierce blow. Shut up. You are driving me crazy. How did I end up with a fool like you? And you, both acting like beasts, can't you speak properly? They are your family. Have some manners. How did I teach you? You are disgracing me. Remember this. No matter what, Xiao Shuan is your cousin, and now he's even your savior. If I hear you disrespect him again, I'll slap you dead on the spot. Dot 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 dot. On the side, Su Shuyan nodded repeatedly, feeling grateful for her nephew. If not for hearing his inner thoughts predicting, their foolish eldest son might have already been in a precarious situation. Furthermore, suspecting him to be a reborn person, an essential trump card for her and Tang Guowen, they had to maintain a good relationship with him. Sensing the threatening gazes of Tang's mom and dad, Tang Chuan, covering his reddened cheeks, looked helpless and full of doubt. Although his mind was filled with confusion, he dared not speak up to argue anymore. Young man, what are you still standing there for? Drink this cup of wine. What's the matter? Are you scared? Does that mean you admit to drugging my son? Meanwhile, facing the increasingly threatening attitude of Mr. and Mrs. Tang, Song Zi was panicking internally, but tried to keep a calm and innocent expression on his face. He kept patting his chest with his hand, tears welling in his eyes, feigning a scared and innocent look. Mr. Tang. Mrs. Su. You've scared me. How can you slander my innocence like this? 3 young masters, and our loyal good brothers. Our friendship is as clear as daylight. How could I possibly drug him? There's no reason at all. You are insulting my noble character. Just because of your relationship with the 3rd young master, I'll pretend that you didn't say those words just now. Otherwise, even if your Tang family is powerful, I will have the will to go to court to sue you for defamation. By the end of Song Zi's speech, his expression had turned serious, displaying a sign of indignation and humiliation. Witnessing this, Tang Chuan lowered his head in guilt, unsure of how to face this former good friend of his. Indeed, my good brother has been wronged. My dear friend, I'm sorry. This is all because of that despicable beastly cousin. If it weren't for his scheming ways, my good brother wouldn't have been wrongly accused by my parents, or we wrong you. Fine then. Drink this cup of wine. Prove it to me. As long as there's nothing wrong with the drink, I'll apologize to you immediately. I'll even use the resources of the group to provide you with the best film and television resources as compensation. What? Scared? Drink it. Or after you're done, you can decide how to sue us for your dignity. Su Shuyun sneered, forcing the pale-faced, sweating Song Zi to the edge. To show our appreciation for everyone's support during this period, we've initiated a red envelope activity today. Just like before, simply send a gift, and the backstage will automatically reply with a passcode. Use that passcode to open Alipay. Enter the passcode in the red packet mini program, and you'll receive the red envelope I've sent .. For those unsure, you can search on Baidu. It's very simple. Today, it's 100 yuan for 500 red envelopes, guaranteeing a minimum of 0.2 yuan per person, approximately .. This appreciation activity will last for a month. Every evening at 7 o'clock, I will send out a new red envelope passcode, and the claiming process will be the same as above. .. Thanks. W. Those who receive the red envelope can share a brief comment here, so I can see how lucky everyone is today. Chapter 360. The fake heiress is despised by the chosen couple. Lady Mother, is there any misunderstanding here? Brother Z, how could he possibly do something to harm Brother San? Oh no, 3. Don't forget, they are loyal and courageous good brothers. I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding somewhere. We can't wrongly accuse good people. ... As the few people were at a standstill, Tangro, who had been silently observing, gritted her teeth and chose to stand up to cover up for Song Zi. Although she wasn't sure about the information from the Su Shuyun couple and where specifically it came from. But seeing the obvious uneasiness in Song Zi's expression, she realized with 100% certainty, there must be a big problem with this cup of wine. Perhaps, as Su Shuyun said, Song Zi had tampered with the wine. If it were a normal situation, no matter how good her relationship with Song Zi was, Tangro would definitely choose to protect herself wisely. But not long ago, she, being a bit greedy, had accepted 1 million RMB from Song Zi and agreed to help him persuade Tang Chuan to drink. If Song Zi were caught red-handed and exposed, her previously pristine image in the eyes of the Tang Guan couple would definitely be severely damaged, even giving Chu Ling the chance to take advantage and replace her. Tangro couldn't stand by and watch this happen, so she had no choice but to find ways to offend Song Zi. Little did she know, her actions had already been known by the Su Shuyun couple. Enough! Zero, your brother is confused. Are you also confused? The truth is right in front of you. How can you still spout nonsense with your eyes wide open? You really disappoint me. ... Hearing this, Tangro trembled all over, her face filled with disbelief, her eyes reddened in an instant. This was the first time in her life that she had been scolded so mercilessly by Su Shuyun in public, making her feel extremely embarrassed. Lady Mother. ... Tangro, at a loss, instinctively tried to use her crocodile tears to deceive her way through. After all, she had used this tactic countless times before, always with success. She thought this time would be the same. But unfortunately, Tangro was disappointed by the result. After witnessing her tearful and helpless appearance, Su Shuyun kept a cold face and did not offer any gentle comfort as before. Something was wrong. Why was it like this? Everything was fine this morning. Why had their attitudes towards her changed so drastically in just a couple of hours? Tang Ru's heart tightened, feeling a heavy sense of crisis, her instincts stirring up chaos within her. For some reason, she sensed a slight sense of detachment from Su Shiyun, something she had never experienced before. It seemed like the mother-daughter bond they once had was no longer as intimate as before. In fact, Tang Ru's intuition was accurate. Since learning that she had betrayed her own son for a mere 1 million RMB, Su Shiyun had grown distant from her daughter, her previous thoughts shifting slightly. Perhaps without the bond of blood relation. No matter how many years they had spent together, they would never truly become a loving family. Not only her, even Tang Guowen, who was once known as the spoiled girl crazy demon. At this moment, looking at Tang Ru, his gaze became complicated. There was a time when he truly cherished this daughter, treating her with love and care. Even after finding out she wasn't his biological daughter, his attitude remained the same. Because in his heart, Tang Ru was pure and kind, a little angel sent by God. Approximately tilde. But combining the recent words of his nephew and the occasional glimpses of Tang Ru's true nature, this daughter seemed a bit different from the angel he had imagined. Dad, Mom, have you guys taken the wrong medicine today? How can you treat Zero with this attitude? Among the people present, only Tang Chuan remained stable. Seeing his sister on the verge of tears, he, as the elder brother, felt a pang of pain and couldn't breathe, shaking all over. Commonly known as trembling cold tilde. He gathered his courage, glared at his own creator, then turned to his good friend Song Zi and roared to the sky, "WW good brother. It's my fault, Tang Chuan, for mistreating you. If my parents didn't act high and mighty, unable to distinguish right from wrong, you wouldn't have been wrongly accused today. But don't worry, today I will stand up for justice. No matter what, I will seek justice for you. They drugged you for no reason, right? Fine, show them by drinking. Prove your innocence. What else can they say? Hearing this, Song Zi's mouth twitched, looking visibly uncomfortable. The wine he was given had been spiked with an aphrodisiac. If he drank it like that, he might lose control instantly and start acting all crazy in front of everyone. Guys, come in. At this point, Tang Guowen had run out of patience, shouting loudly. Hula, tilde. Several burly men rushed into the room, restraining Song Zi's body and preparing to force-feed him the wine. Gad, have you lost your mind? Tang Chuan was dumbfounded, unable to understand why, over such a trivial matter, Tang Guowen's methods were so extreme. Shut up, fool, just watch. Tang Guowen couldn't be bothered with this emotional outburst. Once that poisoned wine went down, all would be revealed. Tang Chuan naturally couldn't accept this. Just as he was about to argue logically and defend his best friend. I won't drink it. Get away. I won't drink it. Sen Shao, help. Stop them. Song Zi desperately turned his head away, refusing to drink the fine wine held up to his mouth. He struggled in fear, crying out for Tang Chuan's help. Oh-eh-ha! Seeing this scene, Tang Chuan seemed to realize something, his face instantly turning ugly. Damn, it seems like I'm being targeted by those wool-pulling bastards. Yesterday, I gave out 100 RMB, 1,500 red envelopes, expected to get around 100 readers. But in an instant, the bots took over, some vile scammers using tech to snatch away my 200 bucks. Damn you. I curse you with impotence, premature ejaculation, and erectile dysfunction. Chapter 361. The truth about Cousin's Target A's. Why are you resisting? It's just a drink, isn't it? You keep saying this drink is fine. Then why not drink it on the spot? Isn't that the best way to prove yourself? Why are you fighting so desperately against it? Could it be that you really put something in this drink? Tang Chuan is not a fool, obviously realizing the seriousness of the problem. After all, Song Zi's fierce struggle itself explains everything. If he is really falsely accused, then drinking this cup of wine would be the best way to prove himself. But the other party not only hesitates, but also shows an extremely scared and fearful expression, which is obviously unreasonable behavior. Anyone normal could see that something fishy was going on. Sen Shao, I didn't intend to harm you. You have to believe me. Faced with Tang Chuan's repeated questions, Song Zi, pinned to the ground by bodyguards, pale-faced, weakly defends himself. When asked why he dared not drink if there was nothing wrong with the wine, Song Zi fell silent again, only able to grit his teeth and shake his head. Seeing this scene, Tang Chuan's heart instantly felt as if it had been soaked in ice-cold water, chilling to the core, as if sinking into an abyss without a bottom. Beside him, Tang Yuan sneered and waved his hand at the bodyguards. "Enough talk! Open his mouth! Pour the wine for me!" Upon hearing this, the bodyguards immediately cooperated, pinching Song Zi's jaw, aiming to pour the wine into his mouth, scaring Song Zi into screaming loudly. In a panic, he finally admitted his wrongdoing. Don't I admit it? I admit there is indeed something wrong with the wine. I mixed something in the wine. Hearing this, Tang Chuan's last trace of hope was also shattered by the harsh reality. Never did he expect. The good brother he thought was loyal and courageous actually wanted to harm him for real. Why would you do this? Aren't we sworn brothers in adversity? Have you forgotten our oath before Lord Guan Yu, imitating the three brothers of the Peach Garden? Do you still remember the pledge we made back then? From this day forward, we, the two brothers, may not share the same birth date, but may we share the same date of death. May heaven and earth witness this true heart. Backstabbers will be condemned by both heaven and man. ... Watching his friend being held down on the ground, Tang Chuan's eyes were filled with disbelief and disappointment, his voice hoarse and incredulous. He could not comprehend his friend's motive for such actions. After all, he had always taken great care of Song Zi. Whether it was because of his delicate appearance almost subject to unfair treatment by the entertainment industry, or his poor acting skills leading to no roles, or his sick mother not being able to afford treatment. Whenever Song Zi, this so-called good brother, faced various difficulties, Tang Sanshao was always there to help. He had poured his heart out to this loyal friend, and now he was plotting against him. Why? Tang Chuan was incredulous. Was he really being deceived by his good brother? Listening to the dramatic recitation of the brotherhood oath by the eldest son, the Tang family collectively had a dumbfounded look, all donning the face of a subway old man without prior arrangement. They even doubted if they were experiencing auditory hallucinations, as how else could such an absurd event have happened? Song Zi, do you know what you are saying? I am deeply disappointed in you. To come up with such a disgusting excuse just to clear yourself of guilt. I'm telling you, from now on, you go to jail. I stay in my seaside villa. Our bond is broken. We are no longer sympathetic good brothers. Tang Chuan broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill in his stomach, unable to accept any of his friend's words. With a mixture of anger, disgust, and nausea, he coldly announced his decision to cut ties with Song Zi. Hearing that his beloved man was about to leave him forever, Song Zi, pinned to the ground, widened his pupils, despairing with a cry, "No, tilde," at the same time. It seemed as if a certain eerie background music appeared in the air, hovering over everyone's minds. Snowflakes drift, the north wind howls, the world is vast and boundless, Sobbing, Song Zi desperately tried to fight for the love that had not even begun yet. He passionately shouted, Tang, you can't leave me like this. I truly love you. From childhood to now, everyone around me has had ulterior motives. Only you, regardless of gains and losses, have cared for me sincerely, protected me, and pitied me Especially last time, when a miracle happened, like a Prince Charming saving me from Boss Jin's clutches, I had already decided that you were the love of my life. Only by your side can I feel a deep sense of security. In my heart, you are the upright and true man. Tang, at this point, I don't want to suppress my feelings for you anymore. I want to shout it out loud to you. Tang, I swear by you, my brain and my heart, every organ in my whole body, all saying that I swear by you please don't leave me, because you are my heart, you are my liver, you are 3/4 of my life. I don't know if it's the side effects of the medication, but I always feel weak all over, my brain numb, dizzy all day long, just wanting to lie in bed and sleep, with no motivation to write at all. I made up my mind, decided to change the medication schedule a bit, and will resume updates starting tomorrow, with 2 updates next month, too. Last night, by some coincidence, my wife and I tried it. The results were okay. How should I put it? Compared to before, when I couldn't get up or stay up, things have improved a lot. I can't tell if it's the medicine or my slightly improved self-discipline lately. Western medicine does work faster, even with side effects, but at least it solves the immediate problem. Even though we were interrupted halfway because my wife said it was too late and she had to work the next day, overall, I can feel things have improved compared to before, giving me some confidence. When my wife has a few days off from work and we have time, we'll try again. Currently working 12 hours a day and coming home too late and tired, I don't have the energy and just want to lie flat. Since I started taking the medication, I'm not sure if it's the confidence given by Viagra or not. How will things be when I stop taking it in the future? I am not sure, so I will take it step by step and see how things go. 3. I have been considering whether to pay for traffic to promote my book recently, thinking of trying to raise a banner first. Do you all think it's reliable? Chapter 362. Songzi is caught and struggles on the brink of death, pleading for gifts ... inside a hotel VIP room. Songzi cries incessantly. Continuously professing the depth of his love for Tang Chuan. But these self-aware words, falling on the ears of Tang's family members, are so laughable and pitiful. Even if Tang Guoan and the others can understand and be mentally prepared, if Songzi's actions were driven by self-interest, jealousy, or other reasons, no matter how much they rack their brains, even wanting to bang their heads against the wall, they are truly stunned into silence by Songzi's public confession. This crazy operation is just off the charts and insane. As the insider, Tang Chuan can't help but recall every little detail of his interactions with his good brother over the years. He almost loses his composure and nearly passes out from anger. No wonder this guy would sneak glances at him from time to time, his gaze seeming so full of meaning. Always sticking by his side, seizing any chance to be close and inviting him to steam saunas, hot springs, beach vacations, where he would diligently give him back rubs, apply sunscreen every time. Remembering every little detail of their time together, Tang Chuan's expression becomes increasingly grim. In the past, he often felt proud, thinking that Songzi was won over by his personal charm, treating him like an idol to worship. So back then, he didn't feel anything was amiss and actually enjoyed the feeling of being admired by someone else. As for the frequent physical contact between them, Tang Chuan just saw it as normal behavior between good brothers. Oh no! 3. But who could have imagined ... Knowing the whole truth now, Tang Chuan feels a shiver run down his spine, almost making him sick with disgust. Enough! No, Songzi. I only helped you out of sympathy before. Don't read too much into it. My sexual orientation is normal, and I recently got a girlfriend. I advise you to rid your mind of those perverted thoughts. At this moment, Tang Chuan regrets meddling in others' business so much. At that time, his sense of justice was overflowing. He liked to right wrongs, and driven by vanity, he took great care of his loyal little brother, Songzi. Little did he know that his good intentions twisted the other person, leading to a deterioration of their friendship without his awareness, nearly ending with a disastrous outcome for him. On the other side, listening to Tang Chuan's heart-wrenching words of cutting ties, Songzi's heart sinks to the bottom like falling into an icy abyss. Damn it! Where did things go wrong? Everything was going so well. How did it come to this point? Songzi's face is filled with despair, with countless puzzles in his heart, remaining a confused ghost until his death. If only he hadn't been so hasty and reckless after learning that Tang Chuan got a girlfriend, everything might have been different. But this time, his plan was well prepared. Logically speaking, Tang Guoan and his wife couldn't have received information in advance and rushed to the scene like a timely intervention. If they had arrived just a little later, maybe Tang Chuan would have already been sedated by him, and he would have taken advantage of him, then after everything was done. With Tang Chuan's character that cared deeply about his reputation, he could have easily threatened him with a large number of stick photos in hand. There's a saying, there is no love at first sight, it's just a matter of growing feelings over time. Song Zi privately consulted numerous PUA coaches and carefully studied all the pre-marriage and post-love TV dramas on the market, knowing that as long as he held Tang Chuan's deflowering photos, he could psychologically control the other party, slowly threatening Tang Chuan into accepting baton education. Sooner or later, Tang will fall in love with him under his guidance. Song Zi originally had unwavering confidence in this bright future, even having a 95% absolute certainty. Unfortunately, man proposes and God disposes. He met his end before achieving his goal, and all his plans fell apart at this moment. Life is unfair, Clearly, he just wanted to live a life of blissful harmony with his beloved one. So why is it so difficult? Time slips by quietly for 2.5 minutes. Blink. The police arrive leisurely. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, they plan to arrest Song Zi on charges of attempted sodomy. When the cold handcuffs are clicked onto his wrists, Song Zi feels like the sky is falling. He begins to resist vigorously, continually calling out for help to his beloved. Save me. San Xiao. I don't want to go to jail. I now know I was wrong. Washington AAH. San Xiao, you can't be so cruel. My love for you is so evident. How can you treat me like this? Apart from me, you will never find anyone else who loves you like I do. Believe me. San Xiao, what era is it now? The opposite sex is only for procreation. True love exists between us of the same sex. If you can't accept the best of me, perhaps I am willing to undergo a sex change in Thailand just for you. Please give me another chance. I believe that with my appearance surpassing Pan An's, when I return after the transformation, I will definitely overshadow all contemporary women, becoming a peerless beauty comparable to Dao Chan and Shi Shai. You will surely like me. From then on, we can live harmoniously together, ending only the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals in our beautiful life. Isn't that wonderful? I can bear children for you, let you have many offspring. No matter how many children you want, I am willing to give birth to as many as you want. San Xiao, can't you feel my love with this happy future awaiting us? Don't you have the desire to grow old together with me? Mr. Tang, parents-in-law, I am the most suitable daughter-in-law for you. Please let me honor you under your knees, to carry on the family line of the Tangs, have many descendants, and bring honor to our ancestry. San Xiao's new girlfriend has issues. She only accepted San Xiao because she saw the wealth and glory of the Tang family. She deserves to be condemned. Only I truly love San Xiao from the bottom of my heart. I am his true destined partner, the real match. Chapter 363. Heading to Chu family village to capture the culprit. Facing Song Zi's hysterical struggle and roaring, the more people listened, the stranger their expressions became. Tang Chuan's mentality repeatedly broke down, his expression so intense, as if water was about to drip out. Fine. I treated you as a brother, and you actually want to have a child with me. Even took advantage of the situation to sow seeds of doubt in my relationship with Meng, spreading rumors about her reputation. Humph! Brat! Dare you disturb my heart's path? Truly deserving of extermination. With a blank expression, Tang Chuan coldly watched as his good brother in the past, who was loyal and brave, was dragged away by the righteous police uncles. On the other side, seeing that how Dar's chrysanthemum was successfully protected, avoiding the outcome of contracting a sexually transmitted disease, Su Shuyun's mood was great, and she recalled some news she had accidentally heard before, eagerly coming over to gossip. Xiao Chuan, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us? You cheeky brat, you actually hid it from us. No wonder last time when we wanted to introduce you to some blind date candidates, you kept being evasive. Turns out you were keeping a hidden gem all along. Since you have a partner, you should bring her over soon to meet me and your dad. We're really curious, to see which girl is so lucky to be the one caught by our Xiao Chuan. Speaking of that, you're not young anymore. Your friends your age are all getting married and having children, living happily. You really should hurry up a bit. Your dad and I are waiting to hold our granddaughter. Don't make us wait too long. Because of the previous incident with how Dar who had always been single, the couple was anxious, fearing there might be an issue with their health or sexual orientation. Now that they knew Tang Xuan had finally gotten a girlfriend, as parents, they were extremely happy, eagerly inquiring about the situation of their future daughter-in-law. Tang Xuan found it all very annoying. He had just confirmed his relationship with his cherished girl not long ago and had planned to bring her to meet the parents after some time. After all, she had never been in a relationship before, and her shy nature made him worrying that she might be scared if he introduced her too suddenly. He felt it was important to give his girlfriend some time to mentally prepare before introducing both sides to each other. But as fate would have it, what Tang Xuan had only shared with his good brother, who was loyal and brave in the past, had become fuel for Song Zi's jealousy, determined to find an opportunity to cause a rift between them. All right. Don't bother me. I'll bring Meng Meng home tomorrow to meet you all, okay? But when you meet, you both must be reserved, and don't scare Meng Meng. This is her first time visiting a guy's home. She'd definitely be nervous. If there are any flaws in her behavior, you two should bear with it. Meng Meng and I met by chance a month ago. She's from the beautiful island of Taiwan, the most elegant girl I've ever seen. We've privately committed to each other already, vowing to hold hands for a lifetime, grow old together, never to part. Oh if this meeting goes smoothly, I want to marry Meng Meng as soon as possible, settling our future together. Otherwise, if we wait too long, I fear someone might try to vie for her affections. After all, she is so wonderful that many outstanding men covet her. A delay could lead to changes. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment and agreed to bring Wu Mengmeng tomorrow to meet his family and discuss their marriage. After all, one must introduce the ugly wife to the in-laws sooner or later. It's inevitable. Meeting earlier to set the wedding date might just save him from the fear of someone swooping in. If he were to lose Wu Mengmeng, a treasure of a girl like her, he might never love again and end up living a lonely life. What? Get a marriage license. How long have you known each other? Isn't it too rushed? Looking at Tang Xuan's eager expression, the Tang Guowen couple exchanged glances, curious but slightly worried. They could see that Hao Dar had developed genuine feelings, this time. What was originally a good thing to the couple, they were happy to see their son potentially finding happiness. However, they also feared that the girl had ulterior motives, perhaps eyeing the affluent family background of Hao Dar. In that case, if Tang Xuan's first love failed, he might develop a fear of women around him and be unable to love again. Perhaps then. We can invite Zizhuan over for some insight. After all, he can foresee the future, surely knowing who the right woman for Xiaochuan is. Listening to his advice should be correct. Just like this time, if I hadn't eavesdropped on Zizhuan's thoughts, how could I have timely saved Xiaochuan? Su Shuyun's eyes lit up, thinking about seeking guidance from Lin Zhuan, who seemed to have a golden touch. When in doubt, turn to the nephew, firm. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, we will arrest Song Zi on charges of attempted forced anal penetration according to the law. At the same time, regarding the child swapping incident that maliciously happened to you at the Chu family village years ago, we have already investigated and clarified the matter. At this moment, several police officers walked over, reporting the specific situation they had learned. We have already contacted Ms. Chu Ling before. She hopes to join us and immediately go to Chu family village to arrest Mr. Chu Shang and his wife. As guardians, would you like to accompany us now? Upon hearing that the police were going to arrest someone, Tang Guowen couple didn't hesitate and nodded. Frustrated and angered by the culprit responsible for the separation of their family years ago, they shared the same hatred, eager to see justice served. On the side, Tang Ro also heard about the police's arrest plans, shocked that her parents had kept her in the dark while considering the implications. She didn't care much about her biological parents' well-being. Still, she was concerned that their actions might make the Tang family resent her and affect her standing within her own family. Humph, those idiots! If they were so bold as to swap the kids, why didn't they just kill the young Chu Ling back then, instead of raising her? Wouldn't that cause them less trouble now? If Chu Ling had died 18 years ago. How could she be in this awkward situation now, where she could have been the only princess of the Tang family, living a happy life. Alas, what a pity, so many ifs. Maybe if I. Too bad there's no if single quotes. Only outcomes. During this period, the weather began to get hot gradually. Take care of yourselves. My wife's skin seems to be acting up. Oh, she's got some heat rash, itchy, with small bumps on her back, saying it's itchy. It's starting to give me a bit of trypophobia, and I'm totally losing my mood. She has already seen a doctor, bought some lotion to apply, hoping to see some results in the coming days. With this weather, skin problems are common. Everyone remember to drink more water. Chapter 364. Will Big Uncle's family be destroyed by the fake heiress? Even though they noticed Tang Ru's changed expression, Mr. and Mrs. Tang didn't approach her with their usual comforting words. Instead, they calmly made a suggestion. Zero. We are going to the Chu family village now to find your biological parents and make them face justice. If you're feeling upset, you can go home and rest. You don't have to follow us. Since they learned that the daughter they raised for 18 years was actually cunning and deceitful, they felt a rift in their hearts towards her. Not only did they not feel any affection towards Tang Ru, they even considered sending her away. However, considering their other children at home who were unaware of the situation, they continued to show great love towards Tang Ru. If they were to suddenly send her away, it might lead to their children's misunderstanding. So, the couple exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to discuss further. Father, mother, you don't need to worry about me. Zero is willing to go to the Chu family village with you. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, it's just right. My biological parents have committed heinous crimes and deserve to face the law's judgment. No matter the outcome, they brought it upon themselves. In the face of justice, all evil will eventually be punished. If they hadn't switched the children back then, Sister Chu Ling wouldn't have suffered for 18 years and been separated from you. So, even if those two are my biological parents, I will never acknowledge them. In my heart, you are my true family. Tang Ru's eyes were red and teary as she expressed her disgust towards the Chu Shang couple, her guilt, and her reluctance to leave the Tang family. Tang Ru continued to cry and express her remorse, using the pity-selling tactics she was accustomed to. However, to her surprise, Mr. and Mrs. Tang didn't console her as they used to. They remained composed in the face of her pitiful appearance. Tang Ru felt a mix of anger and confusion at their sudden change in attitude towards her. As no one was playing along with her act, Tang Ru felt a sense of embarrassment and unease. She could clearly sense the visible change in Mr. and Mrs. Tang's demeanor towards her, as if there was an invisible barrier between them. Frustrated and anxious at this situation, Tang Ru started to fear being abandoned. With their thoughts divided, the Tang family left the hotel and joined Lin Juan, who was standing near a police car. Seeing their emaciated biological daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Tang felt a deep sense of regret and empathy. Ziling, you can rest assured. The suffering you endured all these years will be settled today. Dad and Mom will seek justice for you and make that wicked couple pay a heavy price for their madness. Tang Shiyun, feeling emotional, hugged the astonished Chu Ling and reassured her solemnly. Having seen Tang Ru's true colors, Mr. and Mrs. Tang only wanted to make amends to their biological daughter. Chu Ling nodded absent-mindedly, overwhelmed and puzzled by the sudden change in their attitude. She couldn't understand what had transpired to cause such a shift, but felt the warmth of motherly love from Tang Shiyun, making her heart feel comforted. Meanwhile, Tang Ru stood by, clenching her fists in anger, feeling betrayed and resentful. On the sidelines, Lin Juan watched the scene with interest, his thoughts silently exposed to the Tang couple. Tang Guowen and his wife. What's going on? Have Big Uncle and his wife gone mad? Why are they suddenly showing so much concern for their niece, even in front of the fake heiress? Aren't they afraid of making Tang Ru angry, proposing that the fake heiress' biological parents pay a heavy price in front of her? Oh dear, could it be that I'm hallucinating? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they try to downplay and resolve the situation for the sake of the fake heiress's feelings? Even if they go all out for the fake heiress, it seems that Tang Ru will still end up destroying the family. Tang Guowen and his wife. What? The Tang family will go bankrupt? We will be destroyed by Tang Ru. The sudden explosive news weighed heavily on the couple's minds. They looked at each other, reflecting the shock and seriousness in their eyes. With the lessons learned from the past, they now fully believed in their nephew's prophecy. Can it be true that their beloved daughter, whom they had cherished since childhood, would cause destruction to the entire Tang family out of selfish desires? Today my wife is off work. Tonight we decided to have a real showdown. Wish me luck, brothers. Viagra is ready. This time, only success is allowed, no failure. Chapter 365. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Upon learning of the sinister behavior of Tangro, the Chushong couple's unease, Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoan were deeply shocked in their hearts, feeling that the daughter they had known inside out for 18 years now seemed so unfamiliar and terrifying. They had prided themselves on giving Tangro everything they could offer, treating her like a little princess from a young age. From food to clothing, everything was of top quality, enjoying a life of luxury. These fantastic 18 years, for an ordinary person, would be a dream come true, never daring to think about it. Of course, there's a saying, pity the hearts of all parents. As parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoan never expected Tangro to be grateful, but at the very least, one should not repay kindness with enmity and bring destruction upon those who trust you so much. What's the difference between such behavior and that of beasts? Uncle, aunt, are you both okay? We're about to depart. Why are you still standing there dazed? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoan motionless, Lin Zhuan sitting in the back of the police car waved his hand, indicating for them to get into the car quickly and follow the police for the arrest operation. Oh, let's go then. By the way, those two bastards, are they confirmed to still be in the village? Yes. The police have eyes on the village. If we rush over now, we might catch them red-handed. Very well. Let's hurry over. Those two scoundrels must pay a painful price for their actions in the past. ... Interrupted by Lin Zhuan, Mr. and Mrs. Tangguoan snapped back to reality and immediately got into the police car. They decided to set aside Tangru's matter for now and focus all their energy on capturing the mastermind behind the child switching 18 years ago. Were it not for those two wretched folks in the mountains and rivers, how is it possible that their biological daughter had been suffering in such dire circumstances all these years? Thinking of this makes one feel suffocated. The other family's daughter had been pampered like a princess from a young age by them, while their own unfortunate daughter had been abused and tormented by those demons. Beasts! Upon this realization, both spouses began to breathe heavily, clenching their teeth, their expressions growing colder. This sudden transformation caused Tangro, already anxious, to feel extremely uneasy and fearful. And so, with the blaring sirens of 7 or 8 police cars, carrying individuals with different intentions, they raced towards their destination, Chujia village. Inside a red brick farmhouse that exuded a vintage atmosphere. After finishing her lunch, the farmwoman dressed as Dao Yan, unable to suppress her inner unease, furrowed her brows, saying, "The head of the house, I don't know why. Since this morning, my eyelids have been twitching non-stop, and my chest has a strange palpitation, as if something bad is about to happen." Faced with the wife's suspicions, Chushong, who had been planning to take a nap on the Kong, impatiently turned over and scolded her. "You, always being so superstitious, what bad things could happen at home? As the saying goes, left eye twitching for fortune, right eye twitching for disaster. I believe this is an auspicious sign indicating that we're about to strike it rich ... For example, if the Tang family suddenly had a car accident or an earthquake, wiping out the whole family, ... In that case, our precious daughter can rightfully inherit the wealth of thousands. When the time comes, we'll have her acknowledge her roots and take us to the city to enjoy wealth and prosperity, fairly living a life of luxury. Just the thought of it is exhilarating." Listening to Chushong's grandiloquence, Dao-Yan wanted to say that her right eyelid was twitching. But considering her husband's bad temper, in the end, Dao-Yan chose to remain silent, though the sense of unease in her heart grew stronger. To shift the focus, she brought up the missing Chu Ling. "Head of the house, do you think that Chu Ling, that wretched girl, was really abducted by the figure in black that appeared that night? The possibility is high. Where could a sickly girl like her run off to? It couldn't have been that she left on her own, right? ... Since that evening when Chu Ling and his wife were mysteriously knocked unconscious and woke up in a daze, they found that Chu Ling had disappeared out of thin air, and no matter how much they looked around, she was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, the couple speculated, based on some macabre news they had seen, that Chu Ling's organs matched those of some high-ranking officials, leading to her abduction in the middle of the night, an attempt to harvest her organs. Though this reason sounded absurd, given Chu Ling and his wife's intelligence, they couldn't think of any other possibilities. If it's true, then it's for the best, as she would have rid us of a major problem. As that girl grows older, I fear that her background might unintentionally be exposed. That would be a disaster for our family. Fortunately, the likelihood is extremely small, probably only 5%, nothing to worrying about. But now that the troublesome girl is gone as a punching bag, it's a bit strange at times. I don't know where to channel my anger. Sigh. With a somber expression, Daoyan heaved a sigh. Over the years, whenever she encountered something unpleasant, she tended to take out her frustrations on Chu Ling, locking her in the woodshed for a beating. After each beating, Daoyan would experience a sense of relief from the inside out, a release of pent-up frustrations and irritations caused by various troubling matters in life, especially knowing that the other party was a true heiress. Normally, she may not even have qualified to stand next to Chu Ling. The other party was a noble lady she could never come into contact with in her lifetime. Yet here she was, subjecting her to abuse and violence. Reflecting on this, the sense of relief in Daoyan's heart became increasingly real and intense. Chapter 366. Arriving at Chu family village, Chu Ling and his wife are haunted by nightmares. Head of the family, shouldn't we take some time these days to go find that dead girl again? Maybe that girl couldn't bear the suffering and escaped to a nearby family at night? If that little slut really is hiding, we must quickly grab her back home. These days, without her bossing around, we have to do all the farm work and house chores ourselves. We're exhausted. And for some reason, I still feel uneasy. It feels like something big is about to happen, and I'm so anxious. Daoyan covered her chest, frowning. Due to her female intuition, she felt that Chu Ling's disappearance might be suspicious. Facing Daoyan's worries, Chu Ling didn't take it seriously, thinking that his wife was overthinking things and creating trouble out of nowhere. But considering the saying better safe than sorry, Chu Ling eventually nodded. All right, I'll wander around the village these days and pay attention to the surrounding situation. If that little bitch is really hiding, wait until I catch her. I'll teach her a lesson. HMPH. We raised her through hardships. Her life belongs to us. She can only repay us by serving our family as a servant for a lifetime. At this point, Chu Ling couldn't help but lick his lips, a wicked smile appearing on his face. At this point, he still had a certain disgusting desire for Chu Ling. If he had the chance again, he would never let the plaything under him run away again. He must fully enjoy the taste of the city's wealthy young lady. Especially this wealthy young lady from a prominent family whom he had watched grow up. The experience would surely be unique. The slightly taboo pleasure just at the thought of it was stimulating. At this moment, Daoyan's hopeful voice came from beside him. E=O**A. Head of the family, do you think we have to wait forever to reunite with our daughter? I really hope that day comes soon. I can't wait. I want to go to the city to enjoy luxury and wealth. Glancing at the dilapidated, drafty house, Chu Ling's face darkened. Wasn't he also yearning for a change? After living in this remote village for decades, he had long felt a deep disgust for their visible poverty at home. Fortunately, with Tang's existence, the couple had the opportunity and courage to bridge the class gap, and their future was full of expectations. *W. In the imagination of Chu Ling and his wife, the moment when their biological daughter returned to the city with them to enjoy a life of luxury was just a matter of time. I think we're about ready to try to contact Xiaoru. Before, we were worried about our child being too young to handle this truth. At the same time, we were afraid that revealing it prematurely might arouse suspicion from the Tang family and ruin our plan. So, over the years, we've been suppressing the urge to connect with our biological daughter. But now that so many years have passed, Xiaoru has firmly established herself within the Tang family. We no longer need to worry about the risk of her identity being exposed. And now that our child has just turned 18 this year, and is legally an adult, she has the right to know the truth. It's time for her to know who her true family should be. Even if we can't meet Xiaoru openly for now, if we could at least ask for a few 100,000 yuan, we could use that money to improve our lives." Chu Ling grinned as his excitement grew when he spoke. He knew that soon he would be ushered into a life of luxury in the city, becoming a wealthy CEO, marrying a beautiful woman, and ascending to the peak of life. Just the thought made him a little excited. Wealth and prosperity were within reach. Exactly. We've suffered for so many years, it's time for the good times to roll in. The Tang family's vast wealth will eventually be ours. We're just letting them hold on to it for now. Ha ha. Dao Yan nodded repeatedly, a smug smile on her face, full of satisfaction. And that little slut Chu Ling, if she really was kidnapped, that's fine. But if she ran away secretly, once we catch her this time, instead of giving our daughter trouble in the future, it's better to find an opportunity to beat her to death, save ourselves from more trouble, and avoid the risk of exposure. Faced with his wife's cruel suggestion, Chu Ling furrowed his brows, remaining silent. It wasn't that he suddenly had a change of heart, recalling the father-daughter affection he had shared with Chu Ling over the years. It was that he was still eager to take his adopted daughter's virginity, and his lust made him reluctant to simply kill Chu Ling. Why kill that girl? She's a true wealthy young lady. Keeping her as a servant for us, serving us food and drink, doing laundry and cooking, pouring tea, isn't that better? Ah, that makes sense, Dao Yan said, rubbing her chin smugly. Then let that little slut live. Let her continue to serve as our family's maid? Well said, tilde haha. ... Just as Chu Ling and his wife laughed loudly, feeling triumphant, there was suddenly a blaring sound outside the window. A police siren, growing louder. Ha! What's going on? Is that a police car? But in this godforsaken village where even stray dogs don't dare to enter, how could the police suddenly show up? The couple looked at each other, a sense of foreboding rising within them. Dao Yan stammered, unable to articulate her words properly. Her previously restless eyelids were now jumping wildly. Head of the family, what's going on? Why are the police here? Who are they here to arrest? Why the heck are you asking me? Who should I ask? Why are you panicking? Relax. The chances of them coming to arrest us are very low. Maybe 5% at most. Why are you scared? Chu Ling glared fiercely at his wife, feeling that women were impatient. He confidently walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and calmly peered outside. Oh my god. The next second, Chu Ling's eyes rolled back, and he fainted straight away. The next update will be in 2 weeks, too. The effect of a Tadalawful pill lasts approximately 36 hours. Take it half an hour to an hour before sexual activity. Friendly reminder, exercising and maintaining health is more important than taking medication. Most young people's sexual performance issues stem from bad habits like excessive hand activities, staying up late, etc., resulting in problems like premature ejaculation, erectile dysfunction, weak erections, and getting tired midway through. 3. It seems I'm not destined for sudden wealth. I listened to advice from people around me and bought some funds in WeChat's financial section, hoping to become rich overnight to make money work for me. It looks like I am not that lucky. Fortunately, I only invested 1,000 yuan, and I lost almost 70 yuan in 2 days. I don't know if there's a chance of breaking even, or if the entire amount will vanish. Withdrawing it now would also incur fees, so I plan to leave the money in there and hope for a chance to break even in the future. Chapter 367, A Fate-like Miracle Turning Point. I am indeed the chosen son of the Chu family village. At the village entrance, compare 7 or 8 police cars lined up in a row, grandly driving into the village. This rare scene immediately startled the villagers in the village. They gathered in small groups, scattered on the streets and alleys, stopping to watch the police cars constantly passing by, whispering to each other. Hey, stop washing the vegetables. Come out and see what's going on. It's been a long time since outsiders came to our village, right? Why are there suddenly so many today? And they are all policemen. Is there a criminal in our village? Oh no. Did my secret of raping the neighbor's old sow last night come out? Is that old man calling the police to arrest me? The villagers generally follow a routine life of working at sunrise and resting at sunset, leading a very dull and boring life. Suddenly, new faces entering the village naturally aroused the curiosity of the people, adding a bit of gossip to their already uneventful lives. Finally, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes, the police cars stopped in front of a farmhouse. "Hey, look, isn't that the Chu family? Are the police here to arrest him? Good. Well done. I've been fed up with Chu Shang for a long time. Clearly little Ling is so sensible and cute, yet she has been abused by him since she was a child, animal. Exactly, and Dao Yan is no good either. How can there be such heartless mothers in the world? Those with children in the family can't bear to see them mistreat little Ling like that child. It's so pitiful. If the police can really arrest the Chu couple, then I fully support it. Little Ling can have an easier life in the future. Who wouldn't? Little Ling is already 18 years old this year, but she clearly doesn't look as healthy as my 10-year-old child. Long-term malnutrition has led to her being thin and frail, almost skeletal. Hey, sometimes I doubt if little Ling is really that malicious child. Otherwise, how can they lay hands on a child so young? A while ago, I saw the scars on little Ling's body. It's simply heart-wrenching. Unforgivable. In the village, the Chu Shang couple was undoubtedly the most despised by the villagers. Not only because this couple usually engages in despicable acts, lazy and taking advantage of others, but mainly because of their treatment and actions towards their own children, which even the villagers with a little conscience could not understand or accept. Especially those with children, because of the frequent abuse and beating that Chu Ling suffered, they were extremely disgusted with the couple, and occasionally intervened to argue with the Chu Shang couple. For parents who wouldn't treat their children as their precious, fearing they would go hungry or cold, melt in their mouths if held too long, or drop if held in their hands too loosely. If a child desires something, they would want to pluck stars from the sky to give to them. Instead of caring for and treasuring their child, Chu Shang and Dao Yan are the opposite. They seem to have a grudge against their own child, starting to demand that Chu Ling help with household chores before she was even 3 years old, and forcing her to work in the fields when she got older. They would constantly scold and beat their child. In crucial stages of growth, they wouldn't give her food, causing her frequent hunger, irregular meals, and severe malnutrition. They also deprived the child of the opportunity to study and change her fate, planning to marry her off early in exchange for a dowry. Countless abhorrent and bizarre behaviors made the villagers sympathize with the pitiful little girl, Chu Ling. They had tried talking to the Chu Shang couple, hoping they would treat their daughter better, but their righteous words only led to hostility. A dog meddling in the affairs of mice, minding its own business. She's our daughter, and how we treat her is up to us as a couple. Even if we beat her to death, it's none of your concern. With no choice, the helpless villagers could only leave feeling discontent, even if they were unhappy inside. But justice may be delayed, it will never be absent. Finally, heaven seems to have opened its eyes. Even if they didn't know what crimes the Chu Shang couple had committed, the villagers sincerely hoped that the police would arrest this wicked couple. If so, perhaps the poor child, little Ling, could embrace a new life. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, we've arrived. This is where the Chu Shang couple lives. After everyone got out of the car, a police officer approached Tang and his wife and explained the situation to them. Little Ling. She grew up here. Looking at the dilapidated earthen house in front of them, Tang and his wife were stunned, feeling anger burning in their hearts, and their eyes reddened in an instant. They had anticipated that their biological daughter's living conditions wouldn't be good, but when they truly faced it, they realized they were naive. The filthy and disorderly environment in front of them was much worse than they had imagined, maybe 100 times worse. This home was so crude that it could hardly be called a home. The mud brick house was on the brink of collapse. The thatched roof swayed in the wind and rain, as if it could collapse at any moment. They couldn't imagine how much suffering their daughter had endured here. My poor cousin. Sob, if the external environment is this bad, I can't imagine how disgusting and disorderly the pigsty where my cousin lives daily would be. She should have been a rich lady, but under the scheme of the Chu Shang couple, she turned into a tragedy. Sigh. Being kind-hearted, I decide to mourn her silently for 2.5 seconds. Looking at the dilapidated house in front of them, Lin Zhuan sighed in his heart. Little did he know that his thoughts were eavesdropped on by several chosen ones present. My poor child, she's really in a miserable state now. At this moment, Tang and his wife felt even more sad, tears welling up in their eyes, feeling deeply indebted to Chu Ling and fiercely hating the Chu Shang couple. On the other hand, Chu Ling, seeing the home she had lived in for 18 years again, although she had a complex expression on her face, deep down she didn't harbor much resentment or complaints. Perhaps she had long been numb to it. After all, since childhood, she had been constantly beaten and scolded by her parents, her body always covered in scars. Those cruel whip marks and bruises, like searing scars, deeply engraved on her skin and in her heart, constantly reminding her of a childhood devoid of laughter and filled with endless suffering and tears. Little Ling dared not cry out loud, only enduring it all in silence. Fear and helplessness were all that remained in her eyes, like a trapped bird unable to escape from its cage, unable to spread its wings and fly. Fortunately, no matter how difficult life is, little Ling never gave up her yearning for a better life. She longed to leave this mountain village and see the world outside. She dreamed of having new parents one day, wearing the beautiful clothes they gave her, eating delicious food, and living a carefree life. Once, all of this seemed unattainable to her. Now, it's within reach. This fate-like miraculous turn of events made little Ling firmly believe that she was a special being chosen by heaven. The Daughter of Destiny. Chapter 368. Lin Juan knocked the door down with a punch, and the trembling Chu Shang couple. Number 1 resumes regular updates. Is this the place where I was born? Behind the crowd, Tang, with delicate makeup, stared at the adobe house nearby, her face extremely unpleasant. From the bottom of her heart, she couldn't accept her humble origin. Especially the occasional smell of pig manure wafting to her nostrils made Tang's stomach churn, instinctively bending over to cover her mouth, almost unable to hold back the urge to vomit. Thinking that Chu Ling said she usually lived in a pigsty, Tang shuddered subconsciously, chicken skin bumps appearing all over her body. She could hardly imagine how painful her days would be if she had stayed in the village back then. Just take a simple example. When she was at the Tang family, just her daily food expenses, at a minimum, would cost 650, and often even 650 was not enough. Because she wanted to eat better, she couldn't eat such poor food. If she had lived in the Chu family village, not to mention 650 a day, maybe even 6.5 a day would be a stretch. Eating only steamed buns with pickled vegetables, soy milk, and yaoyao to fill her stomach every day, even just imagining it felt like a nightmare. I must draw a clear line with this village. Absolutely cannot be entangled with these poor wretches. It is said, it is difficult to go from luxury to thrift, but easy to go from thrift to luxury. Tang was used to the life of a wealthy daughter, and now she was unable to give up the luxury and comfort provided by the Tang family to return to this desolate village and suffer. It would be more satisfying to just take a knife and kill herself directly. Was she the kind of person to endure hardship? She came into this world to enjoy life. Otherwise, why give birth to her? Tang gritted her teeth and made up her mind not to have any contact with all the relatives in the Chu family village. She wanted to firmly hold onto the position of the Tang family's little princess that was her home, her true place. Head of the house, why are there so many police cars parked outside our house? Why did they surround our house? Could it be they're here to arrest us? Head of the house, what should we do next? Say something. ... Inside the adobe house. Through the door crack, Dao Yan saw a large group of imposing criminal police officers standing outside, and she suddenly became nervous, at a loss. Illiterate, and having grown up in a rural area since childhood, she had never encountered such a grand scene. Instinctively looking towards her husband, wanting to ask him what they should do next, unaware that Chu Zhang's face was also pale, filled with panic. Damn it! Who do you want me to ask? How the hell would I know? Wait a minute, those people next to the police cars. They seem to be from the Tang family, and our own biological daughter is with them. Damn it, how did Chu Ling end up there? Is it possible? ... At this moment, Chu Zhang's peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Guowen and a few others, and he subconsciously exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Whether it was because his biological daughter was lodged in the other party's house, or for the glory and wealth in their later years, the couple would naturally pay close attention to the Tang family and obtain basic information and appearance of the Tang family members through various channels. At this moment, looking at Dang Zhen, he immediately recognized the identities of Tang Guowen and the others, almost shocked to the point of ascending on the spot. Honestly, They used to despise the Tang family from the bottom of their hearts. Even if occasionally they saw the radiant appearance of the other party on television, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. But overall, they were filled with a strong sense of superiority. HMPH. Rich as your household may be, so what? What's so great about it? Still obediently raising children for me, right? Moreover, the wealth and glory in the future will eventually belong to the Chu family. As for your real Tang family heiress, I'll curse at her anytime I want. In the future, I will also train her to be my exclusive sex slave, under my crotch, a tool for insemination. Hehe. Every time he thought about this, Chu Ling would become excited, trembling all over, as if another second of imagining it would bring him to climax. Unfortunately, that arrogance and smugness at that time had now been replaced with endless fear. They weren't fools. The Tang Guoan couple, accompanied by so many police suddenly showing up, with Chu Ling that little *TCH beside them, it was obvious that they had come to settle scores. In an instant, the couple, who faced each oath. Chapter 369. The angry couple Tang Guoan and his wife, the Chu Ling couple, were arrested. Officially resuming updates. Rapid ordinary fist. Bang! A series of more than 10 righteous iron fists struck heavily on the thick, wooden door, instantly smashing it to pieces. This highly impactful scene shocked everyone on the scene. Nearby, the middle-aged women watched forcefully, their eyes shining with admiration, exclaiming in awe, "Wow! This young man is amazing! So powerful! He looks so gentle and weak on the surface. I'll ask for his phone number later and introduce my daughter, who just got divorced, to him. This kind of young man is worth considering even without a dowry of 388,000 yuan. A one-punch man. Is this the world of the strong? ... No one on the scene expected that. The handsome young man in front of them, who seemed harmless, contained such terrifying power within him. With just a few punches, the sturdy wooden door was blasted into pieces by him. This truly confirmed the saying of our ancestors, never judge a book by its cover. What the heck? These guys, when did they become so powerful? If they unexpectedly punch me, wouldn't I lose half of my life on the spot? Beside the police car, Tang Chuan swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Recalling the past few days and the disrespect from Lin Zhuan's words, he suddenly felt his legs go weak, feeling like death was near. Before Tang Chuan could feel relieved, a dozen police officers had already started their arrest operation. They stared fiercely and quickly rushed into the makeshift house. What? What do you want? Let me go. You're intruding into private property. I'm calling the police. No, I'm calling for help. Help me. ... Chu Ling was horrified and started to retreat, but before he could resist, several quick-eyed police officers pressed him to the ground, immobilizing him. Master! Under the desperate plea of her husband, Tooth Yen reacted, let out a piercing scream, and waved her nails, splashing and rolling at the police. Let go of my man, or else don't blame me for not being polite to you. Get away from me, all of you. Go away. ... Tooth Yen stomped frantically, dancing with strange movements, shouting back in her mouth. This bizarre behavior immediately attracted countless strange looks, and everyone fell silent, quietly watching Tooth Yen's performance. In their minds, two words surfaced. Neurotic. Under the gazes of everyone, like they were watching a lunatic, Tooth Yen couldn't help feeling embarrassed. She gradually stopped her movements and finally received a couple of silver bracelets with joy. When Lin Zhuan and others entered the house, the couple had already been firmly controlled by the police. ... Who are you guys? Why are you arresting us? Let us go. You must have mistaken us. We are both law-abiding citizens. Is the black evil force so rampant nowadays? Running rampant brazenly, breaking into private homes without any reason. Heaven above. Has our country lost its laws, lost its legal system? ... Seeing the Tang family entering, the Chu Ling couple's hearts skipped a beat, full of panic. They probably had guessed that today's unwarranted disaster might be due to the exposure of the child switching incident 18 years ago. But even if there was only a slight 5% chance, the couple were unwilling to accept it easily, still holding out hope in their hearts. What if ... What if they really got the wrong people? Therefore, The Chu Ling couple planned to struggle in their final moments, both wailing in despair. Animals! At this point, you dare to quibble! At these words, Tang and Si spewed flames, teeth clenched, fists tightened. It was this wicked couple that caused them to be separated from their biological daughter for 18 years, making his daughter's childhood extremely miserable. Back then, I was really blind, thinking that you two were good people, completely trusting you without any caution, thus causing a great disaster. You're so audacious, actually daring to switch my daughter. Even if you raised the child well, I wouldn't have had such a strong urge to kill you. Ling is still a child. Look at what you've done to her. Thinking of his biological daughter's current misery, Tang couldn't contain his anger, wishing to twist and break the bones of the devilish couple in front of him to ease his hatred. In the end, he couldn't suppress his anger, his eyes blazing red, kicking the stunned face of Chu Ling fiercely. Instantly, blood splattered on the spot. Beside him, Su Shiyan was also touched by this scene, tears streaming down her face. As the saying goes, a woman may be gentle, but when it comes to her child, she's fierce. Normally dignified and never one to quarrel, she couldn't contain her sadness and hatred, marching forward, grabbing Tu Tian's dried hair, and delivering several strong slaps. Slap! 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 Then, she hoarsely accused, "You devil! How dare you bully my daughter like this? You're a mother too. How could you have the heart to hurt such a young child? For all these years, we treated your daughter as we would our own, loving and raising her like a treasure. But what about you? What have you done to my child? With anger burning against the main culprits who hurt their own biological daughter, the furious Tang couple didn't hold back in their actions. They wanted justice for their daughter, to make the demon-like couple in front of them feel the pain that Chu Ling had endured over the years, multiplied 100-fold. Slap! 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 Bang! 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 After 2.5 minutes, perhaps fearing someone would be seriously injured, the previously pretending not to see police chief finally came out to intervene. "Mr. Tang, Mrs. Su, let's take them back to the police station first. Rest assured, these two criminals have swapped children and are involved in child abuse and many other crimes. The evidence against them is solid, and the matter is ironclad. After we bring them back to the station, the law will naturally subject them to the punishment they deserve. Please believe... In the face of justice, evil will eventually be brought to justice... Under the persuasion of the police chief, Tang and his wife finally calmed down slightly, ceasing their venting actions. Although they wished they could break the Chu Ling couple's bones on the spot, with so many police officers present, they couldn't go too far openly. The other party had given the Tang family face, so they had to be gracious, or else it would be somewhat unwise. Chapter 370. If I were to bring out the recording device containing evidence of your crimes, how would you respond? I believe in the law. It will definitely help my daughter seek justice. Tang nodded, signaling the police chief to act in accordance with the law and make the arrest. However, as he said these words, his sinister gaze continued to firmly fix on the Chu Ling couple. He would not easily let these two animals off the hook. His daughter had been abused by this malicious couple for 18 years. How could this debt be easily repaid? For the rest of his life, he wanted these two trash to live a life worse than death, struggling in endless despair. Sometimes, death is easy, just a momentary event. What's difficult is living, especially living in pain. On the other side, Su Shiyan wiped her tears, turned around, and embraced her unfortunate daughter warmly, comforting her in a gentle voice. "Child, it's all right. Mom and Dad will always be by your side in the future, never letting you suffer again. As for those who hurt you, Mom and Dad won't let them off the hook at all." Chu Ling nestled in her mother's arms, feeling warm and happy in her heart, feeling incredibly fortunate. Indeed, these were the family she had always dreamed of, the affection she had longed for. Even though there had been some unpleasantness and brief disappointments in the past. Today, seeing Tang Dad and Tang Mom angry and shedding tears for her, standing up for her and expressing their anger, Chu Ling felt an indescribable sense of happiness in her heart. Dad, Mom. Chu Ling couldn't hold back her tears after all, and hugged Tang Dad and Tang Mom, tears flowing endlessly. Different from before, this time she no longer cried for reasons like illness or fear, but shed tears of joy from the bottom of her heart. The American poet Emily Dickinson once said, I could not weep, if mine eyes would turn away. Having experienced a life without sunlight, Chu Ling had finally seen her own sunshine. This warmth made her reluctant to part with it, made her feel unwilling to let go, made her feel like she was in heaven, made her greedily want to hold on to it. And as the happy family of three embraced each other, pouring out their hearts to each other, the most awkward and embarrassed person in the room, without a doubt, was Tang. Watching her own daughter not even look at the two of them, she felt a flash of resentment in her eyes, along with a strong sense of impending crisis filling her heart. A woman's intuition told her, if she didn't find a way to change this situation, she would eventually be marginalized by the Tang family, and everything she had now could be taken away by Chu Ling. Damn it! Why are my biological parents such foolish people? If they had been decisive back then, and just strangled Chu Ling to death, how could I be in this dilemma now? Tang didn't care about the future fate of the Chu Shang couple. She only hoped that these two incompetent and inept fools wouldn't ruin her bright future. Faced with the constant pleas for help from the couple, Tang didn't even glance at them, pretending not to see. Deep down, she only felt disgust and hatred towards these so-called biological parents, because the presence of Chu Shang and his wife constantly reminded everyone of her unbearable background. If this were to be known, how could she lift her head in the elite social circles of the Magic City in the future? It's over. It's over. Barbecue is over. Seeing her own daughter not even look at them, Chu Shang and Dao Yan both looked ashen-faced and cold, not knowing what to do for a moment. With the exposure of their crime of switching babies 18 years ago, the Tang family would definitely not let them off the hook. What awaited them? Execution? Life imprisonment? Whatever the punishment, the couple found it difficult to accept, collapsing in despair on the ground. Why? Why were they discovered? Clearly, they had done everything without a trace. Clearly, 18 years had passed, and they were so close to enjoying endless glory and wealth. Why were they discovered now? Why? Years of planning, all ruined in an instant. Asterisk no. No, it can't be. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. What are you doing? Be honest. The police didn't care about the criminal's incompetence and fury, leading Chu Shang and his wife towards the police car. Wait! You must have misunderstood. Chu Ling is our biological daughter. There must be some mistake. This is a mistake. We didn't know about switching babies. There must be a misunderstanding. How could we do something like switching babies? Even if the child was indeed switched, it definitely wasn't us who did it. I know. Maybe we were to rush back then, and accidentally took the wrong child. After all, they were both babies at the time. It's normal to make a mistake. In any case, we didn't intentionally swap the children. Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. Chu Shang and his wife shouted and resisted desperately. After so many years had passed, they were confident that no one could provide evidence to prove their crime of switching babies. Therefore, they decided not to give in and struggled on their deathbed. HMPH. Look at this. Tang Guowen, with a cold face, took out the paternity test between Chu Ling and him and threw it at them. When Chu Shang and his wife saw the final result written in black and white on the paternity test, their faces stiffened for a moment, followed by Conti. Chapter 371. Irrefutable Evidence. The heartless and insane couple. Chu Shang, seeing his daughter rushing back with an old tape recorder in her arms, Su Shiyun already had a hunch in his heart and asked, Ziling, is this proof? Chu Ling cut to the chase, looking at the Chu Shang couple with nothing but endless coldness in her eyes. Did you, did that little wench eavesdrop on our conversation? Upon seeing what Chu Ling held in her hand, Dao Yan's expression changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. She recognized that old tape recorder because it was useless, so she had casually thrown it under the bed. Never in a million years did she expect that Chu Ling, that dead girl, had somehow found it and was now using it against them. Both the husband and wife could easily guess that if Chu Ling dared to bring out the recorder at this moment, it surely contained ironclad evidence of their crimes. And finally, they also realized where exactly they had slipped up. leading to the downfall of their plan and possibly facing imprisonment. It was clear to them that during their conversation, Chu Ling had happened to eavesdrop, thus stirring suspicions about her heritage and trying to gather evidence to escape from here, and even went to the Tang family to seek recognition. Damn it! The originally bright prospects all crumbled because of this inconspicuous tape recorder. Is the net of heaven truly wide-reaching and leaves nothing unnoticed? Yet, in this world, with so many criminals out there, why is it always they who get caught? Why us? On what grounds? Damn it, my life is over. Chu Zhang's face was deathly pale, filled with extreme unwillingness and curses. And when the others caught sight of the ashen expression on the Chu Zhang couple's faces, how could they not guess? The contents within that tape recorder were undoubtedly crucial evidence that would bring the couple to their downfall. DRIZZLE, play the evidence, Su Shuyun urged. With mountains of evidence, how can these two beasts still deny? Tang raised his brows victoriously. The frustration he felt from Chu Zhang's taunts had dissipated. He continued urging Chu Ling to play the recording publicly. He was brimming with pride. Look quickly. This is my daughter, Tang Guowen's daughter, at such a young age showing her prudence by saving evidence to deliver a lethal blow in the end. She's barely turned 18, At such a young age, she's already challenging to adults in a battle of wits, obviously inheriting my handsome looks and intelligent brain. On the other hand, amidst everyone's attention, Chu Ling, feeling anxious, pressed the play button on the old tape recorder. The next moment, the malicious conversation of Dao Yan and her husband reached everyone in the room. Master, I feel that the wench seems a bit different now. She not only dared to raise her hand against me just now, she even said to my face that I am not her biological mother. It's impossible. That wench couldn't possibly know. It's absolutely impossible. Our actions back then were so secretive. In order to minimize exposure, we haven't dared to contact our biological daughter for 18 years. Besides us two, there couldn't possibly be a third person who knows. I'm 95% sure it's absolutely impossible. Master, do you think that when she eavesdropped on our conversation? How is that possible? Every time we brought up that matter, we always chose a time when it was quiet, or when that little wench wasn't at home. She couldn't have eavesdropped. I think you are overthinking. That wench probably just said it casually. Otherwise, she would have run away a long time ago. How could she have stayed in this house for more than 10 years? Looking for trouble. Don't overthink it. That wench got stomach cancer, under the pressure of death, naturally becomes paranoid. And with normal parents, it's indeed not our behavior that raises doubts. It's quite normal. HMPH. So that wench nearly scared me to death. Before even dared to hit me back. Just wait, I'll make sure to beat her to death later. Indeed, that wench deserves a beating. If you hadn't stopped me last night, I would have thoroughly had my way. Well, I was afraid you'd really beat her to death. Do you remember the old village chief? That wench doesn't have a long life. Instead of that, let's use her to make some money. If she gets harassed to death by the village chief later, then we can be even more carefree. After all, we were hoping she'd die anyway. Forget it, let's not touch that wench for now. With her sickly appearance, if we really beat her to death, it would still be a hassle. Plus, we'd lose 10,000 in dowry. Wife, back then, it was your wit that swapped the two children 18 years ago, giving us the chance to cross social classes. No need to say that. Our daughter is now greatly favored in the Tang family. After that wench dies, we can start trying to contact Zero and start living the life of luxury. Hey. When the playback ended, everyone present, even if they were mentally prepared, were deeply shocked by the malice of the Chu Zhang couple. Are these two still human? They're simply beasts. Having lived together for 18 years, even raising a dog would create some bond, right? Let alone a living human being. Instead, Chu Zhang and his wife not only switched their child, but also cruelly tortured and mistreated her, even when she was on the brink of death due to stomach cancer. And they even thought of selling her to a 60-year-old man in exchange for a dowry, cursing her to die soon. And all this because they were worried that Chu Ling would affect the prosperity of their biological daughter. But all that rightfully belonged to her. At this moment, tears streamed down Chu Ling's face, her gaze icy and fixed on the former parents before her. Even though she had heard a recording once before, hearing those wicked curses again, she couldn't control her emotions, consumed by hatred. It's often said, as deep as love goes, so does hatred. She had truly considered Chu Ling and his wife as her own parents. Faced with their offensive words, she used to naively blame herself, thinking that if she tried harder and behaved better, one day her parents would surely embrace her warmly like other parents. Unfortunately, true feelings don't always come. No matter how humbly she tried to please them, all she got in return was punches and kicks in the end. All these years, even if you could care about me a little bit would be enough. All I wanted was just a word of encouragement. Just one is enough. But you hate me. You. ... Looking at the parents she had called for 18 years, Chu Ling shed tears, the last bit of affection for Chu Ling and his wife lingering in her heart. At this moment, with her desperate roar, that last bit of affection completely dissipated. Chapter 370. Tang woke up and prepared to send the fake Hyunjin away to face Chu Ling's cold gaze. The Chu Ling couple involuntarily avoided eye contact, feeling a chill in their hearts for the first time in front of this daughter they used to manipulate at will. Beasts! How dare you treat my daughter like this? And you even want to sell her in exchange for a dowry. Vicious woman! It's one thing to scheme against my Tang family, but DRIZZLE has cancer. How could you hit her? How could you do this? ... Listening to the wicked plots of Chu Ling and his wife, Tang and his wife shivered in fear and felt extreme heartache for their biological daughter. DRIZZLE had suffered too much over the years. Soon, in a fit of rage, Su Shiyun and his wife once again engaged in a mixed doubles match, determined to seek justice for their child. Slap, slap, slap. Bang, bang, bang. Under the dominance of anger, they almost held nothing back, completely raining blows on the Daoyan couple, causing them excruciating pain and desperate pleas for help. Stop! Please stop! Begging you to stop! If you hit again, we will be beaten to death. Help! Call the police! I want to call the police! Police uncle, save us! I confess to all my crimes, hurry and arrest me! Anyone, come stop these two lunatics! Aren't you the police? Why stand by and watch? Help us quickly! Chu Ling, you dead girl! Why are you standing there? Come save us! Regardless, we are the ones who raised you. The grace of nurturing for 18 years, is this how you repay us? Come over and help stop your crazy parents. Damn it, Zero! Please help us. We are your biological parents. Can you really watch us being beaten to death? Don't forget, you are able to live in luxury today because of our impulse back then. How can you stand by now?